everyone.
It is election day, everyone. Get excited. We are less than 3 hours away from, of course, multiple states determining who their votes are going to be going to in, of course, this presidential election. Tonight, we have an insane live stream ready for you guys today. Not only are we going to have special guests, we have a new setup here with people that are going to be chiming in from none other than Mar-a-Lago. We have boots on the grounds taking place there. We have others at Patrick Bet-David's party. We have on-site individuals that will be breaking us down exactly what's happening with these election results. Now, on top of this, guys, we are in a live trade, as you can see on the screen here. We have hedged our positions here with a small leverage short position on Bitcoin, and we'll be analyzing these markets as we head into this road of uncertainty. So tonight, there may be multiple swing trades we take together. Hopefully, we'll be profiting immensely off, of course, the volatility. But more importantly, we are about to figure out who is going to be the next president of the United States. So I want to start off this stream with over 500 people already watching here, getting excited for tonight. Let's put a poll into the chat here. Who do you believe is going to win the elections of 2024? Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? Now, I have to say this just to start off the stream here, guys. There's already a lot of articles coming out that are saying, hey, Trump might actually win more states than expected, but the victory is not here, guys. This is going to be a very close election. I personally do not expect any results to be finalized tonight. I'm expecting multiple states to come out and say that, hey, we need an extra 24, maybe 48 hours to count these votes. So we're breaking down everything that's happening with polling. I will, of course, be breaking down what the actual electoral map will look like live with you guys. There's multiple different sites that are analyzing this. Right now, of course, it is 0-0, but 7 p.m., okay? We are less than what time it is? 4:40. Nearly only 2 hours away. There is going to be a lot of volatility in these markets until then, but we're less than 2 hours away, essentially, until we actually start seeing these votes register. So get excited. This is the most hyped up election day in history, and I think it's no better to do it with than, of course, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Drew from the basement here with me today. It's been a long time, brother. How you doing today?
Oh, he's way too short. Wait, we haven't adjusted those cameras yet, so yeah.
He's actually only 4'11". Yeah, you're 4'11". You actually sit on stilts in the basement every single morning. No, we'll be adjusting these two guys. We have chairs today because, yeah, I don't want to stand for 8 hours.
Yeah,
and by the way,
no, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying we're adjusting the whole studio, moving all the cameras and stuff. So bear with us. It's going to be a little bit of a different pace. We're going to be probably live until they call it or midnight, whichever comes first. I have a feeling it might be midnight. So
yes.
Yeah, we're going to be hanging out, having fun. No, oh, Drew's muted. Yep, there you go. You're unmuted, Drew. Sorry about that.
Okay. So I'm miniature and muted. There it is.
He's mighty.
It's all right. There I go.
Mighty but tiny. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so first things first, guys.
Well, hold on. We got to get the side. We got to work the sidekick in too. So.
Hey, we got we got a big date coming up this evening. We're going to be here all night. So the question is, have you voted? Which way do you think it's going to go? And we should put a wager on. Are we going to get before, or is it going to be today, or will it be?
There you go. Yeah,
we'll see. I think it's going to be later this week, but who knows? I would love to see it tonight. But first things first, guys, if you're on Twitter, make sure you like and repost. And of course, if you're on YouTube, hit that like button and share this with your friends, your families, etc. Anybody that's watching will be, of course, analyzing everything every step of the way. And if you do so, you'll have your chance to, of course, win $50. I'll be choosing multiple winners throughout the nights here. But on X, guys, if you're reposting our live stream, you will be entered for your chance to win that free $50. And we'll be choosing multiple different individuals. Hopefully, you'll take that $50 to bet on the markets coming out of who is elected. Again, if Harris wins, guys, we're going to have a very different strategy than if Trump were to win. So understanding and being prepared for what these markets are going to present is more important than ever. Of course, guys, if you're in the free Telegram chat, if you guys have been following this channel, we are hedged. We did get stopped out of the position yesterday. A lot of people made a ton of money, though. It came right down to, of course, the exact support level that we are looking for. I drew out this exact pattern here, said if we don't hold 66.6, we will get a bounce back up into this market. We re-entered a new short position very low. Now, this isn't here for us to, make a ton of money. If it plays out, amazing. But this is simply a hedge for these positions if you've been watching us and following us on YouTube. The whole idea here is if Harris does win, and I believe we will see downside due to the uncertainty in the markets here, if no outcome is officially determined tonight, we will be hedged to at least gain 10, 15, 20% on that portfolio position for our Bitcoin. If Trump wins, look, I'm cool with getting stopped out because that means all of our altcoins and our fundamental plays are going to rise. So this is straight up a hedged position to make sure we're ready for either part of this market. But Drew, how are you feeling today? Is there any hope in these markets?
I'm loving, honestly, what I'm seeing here. Like Aerodrome really coming out of the gates, the strong resurgence. I was really happy to see Tau, Tensor Tau, Aerodrome, Dogecoin, ASI. It's been pretty nice to see these altcoins on their resurgence here, and I'm having a lot of fun with my Aerodrome position for sure. But really, I feel like the uncertainty, if they choose to like hold off on the certification, then I think I could get even juicier entry points on these things. And really, you know, the base ecosystem is something that I'm watching here. Moonwell, one of those new up and coming projects on base that I'm looking for a little bit more pain on this chart, and hoping to get it within like the 6, maybe 5 cent range. I think this is going to be a really good grab. And then I'm going to get an alien base on base chain as well. So I'm going to use the uncertainty to buy up and kind of fill up my bags on base chain projects.
Yeah, I'm very curious. Type 1 in chat if you hold more Bitcoin than altcoins. Type 2 in chat if you hold more altcoins than Bitcoin, because man,
I'm definitely heavier on Bitcoin than altcoin.
The volatility today has been quite insane here. We're watching Bitcoin now get a little bit of another drawback. But of course, there's a lot to news to break down, guys. So who's going to win, of course, these elections? Let's look at what's trending here first on Twitter. We didn't end up signing back into your... I might have to have you do that while I just talk to the stream here. We take this off the screen so we can sign back in. But I'll start with this, okay? Of course, if you guys didn't see, Joe Rogan did end up endorsing Donald J. Trump as of yesterday, which was a huge moment in this election cycle out here. For you guys that don't know, you know, of course, Kamala Harris denied ending up going up on Joe Rogan's podcast. He did 44 million views with Donald Trump. There's estimates of upwards of actually 70 million in total, but 44 million views off the one podcast alone. Kamala Harris can't even pull a million on, of course, Breakfast Club. Now, this doesn't mean Trump's going to win necessarily by a landslide whatsoever, but what it does go to show is that Joe Rogan's been extremely, not only independent, but vocal about allowing both candidates to participate on top of his podcast. He got denied, of course, by Kamala Harris. They said that she wanted only to do an hour and he had to fly to her. That's not how the podcast works. He wanted the full 3 hours. Since then, Elon Musk, JD Vance, and yes, one Democrat did go on, which was John Fetterman. Of course, a congressman from, I don't want to say Virginia, I'm forgetting which state it is.
Like Pennsylvania or something.
It's East Coast for sure. Yeah. You guys would know who he is. He doesn't wear suits. He's very more casual. And he couldn't answer a lot of questions on immigration. So this actually pushed Joe Rogan to be red-pilled.
Yeah.
Which is huge. A lot of people think he's a conservative. He is not and has never been a conservative. He's been very independently leaning left and a Democrat for the better half of his last decade.
Harris said that she didn't have time to fly to Rogan's, but she had half a day to give up to SNL to host Saturday Night Live right afterwards. So it really, the excuse that they made that she wasn't willing to take all the time out of the day, 3 hours to go talk to Joe Rogan, but she has a whole half a day to go over to SNL. It's just kind of weird picking and choosing her spots. And she probably was just a little bit worried about Jamie's fact checking and all of the pressing questions that Joe Rogan would probably be giving her. So.
Yeah.
Can I chime in on that too?
Of course.
Because one of the things I saw just minutes ago was Dana Bash on CNN was discussing that she didn't think that had enough to really introduce herself to the party in 7 days. But then again, why aren't you making yourself available to all the different potential viewers? JD Vance went on and did Joe Rogan in 5 hours. 5 hours after he went on and did Joe Rogan, he had about 4 million viewers of that podcast. Whereas Kamala Harris on Call Her Daddy, it was 3 weeks already and still hadn't even crossed 700,000. And I saw another metric regarding Joe Rogan with Donald Trump. Across platforms, YouTube and Twitter, they're estimating that it was over 100 million views. So did not take advantage of one of the biggest access in media right now, which is Joe Rogan.
Yeah, now I do want to try to play this from as nonpartisan as possible tonight. You guys definitely know where we lean here, but I do not want to come out and say that these views are amazing, right? In comparison, you're going to say, how is it possible that Kamala Harris can take this victory? But what you have to also analyze is who our top investors are, which is, of course, Google, who has been allowing her to prop up on top of not only Google searches, but mainstream media has propelled Kamala Harris to an all-time high, essentially, if I were to look at this from a market perspective. What do I mean by that? Today, guys, Google admitted to this finally, of course, the day of the elections. Harris search discrepancy fix is coming. If you type in, where can I vote for Harris? Of course, it will tell you exactly where you can go vote, versus where if you say, where can I vote for Trump? It pops up multiple articles, of course, between him and Kamala Harris. And the majority of the mainstream media has perceived him to be a negative character, and of course, Kamala Harris being a positive character. George Soros just purchased and fast streamlined this process through the, I think, FDIC or the CFTC, but ultimately buying 220 radio stations. So while she maybe didn't perform well on YouTube, she's still getting tens of millions of views elsewhere through these radio stations. I don't know if it's tens of millions on CNN, but she's still pulling decent viewership from MSNBC, ABC, CNN, etc. And you have to realize, guys, a lot of Americans, it's no fault of their own. They don't want to pay attention to politics. So the only news they get is when they turn on that television. And this is why people do believe mainstream media is on its road to death. But we're still at this point in history where you saw it with Obama. He came out on stage just yesterday and pushed the, of course, hoax of fine people. Yeah. And by the way, guys, Barack Obama's not a stupid individual. So there's only one of two outcomes out of this. Either he's stupid or he's purposefully utilizing a hoax to look and, of course, convince, I would say, not educated is not the right term, but ill-informed voters that aren't super attached to these politics. And that is their focus. So whether that's not 1 million voters, 10 million voters, that is what we're seeing in this shift. And that's why today I have to give it. I'm going to get our predictions here tonight. We're going to go around.
We're going to give a lot of predictions.
Let's start off the stream with some pretty strong ones. Then we'll go into some charts here with markets, and then we'll play some videos. Real
quick, before we hop into that, I did want to make one comment on what Kelly was talking about with timing. It was interesting to me that she didn't have time to go on Joe Rogan, but she did have time to fly to New York, spend 3 to 4 to 5 hours for a small sketch on SNL, and I think you would have gotten way more value out of Rogan than the SNL skit. But anyway,
I was surprised
back
by
to the
that
predictions.
Too. SNL's big too, though.
It's
definitely not as big as
big
Joe
reach,
Rogan.
but what they did was not very impactful in my opinion.
It's a question of doing another 3-minute spot versus being able to go and talk for 3 hours.
I didn't. Hold on.
Well,
Wait,
I'd also be curious. I would imagine that's only 3 million. I don't know what their actual. I don't know what their actual viewership is, but the television views are dropping like flies. So I 100% doubt it's hundreds of millions like the podcast.
Drew, you went from being too small to too big.
Oh man, well, that's all right.
Well, they're also talking
too big to rig.
They're talking also a lot now about how, typically, historically, you see a lot more female voters, and they're kind of, I think that the Democrats and Republicans, honestly, it's hard to really predict what the voter turnout's going to be today because we have an entirely different media landscape than we've ever had the opportunity to have, with social media, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok being some of the primary facets of gaining information of our youth. I would say anybody sub 40, every year you go under 40, I think you get a somewhat exponential increase in the amount of media that you're consuming on these social media platforms. So I was listening to a space earlier on Mario Nafal's space with a bunch of people, and somebody was saying that, oh no, all the men are voting only because of Trump and Rogan. But in reality, is that really the case, or does it have something to do more with the fact that the information that's being able to be delivered that essentially unwinds a lot of the propaganda machine that has been in place for the last 4 years? Now we're seeing people go, oh, we're seeing a young demographic voter that's saying, oh, maybe I'm not Democrat, maybe I'm not liberal. And I would argue, and I'm curious about your thoughts on this, Drew, I would argue, and I'll ask you in a second because TJ's not at the board, and I'll ask all of you out there, and thank you all for being patient with us. We're doing a live studio setup as we talk. But I would ask you out there, do we really have a Democrat versus Republican candidate voting right now? Is this what we're really voting on? Because what I'm seeing is when you have RFK, you have Tulsi Gabbard, you have Donald Trump, you have Vivek Ramaswamy, you have Ron Paul, you have a very mixed ticket of this entire incredible group of very varied personas, very varied sort of policy that's on the ballot this time. So on the one hand, you're voting for a media machine that you cannot get truth from. On the other hand, you're getting a varied, wide lens of a very accultured sort of view that's so far nowhere near right wing that we've seen probably in our lifetime for what's on the ticket.
It's the velocity of information. It's like the increase of communication. Now people are able to find news right as it happens, and this is a time frame that I was always looking forward to. I knew that as I saw, Facebook at a point when it first came out, information moved quickly, and it was very, very useful for me as a musician. You could advertise openly, and then over the years, they just started to constrain it, to consolidate it, to only serve mega media corporations and conglomerates. Now we have X. Now we have ways to communicate beyond that, and that's where, like, on top of the votes potentially being too big to rig, now the velocity of our communication is too big to overcome for the media machine that used to be able to squash our opinions under the rug, put it in the dark. That's not what's actually happening. You can only get your information from MSNBC, NBC, and we've seen that shift now to where small news outlets are getting 500,000 views, 1 million views, 50,000 live viewers on, various amounts of accounts. So I really think that people's fervor for information, for true information, is picking up. And with that, mainstream media is dying. And I think that it's a really good thing for humanity to have kind of a more open digital sphere to discuss these things on. It's going to help us overcome this election in a big way.
I'd have to completely agree. I think, we're watching that slowly kind of simmer out. But speaking of this, as we start tonight's series, I did want to lead with something that Psaki just came out and said directly into regards what we're talking about. Whether you like it or not, guys, we're going to try to present everything tonight with not only facts, but the full clips, the full understanding, the full context of what these outcomes can actually create here. And the Democratic Party out there, coming out as a party of freedom. Here's what, of course...
Real quick before you start it, let's do a little
sound check?
Just little housekeeping. Can you move your window over to the left just a touch? We're not gonna trigger my OCD all night. Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
So that looks pretty good. Drew, you have a screen up there. Let's test this. Let's see. Boom. Yeah, move yours to the left a little bit as well, Drew.
Do the speakers work too, or no?
They should. You need to, I think,
change my speaker out.
No, I think I did. I plugged it into the same port, but we'll find out. Your headphones will not work. They're on speaker.
Oh, yeah. So you have to give me...
No. I plugged right in front of you. There's speakers.
Yeah, I don't hear the audio.
Is it playing? Oh, this is not good. Are you connected to the vMix call? No, not that. The call.
Yeah, looks like it's playing audio.
It's not.
Oh. Let me...
Yeah, see, you weren't connected.
My bad, chat.
So the question for the chat is, while they're doing that right now, that everybody ask yourself, this is a good sort of metric with all the different, because we're all coming from different bubbles.
577.
What sort of things have you been seeing in your bubble, in your narrative, and all the different things that have been supporting the information you're gathering? Do you think it's going to be a Trump landslide? Do you think it's going to be a Kamala landslide? Do you think it really matters moving forward? And all these questions, everybody's going to have varied views on, but we need to have these discussions. And we need to, even in the live chat, don't get mad if somebody says this. We need to have open discourse between each other. We need to be empowering to each other, and we need to bring facts and not just shit on somebody because you're like, this person, I don't like what they said, or I don't agree with it. Let's come together.
Well, and I'm curious to hear too if you have any surprises that we think we're going to come in. I know you were talking a little bit at the top of the show
Black
about
screen, by the way, for 577.
What's that?
Do I go try to join the other one? The 577
didn't work.
Yeah, I have to do the 629.
Okay, well
that works if I pull up the 629, but I don't think I have audio.
Well, is the video playing?
Here you go.
I see you on the call.
It's good. We'll keep trying.
Wait.
Yeah. I hear it.
I hear it on your end.
No, it's not playing.
Let me try one more time on the other one. But yeah, the 577 is not that loads into a black screen.
So weird.
I love tech, guys. Every time we change one thing, The full system crashed.
Yeah, and just so you guys know, the primary thing that changed on this set was they lowered the table. Yeah. And we added a mic over here, and it's just like, no, guys, you know what this is very reminiscent of? Our voting system in America.
Yeah. Well, I've been hearing they're having issues with the voting machines in both Michigan and Pennsylvania right now, which is pretty interesting. Drew, play a video over there. Let me see if that comes in.
All right, let's go here. Let's go to what is there? Saki?
Just
with
anything.
Pasaki, yeah.
Pasaki. Let's go. We're raw dogging into DZ's account here.
Yeah, you got Pasaki. If Kamala wins, social media platforms must be accountable for the lies they spread, saying that we need to put restrictions on social media applications.
All right. Well, I'm getting Drew's audio.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I pull up Jen
Saki.
Psaki.
Where's this link here?
All right. So Josh, I don't know why that one's not coming through.
You know, that one's never really worked for me.
No, I had it. It was working yesterday. Tested everything.
Playing audio. Let's switch. Can you switch this back to the headset? I'll just wear the headset.
Yeah, but you might have to change settings on it.
I will change that. Drew, take over the charts here. Pull up. Let's do a little bit of a market update.
Yeah, all right.
Just on how everything's performing. Of course, you know, DJT, cryptos, mainstream products.
Dude, I am white knuckling Trump token right now. I need to go look at this thing. I got a bag of Trump token that I'm riding into chaos right now. I got a bag of MAGA Trump. Can't decide when I'm going to get rid of it. Sitting here at $3.42. You know, this is something that I definitely don't feel like I'm going to be able to hold all the way into 2025 for the bull market. I am hopeful that we see some sort of resurgence on this thing. It's trying to hold on by dear life. My God, it's it's something that we've called in the basement for a long time. Sitting here trying to find some support around $3. I'm not expecting like extreme $30 price action on this thing, but it could see a quick double up. If they announce that Trump is indeed the winner, this would be a nasty mover. I want to see also Solana is starting to act as strong almost as Bitcoin in a kind of a chaotic way. We have the market cap to the price shown here. Let's see here. And really Solana is looking like it's Solana, Bitcoin, and then I think Ethereum. I don't think Ethereum's going down to zero. It's definitely lagging. It might find a flash wick down to $2,000 though. So if it does have that type of situation, that would be a good entry point. Like, basically the bottom end of this range that it's built in the past. It tried to nuke there out about August 8th. This is around the yen carry trade situation. This is a really good market test for extreme pain, extreme fear at this Japanese yen carry trade situation. So, if they have a contested moment in the election, I wouldn't be surprised to see a momentary pullback to that level for Ethereum. Kind of why I put a little bit of USDT on the sidelines to be able to buy up. And I have this bag of Ondo. I'm sitting here kind of wondering about.
Ondo.
Yeah, it's like I built the bag around 40 cents. And I don't feel like that thing kicked me out, so you won't be able to see. But basically, Ondo's sitting here at 61 cents. And I am wondering if this thing is going to be able to really have a good bounce moment from this time frame it's at. It's at the original pump moment here. It's hit this level once before and found support. So I am hoping that it is able to bounce off there, but it's a tough call to make if I should ride this Ondo into 2025. I mean, what's your opinion on this?
Yeah, so good news, guys. We got audio we got audio ready to go here. But, my opinion on holding tokenization plays, it all depends on the elections tonight. So, let me know in the chat what altcoins you hold, because it's going to fall into two categories, I believe. No matter what, I think whoever wins this election, Bitcoin's bullish. Now, I think under a Trump victory, obviously it's way more bullish, but under a Kamala Harris victory, I think that Bitcoin's still going to grow as an asset class and mature, especially when other countries like Russia, India, China are utilizing it with their brick systems. So no matter what, Bitcoin has a positive direction. But the conversation turns once you start talking about what are the regulations that are going to be put into place under a Harris administration and under a Trump administration against DeFi and crypto. So under a Harris, I expect a lot more central control. I think they're going to look at crypto much more as a national security concern and threat, meaning it's going to be a lot harder for entrepreneurs to be incentivized to stay in the States because they're going to heavily regulate it, versus Trump, where he's going to deregulate it. He's going to incentivize people to want to build in the States. So that means DeFi. That means meme coins. That means revenue sharing platforms. Those type of products, I think, will be more beneficial under a Trump admin. However, okay, I still think tokenization will do very, very well. Under a Harris administration, I think you're looking at way more fundamental plays. I think you're going to still have meme coins performing because they're just that specific sector, but you're going to have a lot tighter regulation coming into the field, which means that you're going to want to focus primarily on the products that are intertwined with, of course, the government and institutions like BlackRock. So I have bets on either path. I think tokenization's the future. It's one of those plays that I'm going to dollar cost average into if we get a huge dip here. You guys know this. The other play here is AI, okay? I think AI is going to be a massive sector. And again, it depends on, of course, the amount of regulatory clarity we get moving into this industry moving forward. There's a lot of uncertainty between a lot of AI experts on whether or not AI is going to be good or bad. So all I'm focused on is what's going to be the most deregulated outcome versus the most regulated outcome. Because all of you in chat here typing WIF, AXL, Fringe Finance, Overnight Finance, don't even know what that one is, but the new projects here, a lot of you guys hold altcoins. And if you're holding Drift, Phantom, Rune, Near, Render, Pendle, Beam, any of these altcoins, you have to ask yourself, what would it look like to hold that altcoin under a highly tight regulatory environment, right? So that is what I'm waiting for over tonight. That's why tonight, chat, we are hedged. Bitcoin's down to $69,200. We shorted it around 70K here. We're up just a few percent. It's a small short position worth about $300,000. And by small, I mean in low leverage. So we're not doing 10x, 15x, anything crazy. Low 4x play here. And it's hedging our position here. So if we do get a dump from $69,200 to $68,300 because of uncertainty in the markets, the stock market, equities, Bitcoin, they hate uncertainty. I am expecting a bit of a pullback tonight. I think a lot of people are in for a reality check when it comes to these elections moving forward. Yes, I believe Donald Trump's going to win the outcome of this. However, it's not guaranteed. And if Trump doesn't win when he's elected, just check this out, right? DJT. They are going to come after Donald Trump so hard if he loses here. If you pull up DJT, markets were pricing in today. I'm on the 5-minute chart. Let me go to the daily chart here. Check this out, right? Wow. I mean, it's insane. Markets were pricing in a Donald Trump victory. It went up from its bottom here over the month, like 100, what is this? 300, 400, 320%. It's since retraced. Yesterday and the day before, you started getting more hype, people pricing in a Trump victory again, 33%. But as we get closer and closer to the election, markets become more and more uncertain. And because of the uncertainty, that is why we have hedged our positions here tonight. So we will see this play out in about an hour and 44 minutes. We're going to have the first results coming in, of course, from your U.S. election. I think you got Florida. You have Georgia, I think, is going to be at 7 o'clock. And actually, if you're curious, you can type it in on Google and see the actual expected results. Now, we may not get them directly at 7 p.m. here tonight, but if we click show more, we're expecting Florida's tonight. Georgia's, I think, are going to be delayed. 7:30, you're going to get North Carolina. Another state, I think, is going to be delayed, but we'll see. And if we get a sea of red, that would be awesome, but I am not necessarily banking on that. So
real quick, let's play something here with audio.
I was going to play, I want to listen in. I want to hear a little bit what they're saying from, of course, the ground here.
Still not getting that.
You got audio?
No. You hear it though, right?
So I hear it through my PC. You mean to join the other vMix call?
No, stay where you are. It's
so
playing.
As this comes in, guys, Polymarket is not a forecast. I'm not going off Polymarket whatsoever. Any election forecast yet? Yes, I got some right here. So let's as he's looking for the audio. Let me know when you're just ready for it. But some election forecasts, they're all around, man. It's super hard to predict these elections. You're going to have polls from both sides saying Trump's in favored in every single state, just like this one from Bo Ludin. The most accurate pollster of 2020, Atlas Intel, according to them, has Trump winning every swing state in their latest poll. Trump 6+ points, 5 points in Nevada, 3.6 points in North Carolina, 1.8 in Georgia, 1.7 in Pennsylvania. And I will play the clip here when you're ready for the audio. I'm not logged in, so I can't.
Yeah, I don't know. For some reason.
Let me relog in. Just put it on my big face. And let's do.
Well, and I got to while you guys are doing this, I mean, first of all, are we ordering pizza or not?
We need to order pizza for sure.
And then we need the chat. I mean, definitely pineapple and no, wait, peppers and bacon. We'll do peppers and bacon instead of pineapple and bacon.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
I heard your reaction.
Well, no, I just thought you were going down the controversial. Does pineapple belong on pizza?
What if? It's not that bad.
I'm not against it. Yeah, we were definitely ordering some pizza tonight. We can eat. Oh, wait a minute. I think I'm getting. Yeah, I got it.
All right.
But let's do it.
Just like that, we got it, brother.
All these stipulations. Oh, he says this. He can't talk about this. Whatever.
So let's see what we got here.
So Joe Rogan said, I'm sorry.
Don't
I'm
full
taking
screen
JD
that.
Vance right now. Trump.
This isn't even the audio. There you go. Ready? You don't want me to full screen? Yeah. So
try it.
Here we go from Bo Luden.
Right now, Trump is leading in every single swing state. So I mean, putting voter fraud aside, I think Trump takes this by a landslide. I mean, people are just not excited for Kamala Harris. I mean, it was just announced today that she was in talks with Joe Rogan to try to get on his show, and her team was throwing out all these stipulations. Oh, he says this. He can't talk about this. Whatever. And she was taking long. So Joe Rogan said, "I'm sorry, done with you. I'm taking JD Vance right now. Trump is leading."
I'm taking JD Vance. Yeah. A lot of people are going to be talking about Joe Rogan. I think people are, the left is underplaying how strong of an endorsement that is here. And of course, are we live on TikTok as well?
Yes.
Yeah, Joe Rogan's pretty center of the road. Like he's got a lot of people that they're not hyperbolic politically, that hearing that Trump endorsement. And I've been really surprised. I have some friends. I keep friendships with Democrats, believe it or not.
That is healthy.
Isn't that healthy?
They're just not invited to Thanksgiving,
right? I try to keep it healthy. I try to keep the conversation going. And some of them, I'm not going to say who. They would never want me to say this. But I have a handful of never Trumper friends that I'm still close with that have voted for Trump. And it's really shown me the sentiment is shifting in a huge way. These are people that you would have said had TDS last cycle, and they've gone through 4 years of extreme inflationary pressures, of, basically preferential treatment being given to criminals in the country. And they feel very left out, very left behind by the current administration. So at a grassroots level, I'm absolutely in the strong feeling that this is going to be a landslide victory. But it's a matter, to me, if they're going to admit that it's a victory on mainstream media tonight.
And here's why he endorsed, of course, Elon Musk.
That have been lifelong Democrats, guys like Bill Ackman, guys like Chamath,
exactly.
Tulsi Gabbard switched over to the Republicans. Like, there's a lot of people who their whole life they've been left wing, and they realize, like, I can't do this anymore.
You and I used to be Democrats.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's nuts.
It's nuts, man. If the Dems win this election, they will legalize enough illegals to turn the swing states, and everywhere will be like California. There will be no escape.
That is so insane.
That's so
This
scary.
is the final. This is it.
Yeah, and so some people out there want to say Joe Rogan's right. He's never voted Republican ever. He's been a huge environmentalist, anti-war, and it's funny because what it means to be a Republican today is not the same as it was 4 years ago. And a lot of people are politically homeless at this point because the left Democrats aren't democratic anymore. They're progressive liberals, and that's far left. So we're at this weird stage here, and the reason why I think Joe Rogan ended up leaning center right here in this election and going for the Republican endorsement was simply because of this cause. I mean, he's had multiple people on here with now over 12 hours of discussion, specifically a lot of that allocated to the illegal immigration talks here. And John Fetterman fumbled the bag so hard when it came to this from the Democratic perspective. He didn't have an answer for Joe Rogan, which was just using a logical response and trying to have a simple conversation, and then being turned down by, of course, Kamala Harris. I don't know if you invited Tim Waltz. That would have been a funny one to watch there as well. But
I don't think they had enough horse semen to get enticed. Waltz.
Well.
I'm sorry.
Real quick, though, I do want to have that conversation about left, right, center, all that kind of stuff, because it used to, it was a good, I think you made a really good point there. The party that we're seeing put together right now, I lean a lot more towards the libertarian stance, and I feel like this is what they've put together with Ron Paul, with RFK, with Vivek, Tulsi, all these other people you just mentioned, is the closest thing to a balanced approach to this that we've seen in a really long time. You've got perspectives from different sides. They don't all agree on all subjects, and I think that's extremely healthy.
Yeah.
To have actually a reasonable discourse going on different takes. You're not just following your party line 100%. So because somebody in the chat said, "Oh, Joe Rogan's right leaning," and it's like, well, that being a fan of the United States didn't used to be a strong stance. Like saying like I want our country to succeed, that didn't used to be controversial. So watching what's coming together now, again, the fact that the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire came out and endorsed the Trump campaign, I'm actually more excited if they win. I'm actually more excited for the next election. I think Trump, if he does win, will come in and really just clear a lot of the BS out of the way. And whoever steps in next, whether it's JD, whether it's Vivek, whether it's anybody, I think Tulsi Gabbard next election has a decent chance to be a legitimate first U.S. female president.
Yeah, like this is like the A team. And when I was looking at Tulsi Gabbard, RFK, Trump, JD Vance, if they do pull this election off, we could be looking at an effective third party make its way into American politics in 2028.
Wait, so you're saying libertarians have a shot?
Yes, and that would finally give that centrist kind of libertarian movement some teeth, and then the larger machine has to behave in a more reasonable manner. If there's three
also,
balances.
Drew, you're sitting on the credit card, so we need.
But you're
that
still too.
Oh, yeah,
I don't think a libertarian could ever win Congress. Is the problem?
No, I don't think so either. But if we take this, party, we actually do have a chance for that. To, somebody like the fact that Ron Paul could be getting involved with the Department of Government Efficiency is the most exciting thing I've heard in politics in a long time, and I freaking hate politics. So.
I know.
This, like the fact that Ron Paul's name's out there again, and he's actually going to get to do, like, he was the first end the Fed voice I ever heard, and now they're getting Trump to come around to this stuff. If you guys, obviously, look, we're Bitcoin people. We lean towards less government, less censorship, less rules and regulation. I lean towards freedom, whether that's freedom of money, freedom of state, freedom of religion. I believe in free choice. I believe people should have the right to decide for themselves where they want to put their money, what they want to do with it. And I see for the first time an actual legitimate chance to have a conversation about, is the Federal Reserve, is central banking bad for the United States? The answer is very clear if you look at the data, but we haven't been allowed to have that conversation because we all know the money, he who has the money makes the rules. And so far that has not been the United States. It's been the people banking us. So.
Yeah.
I'm looking at, we got breaking news here. Elon Musk has officially changed the like button to support Donald Trump.
Oh, is it the ballot? Oh, no way.
Oh, we have a caller. We have Samuel Arms waiting in the wings too.
Pass that on the chat here. Oh, perfect. Let's actually start this off here. Guys, Bitcoin, let me just say this real quick. Bitcoin is at 69,100, so shout out to anybody in that hedge position here. But our first special guest here calling in, Samuel Arms, of course, someone that is huge, a huge reason for all the success in anti-CBDC bills and lobbying pro-crypto initiatives on the entire federal scale from the East Coast. Will be joining us in here right now. But and Samuel Arms.
Flip that phone sideways. Sam.
I got to figure out where the call in there is for you. There you go. Oh, calling in from the phone. Where are we at?
On it, yeah, because I'm about to leave for Patrick Bet-David's event, so I couldn't set up. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I couldn't do from my computer because I'm leaving for Patrick Bet-David's event. I'm down in Fort Lauderdale. And I got to leave in like 10, 15 minutes. So phone was all I could do. So I'm sorry about that, guys.
Well, what do you see out there? What is the most interesting thing you've been seeing so far? You've been watching polls or anything kind of interesting from your perspective?
Yeah, so just speaking in generalities, normally Democrats always lead the early vote and Republicans make up for the vote on election day. That's, I think, pretty well known by now. The difference for this election is this is the first time Republicans in a lot of these swing states have actually outdone Democrats, which is a huge deal. So part of the big question is, were those new voters or are they cannibalizing the vote that they're going to have on election day? What we're seeing is that a lot of them are actually new voters coming into the market, which is crazy and would indicate a Trump sweep in a lot of ways. I think the states to me that are going to be most interesting is Pennsylvania, because once again, kind of in our weird federated system, Like in Pennsylvania, you just need maybe 200,000 people to swing the state, which is not a lot. And one of the key coalitions and demographics there, funny enough, is the Amish. One of the reasons that's
Yeah.
such a big deal is one, they can't be polled. Two, Democrats have specifically targeted Amish businesses. And so they have a huge incentive to turn out and vote. I don't know if you saw that. Kamala Harris's administration literally raided Amish farms and shut down entire
Wow.
Amish farms from
Hmm.
selling raw milk and beef and all kinds of stuff. So they have personal skin in the game. In Michigan, what's interesting is you're seeing so far lower turnout in Detroit, which is a huge problem for Kamala Harris, and you now have Muslims voting for Trump. So I was watching Charlie Kirk the other day talking about some of his on-campus interviews, and one thing to remember is voting compounds. So what I mean by, and I know this is simple, but sometimes you don't think about it this way, when someone changes their vote from Kamala to Trump, it subtracts from Kamala and adds to Trump, right? Like, I know that sounds stupid, but that literally means, like, for every Muslim that is going to vote for Donald Trump, it really doubles the amount of weight on that voting demographic. So Charlie Kirk was interviewing a bunch of Muslim kids on a college campus, and it was really funny because he was like, well, so tell me, I mean, you guys are here, you're getting Trump hats. Like, what's the Muslim community doing? And the kid said, and obviously anecdotal, right? But the kid said, well, the Muslim community is voting 50-50. And they're like, which, by the way, in and of itself would be a big deal because Donald Trump in 2020 only won 30% of the Muslim vote. I bet a lot of people didn't even know that he won as much as 30% of the Muslim vote. But they said, okay, so it's 50-50 for Kamala and for Trump. And the kid said no. They said 50% are voting for Trump, the other 50 are voting for Jill Stein, right?
Interesting.
Which it means they're not getting any votes. Now, of course, there will be Muslims voting for Kamala Harris, but that gives you like a little insight on the turnout. So that's why, in like my projection, I really do think he has a good shot of winning Michigan. Kamala Harris also has been polling continuously low among union voters. So Joe pulled in a lot of the union vote, which is like white, middle class, working class, blue collar. The unions do not do not like Kamala Harris. As soon as Joe Biden dropped out, her chances of winning these blue wall states dropped severely. So it's really interesting. Obviously, I've seen some reports, and it's so hard to verify. But I've seen some reports about like voting machines going out and literally losing
Mm-hmm.
power, and people saying, "Hey, you have to come back at like 11
10 p.m.
p.m." and stuff
Yep.
like that. Yeah, exactly. So, but like I'm really, really bullish because this time we have Twitter. Jack Dorsey isn't going to be censoring people. Everyone's going to have their cell phone out, right? So the odds are just going to be crazy. And of course, if we don't know the winner tonight, it's going to be lawfare, right? If Trump wins tonight, 162 Democratic lawsuits instantly go into effect, questioning the election integrity. I don't know if you guys seen the census argument, but if Kamala wins, depending on what states and voter margin she wins by, it is documented and recorded that the U.S. Census Office actually screwed up the census. So Florida, for example, should have two more electoral votes than they should.
Mm.
So Trump could sue and say, well, actually, the Electoral College is not proportioned appropriately, and that would go directly to the Supreme Court. So I
Oh
think
wow.
Joshua made a really good TikTok on his election prediction, and it is very possible that I think the Supreme Court could be the one that actually decides who the president is. But my hope is the blowout's so big that we actually know by tonight.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you have any surprise predictions for tonight? Anything you're expecting, any prediction of a like shocking surprise?
I don't know about shocking, but if it's a blowout for Trump, I think we could keep the House and add House seats and take the Senate. The reason that's a big deal is that would be a huge mandate because talk 6 months ago when it was Biden versus Trump, the general knowledge in DC, which it's DC, right? So take that what it's worth, was that Republicans would take the Senate, take the presidency, but Democrats would take the House, right? That was kind of the general political math. But if you look at Trump, where he campaigned, like why was Trump at Coachella? Why was he campaigning in New York City? It's not just for the popular vote. He was campaigning where there are House seats that are swing seats, right, in Congress. It's a very big deal. And so if they can keep the House, then I think it's game over. So there's so many variables. We're just going to have to wait and see. And I hate that. It drives me nuts that you're kind of stepping on eggshells, right? Because you really don't know if things are going to be delayed. But we have so much momentum. There's so much good on our side. I mean, even small things like the Joe Rogan endorsement, like the Overton window has shifted so much, which is just the idea of what is acceptable political thought, that even if the election doesn't go how I want it to go, like what I believe is still being pushed forward in a huge way. Like Tulsi Gabbard's not going to go away. RFK is not going to go away. JD Vance, like Joe Rogan endorsing Trump, that puts him in a camp where he can't take that back. So now he's forced to be on our side. Elon Musk, right? Elon, for him, he's target number. If Trump wins, Elon Musk is probably one of the largest targets. Like, I'm genuinely worried about that guy because him buying Twitter and everything that he's done for the Trump campaign. Like, if Trump wins, a lot of it's going to be because of Elon Musk. And so, he realizes that he is all in. And he said that. I think he said that at one of Joe Rogan's, not the most recent podcast, but the one before, that he is all in on Trump. And that is true. They are going to screw him in every way, shape, and form if Donald Trump loses. They don't care about going to space. They don't care about Starlink. They're happy to set America behind just to make an example of somebody.
Yeah,
So
which is insane.
crazy.
Let me ask you this: if they were to win, what do you have any predictions for? I know this is kind of crazy we're doing tonight, but do you have any predictions for the next term? Like, say the Trump administration wins, who do you think could be next up? Is it JD Vance? Is it potentially Vivek? Is it Tulsi? I was just talking about potentially Tulsi Gabbard being potentially the first female president. Is that in play 4 years from now?
man, I know. First, we got to win
I
first.
know,
But
I know.
yeah, but so what's great is the talent pool now is so good that it could be any one of the all-star players. It could be
Right.
Vivek, Tulsi. It could be DeSantis. It could be RFK could run.
Yeah,
Like
I
it's
like that.
whoever kind of succeeds the mandate. And obviously, if we do as well as I'm hoping we do, I think Trump might even just stay out of it and say, "Hey, you guys, like this, we did good. Now you kind of have to forge your own path and figure out who the next one is, and maybe he'll push his weight behind somebody." Um, but I mean, and that's another thing that I'm really excited about is now I was talking on Luke Radowski's podcast the other day, and I was telling him like I'm almost thankful in a twisted way that Trump lost in 2020 because we were able to figure out who is good, who is bad. We cleared house. Like
Mhm.
imagine if Trump won in 2020, we'd still have a Mike Pence. We'd still have these establishment people. We have no idea who's truly on your side. We wouldn't have had the RFKs and Tulsis of the world join the Republican Party. We wouldn't have had the Dick and Liz Cheneys of the world leave the Republican Party, right? So it's taken a total of about 12 years to fully see the party realignment and to finally have a party because before both Republicans and Democrats were so pro-war, but now we finally have a party that is anti-war, which I think is a huge deal. So, and that's tying it all back together. That's again one of the reasons why Muslims I think are going to be so heavily Republican at this election. And when I say heavily, I just mean like I wouldn't be surprised if Trump wins 45% of the Muslim vote, right? Which is unprecedented.
Well, let's talk a little bit about him on I replaced Drew for a minute here. In terms of what the outcome of this election looks like, because I feel like the problem isn't even necessarily who's going to win this election. It's actually the depression in America. I feel like everybody's drinking tonight rather than eating popcorn. That's not a good point
Yeah.
to be in today. So, let's talk about both outcomes because it's not off the table. We have to whether it's I think it's a smaller margin, but that Kamala
Yeah.
Harris can actually take the reins on this thing. I heard you talk a little bit about my video prediction there, where this might end up going to the Supreme Court. Which, to be honest, though, my prediction is this: if Kamala Harris doesn't win tonight, she can't win. And the reason for that is if they're going to take days to count these votes, it just feeds into Trump's narrative of issues within these elections, and I think that would cause more discrepancy among civilians than anything else should. So let's talk about what is what happens if Kamala Harris wins tonight.
If Kamala Harris wins, It really just depends on like if Republicans win anything else, right? Like if Kamala Harris wins, do Republicans get the Senate? Do they get the House? Um, if Republicans even get the Senate, like you're going to see a lot of locked government. But Kamala Harris is still going to be in charge of the administrative state. So that's 4 more years of Gary Gensler type behavior. The executive has become so powerful, and we've seen that. We have a Republican House, and look at all the harm that you can still do from the Democratic side just having the presidency. It's not going to be good. It's not going to be good for industry. It's not going to be good for leadership. It's not going to be good for war. But I think Republicans are going to do exactly what Democrats are going to do. Is if Kamala Harris wins, it's all about a war of attrition. But I think very heavily so. I think you're going to see lawsuits out the wazoo. And I think you're really going to see Congress, especially the House or the Senate, whoever Republicans keep or take, step
So
up to the plate and really.
let's hone in on that a little bit, because I think this is obviously definitely a much more complex issue than people realize. But there's two big things, okay, that I hear that I think every voter could agree that is what they're taking the polls today. From the left, abortion. Let's start with this first topic. Can Kamala Harris even change the current abortion regulation that exists in today's society?
So the popular thing to say is no, right? Because it was Roe v. Wade, and the Supreme Court overturned that. So now it's to the states. However, what I'll tell you is we consistently see the executive violate the Constitution and norms all the time. So even though the correct answer is no, she can't, I would not be surprised if she goes through the Department of Health and starts trying to issue regulations to the point where hospitals don't get federal funding if they don't allow for certain procedures, right? And start like there's all kinds of things that you can do to weaponize the federal government to get what you want. Is what they've been doing with the SEC truly constitutional? I don't think so. Is that stopping them from doing it? No. And that's really,
Well, explain for
kind
the
of what.
viewers here. What are they doing with what is the Democratic Party doing with the SEC?
Well,
Also, again, is it possible for you to set your phone down so it's not shaking? I don't know if it is.
Yeah, I know. I could set it down like that. But is that a weird angle or is that okay?
No, it's
No,
good.
that's great. That's better.
Is that better? I know because I'm always moving, shaking my hand. So, for example, with the SEC has very obviously gone beyond their federal authority, right? The SEC's mission is to protect the consumer. In no way or shape or form has the SEC protected the consumer. They've simply gone after political enemies, one of them being cryptocurrency companies. The SEC has worked with the banking industry to make sure that they're debanked with the federal government. Totally unconstitutional to do that. Like the federal government is not allowed to literally just tell banks, hey, by the way, if you're banking any of these companies, we're going to be raiding your bank. We're going to be investigating your bank, make regulations harder. So they've weaponized through enforcement to target a specific industry, which is like antitrust and like monopoly like behavior, which the government is not allowed to do.
And specifically, just for the audience to understand, regulatory by enforcement, specifically in the crypto sector. I mean, you've seen Gary Gensler lose lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit where they're taking taxpayer dollars and doing the exact opposite of what the consumers in the industry want, because they're not protecting us. They're protecting their donors. For example, FTX, which actually there was just a ruling where now the government is looking to get reimbursed or take back the $13 billion or 13, I don't even remember how much money it was that went to the Democratic donor parties. It was a lot more obviously to the Democratic Party than the Republican Party. And so even with that dark money involved, this is, I think, is a perfect explanation. Everybody watching here, let us know in chat, of course, if you want Gary Gensler fired or not, right? Yes or no? Fire Gary Gensler or not? Because they're all holding altcoins. So if Kamala Harris were to win and we were to see another 4 years of this, what does the regulatory environment look like for U.S. consumers?
A big reminder is that the lawsuit is the punishment. They don't care if you win the lawsuit. When people say, well, the SEC's been losing lawsuits, that's fine, because you're fighting a lawyer who has unlimited amount of money. The lawsuit is the punishment. They don't care if they lose, right? The reason that's so important is because it tells you that no matter what the law says, even if they know they're going to lose the fight, they want to drain you of funds and they want to scare you, right? And by the way, it's not just the SEC. A recent report just came out with the FTC, Federal Trade Commission, targeting companies just like the SEC has for political gain. One of Trump's appointees to the FTC literally resigned because she couldn't stomach the persecution that they were doing over there that was so politically biased. And just a fun fact, these commissioners are appointed by the president and approved. They serve out terms, but the president can replace the chair whenever he wants. So anytime anyone's telling me that Kamala could be pro crypto, they're full of it, because Kamala could right now use her influence and power to say, Gensler, you're no longer the chair. I'm putting someone else as the chair. Gensler's still going to be on the SEC until his term expires, but the chair is the one who leads the direction of the SEC. There's always a chair in these federal agencies. So Trump, day one, I think is going to get rid of Gary Gensler. He'll still be on the SEC, but he will have no more power as the chair. So if that makes sense, does that answer your question?
Yeah, 100%. We'd be looking. We got to luckily meet with Cynthia Lummis and ask her questions head on with her developing a lot of these Bitcoin reserve strategies and whatnot. Yeah, I mean it's just interesting to see how that's what voters are taking to the booth here, because what you're talking about, yeah, she could sidestep, go through the Department of Health, she could go into somehow. I would say it's like a 5-10% chance she's able to actually overturn these abortion issues out there, which really makes you wonder what is the actual reason people are voting for this next president of the United States. And I think that's why it's bringing so much stress and anxiety. I mean, type 1 in chat. How many of you are stressed or anxious today? You're grabbing a beer. You're like, holy smokes, who's going to win tonight? Give me hope. Give me copium. And the guest call-in guys here is Samuel Arms, of course. Somebody who works with Gary Cardone. He's built the entire FBBA, which is the Florida Business Blockchain Association. Huge advocate and reason why a lot of our lobbying for crypto has been so positive. Huge mover in the political markets out there, and is why he knows so much here when it comes into what does it mean when said individual does certain things in lawfare. So, the next part of this is really if Gary Gensler's gone. So we know what happens if Kamala Harris wins. All right, we got probably another 4 years of Gary Gensler. You're looking at, I always talk about this, but Janet Yellen wants to retire. So you're looking at the deputy of the Treasury Secretary, which is Wally Adeyemo, comes directly from Elizabeth Warren's pocket. Now the anti-crypto army expert. You're looking at a lot of anti-crypto experts, quotation marks there, being put into positions of executive power. So under a Trump administration, this still blows my mind, but there's people out there that don't believe it matters who's president. Why would it matter and be beneficial to crypto holders if Trump were to instate these new executive?
Crypto does very well under Trump because once he gets rid of Gary Gensler as chair, no more lawsuits, no more persecution of the industry. Operation Choke Point 2.0, where they're debanking crypto companies, that stops because he has the authority to stop it, right? Like, people don't understand that the United States is a leader in Web3, blockchain, Bitcoin technology, and industry, but is being held back by not being able to get basic banks, by not being able to operate without being sued. Like, that stifles innovation. It doesn't allow companies to move, to grow. It also means investment doesn't want to come here. So Trump, first day, is going to get rid of Gensler, which means we finally have executive agencies that aren't persecuting the industry. Banks will be able to start being more friendly toward our industry because it'll be accepted by these federal agencies that run the banks. And then he's talked about literally a Bitcoin strategic reserve. So how could you the idea that Trump is not going to help crypto or Bitcoin is just insane, right? Like, the market in the United States will become a leader, and I can go more into detail on that if you want. I don't want to steal all this talking time, but it's just so obvious that Trump can do so much for the industry. One, by just stopping the persecution. Then two, we're going to see for the first time in America the federal government embracing Bitcoin and embracing this technology. It's going to be huge. We have Vivek, who loves crypto, JD Vance, who's invested in it, RFK Jr., who literally understands it probably better than any candidate and anyone else in Trump's cabinet. You have Elon Musk. Like, how are you going to argue that this isn't going to be a administration that is going to push this industry, which I think is so bullish and so good for America?
So before, I know you got to get out of here, going to be going to Patrick Bet David's house party or election party here, which is awesome. Feel free to call in and give us the insight. But
Yeah, I will. I'll call you from there.
That'd be awesome. What's your prediction for tonight? That's what everybody wants to know. We're getting predictions for everybody that comes into here. We're less than now an hour and a half away from the initial results starting to come in. What is your prediction for, of course, the elections of 20?
My prediction based on the numbers I've seen, if we know tonight, if we know by the end of the night tonight, my guess would be Trump wins North Carolina, he wins Pennsylvania, he wins Wisconsin, he wins Michigan, he wins Nevada, and then I think he'll win New Hampshire. And all the data and all the markings show that. For example, and this is silly, but there's a town in New Hampshire with literally, it was 5 people, now it's 6. And it's a big deal because they vote at midnight. And it's kind of like one of those fun little bellwethers that kind of don't mean much, but kind of tell you like the sentiment. Every person in that town is like a never Trumper. But in 2016, 1 out of the 5 at the time voted for Trump. And then, of course, Trump won New Hampshire. In 2020, all of them voted for Biden. And of course, Biden won New Hampshire. This time, now they've added 6. So it's not 5 people, it's 6. 3 of them voted for Trump. Right. So what does that tell you? In Michigan, kind of like I said before, I think he's going to win Michigan because I think Muslims, which are a huge population there, Ilhan Omar has not endorsed Kamala Harris. Ilhan Omar, part of the squad, part of AOC's party, faction, whatever you want to call it, has not endorsed Kamala Harris. The Muslim community does not like Kamala Harris. So I think that swings Michigan red. I think Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, just because of the union vote and the white working class vote turning out and what they've seen there, are going to vote for Trump as well.
And how many battleground states does he need to win this? Is it just Pennsylvania and North Carolina and he's looking to secure the victory, or does he need to secure 6 battleground states to really contest?
No, if he wins everything, if he wins everything a Republican normally wins, which is like Arizona and Utah, and if he wins North Carolina and Georgia, right? So, and some of those, some people consider battlegrounds. If he wins those, all he needs to win is one of the blue wall states. So he can win Pennsylvania and win. He can win just Michigan and win. He can win just Wisconsin and win. So his electoral map looks very good. If Kamala Harris flips North Carolina or flips Georgia, which we'll know, he's probably going to lose. Right. So the East Coast we're going to know very early on. If he wins Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, it's game over. Trump wins. They don't really have a path to victory.
Well, Samuel Arms, it's been a pleasure having you on here today. Sorry you had to deal with all the audio issues and us running around. We finally got it fixed and put it through here. So everybody, we got a bunch of people that'll be joining us tonight for this election watch party. Just give me a call, text, dude. You're welcome to hop in here. I'm very excited to see. If you can, towards 8 or 9 o'clock, we're going to have obviously a lot of the electoral votes starting to float in here and come back in and join us for another recalculation of the outcome of this election. But it's been an absolute pleasure. If you got anything you want to leave off here, guys, follow Samuel Arms here on Twitter. We'll put it in the comments here below for you guys. Thank you for coming on, brother.
I'll talk to you soon.
What a, yeah, guys. I mean, tonight, definitely looking very positive from Sammy Arms' perspective here with a lot of those votes that weren't there in 2016 or 2020. And I do want to go over to the charts here on crypto here. You were looking at Bitcoin now bouncing back a little bit. Lots of volatility. I want to remind you guys that we are in this hedge position here. We're up about $2,200, $2,200. It touched at about 4K here. And the entire purpose of this, for everybody that's in the free Telegram chat, we have over 1,000 members in there. So shout out to all of you that are in that group. Of course, all are hedged just for any possibility of an outcome of a Harris win tonight. This is going to allow us to navigate uncertain markets, keeping our portfolio strong before we can finally take that menu that's been given out from all these institutions on whether or not we should invest in a DeFi or tokenization or crypto overall, just in general. After these election results. So huge things coming in. I do have some breaking news. Wu-Tang Financial here, well, that was actually not the wrong, that was the wrong one here. Voting machines are down in deep red, Cambria County, Pennsylvania. I've been getting there's a lot of these on the feed right now with voters polls actually going down, the system's breaking here. So whether or not these turn out to be true or not, there's a lot of video evidence portraying that there is deep issues in multiple different states here.
Well, let's talk about that real quick. Voting machines, right?
Yeah.
Should it be paper? Should it be electronic? Do we need technology in our voting system or not? What do you guys think? Go for it.
Dude, I mean, how are we so technologically advanced that we've gone to the moon and we can't tally up votes? Really? Like, are we that far off? It's like, I think that being told that we don't have the ability to get the information live fire, meanwhile, they spend trillions of dollars on data centers, trillions of dollars on data sets. It's a psyop, honestly, to me. And I feel like it just gives a little bit of wiggle room for the backdoor movements. I really am hard to sell that there is not a simpler way and a more concise way to get the data out the night of. I mean, it just feels like.
I mean, there's definitely ways, and I think we'll see that fixed up depending on the outcomes of these elections here. But we do have polls coming in right now that are showing here from Atlas Intel here. 47% favoring, of course, Kamala Harris, 50% favoring Trump in North Carolina. So a 3.4 lead here from, of course, Atlas Intel. Georgia with now a Trump lead here of 2.5. I am in Georgia. I did vote for Donald Trump today. Arizona here. Way bigger lead than I expected. Arizona was one of those states that in my video is actually the only state I think has a chance at actually grabbing the blue majority there just because of you type in Arizona, the propaganda there is extreme. Nevada here, 5.5 lead. I'm expecting that to be an outcome of Trump here. Wisconsin, Wisconsin +1 and then Michigan +1.5. More polls are coming out here and showing that it's just more and more polls. And then you had this breaking news 31 minutes ago, CNN exit poll. These numbers are absolutely disastrous for Democrats. Let's take a listen to this. Interesting enough from CNN.
43% dissatisfied, 29% angry, 72% of the electorate nationally say they're dissatisfied or angry. What about America's best days, we ask? Are they in the future or are they in the past? 61% of voters in this election across the country say America's best days are ahead of the country. 6 in 10.
So why this is going viral here is, of course, talking about this means, Kamala Harris has been vice president in the last 3.5 years, and the majority of the population is either angry or dissatisfied with the current economy and American standards. So it's interesting seeing this come out from CNN talking about this as if, again, they're talking about some path forward being different, even though Joe Biden's came out and said that Kamala Harris is a huge part of all the policies that have been driven. She was the border czar. She was the Ukraine and Russia negotiations czar. And all these things seem to end up failing here. So seeing CNN put out a poll here on the last 4 years, being extremely dissatisfied, being extremely angry, is probably going to roll over into a negative effect here for the left and the outcome of that. Very interesting to see from there as well. More breaking news here. I'm going to just scroll through some of these charts here in the latest. Well, let's actually just go to top here real quick. So I want to find a few more in real-time polls here. It looks like everybody's talking about the like button being changed for, of course, Donald Trump. Amish, though, are now voting for Trump in Pennsylvania. Samuel Arms brought this up here. Here's some pictures if you guys weren't familiar.
This is incredible.
Incredible. Yeah. The Amish coming out and having carriage parades.
This is just like the Lord of the Rings when the trees stepped in to finish off the battle.
Yes.
The Ents have arrived.
Like, oh my God, this is what we needed here.
The Ents are here. It's over 100,000.
Wait. We got somebody coming in from the couch. Hold on.
You believe this election could be essentially won by the crypto enthusiasts out there, because there's 40, 50 million people in America that vote. I'm sorry, that the whole crypto. So it's crypto and Amish. Mm-hmm. That's what's turning the vote.
Yeah,
I love it, and just a lack of any policy whatsoever.
What is astounding to me is the Amish are very disconnected. You know what you got to think of it. They're disconnected from a lot of the internet. So they're not seeing CNN. They're not seeing Fox News. They're not seeing, correct me if I'm wrong. They do not have television.
That is correct.
So
they don't use any technology.
The fact that they're out here voting for Trump speaks volumes when considering the fact that we ain't the same on the game. Of course, CNN or Fox News. But check out this video. It's 12 seconds long. I think this is the coolest thing ever.
Hey, Donald Trump is your president, and if you like it or not, keep the energy you had with Barack. Because you know this Trump
You know what's
train.
crazy is like they hand built every single one of these. You know.
And who are you voting for?
Here you go.
Donald Trump.
This is an interviewer interviewing, of course, multiple Amish voters.
Donald Trump. Are you Amish? Yeah. Awesome. Yep. And so the Amish are going to be coming out to vote this year?
Some of them, yeah.
Right. What has caused so many of the Amish to register to vote this year?
Probably just they want to get out and vote and make a difference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Have you guys been affected this past 4 years underneath the Biden-Harris administration?
I would say definitely, yeah.
And in what ways has the Amish community been affected?
One way is that with Trump, the Amish had, I would say, they had more freedom, and with the Biden administration, there was not, it started getting tighter and tighter. And
I just heard yesterday that 180,000 Amish are registered now because of what happened last year. Someone Democrat went in and tried to shut down a guy's operation. He was doing like organic farming or something, and the billboard's actually in Pennsylvania Dutch. It's not even in English. It says to go out and vote.
Oh, really?
For Trump, yeah.
Yeah, because if you guys don't know this, English ain't their first language. Or I think it might be, but they speak a lot of Dutch as well. Crazy to see that type of exposure coming. And that's, again, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, in pouring out, I think it was because the milk was unpasteurized. It didn't meet like the FDA standards per se. But we see the poison that's able to make it through FDA standards. And a lot of American food is actually illegal to sell in Europe. Like you just went to Italy. You see the difference out here.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of little kids, and I really try hard to feed them good food. It is very, very difficult to find food that is not injected with poison here in the United States. And to see them take aim at the Amish and their food production and this arbitrary choice, like we got real mad about the squirrel and the euthanization of the squirrel and the raccoon, right? And I was also just as mad.
Rest in peace, Peanut.
Rest in peace, Peanut. And Fred.
Yes.
But when I saw them taking aim at, natural food that the Amish were making and pouring that out as well, the administrative state wasting resources on going after good food, it is extremely enraging to me as someone that really wants my kids to.
It's alarming to me that a lot of people are trying to bash on RFK. In fact, Pearl Mania, someone that I used to follow on TikTok, that's a complete DNC sellout, is like, save the Doritos. They're going to cancel the Doritos.
Yeah.
And it's like, what you guys don't realize is it just tells me he's probably never traveled outside the United States, or he's just incompetent, because we're not banning Doritos. We're not banning Cheerios. We're not banning Cheez-Its. What we're banning is the red dyes. And all of these, there's still Cheez-Its and Doritos in Europe and South America, et cetera. Just a lot of these countries have banned the chemicals like red dyes and all of these subcategory chemicals.
They're going through extra steps and millions of dollars of machinery, raw materials, and infrastructure to put these ingredients into the food that are actually being found to be very, very harmful to us over time. So they're going through extra steps. I mean, it was good that you went to Italy and you were able to eat better food. Like,
dude, it killed me coming back. It's like I got used to. I didn't even know this, dude. It sent me down the rabbit hole of enriched wheat. All of our wheats have pesticides in them, and it's like when you adjust for multiple weeks in Europe and you come back, you can't even eat pasta without it like hurting you. Like you have to readjust back to the atmosphere. I came back the day I got back. I had Chick-fil-A, threw up.
Well, and
it's not because that's not even, I would argue, from the weak stomach. It's just I completely detoxed from all of the, like literally just all of the corrupted chemicals in our food. And so when I just ate back into that, it hurt. It just destroyed me.
Well, and speaking of chemicals in our food, that actually has become a hot button thing. And that was one of my favorite things that Joe Rogan talked about, was getting chemicals out of your food. Being healthy as a nation shouldn't really be a hot take. Saying like,
it's political,
hey, we want to be healthy. That shouldn't be something that needs to be, we need to have a conversation about this, or we need to have some debate. It should be like, no, wait a minute. As Americans, we don't want tons of chemicals in our food.
Yeah.
But somehow they're making it political. They're like, save the Doritos.
This plays into politics, though. Because you guys are talking about how are people so disconnected? How are they, I think Hannah brought it up, is like now Google searches for who is running for president are going up. And we're like, wow, how is that even possible? It's possible through the sad American diet and by our gut biomes. Okay, so we have 80% good bacteria, 20% bad bacteria in a normal setup for the human body. Now we have flipped the script where we have 20% good bacteria and 80% bad bacteria in our guts here in the United States. It makes people depressed, makes them unable to logically think through and cognitively make solid decisions. It takes a lot of that thought process capability away. And so that's where we're left with this dystopian possibility of Kamala Harris potentially grabbing the attention and votes of enough people to try and arbitrage the number and make this not too big to.
Yeah.
And that's the situation that we're in. And it really, our decision making and our health, our mindset derives from the power that we have within our stomachs. And that's been taken away from us over the years.
Head of health, Biden. Rachel L.
Oh,
Levine.
pull that one up. Pull that one up. Yeah, this is the head of health.
This is the head of the health department right now under the Biden-Harris administration. Transgender individual, which in every right, I'm sorry, if you're transgender injecting hormones in your body, you should not be having any, you shouldn't be allowed 3 feet within deciding the policies of what goes into just natural bodies organically. So, you know, this is who the head of our health department is currently. And it's why it blows my mind when people act like Donald Trump's health isn't going to be a good concept or plan when you have somebody like RFK advocating against this, somebody who is the most fit presidential candidate by far. The dude's doing, you know, he's lifting, he's cut as heck, he's into his food, but people don't even realize you can't even just go to the grocery store and get clean food. Even if you buy organic, it's still sprayed with pesticides. I forgot what the number was. It's over 50% for sure, though, when kids have chronic disease and disorders in America at this point now by the age, I forgot what the age was. It was a very early age, though. And it's because of the food. It's because of the lobbying.
2 hot topics right here. Fluoride, right? Somebody, we got MJ in the chat says fluoride in the toothpaste. And then Sheila Stacks Stats, one of our members, asking about politicians who have taken the most money from Big Pharma. So, Drew, can you pull up politicians taking money from Big Pharma? And then let's talk about this. Fluoride in the water. Is that controversial take? And we do have, actually, speaking of European, we do have, you know, live guests from the UK. Leo is in studio with us now. If you want to chime in on anything there. I think you do. Yes. Slide it on. And there you go. There they are. He's joining Kelly on the couch.
There we go. No, it's awesome to be here. I think it's, I wouldn't rather be anywhere else. I think it's such a pivotal time in the world right now. This election, personally in my life, I don't think we've ever seen an election more important. Furthermore, one that's got more attention.
Yeah.
I remember a few years ago, and I guess it comes with being young, but I was always like, oh, I'm not going to
pull that mic.
And obviously, I can't vote here. Well, I mean,
ask,
it depends what state I'm in.
Yeah.
Depends what state I'm in, of course. I was, you know, tempted to go to California. But, you know, I finally think people are getting it, just how important it is. And it's really, you know, I think on one side, it's sad where politics has got to. We have really 2 extremes. Now we have the extreme far left, but they're also trying to paint what we currently have on the right as, you know, Trump as extremely far right, which is completely wrong. I think the reason it's so pivotal, I think once we do get here, once we do see however this election concludes, I really think we either go down a way where we see some good life come back to politics. I think that's one of the reasons why people like Trump so much is because he's finally, you know, brought some realness back to politics. It's not just like we still see with Harris reading off a teleprompter and just lying to your face on public through ads, giving 2 different messages to 2 different states about what she's going to do once she's in office, which is either one, she's going to end the war in Gaza because apparently it's a genocide, but on the other side, she's telling another state, which is predominantly Jews, that, you know, she's going to continue supporting Israel. I think it's the most blatant form of mockery that they're pushing onto the American people. And I really think the Democrats, where they are right now, they've gotten away with so much. They're almost arrogant. And it's sad to see that you still have so many people supporting them and not being able to see through the lies that out. But yeah, I'm, you know, praying that Trump wins. I truly think that'll be the best thing for America. And it will kind of put a awesome reset on what politics is, because as much as people don't like to say it, like, America really does run the world. They are the powerhouse. They're the reserve currency still. And you need someone, the chief of America, what do you call it?
Commander-in-chief.
Commander-in-chief. You need someone who is really going to be in a position of power, can handle foreign affairs, and actually the
Yeah, that's a good
of the
point
world.
too. Foreign affairs, I feel like, is one of those things. Foreign policy that Trump is a much more capable for negotiating deals on behalf of the U.S. But
I do want to say real quick, guys, everybody's going into break here. We're less than an hour away now from the results of this election starting to be entered into, of course, the electoral votes here and the maps for us to start projecting who is going to win the outcome of the United States. So if you guys haven't already, hit that like button, share this video. There's over 1,000 of you guys watching, probably 2,000 across all of our platforms right now. So make sure you guys are restreaming, reposting, and just liking the videos in general. If you're on X, of course, if you're retweeting, you're gonna have a chance to enter to win $50 here tonight. But of course, guys, 1 hour. 1 hour away. I feel like everybody's at the edge of their seats. We have pizza showing up here in just a moment. I wanted Leo to touch on, though, the freedom of speech issue, right? Kamala Harris, very scary. Wants to come out here and get rid of freedom. She hates the First Amendment. They're very vocal about having social media companies restrict users from being able to argue their own beliefs. Tim Walz is a huge advocate of this. Hillary Clinton's a huge advocate of this. And it's not disputable. I mean, they have vocalized saying we want to suppress misinformation is what they call. But what has that led to here in the UK?
Well, I think it's a great thing for Americans to do is look at the state of the UK right now. And that will give you a really clean grasp of what could eventually start happening here. For example, I cannot
try
remember.
walking up there and sitting in that seat. I want to see if I can. Yeah. That should be able to reach the whole room.
We'll see.
I was going to say, you guys did have someone, and you might specifically know who it was. But he quite literally said that the First Amendment is acting as a roadblock. The First Amendment is acting as a roadblock to basically them tackling misinformation, which sadly to them misinformation is whatever they deem misinformation to be. But the worst thing is, and a great example is what we saw happening in the UK a few months ago. We've kind of had what you guys had. We had a conservative, sorry. They were in for about 12 years, and then we've just had, what they try and always pitch it as is Labour came in, who are progressive or for the people government body, just a big farce basically, and they were going to come in and reset. And just like they did last time, pretty much everything they said in their manifesto, they've completely backtracked on and lied. So a good example is we had now we actually know a terror attack happened in the UK a few months ago, where sadly rest in peace to them, three young girls were killed. And there was huge riots in the UK, and it was all based on the fact that of misinformation, because the government refused to put any clear information out there. And the point I'm getting to is people were quite literally just sharing opinions online. And of course, when there is no information being put up by the government, when they knew the answers, they knew who did it, they refused to put names out. They tried to paint a picture of the person that did these stabbings as a young kid. He was a young man. He was 17 years old, but the only pictures they would share of him were of him as in primary school, as like an 8-year-old. And they said he's not a terrorist. He's an English boy. And there's nothing crazy, but it's now come out that they knew all along that he quite literally had an Al-Qaeda textbook at his house, and he was developing chemical weapons in his house. I think it's called ricin. So all along, they knew that he was quite literally, whether he was a full-on terrorist or he was being indoctrinated. They knew this, but there are people currently serving prison sentences in the UK for calling stuff out for what it is. And it's very scary, and these are for Facebook posts.
Well, the Labour Party, I've heard a lot of conversation about the movement against the farming industry, local farming industry.
Just happened. It's
just
horrific.
happened. I mean, I'm seeing reports. There was a promise of no family farm tax. It looks like the Labour Party has broken that promise.
It was they've
it's really
done
hard.
It's many things they've done that too as well. They said they wouldn't be increasing taxes. That's the first thing they did in their bill. They keep making up that there's these black holes, but if you look at where the Labour are actually placing our money, that you could easily fill that black hole by just restricting other things. Like one of the first things they did is basically increase the pay of all people within the public sector. Basically, I think it was something around 11 billion pounds. Basically, and bearing in mind they're saying there's a 22 billion pound black hole. So apparently the first priority is to increase the pay of everyone who is working in the government, which makes absolutely no sense, especially when...
Well, it does if you're the government.
Well, exactly. It does for them. But when you act as a party for the people,
right?
It really is silly. And I think one of the worst things being pushed right now, and it's happening over here as well, is when governments come in and say, hey, we're for the middle class, we're for the people. And the first thing they always try and pitch us is the rich need to pay more. The rich need to do this. But when you actually look at the statistics, the rich, like, bear in mind, they're a very small percentage, and the rich we're talking about is like the top 1%, 0.1%, etc. They're like, we need to increase their taxes. The only thing that is ever going to do, and history has proven this many times, is push them out the country.
Yeah, they're going to move.
Exactly.
They've got the means to do it. And also, I'm real quick, I need you guys to act like you like each other. Sit real close. Josh, twist.
Yeah, no, you're good. I am going to pull up here, though, because we're running into the final hour here. I'm going to pull up some thoughts here from analysts projecting what it's going to look like for the electoral votes here on, of course, the balance
are
of
going
key
to
Senate
need to
and House
win
races
if
right
they
now.
want to
So if we can
maintain
get that
their
audio
control.
going,
There's also
speakers
some
here. We'll
seats
watch this for a couple
where the
moments.
Republicans could be on the defense. There's been a lot of chatter about whether or not Colin Allred can actually outpace Ted Cruz in Texas. There's an interesting race in Florida with Rick Scott, and then an independent challenger coming out of nowhere, giving us an unexpected challenge in a state that nobody expected a senatorial challenge to happen. So that's what we're tracking in the Senate. Finally, before we go, Andrew, let's talk about the House here. Again, a lot of gray. 218. That's going to be the magic number. This map is much more complex. We're starting to see every single district. There's competitive districts from as far east as Maine to as far west as Alaska. So many competitive races on the West Coast, including in southwestern Washington, Bend, Oregon, the Central Valley in California, Southern California. Those are House races that could determine the balance of the House, and those are races that may not be called for a long time. So I say all that to say, Andrew, that this building is important tonight because it's going to let us know just how powerful of a president we're going to be talking about.
You know, that's so true, Austin, depending on who wins the presidency tonight. You know, will they have a unified government on Capitol Hill or a divided government on Capitol Hill? You know, will Chuck Schumer in the Senate keep his job? Will Speaker Johnson on the House side keep his job? All of those questions remain outstanding right now. Austin, thanks so much. If it's election night, you do need a map. You got a map, and we'll check in very soon here. In the meantime, though, so many of these storylines will be happening on social media, particularly. We're going to get a lot of our news there, because even on election night, breaking news will happen live, raw, and unfiltered, as it usually does. And to join us to track all things on social media, my colleague there in the Live Now newsroom, Christina Evans. And Christina, what are you watching for tonight on social media?
Yeah, Andrew, it's great to be here with you guys on election night.
Interesting that they go to social media now to get this coverage.
Oh, yeah.
Social media, much better media than mainstream
Keep
media.
us do when we're
Which,
watching
by the
television.
way, Elon Musk is now at Mar-a-Lago with Donald Trump here. So hopefully we'll get some guests calling in to give us that perspective, what it looks like on the scene there. His entire family waiting the results here. But yeah, it's everybody's looking at social media. It's where all the views are.
That we're seeing pop up on social media. I do want to show you just a look now as what we're dealing with here in our social center. Here's the look. We've got all of our boards in here pulling in these posts from X as well as Instagram and TikTok as things are starting to break on the internet. And when it comes to some of those storylines, an example of one that we're going to be following right now, I want to show you here on your screen a look of a story that's now coming out of Milwaukee. So this is some breaking news that we did just get into our newsroom as well. The city of Milwaukee says that it will recount around 30,000 absentee ballots after discovering each of the 13 high-speed tabulators here at Central Count had an open door. Right now, officials aren't sure of how that happened. They will zero out those machines and start again. Now, this is according to our news partners there at Fox 6 in Milwaukee. But again, another important storyline that we're covering there in Milwaukee. So what we have learned is that the city spokesperson, Jeff Fleming, said that those tabulators were sealed, but the doors to those machines were not properly closed. This issue, though, involved early absentee and in-person ballots and has affected all 13 tabulators. Live look that we have there in the city of Milwaukee as we're continuing to follow some of these breaking stories. That's just an example of some of those storylines that we're going to be following here on social media. Again, as you're stepping away from the TV, maybe you need to go pick up your kids from school or run a quick errand to the grocery store. Pick up your dinner tonight. Make sure you have your phone with you. You can follow us at Live Now Fox. I'm going to push our TikTok.
And of course, guys, we have that pizza here. Here's some from the opposite side over at CBS. Talk about some polls here, both approvals and disapprovals. And then we'll bring up the charts here again. And actually, I do want to pull up the Bitcoin chart. Right now, we're back up to 69,500 here. Still up on the position, still nicely hedged here, awaiting the results.
Yeah, and after we watch a clip, we want us to do some Bitcoin predictions of where we think the price will be at the end of the day.
Perfect.
Ooh.
I'm ready for it.
Harris campaign headquarters at Howard University in Washington. And CBS Mornings co-host Tony DeCopel is at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. We're going to kick things off with Nancy. Nancy, what are you seeing?
Good evening. I'm in the quad at Howard University in downtown D.C., which tonight is going to be serving as the watch party location for Kamala Harris, who, of course, attended Howard University, feels very strongly about her alma mater. When will she come out and speak? We don't know. It all depends on the returns, I'm told by top aides. Also depends on what Donald Trump does tonight. Does he preemptively declare victory before all the votes are in or before all the votes are counted? What do they do then? I'm told that they are prepared for a number of eventualities. She has stayed largely out of sight today. She did a slew of drive time radio interviews this morning across the battleground states. Other than that, I'm told that she has been spending time with family. That's a tradition for her to have dinner with her family members on election nights. She also made a quick visit to Democratic Party headquarters here in D.C. to thank the staffers, thank the volunteers there who have been behind her during this 108-day sprint to the finish line after she became the nominee by surprise after President Biden dropped out under pressure from his party. She also did a little bit of phone banking at Democratic headquarters, surprising a couple of voters in battlegrounds.
So I wanted to pull this up right here. This was funny. The share banking there with her on that video. She said that she was taking a call live or whatever it was. Let me pull up the clip here. But breaking news, it was caught that she was pretending to make that vote. Now, this is just normal, guys. These politicians, like, they're not actually going door to door. Donald Trump's not, working at actual McDonald's. That's impossible. Like, they have to vet. They have Secret Service. Like, you can't just have a president walk up to a random door. That's not how life works, especially when there's been 2 assassination attempts on one of the candidates. But check this out here from C-SPAN, pausing it here and showing that, of course, when she turns the phone, check it out. She's not on a phone call whatsoever. She's just on her camera. And accidentally turned around the call there. So faking a phone call, which is interesting. But that's just how all these political stunts generally are. But that happened, of course, just hours before. And she's like thanking some person that's not on the phone.
I will say, yes, that is how a lot of these political political stunts go. But I feel like there's very little genuine, it's everything with Kamala is a political stunt. There's very little genuine, actual.
I would argue everything's a political stunt with Trump, though. He's the master of marketing. Everything from McDonald's to even the garbage truck, literally less than 12 hours after Biden slipping and saying Americans are trash. Like,
sure, but his interview with Joe Rogan wasn't.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And that's what I'm saying.
100%.
That's the difference. Is there really isn't. Where do you get actual genuine just question answer conversation type things with them with the Harris administration? That's where my question is. Why is it that just an easy natural conversation when you get asked, hey, what's your plan for this? What are you going to do if it doesn't go according to what you think is going to happen? Like, you just don't get that natural discourse. That's just my
I got the receipts from the top recipients of pharmaceutical and health money. Money from major pharmaceutical PACs. The top of the list here, Joe Biden coming in at $9 million. Kamala Harris, $6 million. Barack Obama coming in at $6 million. Hillary Clinton at $4.5 million. Mitt Romney, a Republican out of Utah, with $3.3 million. And this is likely why we didn't hear any sort of copying. You know how Kamala Harris liked to copy the proposals from RFK and Trump. They were going to take away the tips, the tax on tips as well, but they didn't say anything about cleaning up the health industry. And it's likely because of this amount of payments here. Obviously, Mitch McConnell of the Republicans out of Kentucky. Bernie Sanders, when all of his just lovely views that he has, everyone should be equal and eat the same garbage together. And Ralph Warnock out of Georgia here. So just had to come up with these receipts. And then the little sign behind Kamala Harris, they've adopted the the camouflage sign, the camouflage Harrison Waltz sign. It is so cringe. After they sit here and attack people in rural communities for 4 years straight, diminishing their intelligence levels, Kamala Harris said that people in rural areas don't know how to use copying machines, that they just literally cannot even. But then all of a sudden, she's got a camouflage Harris Waltz hat and a camouflage Harris Waltz sign on there. It's just pandering at the last second, which is not going to work.
Well,
insane.
You want to play some Madden? Yeah.
Oh my
Want
God.
to play some Madden here? Yeah, I'm looking at the latest election polls coming in here. All of them obviously are finalized at this point, but I wanted to pull up the website here just to show you all of them from Atlas, The Hill, Emerson, all the different groups out there. You can see that right now, as of yesterday, a lot of them do have Trump leading in the polls here. Harris in quite a few of the battleground states, though. You have The Hill, Emerson. Harris taking the lead in Michigan by +2 points. And of course, though, what I wanted to show you here, not the Electoral College, but the battle for Senate here, 50-50. And of course, it's not only important who's going to be the president of the United States today, it's also going to be if the House is divided or not. And in this case, it does look like that is still going to be leaning towards the Democrats here when it comes to the Senate there. The House obviously looks to remain Republican. But I do want to go around here. We got, of course, price predictions coming in. Over the next hour, we're going to be all waiting for, of course, the announcements to roll through. So make sure, again, you're hitting that like button, sharing the stream with all your loved ones, whether or not you're picking up from work. Make sure you get that food. Stay tuned, because at 7 p.m., 45 minutes from now, the results start coming in, and that is when it gets anxiety, or that's when it gets crazy. It's just going to be absolutely anxious here. But looking at the, of course, outcome of this, what is your guys' I want to just go around, and I want to start with this man here. Okay?
Yes,
I want to start with this man here. Because we
seat.
actually have somebody that is, I believe, I don't know, you probably voted.
Well, no, put him on. Yeah. Put
yeah,
him
he's joining me. He's joining me at the hot seat here.
Okay, that's fine.
Leo,
Yeah,
you
do
can
that.
sit
Do
in
that.
that
Either
seat
way.
if you'd like.
Either way.
Where's the camera?
You're
Right there.
straight
Here's your
across.
line.
Everybody.
Jeremy, I know you're on the opposite side of the spectrum here a little bit. What is your outlook for tonight's elections?
In terms of like a map prediction, is that what you're?
Yes, exactly.
I'm pretty closely following the. I think.
Okay.
In terms. Iowa might. I think that Kamala does not have a great shot in North Dakota. I think
Which is Georgia was where we are, by the way. Yeah.
That's sort of where I'm. That she
47. Yeah, so for you guys that don't know, the Ann Poulter poll here has Harris taking the reins by a 47% chance of winning here versus Donald Trump at the 44, correct?
Make sure you keep that mic close to your.
You gotta hug that chart here. I wanted to pull up her electoral map, though. Let me find the electoral map here in just a moment. But yeah, so here it is. Oh, what the? Did I just get an ad? I just got an ad, folks. AP News has it, you said? I'll pull up an image here. It should just be an image. Let's see.
Chat, can you guys hear me now? I just turned the mic to on position.
There you go.
Oh, turning the mic to the on position. Yeah, that definitely helps.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
This is the Ann Poulter. So Democrats 270, Republicans 268 here. So winning by quite literally the smallest margin.
The smallest margin. I think this is what's going to happen tonight. And I think that's almost a little bit worrying because, just this election being close is like a nightmare for everybody, right? Because the recounts and sort of who knows if Trump will concede a close election that's not in his favor, that type of thing.
So what is your reasoning here? Because, I mean, you know where our chat stands, and this is why I wanted to bring you on here. I think it's going to be a great discussion.
Sure.
What are you seeing that makes you believe? Are you just going off Ann Poulter's poll specifically, that she's been historically accurate? Or is there a reason why you believe she's going to be leading in terms of the polling? Because there's polling out there that goes both ways, heavily polarized. Why Ann Poulter?
Her methodology is something that is really attractive to me. I think a lot of people, they do a lot of monkey business with polls where they are selecting demographics, or they're maybe like asking who you voted for in 2020 to sort of get that be like sort of thing. And her methodology is like pretty ironclad. She gets a huge swath of a lot of different places. I think it's just an intelligent way to do it. And then, maybe it's also wishful thinking my part. I'm sort of in the blue wave. I wore the blue today, so.
Is there a specific reason why you voted for her? Or votes are already in, they're casted.
For Kamala Harris?
Yes. Why not Trump?
It's just going to be so inflammatory to the chat. I like
That's
don't.
why you're here.
That's why you're here.
I like don't want to vote for somebody that tried to overthrow the government.
I wanted to prove to our audience that we have both sides of the spectrum in these offices.
Let me ask you about that. So you said you don't want to vote for somebody you feel like tried to overthrow the government.
Sure.
Why?
Okay, that's an interesting question. I think that
that was the wrong question. I would say, why do you think?
No, I'm curious because I think less government is good.
Sure.
So I, a lot of Bitcoins think subverting government authority isn't necessarily a negative thing. So that's one question I have. The second question is, why do you think, what did he do that made you think he was trying to overthrow it? So
great. So to the first question, I think is actually the more interesting one, and it's never the one people ask, right? Why would it be bad to overthrow the government?
Right,
but
considering that's how our nation was founded.
Of course. There's the Churchill quote, though, where it's like, democracy is the worst form of government. How's it go, Josh? You know, it's like your favorite one, where it's like democracy is just the worst one, but it's the only one that has held up that we've tried so far.
You're paraphrasing so far.
Yeah.
I don't know it off the top of my head, so I'll pull it up for you.
Anyway, I just think that our systems and institutions might be maybe flawed, but that's how you get room for the innovation that made way for Bitcoin, right? All the entrepreneurs, that make it in this great country and stuff. So the government might be flawed and there might be problems with the execution, but I think why democracy is the best we've got, maybe? Oh, here we go. Democracy is the worst form of government except for all those other forms that have been tried.
Oh, Winston Churchill.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I said Churchill.
I didn't know you said that. That's my bad. Yeah.
Oh, cool. You got a map up here? We can.
Yeah, this is going to be the live vote here. I can pull up one as well as you want me to do that. We can actually embed, but this is just ready for the 30 minutes from now when we start receiving the actual votes.
So I think that even though our government is flawed, I think that a violent overthrow in the year after the technology age, is just not necessary or good. It's not going to help solve the problems that ordinary Americans.
But if a violent
face.
overthrow has never happened, why do you think that's going to be an outcome?
That's interesting. So in the United States, we have something called the peaceful transfer of power.
Yes.
Right. And then in January 6th of 2021 or whatever, it was an attempt to subvert that peaceful transfer of power. I think that peaceful transfer of power not happening could lead to
well, I would say, so on January 21st of the inauguration, was there a peaceful transfer of power? Was anybody sued or jailed for an insurrection? That's my conversation.
People were jailed for participating in the insurrection.
Not an insurrection, though. Was there a person jailed for an insurrection, or was there a person jailed for rioting, which is 100% should be the case?
Should be the case. So you don't believe it's an insurrection?
No, I believe just like BLM had terrible riots and people should go to jail, they should go to jail. But I do not believe there's an insurrection, which is why Donald Trump was never found guilty of an actual insurrection.
Here's the difference, though. When people were marching to the Capitol on January 6th, what were they marching there to do?
Peacefully and Trump said go peacefully and patriotically, correct?
Yeah.
So now there's a conversation.
He also said you have to fight like hell to protect this country, though.
That's true. That's true. That's why we go to war all the time.
I don't want to go to. Again, he said peacefully and patriotically, which is what matters. I mean, because then you're going to go, what type of violent rhetoric exists, and we can go down the road of threat to democracy, that type of stuff that's existing today. But Jan 6 specifically, okay.
I have so many things.
If you again. Because I believe the elections weren't stolen. I believe they were unfair. There's a big difference.
Great, of course.
But when you go to January 6th specifically, there's a lot that's going on in congressional hearings right now with, example, Mayorkas, who is the head of the Department of Homeland Security, saying that there was federal agents within this crowd. So the conversation I would have on Gen 6, just like we've seen in Indonesia, Malaysia, South Africa, Indonesia, Libya, et cetera, all across the world, when we fund certain NGOs or groups to help incentivize certain outcomes of an event, I look at Jan 6, there was people that were bad on both sides. There was left protesting that was making it angry. There was people on the right that it started ramping up there, and it turned into a riot. And people should be prosecuted based off that. But it wasn't an attempt to necessarily overthrow that government.
So when the crowd was chanting, hang Mike Pence, why did they want to hang Mike Pence? What did they want Mike Pence to do?
Well, that we can't answer. We can't get inside the heads of other people. But let me ask you this.
Okay, great.
You're saying, and just to summarize, that you feel like Trump should have conceded the election. That, fair to say?
It's definitely fair to say that I think he should have conceded the election.
Do you know that Hillary did not concede the election? She contested.
She contested it, but she did eventually concede the election. Trump still hasn't conceded the election.
Still has not conceded.
Neither did
the guy who lost to Bush. So we have Al Gore.
Al Gore
never conceded the election.
He did concede after the recount trial.
No, I don't think he ever did.
Al Gore conceded. I don't think Hillary Clinton did, though.
No, that's my point. Is saying I don't think we've had clear conceding elections from the loser in quite some time. And so I think it's unfair to say that one fact is the reason.
You're legally allowed to question the results of any election.
Of course.
So, I mean, if you're looking for a constitutional, I would say this would be my counter to that would be, would you agree or not agree that the hoax of the Hunter Biden laptop story that swung millions of voters in swing states, that ended up being true, did that make the election fair or not fair?
You mean the suppression of the story?
Not only the suppression, the lies of the story, saying it wasn't true, that Trump's lying, that he's using it as, propaganda.
That story was only suppressed for 14 hours.
No, it was suppressed for 2 years.
No. You can fact check that. It was suppressed. They have it on the Twitter files. They didn't allow access to that link for 14 hours.
CNN, MSNBC, Rachel Maddow.
Hold on. Give me a second. So there was a reporter that came with this information to CBS in 2 years before they ran it.
Sure.
And they had the information, and they came out and said they have no substantial information to verify this, but they had the proof, and they ran a false story that said they did not have it.
My only question is, if you believe that Trump was trying to overthrow the government, can you make the same argument that the Democrats have been legally attacking Trump for the last, and they've also incited a ton of violence towards him? He's been nearly assassinated twice.
Yeah.
And that was down to the doing of the Democrats through their words.
Wasn't he nearly assassinated by like a Ukrainian agent and then also like a former Republican high schooler?
Well, no,
who was like a member of his rival club.
Registered Republican, which I don't think ended up being true.
But he doesn't sound like a Democrat to me, right? He's like a proud member of his high school rival
came
club.
From the money, right?
But
came from
you
Israel.
have
Let's just
one side saying, "Go to the Capitol, peacefully and patriotically,
fight like hell, take our country
back." Now
back.
you have an entire party calling Trump Hitler and Republicans Nazis. Is that not a violent rhetoric that would be more extreme than saying approach this peacefully and patriotically?
Is Kamala Harris calling Trump Hitler or Nazi?
She has, and she's referred to it multiple times.
She's referred to Trump being Hitler multiple times. It's just like so
yes.
hard for me to believe that when she's so like.
She has done it on camera
monitored.
dozens of times, responding to reporters about the rally specifically in Madison Square Garden with the recent take. You even had, again, and then you had Obama though, and even if it's not just her, which she has alluded to him being Hitler and Nazis. Obama just came out yesterday and alluded to the fine people hoax again, saying Trump looks at Nazis as fine people.
As they're fine
which
people.
was debunked notoriously.
Yeah, Snopes or whatever says that it's a lie whenever we bring up fine people, I guess.
I think, yeah.
He never said that they were fine people.
That's what I'm saying.
He condemned them.
I'm agreeing that.
So, I think there's valid reasoning, and I appreciate you coming up here today as well, but I think there's valid reasoning.
Yeah, we love you, Jeremy.
And I want chat to, these are the conversations you just need to have, because there's people that are very worried about that if Donald Trump were to lose today, that there's going to somehow be a civil war, which I don't believe no matter what outcome it takes place tonight, there isn't going to be anything of that magnitude. Now, I think we should all expect and can all agree that this is the most polarized election in history, and there will probably be riots tonight. This is why they're bordering up walls. It doesn't matter who wins. They're looking at both sides there.
700 people, Americans, have spent a large amount of time in prison for being present at the Capitol during that protest. And that was right after we watched organizations that were funneled money by a guy named Jorge Oros. He rhymes with Jorge Oros, who funneled billions of dollars into a organizational protest movement, which cost 60 to 70 billion dollars of damage to American cities. So they're able to free willy go out there and cause 60 to 70 billion dollars worth of damage, kill countless cops, countless civilians. But the moment that we have a January 6th protest that's pushed into a near riot situation, but the only person that died that day was a protester, wasn't a police officer, it was a protester. So this is a situation that we have to take seriously. And for everyone that's sitting and said, oh, everyone's probably going to calm down, I will tell you that there are millions, if not tens of millions of American men, of family men who feel exactly the same way as I do. We've been called racist. We've been stepped on by the media for 10 years for our political viewpoints and speaking out against it. We've been unemployed. We've been made so that we can't be banked. And you spend nearly a decade being dehumanized by a war machine, a pharmaceutical war machine, that is now using my tax dollars to fund both sides of World War III. And you really ask yourself, how much more are people like me willing to take? That's what you need to ask yourself.
I really think that you know a lot of your conjecture about the other side is like you've been whipped into a frenzy by like a hostile media environment, right? Because like you and I have talked at this office, and when we get down to the issues, we mostly agree on almost everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's like a little bit of a disagreement on like maybe like a tax plan that should benefit the supply side or the demand side, right? But when it comes down to like people should be able to raise families and make money owning businesses and stuff, like almost everybody's in agreement here. So I think that like, you know, people have been calling you like all these, you know, horrible things, and they've been presenting like your way of life. Like who?
Well, it's
you
not
know,
even
like
like calling. They also were in a situation, and this was something that I disagreed with Trump on during Operation Warp Speed. Right? I absolutely would not jab. I got dislodged from a job that I helped build this company. We were a 6-person operation making $6 million a year, and they were willing to dislodge me out of a company I helped build because of the refusal of that. And so that is one negative thing that I saw about Trump. But guess what? The economy was doing amazing, and he had half of the American civilization needed some sort of medical procedure to make themselves feel okay about going back into
Breaking news. I want to continue the conversation.
Yeah.
The results have started being counted in Indiana and Kentucky. It's very early, so it's like 5%, but they are starting to roll in. So just reminding everybody to hit that like button, subscribe, repost, share this live stream, because we're about to be here with you guys the next few hours and lock in on, you know, the results of this election here. But continue on. Sorry.
Real quick, I had a question while we're on the subject of war. I'd be just curious if you would agree with this, Jeremy, that considering, you know, regardless of side, left or right,
sure,
we've experienced less war with Trump in president than any other president for the last, you know, several decades, I guess, several years.
I think it's funny that a lot of the times conservatives will say like the economy was great under Trump, and then when you bring up like, well, what about in, you know, late 2019, 2020 when there was the pandemic, and he's like, well, he wasn't in control of that, but he's somehow in control of like the entire world, like not being at war. And by the way, his record on war like isn't actually that stellar if you look at it without a bias, right? He basically surrendered Afghanistan to the Taliban without involving the nation that we installed in Afghanistan. And then also, you know, he allowed
wrong.
He allowed the continuation of the Russian annex of Crimea. That like happened under him. He basically sent a signal to Putin that he could do whatever he want.
Are you saying yes or no? Yes or no? Hold on. Yes or no? Less war under Trump.
There was objectively less war under Trump, so the answer to that is yes.
Okay. And I don't think the argument though is, I think it was unfair to even. There was no new wars initiated under Trump because there's still global conflicts, right? We were bombing Yemen, Syria. There's other issues that we had with drones and stuff, but there was no new wars established. So to say that, and that's the first time in 32 years that there was no new wars developed, and then you have multiple happen under this administration. If you're just looking at this from a simple, non-biased perspective, the only president in the last 32 years, if you're anti-war, was Donald Trump.
I mean, maybe I would have to concede that. I guess so. Yeah. But the issue is that I don't feel like Donald Trump has. I honestly don't feel like either side has a satisfactory answer to the ongoing global conflict in Israel-Palestine. I don't trust Donald Trump to rein in Putin in this Ukrainian conflict, and that's because he's expressed like favor to Putin. You know, he basically loves dictators. You're right. He had that meeting with the
What's
North
wrong
Korean
with that
dictator.
though?
What's wrong with loving? Well, let
me add some context to that.
Sure.
I'm not saying what's wrong with the sense of them being an evil. I'm saying what's wrong in the sense of them respecting a foreign leader who's responsible for managing 1 billion or 2 billion people. Because when you're talking about China or Putin, they're saying, oh, Trump has close ties and relations to them. To me, that means he's going to have a way better chance at negotiating rather than Biden or Harris, who simply say, don't, which was their famous words for, of course, Iran. So, you know, when I look at this, it's not a level of, oh, they're best friends and buddies. You can still condemn what they're doing. But as Americans, one, we can't finance us initiating democracy in China. That's never going to happen. These are cultures that have been around for millennia, right? So what is wrong with a president having close ties and good relations that will allow further progression in diplomacy with foreign dictators?
I mean, the problem is that I just like don't think Trump's going to do that either, right? He wants to install the 20% across the board tariff. Now, how's that going to like help with our relationship with these other countries?
I love that you brought that up.
How good. We're going to talk about tax plans.
So, for example, what I would probably relate to is more importantly, tariffs are very nuanced. It's very complex. You can't just say tariffs abroad the board are just bad. If they were bad, they wouldn't have left all the Trump era policies and tariffs on China for the last 3.5 years.
Okay.
Right? So when it comes to tariffs, one, those are for negotiation efforts, which are going to come with these foreign dictators. So the biggest one people are worried about is China.
Yes.
Right? They're worried about us putting tariffs on and having an immediate impact on, of course, U.S. consumers.
As a business owner myself, as an entrepreneur, it's like the one that just like completely terrifies me. And then you have Joe Biden, trying to help with manufacturing rate. He passed the CHIPS Act so that we could do, make the chips in-house instead of Taiwan. What do you include in the CHIPS Act?
Tariffs.
Tariffs in the CHIPS
on
Act.
China, semiconductors.
But Taiwan Semiconductor's new plant in Nevada is already outpacing the Taiwanese plant.
That's great, by the way.
Yeah,
talk about we agree on so much.
So it's bringing the tariffs, and that pass is bringing manufacturing and jobs to the States. Correct.
Great.
Perfect. So this is just a perfect example of tariffs are good sometimes.
Okay, I can, sure, but an across-the-board tariff is going to hurt small business owners in the United States.
It's a
That's
growing
just
pain,
like a fact.
You have to acknowledge that there's a growing pain. When you return production to the United States, you're going to have a few years where it's going to be more expensive. You're going to have a less expansive availability of raw materials to pull from because we're used to this global interconnection of goods. But with that time frame of pain, because the prices will go high, then you have the recreation of manufacturing plants and jobs here in the United States. In the long term, it is much, much better to return that manufacturing back to the nation of the United States rather than utilizing these third and second world countries that we do as our dumping grounds, where they have to go through all of the after effects of using those raw materials on their landscapes. If we want to produce things, then we should take responsibility for the after effects of producing those goods instead of using everyone as our dumping ground and leaving their forest in absolute disarray because we want our fancy palm oil lotions. We want all the little goods that the females that are eco-activists out here love using on their face. Meanwhile, they're burning entire rainforests down for it. And that is the result of globalism. And that is the result of our consumer economy using the rest of the world as our dumping ground. With tariffs, it's going to be painful, but it can be good for humanity over a 10 years time frame. You just have to be
pretty salient point. I almost always agree a lot with sentiment, and like there's a lot there about like curbing the consumerist like machine that I agree with wholeheartedly.
Yeah, that's why we like you, Jeremy. This is a good conversation. Really appreciate you being on. +1 in the chat for Jeremy.
No, dude, chat hates it. They're like,
no, that's a lie. There's people that are watching that are like, they. Well,
no, I'll read you something right here.
You voted?
Elijah R says, I like this guy. He understands the other side's point of view, but he still believes his own values. So you got some love in the chat.
They said I was low T. How can I be low T? I love to work out.
Do they call me?
I go camping.
We call they call the chat calls Josh.
I'm Wonder Bread. I'm Twinkle Sticks.
Yeah.
I sound like a Minecraft skeleton when I'm fucking. I don't know. They get crazy with it, dude.
And I will say, by the way,
that's crazy.
Take all of my takes with a grain of salt tonight. I really don't know anything about politics. I'm just here to start shit. So
no, and I think it's just good to have these open discussions because notice how no one here is screaming or muting or freaking out enraged here. So yeah, and I mean, this just goes to show. And this is, by the way, what politics were 8 years ago. I mean, even if you watch Mitt Romney versus Obama. Again, Democrats versus Republicans, 80% of the issues they agreed on, 20% of the issues they did not. And they usually had candid conversations.
I know. Remember John McCain stopping the person that was complaining about Obama being an Arab? No. He's a good man. Those types of things. Yeah, it's we've really strayed away from like policy debates. They almost never happen, right? We're like talking about the nuance of like tariffs versus like maybe some of the like Harris tax, like the what is it? The tax credit for first time home buyers, the tax credit, the child tax credit, like the things that Harris has proposed. I'm a big fan of across the board, and I'm maybe like not a fan of like Donald Trump's, what is it? It's like the car interest payment loan tax credit.
Oh, reducing to 10% interest rates on credit cards.
But we're just like so far away.
So why are you against that, but for adding a $25,000 first-time home or tax credit, which is obviously going to inflate prices of homes? So what's your balance to that?
So is the interest car loan credit going to inflate the prices of cars as well? Is that like always going to be your position on like tax credits toward
It depends.
things?
So, my argument to this would be not just about Trump and Harris, it's who their cabinet members are.
Sure.
And so it's going to be the advisory to the economic policies that go with those things. So for example, RFK is a huge advocate of limiting the mortgage rates on houses to 3% for new home buyers and individuals against big corporations. Kamala Harris doesn't want anything to do with that, but that itself would give a fighting chance for Americans to be able to invest in homes, not adding a $25,000 to a first-time home loan buyer credit. Because what that just, all that does, well, here's $25K, but the mortgage rate's still at 10%. Your credit's shot because of all the debt we've consumed from COVID and all the inflation over the last 4 years. You're still not going to be able to compete, which means it falls into her second thesis of this, where she wants to like build 3 million homes, which is, where's that money going to come from to build those 3 million homes? And it just ends up pushing the 1% into more and more wealth versus the 99% who are still just trying to dig and catch up with the inflation and rates for in the first issue.
What do you mean? Where's that money going to come from? We're going to tax unrealized capital gains, baby.
Watch all the leaders of these corporations just go across seas, right?
Thank
They'll
you.
end up in Somalia or something like that.
He's actually a secret agent. He's been watching all the gains we've been making in crypto. He's like, I'm coming for you.
I don't know why I'm so broke as like a secret agent for like another company in crypto. I'm just like also still driving the car that I'm driving.
So if it's not tariffs, we've gotten past the election stuff. What's the main is there a part of this where you've just only voted blue and you wanted to remain that way?
You know, I don't think so. I think a lot of Trump's sort of like mannerisms and sensibility, and then of course so he threw Roe v. Wade back to the states. He claims that, and I just think that's like
what's wrong
horrible
with that though?
We shouldn't like.
Well, wait a minute. He didn't do it. The Supreme Court
did.
Yeah.
But it was it was judges that he appointed, almost 3 of them. Which, by the way, talk about. So I'm like, people who don't know me, I'm like a gamer first and foremost. I care about like game theory optimal. Talk about game theory optimal play on the Republican Party. In 2015, to deny Merrick Garland because you shouldn't appoint Supreme Court justices in a lame duck year. Meanwhile, Trump did 3 of those. That's like insane, by the way.
It's bad luck for Democrats. I think we need term limits. I actually agree.
It's not bad luck. It's literally somebody on the Republican side is like strategizing. It was game theory optimal.
And they really played their hand, but the end of the day, there is no term limits, right? So they purposely elect young, judges that are going to have a lot different beliefs than majority of individuals. But either way, going back to let's just go back to the state-based issue, because I love talking about this, because I think one of the biggest reasons people are voting for Kamala Harris is they're mad at the abortion issue. Most people, voting for abortion, still have access to abortion in their current state.
It's huge. It's why it's a big part of the reason why people are saying Iowa might go blue for the first time.
But 2, there's a 5, maybe 10% chance that Kamala Harris would even have a shot at overturning the issues that existed within the Supreme Court ruling.
Sure, but it's on her docket. It's like not on Trump's. Trump says that he's done. He left it up to the states, and it's like over with it.
So my point would be, though, voters are voting on something that has a near 0 chance of actually going through. So is that a valid reason to vote for her, even if that means economically they're going to be impacted worse?
Well, so they could. I mean, you have to understand that it's like within reason that they could have read Harris's tax policies. They're excited about the child, first time having a child, first time homeowner credit. They're at like a stage in my life where in the next 4 years I might have a kid. I might try to buy a home, right? So you have to admit that it's reasonable that they could read those policies and think that it's good for them. In addition to that, they can, look at the sort of. It's not unclear where both of them stand on abortion rights, right? Like Trump says he's finished and that he left it up to the court, who left it up to the states, which is exactly where he wants it to be. But I think the American people are unhappy with that. You see, in Iowa, I think if Iowa goes blue, it's a direct response to the draconian 6-week ban that they instituted.
You ready for I think a point maybe you haven't heard?
Sure.
I think that's a violation of our First Amendment to put a federal ban on, or a federal right to being able to have an abortion.
Okay.
The reason for this and why I think it's good to be left up to the states is because if you're going to put a blanket, you can get an abortion no matter where you are in your states, it's removing the freedom of speech and choice and right to religion within the First Amendment. So in a state like Idaho that might be heavily religious and be completely against that, the government officials, their senators, everybody within that state, should they or should they not be able to have a right to vote in a democratic state for the belief of not having that abortion access? And I want to add on top of that too is you can't say that there's a blanket. The argument gets thrown out when you say my body, my choice, because of the COVID issues where Joe Biden and the government literally said, if you don't get a vaccine shot, you can't work for us and you lose your job.
Sure.
So I guess to summarize that question here is, are you against the freedom of religion within a state? And do you believe their voice does not matter, even if they believe it's against their religion?
A state doesn't have a religion, right? There's like a separation of church and state. And so even if everybody in Iowa...
Not talking about the separation. I'm just talking about individual right. So you have the right to practice whatever religion you want.
Sure.
Correct?
Yeah.
So does your right to practice whatever your religion you want
get completely censored and shut down when it comes to the government?
Definitely not. Certainly not. And in fact, if it's like a religious necessity that you don't have an abortion, then I have really good news for you, and it's that you don't have to have one. Right?
So, but again, this is why I think it's a very nuanced discussion. But so if, let's say, 100, 200 million Americans are religious and believe against abortion.
Sure.
Are they just not allowed to vote on that?
So there's some things that you have to concede that we shouldn't be allowed to vote on, right? Like one of them that's like pretty inflammatory, but it was a states' rights issue until it wasn't.
You just said we need to concede our First Amendment right.
For some things, we can't just vote to like make them legal because they violate human rights.
Wouldn't it violate human rights to force people to be vaccinated?
Wouldn't it violate? We're talking about abortions right now.
I'm saying that conversation got. I'm just talking about my body, my choice in this outcome here. So this is. I love this conversation because I don't think there's an answer. By the way, I don't think there's an answer because you're saying there's a point to your First Amendment that you're not allowed to have. That you have to concede that right when it comes to a specific belief.
The thing about it is first of all, yes, and then second of all, the thing about what you just said is. You know, you have to be vaccinated or what? Or you lose your job. I worked for Amazon. I had to get vaccinated. I mean, that's just true. And like everybody who worked for Amazon had to get vaccinated. And a lot of them didn't want to do it because a lot of them were, you know, Black Americans who are still nervous about vaccinations because of that time that it really went poorly for them. But they had to get it or they could quit working at Amazon, right? They're not putting you in jail for not being vaccinated. They're saying you can't work for the government.
So that's my reasoning, is because in 2020, we saw what the left are trying to do with my body, my choice.
Sure.
They took that, threw that completely out the window when it came to their religious belief. Like, I'm gonna consider the vaccination and COVID a religion.
That's
and what
crazy.
I mean by that, here's my valid reasoning for this.
That's crazy.
Okay, here's the reasoning for this.
Okay.
People blindly, without any statistical reasoning or evidence, had faith in doctors that was what was correct. They had faith in Joe Biden. They had faith in Rachel Maddow that if you got the vaccine, you couldn't get COVID. Those were their words. Trump said, or not Trump said, actually don't do bleach or whatever it was. That was crazy. But so to the point to that is when now it comes to now my body, my choice, why didn't it myself, as a man, by the way, it doesn't matter who you are, man, woman, whatever, have the validity. That's the same argument you're making for abortion is completely contradicted by the point of a forced vaccination.
A forced vaccination or you lose your job. They're not like, putting you in jail or anything like that.
You know, that's actually a nuanced conversation. If you saw, police did apprehend people for not having paperwork in New York, and there was a push from the administrative state to get that paper checking process in real time on the ground. So the conversation that wasn't happening, that's not true. It's that it wasn't being enforced by police officers. So when we have that kind of conversation and say, oh, no, they weren't trying to force it. They were trying to force it. Absolutely. Okay. It was just the fact that you still had police officers that were following the Constitution. Right. So, that's kind of a nuanced subject.
Well, I got a couple questions here. I'm just curious. Because you talked a few different. You were talking about First Amendment, and then you were talking about a democracy a little bit earlier, and you used that Winston Churchill quote. And I just wanted to come back to you and ask: do you think the United States of America is a democracy?
This is a question that I would hate for it to be a gotcha, right? Definitionally, the United States of America is a republic democracy where we elect representatives to go work in the House and then also work in the Senate that carry out theoretically the will of the American people. Does that always happen? Obviously not, but that's like the system we have right now. So
I wasn't done with that previous conversation. There was a second part of that I wanted to finish it before we move on. Was the because people are saying, Josh, what are you trying to argue here? Because now the point is you're saying, let's say this, okay, right? You can't have the right to vote on against abortion in the states.
Okay.
So you're pretty much asking, and this is why I think it's against the First Amendment here, is what defines a baby. Some people are going to say a baby is within the womb. The religion believes that at conception, that is a child and that has a human life to it and has a human right.
Sure.
Correct? So again, what the conversation come down here and what this is going to blow people's mind right here. I'm pro-choice to an extent within the 3-month range. Which, again, Donald Trump is for. He's for IVF. He is for if it's in specific medical issues or, of course, grape. Can't say the exact word. You guys know what I'm getting at here. But my point is it's an invasion of the First Amendment right and a constitutional right in the United States of America to deny that religious belief. And again, you're coming back down to whether or not a baby is a life form in the womb or not.
Sure.
And I can bring up multiple examples of, for example, a pregnant woman that is religious that believes she is carrying a child, a human life, or is shot and killed. Does she go to jail for being, or does the shooter go to jail for killing one person, one homicide, or a double homicide? And there's court rulings where there's been double homicides because of that. So my point to that argument was, guys, that I truly don't believe, I believe it needs to remain a state-based issue because of how nuanced the conversation is, and what it's doing is only holding back Americans from discussing the real issues, which are policy-based efforts to, whether it's reduce inflation, the cost of living, and immediately impact your home on a daily individual basis. Again, that was all my point was to the abortion topic. One, again, I think it's going to be near impossible for her to even overturn the Supreme Court's decisions. And then once again, if she does and we get there, I believe it's an invasion and it's against the First Amendment of our Constitution of the United States. That's my reasoning for it.
I just don't see it that way. I think there's lots of things that you would agree states shouldn't be able to vote on, right? Like if I said, like, should a state be able to vote and make illegal interracial marriage? You would say, of course not. That's like ridiculous. States can't eliminate human rights, and the right to medical procedure without government intervention is, in my opinion, should be a human right.
Wait. Without government intervention? So you think less government is better?
Of course.
Okay, so why do you want to give more power to the federal government?
Give more power to the federal government? I'm saying
the federal government should regulate medical procedures.
And again, they're deciding whether or not a baby is considered a life form.
I'm saying the federal government shouldn't be the government, state or federal, shouldn't be able to outlaw a medical procedure. That's what I'm saying. That's like my fundamental.
But you're saying
belief.
they should set the guidelines of what medical procedures are allowed and not allowed. They should regulate medical procedures. The federal government.
I feel like we're on a different planet right now. I'm saying that the federal government can't outlaw or ban a medical procedure. And it sounds like you're saying, right, so you think they should have a rule about the medical procedure. I'm saying no. In a literal sense, no.
Yeah, but that in itself is advocating for private healthcare system.
Is it?
So you're saying that if I have money, I should be able to go in and get whatever medical procedure I want.
Perhaps. That does sound a little bit reasonable to me, doesn't it?
I think you just ate a red pill on accident, my man.
Did I?
Holy smokes. Yeah, that's my point. That's the whole purpose to this. And again, if you want, so this is where, so private healthcare systems, you have the right to whatever medical decision you want when you turn 18. There's other nuances and conversations there. But that is a huge reasoning behind not having a blanket healthcare system from a social welfare issue, that the government just incites a social healthcare program that deprioritizes private healthcare.
Sure.
So if you want that medical procedure, move to a state that allows that medical procedure.
The state shouldn't be able to outlaw the medical procedure.
Why?
Because it's a human right. And the state shouldn't be able to say,
wait, what is a human
humans
right?
That need
Again,
it.
what? So, but this is where we're going back to that issue. So you're saying a human right is a woman gets to decide what she does with her body, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the argument here isn't whether or not the woman could kill whether it's cells or a baby or a fetus inside her womb. It's whether or not the fetus or the cells is a human itself.
Something that I'm like trying to avoid in this conversation is like demarking exactly when, the fetus becomes
that could go on forever.
A human or a life. I feel like we go back and forth. I don't know if we necessarily
don't need to go down that path, but that goes back to my point of this is why I think it should be left to the states. They could decide whether it's 3 months, 6 months, 8 months. You move to that state because we live in this so-called democracy that you get the vote and have a voice based off your religion and your own personal beliefs.
Sure. And then I'm going to say that like the states can't make human rights illegal. But Kelly, you had something?
Well, no, real quick. Well,
this
real
is
quick.
a 1v3. This is David Moore.
It is tough, and you're doing a great job.
I'm on Jubilee right now.
All I was going to say is it's not like my stance on this, and this is probably where you and I may agree or disagree. You're saying you think it should the federal government should do it. I'm saying it's better if the states are allowed to do it. But realistically, I would go further than the states. I think less federal in general in all things, not just this subject. I think the states bring it to the counties. The more you can let the local government decide how it's going to govern its local community, the better. Now, this is obviously a hot topic issue, but I'm not a big fan of the federal government regulating almost anything. And there's very few examples since in recent history. I mean, you could say maybe at the very beginning they were able to do some stuff, but recently there's been very few examples where federal government came in and made things better. They try. You guys were talking about tax incentives and you talked about the car buying, first time home buying under Obama. That none of that stuff made housing more affordable. We've seen it in Canada over and over and over and over. So I'm in the camp of the government is not going to fix your problems. You have to fix your problems yourself. Do it with your local community. Mobilize your own actions and don't rely on the government. So almost any subject that comes up on this, I'm going to say, yes, put it to the states, actually put it to the counties, put it as local as they're allowed to do it, which is the general libertarian viewpoint, is less government in our lives. The federal government should not be regulating any of these major issues. But I know, Kelly, you've been waiting to tap in on this for a minute, so I'll let you.
It's great conversation, and these are questions people tend to have fights with and lose friends and family over because they just don't know how to have the discourse, because we live in this world right now with such focused bubbles that talk to somebody else and they have a different viewpoint and you think this person must be an idiot because you're thinking they've seen all the facts you have. And in fact, they're probably seeing a complete inverse of what you've seen with completely different facts. In fact, former President Obama, made a comment at one of the rallies or fundraisers he was doing recently that we need to get away from all this division. Everything's so divisive. And I'm like, well, President Obama, you kind of put the nail in the coffin on that law that basically made it. There was a ruling essentially, or a regulation for news organizations that they needed to show basically equal bias, equal footing for different parts of the political divide. And so since then, and also with the advent of social media that's driven these algorithms further into the bubble, it's become clearer and clearer. There's two different sides. In fact, my question for you, Jeremy, is this, because I want to understand.
Okay.
And I think you're incredibly articulate, and I don't think you're just like, oh, I heard this, so like you think like deeply through this. But I've seen, a lot of different metrics, and these metrics could be wrong, but I've looked into them and I feel like they're right.
Okay.
That over the last 2 years, about 85 to 87% of all coverage of Trump has been negative on basically mainstream news media, whereas about 78% of the coverage of Kamala has been super, super basically supportive and empowered, and Biden as well before her. In fact, I think it was this morning or last night. I think it was last night. One of the anchors on MSNBC came on and she basically made a call to the viewers. She said, we as the media have done everything we can do. It's y'all need to get out and vote. There's been a concerted effort.
Sure.
And I understand this because I voted for Biden last go around because I thought Trump was an absolute, yes, I'm going to say it, an asshole.
Right.
And it was because of all of the news media I was consuming. And then I turned off my TV during COVID. Everything started unfolding with the stuff from vaccinations to so many different lies, all these conspiracy theories I thought my dad was touting, about 17 of them, and 16 of them were, oh shit, that's true.
Sure.
And it was on and over. And so I started looking into basically pulling all kind of information from different places, looking at all of the, like, for instance, clips of Trump. Take the clips out. For instance, Liz Cheney. He said she should be in front of a firing squad.
Yeah.
Did he say that?
No.
Yeah.
I know that he didn't.
Right, but that's one example of probably 33,000. So my question for you is, how do you sort of create your vision of how you're seeing Trump outside of that never-ending propagation of just negative propaganda?
So first of all, I mean, I think it makes sense even to everyone in this room and to you that the legacy media and overall that stuff is going to be very negative to Trump, because people who like Trump are going to say he's a firebrand. He doesn't follow the rules. He sort of does what he wants. Meanwhile, what did we say about Kamala Harris earlier in this broadcast? She's never genuine. And that's because she's playing by this set of rules. She's acting a certain way. She's going on the script. But she's like basically, in a sense, behaving herself. So if one candidate is behaving themselves and then the other one is hosting like rallies in Madison Square Gardens where we're hiring Tony Hinchcliffe and like otherwise just like doing things, being genuine, going on Joe Rogan.
But wait, how is
Hold on, no, let him finish his point. Let him finish point. I know. We all want to jump in.
Can you sit back, Jeremy, just a little bit?
If one candidate is behaving themselves and then the other one is like not, but according to the legacy media's rules for how a candidate is supposed to act, wouldn't the legacy media favor the candidate that is behaving themselves? Like I'm saying, doesn't it make sense to you that all the coverage of Trump is negative, considering that people who like Trump like him because he's like a rule-breaking firebrand? Doesn't it, like that holds, right?
No, it doesn't.
That doesn't hold for me because you just brought up Madison Square Garden. Take that out. That's the name of a facility. How many facilities has Kamala held rallies and basically rallies at over the last 107 days? A ton. It doesn't matter the name of the venue that they're at, because somebody in the propaganda machine was saying, oh, Hitler had an event there in 1939. Well, you know what? Hitler had sex once too. Are you Hitler because you've had sex?
I'm better at sex than Hitler, so in a sense, I'm a more intense Hitler.
But my point is, it's like, behaving or not, I think for me, what I've seen as I've pulled apart the fabric of all this, it seems to me like there's a concerted effort against Trump specifically because he is not beholden to the powers that be, that are basically NATO and BlackRock and Vanguard and State Street and all these people that everybody should be wearing the brands of all their different sponsors on, so you can see how much of a lying piece of crap on both sides. This is not one side thing. There's no way to get to the root of what a politician is because they're politicians. Whereas I think Trump has shaken up that system so much that they're like, we need to find everything we can to basically discredit this individual.
And guys, I would love to continue this conversation. I'm going to let you get your final thoughts in here in just a moment. We are switching over here to some live footage from, of course, election talks with the results now coming in. In terms of the crypto markets here, $69,200, getting some downside action here, guys. We have been just sitting here having a great conversation with, of course, Jeremy and everybody in this room because we've been waiting for 7 p.m. for things to start getting juicy. But Jeremy, I want to leave you off with whatever you want to leave, out there. Of course, votes are already in, so nothing we say matters. What matters is the outcome of the results tonight. And then we're going to get some pizza.
If I had to say something, I would say that you guys are a great group of guys. It's good that we can have this difference. And the main thing that I want is for like a safe election tonight. I hope there are no riots. I want people to stay home with their families. I want them to be safe. And I'm excited to get into the crypto, end of it. I do. Unfortunately, I'm like pretty bearish on crypto for this because of this election. I think this election is going to be quite bad for crypto. So I better get off the channel before I say anything else.
At least he's admitting it.
Tag me in, right?
It's funny because we pay it. No.
Can we at least agree that the media is a bunch of BS? Like the mainstream media,
they drive us all apart.
Yeah, take the politics out of it. Can we agree that it's full of misinformation? I got more misinformation from mainstream media than I did from social media in 2020. Facts, period. They produced insane amounts of misinformation to so many people, and they got exposed for it. And take all the politics out of it. I don't think it really has much to do with the media not liking Trump. I think it's just more the media is bought and paid for. Yep, get to the results. And yeah, that's all I have to say. Media sucks.
No worries. All good. I agree here. And let's now listen to the media.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Guys, I'm going to jump between both channels here, but we're going to bring it in here. Live election results coming in here.
That we're keeping you up to date as all of these tweets and posts that are happening on X, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok are happening. And here in our social center, one of the things we now want to highlight right now are the posts from the candidates themselves. If you take a look at your screen here, you can see this TikTok was posted from real Donald Trump's page there on the platform, asking voters to stay in line.
Yeah, only
that
Indiana
same sentiment
and Kentucky have started
by
reporting.
Vice President Kamala Harris on X as well. And her running mate as well, Tim Walz, saying just 1 or 2 votes in each precinct could make the difference. If you are in line, make sure that you're staying in line. So that's been the message that's happening across the social platforms right now from the candidates as those hours are now winding down, when folks are able to make sure that their voices are heard across the country at those polling locations. Again, we're keeping a close eye on the social stories that are popping up. But again, we're keeping an eye right now, those candidates asking folks just to stay in line and vote if you are in line before your polling location closes. Andrew.
All right, Christina, thanks for that check-in. We'll talk soon. In the meantime here, it is a new hour. It is 5 o'clock here in Mountain Time, 7 o'clock there on the East Coast. Polls have now closed in some of these major battleground states like Georgia, like North Carolina. Speaking of Georgia there, we're waiting some type of press conference on some of the threats made to polling locations there. This is in Fulton County, so we'll wait to see if anyone steps up to the podium there as well. We also have a live picture of voters in line. I believe that's in Maricopa County. Polls obviously have not closed yet there in Arizona. In the meantime, though, we are tracking these results coming in as well. We're still waiting on some race calls here, but it is a new hour, and we want to bring into the conversation Austin Westfall yet again with some of those results, and he joins me. Austin, I wanted to ask, It's been Indiana and Kentucky we've been talking about here, but now these major battleground states, polls now closed there. We'll get results in very soon, right?
We will. We're watching them tabulate results right now in Georgia. We are going to be waiting for any type of result from that key battleground state. That is one of the 7 battlegrounds that we've been tracking so closely. So let's look at our map. We're starting to see it fill in with some colors now. 19 electoral votes on the Trump side so far, 3 coming in for the vice president. Where are those votes coming from? Vermont. That's where Harris is getting her 1 vote so far. As soon as the polls closed, they were feeling comfortable enough to call that one in Harris's favor. Let's take a look at why. And you know what? We're not even getting any official results in, but a safely blue state, Vermont, going to Kamala Harris. Indiana and Kentucky, we already knew, called in Trump's favor. Florida, we're finally getting some results in from the Sunshine State. Now, that is not dark red. It's not been called yet. The Associated Press has not called for Florida. That is 30 electoral votes that are expected to go red. There is an interesting Senate race that we're watching for there. And you know what? While we're talking about the Senate, Andrew, let's pull up our Senate map. We've so far seen, 1 Senate race being called in Indiana. So, Indiana, and we will back up here a little bit because Jim Banks, the Associated Press, officially calling the Indiana Senate race in Banks's favor. He has 62% over McRae's 35%. That's only with 12% of the votes tabulated. The AP feeling comfortable enough to call that one in Banks's favor. We didn't expect that one to be a toss-up. Let's focus on one where we did expect somewhat of a competitive race. This is Rick Scott's race. Rick Scott facing off against Debbie McCarcel-Powell. This was 19% of the votes already coming in, and that's because Florida is one of those states that can tabulate votes before the polls close. So as soon as the polls closed, a big batch of ballots came through. In fact, 19% of everything counted has already come in, giving us about 1/5 of the information we know before all of the votes are tallied. And so far, Rick Scott has just over 50% of the vote. Right now, it looks like Scott is up by roughly 4 points. The Democrats, they're going to need to win some of these competitive seats in states like Florida, Texas. There's even an independent running in Nebraska. The Democrats are on the defense when it comes to the Senate, Andrew. Florida is one of those key races that they're hoping to win.
That's right. We do have some of the head-to-head here with the results from the Associated Press there. Republican Rick Scott over his Democratic challenger, Debbie McCarcel-Powell. 51-47, still very early for this race there. But Austin, like you said, we do have some of these race calls for the presidential contest. Let's get those out of the way here. Indiana, the Hoosier state, has now been called for former President Donald Trump there, with around 14% of estimated votes counted, 11 electoral votes, like you said, Austin, going to Donald Trump from Indiana as well. Also, Kentucky, the bluegrass state, this is in Trump's column there. The AP calling Kentucky for Donald Trump. Trump gets 8 electoral votes there in Kentucky, and you see the vote differential, the vote margin there between he and Harris. So this is to be expected with, Indiana and Kentucky here. If we can put up the results as well. You mentioned the Indiana Senate race between Jim Banks, the congressman right now, and his challenger as well, the Democrat, that race being called for Banks. So this seat, Austin, remains in Republican hands here. Jim Banks beating Valerie McRae there. He stays on Capitol Hill, but he moves over to the other chamber there, the upper chamber. So just wanted to kind of give everyone the run through for some of these states. Like you said, we have the head-to-head matchup, Austin. Vermont, this goes to Harris, 3 electoral votes in Harris's column for Vermont there. So we are just getting started. We're in a new hour. And yes.
If we can come out to the map one more time, because there's going to be an odd color on the senatorial map. I just want to make sure everybody understands what we're looking at, because you're used to seeing reds and blues on these maps. The reason why you're seeing yellow in Vermont is simply because Senator Sanders is an independent. So Sanders there, they're able to call this one as soon as the polls are closed. We don't even see any of the numbers coming in for this race yet, but Senator Sanders with a healthy lead, a healthy advantage in order to get another 6-year Senate term. Andrew.
All right, and we do have live pictures there at the White House. Also, polls closing this hour in 13 states, like we said there in North Carolina and Georgia. The prize for the White House is on. We're monitoring some of these early results in as well. Let's bring into the conversation some more.
Live look at Biden taking a nap.
Including Riley Rogerson there at Notice. She joins me. Riley, results coming in quite fast here, but at the top of the hour, these states, so many people are watching. Georgia, North Carolina. Georgia has 16 electoral votes. North Carolina, 16 as well here. We're going to get results in those battleground states. What are you watching for right now?
Definitely North Carolina, definitely Georgia. Later in the night, absolutely Pennsylvania, which has a really important Senate race as well. Nevada, Arizona. I'm sure I'm missing some swing states there, but I'm watching the same states the rest of the country is watching, which are all supposed to be nail biters, and we'll see when we get results.
Yeah, and Riley, I wanted to ask too, other things that you've been watching for. I've been watching for enthusiasm, turnout, some of the same-day voter turnout. It seems like the Harris and Trump camps are really contending with the early vote numbers and the same-day voting numbers and the by-mail numbers here. So it's all going to be a numbers game, is it not?
Oh, absolutely. This is all a numbers game. You see already the Trump camp is clearly paying very close attention in Philadelphia. The Harris camp as well has been projecting a lot of optimism about what they're seeing as good turnout in a very blue stronghold, which they hope will counteract where Trump is doing better in kind of the middle of the state and some of the suburban counties. So, the numbers are everything, and it's just a matter of which counties really turn out for, Trump or Harris.
Yeah, Wiley, I know that you cover Capitol Hill.
Really, numbers are everything in a presidential election? That's no shock. We just dropped a poll in there. What color do you think Georgia ends up going this year, red or blue? Let us know.
And by the end of the night or not?
I mean, that's a great question that I still don't know the answer to. I promise you my newsroom would love to know. The House, I think, could really be a while. I had a conversation with the DCCC chairwoman, Susan DelBene, last week. She reminded me.
As we have some updates on, of course, the Electoral College map here. Coming out from, of course, Florida. Interesting enough, only 34% reporting. However, 51, it is tight right now. 51% Trump, 48.1% Harris here. Again, we are already counting that we're missing a lot of the red counting here. As Miami is going to be the bluest area here with Orlando. Very liberal perspective parts of this. You're more likely going to be looking at a much redder panhandle. But we are seeing 51% with almost 2 million votes Donald Trump versus 48% here Kamala Harris. That is wild to see. Coming out from, of course, why did that just delete itself? We have multiple states, though. Indiana is at this point already 14% reported. It is favoring heavily to Donald Trump. Kentucky here, 70% Donald Trump. Again, only 8% reporting, though. So just remember, guys, as you see these start to fill in, look at this up here. Vermont, completely only for Kamala Harris, but there's not even a single vote in. They just made it blue so far. So, it's going to roll into this, and it really matters towards that latter half here. And, of course, if he has 90% of the votes or not at 90%
crazy too.
Voter capacity.
I don't know if I'm unmuted.
No. Yeah, you are.
The Vermont one on the AP News website on that map, it doesn't even show Donald Trump's name. It says Kamala Harris and Claudia
Dela. Oh, yeah. Well, it's crazy that they left RFK on so many ballots, man. There's like 1,000 votes in Georgia here.
We got Crypto Stevo in the chat saying, wow, MSNBC is stating that Trump is winning the popular vote so far, which is, MSNBC saying
Trump.
that is kind of big. So,
are they talking?
Well, maybe.
Yeah, they're just music on my side, too.
Maybe he's getting a different feed.
You got to probably just sign in and probably go on the news outlet there. Yeah, we're going to be going directly from the sources themselves, baby. Let's go ahead and see if we got any trending news on Twitter. Again, let me refresh this one last time. Trump in the lead chat. I'm just kidding. Don't get too excited, guys. There's very little reporting here. 35% of reporting in Florida. Less than 1% in Georgia. But Georgia just flagged here with less than 1% reporting. Trump is in the lead off that first percent margin, but way too early to tell here whether or not they'll complete those votes. Trending, though, we have, of course, the Harris phone call. It's funny that is what's trending right now. Trump takes Kentucky, Indiana. Harris wins Vermont. Let me see what they're pulling this from, because this is leading reports. NBC News projects Kamala Harris to win Vermont. The projections are to win. We don't have the finalized results just yet out of this. I am watching multiple live feeds right now. They do, I mean, of course, here though, when you're looking at, I forgot what this is, the times, Indiana red, Kentucky red, Vermont at the 3 here. So right now, Trump is leading in terms of those electoral votes, but still very, very early on. It is only 7:12. So just so you guys know, right now you can see the early round reporting coming in, all the early votes. 8 p.m. we have Pennsylvania. This is going to be a big conversation for all of us in the chat here. Really straight up need to be watching Pennsylvania. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, you're looking at almost a guaranteed win here. Michigan around 8 p.m. as well, with North Carolina coming out right around the corner. Huge battleground states at 7:30 p.m. So it's starting to heat up in these markets. It's starting to heat up on the electoral votes. But yeah, let's continue listening into, of course, what they are watching here on the ground at these sites. And we will be trying to, actually, they just canceled their live coverage as well. I will be reaching out and texting here Samuel Arms, as well as if you want to text none other than Bitcoin Magazine.
Yeah.
See if there's any reporters we can pull in. But let me listen into CBS here.
Yeah, we did see more Democrats voting there than Republicans. But then you go to the battleground in Arizona, it's the inverse. So it's too early to say that even the gender trend means much. We do, to what Costa was just laying out there in that excellent reporting, there's so much that we're tracking tonight, even apart from the presidency. It's going to be the control of Congress, whether they green light or put the brakes on all those things these candidates have been promising.
But as we're looking for all these little nuggets of information, some trying to read the tea leaves about what may happen tonight. Pennsylvania, you were talking about the early vote there. We did see the Democrats voted in large numbers in the early vote that may have banked hundreds of thousands of early votes, which would be a good sign for Kamala Harris. However, Republicans then show up on Election Day, and they could take back that vote, right?
That is the historic trend, make up that deficit. And as we know with Pennsylvania, it's a little different than other states. They can't really start counting until day of Election Day. So there are a lot of factors that you have to take into account when it comes to that state. And it's 19 electoral votes, the most of any battleground. It's such a huge prize to win. And for Vice President Harris to win, she's got to turn out those low propensity voters, the college kids, Nora, those that are hard to count, and the young voters.
And some new information on that. We are hearing that there has been a 7-hour wait at a polling place near Lehigh University. So there's a request to extend the voting there. That means young people, apparently long lines waiting to vote. That's certainly the Democratic Party was trying to turn out that Gen Z, that younger vote. So we're going to find out more about that and bring that to everybody.
And also, young men, and so key in this as well for the Trump campaign, those under 30.
Excellent point. We want to check in now with our teams at the 2 campaign headquarters. Let's start with Chief White House Correspondent Nancy Cordes with the Vice President at Howard University in Washington, D.C. And Nancy, what are you hearing?
Nora, I've been talking to top campaign officials, and they all continue to say that they're feeling good right now. They keep pointing to early results from Indiana, because that's one of the first states to report, where they say in suburban areas, former President Trump is doing a lot worse than he did 4 years ago. And they are pointing to that as a sign of strength for the vice president in the suburbs, everywhere. On college campuses, they say they're very pleased with the Puerto Rican turnout in Pennsylvania. They're not here at Howard University right now. They are set up in boiler rooms here in D.C. watching the results come in. Campaign headquarters, of course, normally in Wilmington, Delaware, but they're all down in D.C. now, while the vice president has dinner with extended family at her residence at the U.S. Naval Observatory, about 2.5 miles from here. When will she speak to the crowd that is starting to gather here? Nobody knows. It all depends on how the night unfolds and how quickly the results come in, and, of course, what Donald Trump does, which is always a wild card.
Nancy Cordes, thank you. And with President Trump at the Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida is CBS Morning's co-host Tony DeCopel. Good evening, Tony.
Hey, good evening, Nora. Good evening, everyone. Donald Trump is just a few miles away from here at Mar-a-Lago, taking in the early returns with some friends and allies, including the sometime world's richest man, Elon Musk. As for this room, there's an invite-only crowd of Trump faithful. They've been gathering for hours. They're already at the foot of the stage. And I went down there a few moments ago. I can say they're on a knife's edge emotionally, as one man put it to me. The only certainty at the end of tonight is tears. They're hoping it'll be tears of joy if Donald Trump can pull off what they see as the greatest political political comeback in history. And Donald Trump, for his part, he appeared earlier today, cast a vote. Day 721 of his campaign, said he's feeling very confident, has a big lead. One of the worries, some reporting from our CBS colleagues, is that he may come out early, declare victory, do so before millions of votes are cast. And if that's the case, Nora, well, we're in a world reminiscent of 2020, and it'll be a long and chaotic night. 7 p.m. significant because polls closed in some places. Also significant in this room because the bar just opened. Beer and wine only. Cash, please.
There you go. That may change things. All right, Tony DeCopel there in West Palm Beach. Thank you. Also with us here.
That picture right there. We have boots on the ground, literally right in front of the stage. That's going to be watching Donald Trump speak tonight. So cool. So jealous. Yeah, show him a picture. So jealous.
Tone and tenor of the campaign, and especially how Donald Trump ended his campaign last night.
We've all covered a lot of campaigns in this room, and I was just, as Bob was talking, doing the math, I think I've been covering it now for going on a decade, dare I say.
Broke everybody's ears.
I have never heard his messaging as dark as it has been in recent weeks. You mentioned last night. We also, Tony just mentioned today, we saw the former president cast his ballot there in Florida, where he falsely claimed yet again fraud in 2020. And he talked again with lies about criminal migrants, he said, pouring through our border. That is just.
All right, let's flip over to some CBS coverage, it looks like, as well. Actually, can we get a reload here? Let's get a reload of this coverage live. No, they ended their election conversation. I want to pull up more as well. So we're going back and forth here from both sides. This is the, they're just
camp on that issue alone. That remains to be seen here. All right, let's move from Georgia right now while we have you, Riley and Austin. We're getting some more votes in, some more results in the Florida Senate race here. You can see there 52% of estimated votes counted now in the Florida Senate race. And the gap has widened here between incumbent Republican Rick Scott and his Democratic challenger, Debbie Mucarsel-Powell here. So don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Only a little more than half of these estimated votes coming in, according to the Associated Press here. But Scott's lead is widening. So I don't know what that means for the rest of the night, for the rest of these Senate races here, but does this say that maybe Scott wasn't facing as much of a challenge as Democrats hoped, or is that Republicans feared?
We will see for sure whether that ends up being the case. Democrats were clearly very optimistic about their chances. That's why they put resources into this race. But I'll tell you, I talked to a number of strategists on both sides of the aisle who were not totally counting on this race to be a win for the Democrats. When I talked to a Republican strategist
let's go ahead and actually mute this over here. They're just going to be spewing back and forth, filling in time, guys. Again, there's 4 hours to cover this, so they'll be going back and forth. But looking at Bitcoin on the charts here, Kelly, you're going to like this. Now, what I don't like is necessarily the pattern we're in, because this could be forming a bit of a bearish result here in the near term. Did just come up to the top of the channel here to retest it. But after coming back down to 69.4 here, we could be ready maybe break back out to the upside. I think markets are going to be incredibly volatile here, of course, in the next 4 hours. But I'd be looking at this, guys, because, of course, we're in a hedge trade. Everybody knows this. We're at pretty much break even at this point. But we're in a hedge position here. The stochastic now, though, on the 5 minute, a little overextended. The 1 minute is definitely overextended at that point. What I would point out is my worry at the 4 hour time frame. That stochastic definitely has rolled over. And again, this is why we've pretty much hedge ourselves in case of an undecided outcome of this election. We can end up actually coming back and retesting this previous channel. I called this last night in the Telegram chat. We were in this descending, there's a bull flag here, came right down to nearly the exact support level we were looking for, held above it, bounced above it, got stopped out of that first short, and then reopened a hedge around 70K. Our stop's well above 71. We're in a great position at this point now, waiting for these market results. But what I could see, guys, you'll notice here, huge volatility in the market. So if we, again, I think have that undecided route, if you go to the hourly or it's the hourly here, there are small signs, and you could maybe say this would be a bullish divergence kind of starting to create itself, maybe on the 15-minute scale, the 30-minute time scale. But the 4 hour has a lot more bearishness that could actually take place. So what we'll be watching for is if the hourly stochastic can roll back over. You can see it's battling right now. I want to get, of course, Kelly's thoughts on those, though, as the TA expert of the house. What are you watching for on these charts right now?
Yeah, and I just asked the chat. I want to hear everybody's. What price do you think Bitcoin will be at midnight tonight? I'm going to put you guys on the spot with that same question. But Kelly, what do you got there? Oop, wrong button.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, wait a minute. Why are you guys? That is a good question. Everybody's muted. Why is your mic not coming through?
Are we all muted?
Oh, no, you're not. All right, Kelly, talk.
Check.
You're muted. You were muted. My bad.
Thank you, guys.
I was muted, but we are back. We wanted to make sure that you're all paying attention. What I was saying was,
thanks, chat.
Over the next 6 to 18 hours, I think you need to. Don't go looking at 4-hour charts or 1-hour chart and find a bullish divergence or a bearish divergence and really think that has a huge substantial means of carrying through as a divergence would suggest. Because if you have a very bearish setup, even at the price action on this, looking at this right here, if this pushed up, let's say we're on the 30-minute, and this just pushes up into this zone, and we have a bearish divergence, but then 10 minutes after this starts to pull back a little bit, you get some incredible polling news for Trump. I think that could be a very good incentive to sort of disregard what the TA says at the moment. When we zoom out, just a reminder, no matter what happens, we have so much room to go to still remain incredibly bullish. In fact, we could come, I would argue, all the way down to about 59,000, and we would still be relatively bullish. So where we're at right now, we've got a lot of news that we're going to be covering throughout the night. The TA, we can watch this as it moves, and we talked about this morning, TJ. As polling data comes in, are we going to see a direct reflection of that in the price action as the night goes along? And I think we will, because and I'll pull it up in a second. And I'll let Josh take over here for a second, because I have some data that actually shows a direct correlation of sentiment regarding Kamala and direct sentiment regarding Trump. And this isn't political. This is just how Bitcoin responds to the two different narratives. And so it's going to be a good indication about where things are going.
So we're at 70,000, almost $100, getting a bounce here in these markets. Lots of price action to the upside here in the aftermarkets. Of course, the SPX and these markets did close pretty positively here towards the end of the market hours. Future markets, though, on the NASDAQ, down quite a bit here. And I'd still be watching to see how these, end up over the next few hours, because it's going to be volatile as heck. But let me know in the chat, guys. Are you guys long or short? Because I'm in an extremely low position short here at about $70,000. But I'm curious to see what you guys are playing for this upside. Again, I am banking on I think there's a lot of optimism, and I'm very worried that we get that reality check here, maybe towards 10 p.m. tonight, where, hey, it's a question. Is Donald Trump actually going to have this in the reins, or is there an outcome where these states look to count their votes for a multitude of dates because of the long lines that exist here leading up to the polls? And does that create uncertainty that projects Bitcoin back down towards that $66,000 level? At that point, the reason why I'm hedging today is because you'll notice this is, Bitcoin's volatile. Bitcoin's back above, of course, 70K. Look at the altcoins, man. Barely moving here, if not being affected negatively. And so just in case, this is why I'm not dollar cost averaging into huge plays today. It's why we just have a hedge position open in our portfolio, is if Bitcoin does break down to those levels and you get that fear in there, I am worried that retail is going to take that as a fear-mongering event, and it's going to cause a cascade of liquidations before we get that upside. So we'll be happy. We're hedged. We make money either way. If our hedge gets stopped out, guys, it's because markets are pumping, and the rest of our portfolio makes us break even. Yeah. We are at a great point in our portfolio right now. But it looks like chat here. Check this out. Long, one short from Abner, long from Bakesh. Lots of longs coming in. Show me what on the charts. What is this data you're
my question
adjusting
is, why
to?
not, if you're close to even on your short, why not go ahead and open a long, put a tight stop on both of them? If it pumps your long hits, if it dumps your short hits, and then then you're truly hedged.
Because you could do so. I would consider my hedge already being the
just holding spot.
I'm holding Chainlink and Matic and all these Ondo. It's like if we break to 73K, those are all jumping 30-40%. So what I've done is, in comparison to my portfolio, you're looking at a 5% potential stop loss, 10% if you look at, the multiple that have maybe hit. Over the last few weeks, we are up massively. I mean, we've been hitting 40%, 50%, 60% positions that have increased our portfolio. So last weekend, I made the consideration that, look, Donald Trump doesn't have a guaranteed victory here. And if we have that uncertainty in the market, you are going to see a negative cascade from that. And so, again, I just have it as in, it is just I'm bullish. So I'm not going to sit here and, try to jump in and out of these markets. It's simply just a hedge short to make sure that if we do see that downside, I'm going to benefit off that. And then, of course, able to allocate that to other investments with that profit.
Also, real quick, we want to hear from Kelly, but while he's pulling that up, do you want to try and see if you can pull anybody in from TikTok?
Yes.
That would be really interesting if we can do that.
No, I think what Josh just outlined there is something very important when you're looking at markets, whether you're investing or trading. First off, you need to distinguish. If you're investing, then you shouldn't be worried about the sentiment in the next 4 hours because you should have a longer term time horizon. But when you're looking at how these markets may move, depending on the time horizon you're looking at, you want to really sort of calculate to your best ability what direction the sentiment's going to take the market. And with that, I have this chart right here, and this is from Sminston with. He said, someone had to check. Since Kamala joined the race July 21st, Bitcoin price has been positively correlated with Trump election sentiment, $5,300 US dollar per 10-point change. Whereas it had a negative correlation with Harris sentiment, minus $4,400 US dollars per 10-point change. Meaning if Kamala goes up, Bitcoin's price reduces. If Trump's odds go up, the price increases. And this is how it basically looks, basically mapped out on the chart. So the reason why this is important, as abstract as this may seem, is because whether or not there's investors out there that are trading and investing, most are doing it dumb because they're trading emotionally, but there's a lot of people, regardless of their bias, they're smart money, and they say, what direction is this sentiment going to likely take price action in the asset that I'm trading or hedging myself against? So this tells us unequivocally that if Kamala does start to look like she's going to win, or she does win, that there's likely going to be a pullback. But I don't want that to scare you all. That does not mean, Josh, do you think that means the bull run into 2025 is over if Kamala wins?
No.
Or is it just a little bit maybe delayed through November and then we start getting, we'll still have
I
a bull
think
run.
it just means a different type of bull run. And this is, the truth is this is coming from institutions, billion-dollar investors, not myself. Every hedge fund isn't saying that there's going to be a blanket altcoin bull run. That's just blatantly false. What you're looking at is institutions giving menu options to what is going to be beneficial under a Democratic candidate, what is going to be beneficial under a Republican candidate, and they're giving you stock choices based off the two outcomes. Because even institutions today are like, holy smokes, this is more uncertain than ever. Be cash heavy and be ready to allocate your positions based off of what that outcome looks like. So from an altcoin perspective, obviously, yes, I think it's going to matter on who's a candidate, because that is either going to determine whether tokenization is a huge, benefactor of, this next bull run. It could mean meme coins are going to be a better benefactor of next bull run. It could be DeFi. The list goes on. So yeah, I think it doesn't matter in retrospect for Bitcoin in terms of that bull run, but it does have an impact on altcoin.
We got is this MSNBC? Georgia right now here with, what's his name? Kornacki or whatever. Showing, I guess, too early to call, but Georgia's 58% Trump, 41.4% Harris so far. It looks like there's quite a bit of a way to go.
If he wins Georgia, we'll probably get stopped out of our position. That is, you just put it in the...
Oh, because it'll pump, you think? What you're saying?
If we win Georgia, yeah. If we win any of the battleground states, I think you're going to start seeing everything pump. Especially if he takes Pennsylvania, holy smokes, markets rip.
I can turn that out. You ready for that audio, Kelly?
Yeah, I don't know if are they talking?
No, they're just down. Music.
They did say about 15 seconds ago that there was, look at that, Georgia now up. Wait, these are just different.
Yeah, you're looking at counties. I have it here. You're looking at, plenty of counties aren't allocated just yet, unless this isn't in real time. We're looking at potentially 6% of polling here. Donald Trump, 57%. Kamala Harris, 42%. But of course, Atlanta is going to be a very blue area here. So it's Atlanta. Either way, you and your southern.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm getting you with your pronunciation.
Targeting me, man.
I know. Real quick, my computer's not loading this right now, but I was trying to reload the input, but I do have. I don't know if you have it up at all, Josh. The Bitcoin has never retraced below its election day price after the results are in.
Oh, I have that.
Yeah. Josh is looking at trades. Let me know when you pull it up.
Yeah, looking at our trades, we were up 4,000. Now we're down. We're about to be stopped out. This is going to be, I'm going to look for price. Dude, maybe let's just trade some live, dude.
I know. I was telling you to take it long.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's
just ripping, dude. It's
ripping as these results.
It's good news, bro.
Yeah. Look, it's this is what we were expecting. So I was asking chat predictions by midnight.
Let's not get too excited.
Well,
this could flip in 5 minutes.
It sure could. But I mean, look, we're here to speculate, right? Let's speculate.
Here we go. We got the chart.
Yeah, here you go. Kelly, you got it.
Price has never gone below. Basically, I don't want to say on the day of, but once this breaks out of this region as it has on the election zone, it has never even in the next bear market come anywhere near where that price is. So this would be, where was this? This was November 2020. So what would that put price at? Did we look at this morning?
Here, pull this one up. This is the one I was talking about. I just sent it to you in DMs. I'll take your screen down for a second. Pull that up. I think results are coming.
Results are coming in. Yeah. So he's starting to take lead in Georgia.
Got it.
If Trump wins, we pump.
This is the one I was talking about.
That's the outcome here.
Yeah, and this is why, look, we had different sides on each time, and this is what the market wants. Known quantity. Either way, they just want less uncertainty.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on Georgia here. And again, you see a lot of the counties lit up right now. In a lot of these, as we were saying, it looks like they're going to do this early vote incrementally rather than in one big batch. So while you see a lot of counties colored in right here, this is the running total statewide. And again, the Democrats, you see Harris far back there, but the Democrats depend so much on.
You're going to have double audio.
Yeah, I got Kelly's screen.
Winston-Salem, Asheville, and Charlotte.
There you go.
High concentrations
you're looking at my
of
screen.
urban and suburban voters. All four of those areas have seen a population gain since 2020. Much of North Carolina's outcome will be determined right around those four cities and the surrounding suburbs.
In fact, I'm going to tilt this on its axis, too, and you're going to see those higher bars where that population growth has happened and where Democrats need to run up big margins.
Guys, type 1 in chat if the audio is good.
Interesting to see those early numbers. We'll be watching very, very closely. Anthony and Major, thank you. I want to turn now to John Dickerson because I understand you're getting some new exit poll data from North Carolina since the polls just closed there.
Let me go ahead and first real quick. If you guys are on TikTok and want to request stuff, we are going to try to pull you guys in and see if we can actually bring you up for a 60-second interview here. You'll be able to ask us a question. We'll interview for a couple minutes, and then we'll let you go. But if you want to try that,
family friendly.
Let us know. Keep it family
leading
friendly.
over Donald Trump 58-37. So there's late-breaking voters. It is happening in North Carolina, but caveat, only at 5% of the vote based on the exit polls. So it may not be a gargantuan group, but tight margins, that might be enough. I also just want to show you very quickly the gender distribution in North Carolina. We talked about the national split. 53% women, 48% men. Well, in North Carolina, we can actually go inside those numbers and see how men and women are voting. So in North Carolina, the women represent 52% of the electorate, men 48% of the electorate. Kamala Harris is winning with women 55% to 43. Donald Trump 57 to 42. So that's the emerging gender picture inside North Carolina at the moment.
And that is a 27-point gender gap there in North Carolina with these early numbers.
Yes, that's exactly right. And just for national reminder, the largest gender gap nationally was in the Clinton race against Donald Trump. That was 24 points. So a gender gap of 27 in North Carolina is larger than the national gender gap in 2016.
It could be one of the big storylines we are covering tonight. And Celia, I understand you're hearing some other information about North Carolina.
Well, we're just following some polling before this. We expect to get a more detailed breakthrough on North Carolina soon on Latinos. But this is a voting bloc. The Latino voting bloc is one that we are particularly interested tonight because of their significance in this election and how tight the races are in these battleground states. In North Carolina, 24% of Latinos are voting for the first time there. Democrats say that that is the bloc that they care the most about. They call them the ghost electorate because nobody knows how they're going to go. We are talking about voters particularly who were born in this country for the most part, that perhaps their allegiances to Democratic politics are not what their parents were. And so you may start to see Donald Trump chip into some of that bloc that traditionally has been for Democrats leaning towards him. We are seeing that in the national numbers. We will certainly be following it in North Carolina. But again, 24% in North Carolina. 38% of Latino voters since 2016 have never voted before, so we know nothing about them and how they will vote today.
It's so interesting. Thank you, Cecilia. I want to turn to Robert Costa because we are getting word that Donald Trump is not done campaigning. In fact, he is calling into radio stations, trying to get people to stay in line. He called into WHT in Philadelphia, where he said, if we win Pennsylvania.
Let me do this. Okay, so guys, what we're going to do here, as these polls come, I'm going to try to have some fun with this, okay? I'm opening up a 7X short here, small part of our portfolio, but it's going to be a $14,000 play here. I'm going to look and see if we can catch some of these swings. I'm starting to see a pattern here, Kelly. Now, look, if we get stopped out, we get stopped out. I'm not going to be risking tons of these portfolios. You look for like 5% stop loss on these. 7X here. But I do want to take advantage of the amount of liquidity and volatility coming to these markets. If you go to FOMO.io, check this out. The 12-hour chart, I should have been updating this here more periodically, but we just ate through all the liquidity above us, and now there's a ton opening up below us. So I honestly expect kind of this roller coaster to the upside here. We're going to need more liquidity to start opening up above us. There is some if you go to that 24-hour range, but again, we just ate through that liquidity gap here at $70,900. So let's go ahead and actually zoom over to the exchange liquidations. Yeah, here you go. The daily now flipped more bearishly. Of course, you can see that even if we were just go to the 70,500, you're eating a lot of positions. Orders opening up like crazy right now. This is back and forth. Let's check out the 7-day time frame. 7-day time frame, battling for that support region here. This is huge. So earlier this week, it was opposite. It was, hey, we're going to be looking bearish here on the weekly. Liquidations are telling us we're going to go to 66K. We came right down to that range. Now I'm wishing we just started swing trading these positions, but we were hedged. I'm not mad at it at all right now. But looking at the daily here, again, I think you're just going to be getting this bouncing effect here back and forth between these price actions. So what I'm going to be looking out for is not only, of course, the heat map here, which we're watching play out here on the FOMO, of course, index with that liquidity opening up underneath us. I'm looking at the stochastics here. So I'm going to be trading scalp trades here as we get election results. But 5-minute stochastic overextended. Let's go to the 15-minute overextended. Let's go to the 30-minute here. 45's got room to run. Let's go to the 30-minute here. About halfway up there with that momentum. So could be more upside here. But again, I'm looking for scalp trades. So these are 5 15-minute trades, looking to take advantage of some of these swings. And we'll just scalp inside and out of this market. Kelly, what are you looking at on these charts? And I'll pull up the election results.
Yeah, I'm looking here at the 45-minute chart, Bitcoin Binance. And just want to show just a little tip and trick. This is a free indicator you can all use, the CMF, Chaikin Money Flow. So looking at this right here, I just want you to notice the price action is pushing up at this zone. At the same time the price is pushing up, this is a trap. Why? Because you see money flow is coming out. There's no fuel in the car. You're not going to make it up that hill. And what happens? You roll down the hill. Similarly, right here, the price action pushes up. We're getting a nice little curvature of the price of the money flow coming up. But right here, where the price action goes sideways, before this moves up, what could have caused it? Well, let's look. We see the Chaikin money flow, money coming into the system, the price not yet responding, and then right shortly after that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bars, and then boom, boom, boom. You put fuel in the engine. You can go up the mountain. It's very simple tips and tricks like that, using that, the windshield wiper method that helps you stay in front of the trend while you're moving in these markets.
Yeah, we could easily see a short squeeze here, guys, especially as people keep piling into these longs. It could force liquidations within shorts, dropping that price action higher here. Give us, again, your Bitcoin price predictions by, of course, midnight tonight. What do you think that price action is going to be? I think it's going to be bouncing back and forth, but yeah, look at the amount of liquidity, that money flow you were talking about that allowed Bitcoin's price to project up to this range. So what I'll be doing here is looking to take advantage of maybe some scalp trades. Of course, we just entered the one, but look for these huge upswings. Look to catch a little bit of a retracement, close those positions for some profit, and hopefully just ride the wave here as we approach the election outcomes. Right now, we have, of course, new updates coming in. Harris with 3 electoral votes, of course, taking Vermont. Trump at 23 now, though. It is confirmed he took West Virginia here. Looks like
West
that was
Virginia,
looks like they're shading in Ohio right there, too.
Shading in Ohio, yes, of course. Now, of course, you have Senator J.D. Vance coming out of that. I would imagine that state's going to be pretty much heavily red. The conversation will be around Iowa. But, of course, South Carolina here, Trump leading just by quite a bit here. Pretty big margin. North Carolina, Kamala Harris taking a huge lead. Now, I don't know what the exact how according or how accurate this is being a 2% reporting, But of course, let's get some live projections here coming from CBS. I want to see what they're talking
results. But broadly speaking, in the exit polls that we see, when Harris voters are asked what motivated them, number one issue
Let's take this one.
That's at a polling place in Maricopa County, Arizona, I believe. It's about 5:40 there Mountain Time. We also have live looks in Washington, D.C., not too far from the White House there on the campus of Howard University. That's where Vice President Kamala Harris and her running mate Tim Walz will hold their election night watch party. We also have the one there in West Palm Beach where the Trump-Vance election night watch party will be held there as well. But like I said, all eyes briefly were focused on West Virginia, and this is an AP race call. Republican Jim Justice defeating Democrat Glenn Elliott in the West Virginia Senate race. Justice, and here, to your point, Austin, his dog, baby dog, going to Washington here. In the meantime, yes, please.
Oh, he's getting some.
Ultimately, what we're looking at here are a number of gubernatorial races across the country. Only one of them was expected to be competitive, and we're starting to get an idea of what those results are looking like. Only 7% of the vote is in so far. New Hampshire is the
I would
one
say, guys, if
governor.
you're entering positions here tonight, do low leverage and don't leave open unless you have a stop loss or a take profit margin, because it's going to be extremely volatile. Again, right now, let's say markets lead into this momentum up to maybe 72K. Could be what we don't know what that price point necessarily is. We know we've ate through a lot of liquidity, but money keeps coming in. Money keeps coming in. The question is, what's the outcome of the election? So if we run into a contestant issue where it goes to now 24 hours or 72 hours decided by the states or the Supreme Court, there's a lot of uncertainty moving into tonight. So if you're longing tonight, take those profits. Make sure you're not going to bed leaving anything open, because on election day, guys, one, you don't want to be we're just having fun here trading, but on these news events day, you could go into a position, be up 20%, and like, I'm going to leave this shit open. I don't need to. I'm in so much profit. I don't have to worry about it. You wake up and you're liquidated. That is how these markets work. So doing high leverage right now, crazy. I think,
and it's gonna be. We're seeing it play out right now. It's a state by state issue on the charts. If you're starting to see positive results coming out for a state, and then it's confirmed, you're gonna see for Trump, I should say, you're gonna see probably pretty positive price action in Bitcoin. And then maybe some in alts. I think today, like right now, the focus is on Bitcoin, because that's going to be the barometric sort of gauge for risk for the rest of the alts. There's a little bit of hesitation there. But if you get two states that vote positively, the polls come out positively for Trump, and then you get two or three, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, whatever they are, especially swing states that come out for Trump or for Harris, I think it's going to have even more of an impact on the price action.
Yeah, I got 72.5 is my number for midnight.
72.5 for midnight.
Midnight tonight. That's my prediction.
Watch this just rip through everything. Let me see where we're at right now.
The next level up is about 71.6.
71.6.
Oh, hey, all right. That was
and
pretty
then
nice.
the next
I'm
level
closing this short
that
position.
would
We close
be
this short position.
Kind of up.
We're closing this short position.
Yeah, good call.
All
All
right,
right, go ahead, Kelly. What do you have? What's next after that?
Next, I mean, we're just doing it literally small step by small step. Next level up from there would be about then 72.6, and then the next level would be up here. And I'm only doing this on these very small chunks because, as I said, I think we're going to get quick price action as polls come out, and then if a subsequent state comes out positive, we'll likely building momentum. But if you start getting momentum in the other direction, aka for a candidate that's not really fully supportive of crypto, then you're likely going to see that the price action sort of the momentum evaporate a bit.
Mm. Yeah, again, you're looking for those. We're gonna have obviously significant resistance at previous all-time highs. So to break out of that would be, I mean, it's possible if Trump wins, dude. But again, is it wrong? Let's ask chat here. Let's take a poll tonight. Okay, let's take a poll right now. Are the election results decided tonight or not? So will the election be determined tonight, yes or no? Now, maybe I am just so optimistic or so cautiously optimistic. And I hate mainstream media so much because of the propaganda spewing that I expect there to be issues and counts, needing to go into tomorrow morning, if not the following day. But I don't believe there's going to be an outcome tonight. And because of that, I'm expecting that uncertainty, especially in markets tomorrow. If there's no outcome today, imagine what happens if markets open tomorrow. So now, again, I could be wrong. Right? We got yes or no in the chat here. Will they call the election tonight?
We're sitting at 50-50 right now. That's crazy.
Yeah, that
Kelly,
right there is why I'm not.
So you're saying no?
Dude, because I can't get bullish, man. I just can't. We're hedged. We hedged ourselves. We're good now. But if I'm opening up positions tonight, yeah, they're low leveraged hedge positions to the downside. I think everybody getting too bullish is what concerns me the most.
Yeah, it's funny. Matt B says everyone's stop loss hit and then they went long. LO, which is kind of like what we just did. I say if it's not called, I think it might be called by midnight tonight. If it's not, it will be called by the time we wake up Wednesday morning. What do you say, Kelly?
Well, the question is, are you going to be able to go to sleep if it's not called tonight?
Well, I did just drink I usually don't drink energy drinks this late. I drank about half a rain, so I probably am going to have a hard time sleeping. A lot of caffeine in that, but go ahead. What do you think? Call it or no?
I feel like the country is on such a. I feel like they need to call it tonight.
Well, yeah.
No,
I mean,
well, yeah, it's so. It's so sad that this is a conversation.
It is, but I mean, obviously they'd have to have a pretty good amount of data in to be able to call it. Go ahead. What
Yeah, this ain't a chart data type of night. This ain't a man. It's the castle oversold. I'm gonna go back and forth and look for it. We're trading news here. So if a blue state comes out to be red, boom. You know, if the red state comes out to be blue, boom. And so it is. Man, it's already getting intense. You feel the intensity here, guys. But because of that, guys, I got stopped on my hedge positions. We're good. We're good to go. So remove those emotionals from the game. Do not FOMO. It's why we created these tools. You guys have seen this over the last 4 weeks turn 3,000 into over 6 figures. So we are up so much on these margins. We hedge that potential downside here. And again, it is early. It's 7:48. We still have about another 47 states to go before we have a complete, true, deciding factor or outcome of these elections here. So just strap in, get ready, grab a beer. Do me a favor, guys. We have thousands of people watching across all of our social media right now. Hit that like button, repost. Me and Kelly will be here analyzing these markets with you. I'm going to try to have fun and swing trade here, but yeah, if you're trading tonight, guys, I'm going to be honest, you better be doing it for fun because it is going to be volatile.
Yeah, I will say, and we talked about this a little bit, I think on the morning stream, or maybe it was yesterday. Obviously, traditionally, very strong traders.
MAGA up 50%.
Like professional traders traditionally, you're up 50%? Nice.
No, MAGA.
Don't trade these type of things because you've lost your edge in the market.
Oh, my.
And it is just, golly, look at that. Look at that. Send it, baby.
Woo!
But yeah, we're doing this for fun, basically. So proceed with caution. Yeah.
Sorry.
What is that, the 1 minute chart?
Dude, even the 15-minute is just
loving that.
The top 100, the top gainers in the last hour. Dogecoin, Cat in a Dog's World, Pepe, Dog with Hat, Pop Cat. Those are the top ones that are the top movers right now.
I love it.
All the liquidity hunters. Yeah.
Look, we're feeling bullish. We're feeling bullish.
But here's a question. Let's ask the opposite question that nobody wants to ask because it's always put on Trump. Josh, if the numbers look strong and it shows it's like 273, blah, blah, blah for Trump, does Kamala concede?
No, the Democrats will 100% be election deniers this election. That's a guaranteed outcome. It's the Karl Marx famous words here is, accuse your opposition of what you're doing yourself. And I'm paraphrasing that, but what you're going to see is nobody wants to admit this from the left, but just like there's a far right, right? There's a far right with people that don't believe anybody should have been jailed on Jan 6, which is, I think, wrong. If you rioted and you had weapons, like that's just on you. Like you're being stupid. But same thing this election. Yeah, there's so many people. This is going to be 10 times what we saw in 2016 this is if Trump wins. Again, it's not a guarantee, but you had people crying on MSNBC, CNBC, CNN when Trump lost. The world was over. We were going to go to shits. Guess what, guys? 4 years happened. We were still in democracy. Markets did great. You're okay. Inflation was down. Yada, yada, yada. I think it's the same thing no matter outcome of this tonight. However, I think, I hate to say this, but yeah, I think there's going to be riots from the left if Trump wins tonight. I think it's too polarized. This isn't Democrat versus Republican. This is far left versus far right. You're talking about that would be the ones rioting.
See, I think that's what they want us to think, but I think it's more like the people versus the media. I don't know. I almost feel like that's been pumped up so much to get us all to feel that way, but I could almost see it being peaceful regardless, because I do think the average American person wants peace. They want us to do well. They don't all hate each other as much as the media wants you to believe. I mean, even like look at the conversation we just had. I think it was a fairly civil conversation, and we when we talk through it, we can come to the agreement that like, yeah, generally we have pretty similar views on a lot of things. Maybe there's some finer points that we like to debate, or we differentiate and fork in the road at different places. But nobody was picking up something to throw it at the other. What do you got? Something live?
Yeah,
Look?
Kelly's got something live. We need to pull up real quick.
Hold on. Let me get your audio.
On Kelly's stream.
Yeah,
I'll turn my head. Oh, Georgia officials. Thank you. I couldn't hear what you were saying.
Tremendous experience for voters and a free and fair election, which we've obviously accomplished. Everything that went into it, from this building that you stand in, to the technology that was used, to the processes that were planned and practiced, to our leadership. And I want to give a special recognition to Nadine Williams, who has led our efforts and done a terrific job. I also, of course, want to recognize Chief Yates for his efforts working with every municipality and all the police chiefs across Fulton County to provide the safe.
Close soon in more of these battleground states at the top of the next hour.
He got us.
I'm
I did
Andrew
enter
Kraft.
another
Thanks
short
for being
here.
with us here as we continue to
let's pull
monitor,
up,
track
also,
all.
you left that open. So I believe he's actually the new governor of Pennsylvania. Is that who they're speaking to right now?
In the Northeast, very briefly, we just brought you
Pennsylvania.
some of those results from New Hampshire.
I forgot.
Be the Vermont gubernatorial election between Phil Scott, the Republican, and his Democratic opponent there. This was called Scott.
Wow,
with
Vermont?
Yet another pretty handedly easy victory over his Democratic challenger there in Vermont, and he'll spend another 4 years in the governor's mansion.
That's interesting
in Montpelier there. So wanted to get that in just briefly. Let's take
as a
that final
Republican,
commercial
but
break.
it's a
We'll
blue
see
state
you in 2 minutes
for president.
It's weird. You know, we haven't even paid attention yet. Have we looked at any of the calls for House or
I have pulled up Senate. Senate's looking to be blue. So Senate right now, you could pull it up if you would like. I had it up earlier. I think people are expecting the Senate to be, correct me if I'm wrong, blue, House remain red.
All right, we got 7 minutes before the next call. And also, I don't know if this is 100%, but somebody did just text me this, that Jill Biden just voted wearing Republican MAGA red.
Oh, that's crazy.
Look at that, coming out of the polls.
Let's see. Let me see if
Joe Biden voted for Trump, 100%.
Let me see.
100%. He hates Kamala.
Do you feel like I really feel
he
like
hates Kamala? Dude, you don't wear a MAGA hat,
right? Yeah, no.
He wore a MAGA hat.
Can you sit your chair up just?
Yeah.
Oh, you're just leaning back. Okay.
I'm just, no, it's just a.
You're allowed
it's
to
out
be
the chairs.
comfortable. You're allowed to be comfortable.
How dare I get comfortable?
Here it is.
All right, what do you got?
Here.
Yeah.
Oh wow, there it is. Okay.
Wow, that is red, dude.
Jill wore all red is the wife of a Democrat politician. There's no way she didn't know how this looks. Biden and Jill are pissed.
You don't think that's a troll though? Do you think these people ever troll? I guess you're not really allowed to be a troll if you're a politician, but
Biden saying everything's calculated as a politician. They know they know this game better than anybody else.
Politics, the greatest show on earth.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, if I was Biden, I would be mad. I mean, I was literally ousted. He wanted to run.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole, him putting the hat on and keeping the hat and all that kind of stuff. I think that spoke volumes. Uh-oh. That page down.
Well, but even Bill Clinton, when Bill Clinton was speaking here in Georgia, I think it was here in Georgia, he said, somebody asked him about the border. He said, yeah, that it was I forget the person's name that got killed by an illegal immigrant here in Georgia. And he said, yeah, if we had a better border policy, she'd still be alive.
Still be alive. Yeah, I mean, oh yeah. I saw what you're talking about. He was like going around McDonald's and whatnot, and I'm trying to pull. I have so much. There's so many things happening. So let's refresh this real quick. So we're looking at electoral map update right now.
We got 5 minutes before new numbers roll.
Yeah, we got 5 minutes still, guys. So 5 minutes until new numbers roll into the market here.
Well, it says president 3 for Democrats, 23 votes, electoral college votes.
Yeah, but we know
president.
like California, like all of those are going to be 100% blue here. What would be interesting? What I am excited for is New York.
I am too.
I'm very excited to see the results in New York. Yeah,
I sent it to you earlier, but I know you couldn't get into your. Let me see if I can find
Dude,
it.
the Trump parades after he was at Madison Square Garden was crazy to see that turn out. And then also, I'm very curious to see, dude, people don't believe it, but the squirrel issue with the government overreach, killing Peanut and Fred, believe it or not, guys, that's going to have an impact on votes, which is crazy to think about. I don't know if it's thousands, but
this is what I saw. So, holy cow, New York is in play for the rightful president, Trump, as he leads in districts. Biden won by 15 points. President Trump is pulling ahead in New York swing districts where Joe Biden won by 15. So it's going to be interesting. I moved down here from New York. I was in New York City for of over 15 years. And I do think, just knowing the sentiment of the people, I think that I think it's the country over. I think Trump's going to win, because I think people are sniffing out all the nonsense, and I have to hand it to Elon Musk. And I don't want to just be a cuck for Elon Musk. It's the It's the fact that he bought Twitter and basically supported free speech in such a way that allowed content. I mean, even the conversations we were having.
He changed history.
The conversation we were having earlier, and
we're on X right now.
TJ brought up the point, do you support democracy? If you think about what democracy is, which party was limiting doctors from being able to speak about their profession and their expertise throughout COVID? Right?
Yeah, people don't like to admit, but he changed the course of history, because you can't, without Twitter, what other platform would you utilize that would have the same, magnitude and voice? And, some people don't like that, but the reality of Twitter is if you don't agree with somebody, you can comment that you don't agree with them, and there will be community noted. What doesn't matter if they're Republican or Democrat. I am on liberal Twitter because I interact with so many liberal perspective Democrats. My entire feed has forced me that, because they know I'm going to just get enraged and fall for the rage bait and then want to comment, interact, and do all the whole nine. But I mean, it would be a very interesting world if Twitter was still owned by Jack Dorsey today. I would have to say that. I think this is definitely, for me, like when I look at the Electoral College, it's a normal logical response to question why, you would want to give 10 million illegal immigrants, citizenship. Because if they are in swing states, that has a huge effect on the Electoral College. And so there's a logical reasoning and a perspective, which Joe Rogan had in these conversations. He had it with John Fetterman, right? He welcomed both Democratic candidates onto his podcast. One of them turned it down, which I think that was the downfall. She should have gone on that podcast. And I think Kamala Harris would have done fine, by the way, on the podcast.
Yeah, just have the conversation.
Yeah, like if she didn't want to talk about politics, she could have talked about literally food. She talked about recipes, whatever she wanted. But people just wanted to see who she is, because we haven't gotten to. I mean, she was put into as a puppet into, of course, the presidential nominee.
Said right after he was on Joe Rogan, he was at a rally a few hours later, and he said, "I just finished 3 hours with Joe Rogan. I've just officially passed with that interview alone the amount of time that Kamala Harris has done press during her
time." Yeah, and that's definitely something that people are, pretty vocal about here. But let's pull up, of course, more live election results here coming in from. I think we're at time. 1 minute. No, sorry, we are a minute away here from, of course, Michigan now starting to come in. Pennsylvania, huge battleground states coming in here. 8 p.m. So we're going to start getting huge volatility in these markets. Pennsylvania is going to be a big one. This is what they've been campaigning heavily. So, just tune in, guys. I'm going to go ahead and play this clip here from Fox here. Let's get some more insights on what this looks
and
like.
For Republicans, it's a pickup opportunity here. Sherrod Brown in the political battle of his life, isn't he?
Democrats and Republicans have been sweating this one out, Andrew. And let's just highlight here some of what we're seeing, because this helps us visualize just how things are going. As he mentioned, we are talking about a closing path for the Democrats to gain or to remain in control of the Senate. There are still a lot of these seats that are still undecided. There are so many toss-up Senate races still to be decided. The key ones, as he mentioned, though, and I'll focus in, Florida, which is leaning for Rick Scott already. That's one that the Democrats are going to need to pick up if they want a fighting chance. Texas is the other one. Colin Allred will need to pull off an upset against Ted Cruz. There's also this.
So it does look like, guys, I know a lot of people don't like Poly Market, but it is a betting market. Huge breakout for Trump here. Poly Market shows Donald Trump 70.2%. 70.2%. Wow, going in and out here. 212,000 comments here. Ohio Blue, Rip Magas here. I don't think that's, it is blue a little bit right now. 53, we've got 22% reporting here coming in from Ohio. Columbus, Cleveland still hasn't been determined here. Lots of counties still coming in and rolling in from, of course, Ohio here. That would be wild to watch there, but not a huge state in terms of the Electoral College there. But I want to go back to, of course, the charts here on Poly Market, because in real time, you're getting people betting billions of dollars on this market. It went to back break even just about 3 days ago. and it since has done a complete 180.
But you know what? That's one of the things I was interested in when Trump was up such a huge margin before. This is a betting market that people could take profits on at any time. I was wondering at some point, one, how is this going to end up? How is this going to end up at the close of the election? But also, how many people are going to basically take profits into the day and days and hours leading up to? Because if you're up 40% on your wager, then why not hedge yourself and take some profits? And I think that's what we saw when we saw that massive dip. Yeah. And now that was just a bear trap of all bear traps for people betting against Trump.
Well, and I think everybody agrees here that the Bears, can we get some L's in the chat for Bears? We've been doing this every single stream because we've been profiting off no matter what, we call it the top, call it the bottom. Like, we've been just going crazy in the Telegram. Type 1 if you're in Telegram. Holy smokes. Shout out to all of you guys. 1,000 members now in the Telegram. Most of you crushing it absolutely in the trade. You've been following us along this entire way. Of course, most of you guys know where we're at in terms of the hedge positions here over the weekend. But, it's astounding to me that people can sit here and be bearish on Bitcoin's price. How dumb are you? I'm looking at you, Bears, because I know you're secretly watching right now, but you're too scared to come out of the, bear closet or whatever you want to call it. How stupid are you to bet against Bitcoin when both candidates, whether you like it or not, are pro-crypto? Kamala Harris might not be as pro-crypto and be what we consider to be the best for crypto, but crypto is a conversation in presidential elections, and you're coming out and saying, it's going to go to $43,000. I don't know. I can't take it anymore.
New
Bears
numbers.
are wild to me.
Now we're at 95 to 35 on the markets.
Texas is blue.
That is surprising. It's pretty close. It's pretty close, though.
So, yeah, let's take a live look at these elections. I want to get there, of course, expert electoral coverage here.
Maryland, blue, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Massachusetts.
Here you go.
Oh,
here's a live look at. Is this Mar-a-Lago?
At West Palm Beach in Florida. You also see a lot of MAGA, red, Make America Great Again hats as well. In the meantime, though, we do have a live event. We want to go up north to Philadelphia. DA there, Larry Krasner, about to brief the media on how the election is going there. So this press conference is going to get underway in any moment here. We'll wait until Krasner starts speaking as well. So things are moving very, very fast. We are in a new hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. But to that point, these are just really compelling live vantage points in and around some of these election night watch parties there for the Harris-Walz ticket and for the Trump-Vance ticket as well. We are getting some new reporting from Fox News Digital about how the Trump team is feeling at the moment. We'll bring that to you in just a moment. And here you see an updated electoral college tally there. Harris with 35 and Trump with 95 there. Remember, the magic number is 270. So you see there at the election night watch party for the Trump-Vance ticket and the election night watch party for the Harris-Walz ticket there on the campus of Fordham University, Howard University outside of Washington. In the meantime here, we are waiting for the district attorney in Philadelphia, Larry Krasner, to begin this kind of highly anticipated press conference there about some of the threats that have been made there in Philly, about some of the voting numbers, about some of the ballot counting in Philadelphia. It looks like he's beginning. Let's listen.
Here we go.
All right. We're good? Are we ready? Okay.
Yeah, dude.
All right. Thank you all. I do want to cover one small point, and I want to stress that it's small, but it's time sensitive, so I want to address that first. There is one polling place, 1013 Ellsworth Street, that is going to be kept open late. It will be kept open, as I understand it, from very recent information from election court until 8:23 p.m. I believe that means that if you're in line at 8:23 p.m. at 1013 Ellsworth Street, then of course you'll be able to vote even if there is a line. That polling place was closed for what I understand to be a period of 23 minutes earlier today. And for that reason, there has been a very recent extension of that time. So I say that up front, just in case There may be people out there who tried to vote earlier during that 23-minute period. They were denied access. I want to make sure they get back over there and are able to exercise their right to vote before that time ends.
DA, was that a result of a bomb threat?
I will be getting into that very shortly, but the short answer is yes. All right. So.
Can you expand on it or just give us details?
I'm about to.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. All right. So the big picture is that we were all very hopeful that the city of Philadelphia would have a very smooth election day, and that very smooth election day would look like other ones that we've had, where there were the usual significant number of insignificant complaints. That is essentially what occurred here, with a couple of small exceptions. One of those exceptions does have to do with bomb threats, and the other exception has to do with an individual who has been detained, and we'll get into that. But the essence of it is this.
Yeah.
People have been here all day.
So for guys, as he explains that first part, there's been a lot of phone calls coming from Russia, is what they're saying with bomb threats.
Of a concern or a complaint, we dispatched an attorney, we dispatched law enforcement. I want to give a special thanks to the Philadelphia Police Department, to the DA's detectives in this office who have done an exceptional job today of responding to everything that came up. There wasn't that much, but they were great about responding to it, and that I think has had a lot to do with how well the day went. The two exceptions that we are going to talk about, and then we'll do a larger summary. But the two exceptions are that there were some bomb threats in Philadelphia. If you've been monitoring what the Federal Bureau of Investigation has said publicly, they have recently stated publicly that this did happen in other locations as well. They stated publicly that there was some attribution to potentially Russian source. They further stated.
I do want to remind you guys, they're going to be going through these Russian sources, which have been, being talked about pretty much all day long. Even Atlanta, there was threats out here. Why it's Russia, they just love to point to Russia for all these things considered. But I want to remind you guys, if you guys appreciate what we've been doing, we've been live since 4 p.m. We'll be covering the entire election night just completely for free. So all we're going to ask you guys to do is simply, if you can, hit that like button. If you're on TikTok, double tap that screen, fill up your like meters in top left corner. If you're on Twitter, repost this video. And if you're on YouTube, hit that like button, give us a thumbs up, and of course, share this video with a friend. We'll be covering the entire election outcome here with you guys tonight and watching these charts. So thank you guys.
He was going to bomb that place. He was detained. Police are continuing to investigate that case. It has not been referred to us for charging yet. That is a developing story, and obviously when we have more information, we will know about it. But once again, there's no indication that it was any more than words. There's no indication that there was a capacity to carry it out or anything of that sort.
Which location was that?
I will get you that information. We're going to have people who know everything, because I was out in the community making sure that the work that was done by this office and done with our law enforcement partners was done correctly, that people were satisfied with that work, that polling places were aware of how to interface with us so that we could do that work. So they are in the details a little bit more than I am, and frankly, they deserve the credit more than I do for the work that they have been doing all day. Standing behind me are a couple of familiar faces. Shoshana Silverstein, Matt Stigler, who spoke earlier. They're available to follow up on the information that was provided earlier today. We also have Brian Collins. He's going to provide updates on the big picture of what happened today. Vinnie Corrigan is behind me working away, as he was this morning. And also Josh Barnett, a key player with the Election Protection Task Force's officer.
All right, so jambling on here. I wanted to give you guys another update here. Texas has now turned red here, 50% going to Donald J. Trump here. Jill Stein, good for you, pulling in 77,000 votes. Got a little bit of fans from the Libertarian Party out there. But yeah, we're at 95-35 here to Harris. Ohio is looking to go blue here. Still not completely over. Georgia right now, of course, Trump leading. Florida completely flipped by far. I mean, it is a matter like he just dwarfed her. It is now pacing by millions of votes here in Florida. And that's kind of just to be expected there. So that is the next update here. We got, again, another 19 minutes before the next rounds start coming into the markets here. But here, now he's finally on.
Questions were high. Given all of that, we are extremely pleased with what we saw today. The vast majority of what we responded to were situations where we simply had to explain to everybody who was out there what the rules were for what they were allowed to do while campaigning, where they were allowed to stand, what sorts of things they were allowed to do, and we tried to be as proactive as we could be, given the number of people that we had available, to try to send them out to do that kind of community outreach, to talk to people and let them know what's going on, what the rules were, so that people could continue to express their opinions about who they wanted to vote for, and people who wanted to vote were able to do so safely and without any disturbance to their ability.
All right, so you've been listening there to Philadelphia officials led by DA Larry Krasner updating us on some of these.
Gotcha. Let's see what other live coverage we have coming in from here. So nothing crazy in terms of election issues, and then it does look like the polling stations that we're having issues are just keeping open a little bit later there. Here's coming from CBS.
That turnout will be there.
Nicole Killian, thank you for that reporting. Want to check in now with Skylar Henry. He's in the battleground state of North Carolina at a Democratic watch party there in Raleigh. And Skylar, what are you hearing about turnout?
Hey, Nora, good evening to you. Board of Elections officials have indicated that they anticipate that the results here tonight could very well surpass what we saw in 2020 in terms of voter turnout. 75% of registered voters back then came out to vote. They anticipate that number either meeting or passing that. Both the Harris and Trump campaigns say that they are confident about what's happening here in the Tar Heel state. The Trump campaign enthused about those early voting totals in that Republicans outpaced Democrats. Meanwhile, for the Harris campaign, their team says that they are confident as well, given the fact that they invested the resources that they did here in North Carolina so early on in the cycle. They had more than 29 field offices around the state, more than 350 election workers here as well. And we're talking about something that I just received from a Harris Walz campaign representative that said that they are focused on the ground game. They say close races come down to turnout and ground game. We have the ground game advantage, and so we will see there. But the Harris campaign says that they're also enthused about the inroads that they're making in those urban areas, especially in Charlotte, in Winston-Salem, here in the Research Triangle. That's where Raleigh is, as well as Asheville. Now, speaking of Western North Carolina, obviously Hurricane Helene hit that area incredibly hard. Many people say that they were concerned about what turnout could potentially look like out there. We just got off the phone with the Buncombe County Board of Elections chair, who said that they set an early voting record with more than 116,000 votes cast. So something certainly surreal, given the fact of all the devastation that they had to deal with. We should point out very quickly that there are several precincts that have to be temporarily put up in tents, and that could potentially impact when we see those numbers come back to those election offices, because roads are still washed out. There are temporary road structures that had to be put in place. It is still difficult to move around in some parts of Western North Carolina, and so that could take a little bit of time in terms of the results that we see here tonight.
Skylar, you did such excellent reporting following Hurricane Helene, so I know you know that area, the devastation that they faced, and it's good to see that many of them will be able to vote. They surged that area with polling places. Great reporting, Skylar. Thank you so much. Want to turn now to John Dickerson. There is some new exit poll data coming in. We are focused like a laser on Georgia, too, because that was the first, of course, these battlegrounds to close. And one of the key questions is that composite of the electorate. Yep. What about independents?
Well, the story about independents coming into this race was that Joe Biden won them in Georgia. The Democrats are not winning them. So Kamala Harris.
He won them 4 years ago.
4 years ago in 2020. I'll give you the picture. In 2020, independents represented 28% of the electorate. Joe Biden got 53% of that vote. Donald Trump got 44% of the vote. That was in 2020. So Biden won them by 9 points. If we look now at what's on your screen, you see that Donald Trump has 54 and Harris has 43. So Donald Trump, according to the emerging picture from the exit polls, is up by 11 points in Georgia. And if you don't mind, I'll spin you through the independents in North Carolina and Pennsylvania as well. So in North Carolina in 2020, Biden beat Trump by just 4 points. They were 30% of the electorate. In North Carolina now, thank you for keeping me on track, Nora. Right now, independents in North Carolina, they're even. 49-49 among independents in North Carolina. So Trump is winning them by the exit polls in Georgia by 11 points, but they're even in North Carolina. Finally, let's go to Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, the independents represent 24% of the electorate so far. Trump is up 50-44. So that also is divergent from the picture that we saw in 2020 when Joe Biden won independents 52-44. So the overall net of all of this is that in Pennsylvania and Georgia, Trump is doing well with independents, whereas those voted for the Democrat the last time around. And in North Carolina, it's right down the middle, 49-49 with independents.
Could that be decisive?
It could be decisive in a teeny tiny tight race. You want all the groups going for you that are up for grabs. And in this case, in
and if she's underperforming in independence, that's a big story.
Exactly.
All right, we've got so much more coming in. We've got to take a quick break. We'll dig into the latest results, also the path to victory. CBS News America decides election 2024 coverage returns in just a moment.
All right, guys, they're going to be taking a break for 13 more minutes till the next election round comes into effect. But with those new pollings, I just wanted to give a quick update, Kelly. Sorry. Our short is now up here. I added more just a few moments ago, but we are getting that bleed here. And again, this just comes with that volatility. So looking at FOMO.io, again, we were showing you guys here just a little bit earlier in this live. We've ate through a lot of that liquidity above us. Markets are trying to figure out where to go. We have some support at $70,500 and as well down towards 69.7 here. But again, this just goes to show as this pollings come out, guys, as these elections just start going further and further into the night, as the numbers start rolling in, the volatility is swinging just massively. It is trying to decide the outcome of this elections. And so just like you saw people earlier today being, of course, stopped out of their heads positions, people now flipping to all those longs because they're going, I was wrong. I'm going to flip bullishness. And I told you guys a little bit earlier this live, I'm getting too bullish. I got a short. Because as soon as you flip that emotional perspective, that is how you emotionally react to the game and usually get wrecked there. So
did you close the long?
I'm not in a long at all.
I thought you
never opened a long.
Oh, I thought you did.
No,
Sorry.
we were joking when we said I opened up a short.
Just a second ago.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, no, this is 10 minutes ago. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a few minutes ago.
Yeah. We opened at 71.2 or something like that. So we're up a little bit here. We're now up about 6-7%. I can't even see. My eyes are blind here.
And we do have 87% of the chat said Bitcoin over 72K tonight. And it got up to 71.5, something like that. Thanks for the update, Steve-O. I'll check on Rune in just a second.
What I wanted to point out real quick is if you guys are trading these markets,
thank God.
Just take your profits, adjust stop losses, and take advantage of the swings. This is not a night where you're like, oh yeah, this is a guaranteed outcome. We're trading off news, having fun, adrenaline's high, anxiety's in the atmosphere. Just proceed with caution, guys. So upside here, I'm actually probably going to close this position here in just a minute. We'll see if it ends up getting rejected and going a little bit lower. But yeah, shout out to anybody for that position there. Go ahead, Kelly. You wanted to show us something as I pull up the next election results.
Yeah, I mean, looking here, this is that area that we marked out. Remember 15 minutes ago? I marked it out based on this previous price action. This is the one thing we were looking at, and it did come right up under it. Not only that, what did I talk about 30 minutes ago? As this pushed up, the price was still pushing up, but the money flow was coming out, and we got that sell-off. But then the third thing that I discussed, today's TA, that data point you really want to be paying attention to, as all these states started coming out predominantly looking like they're going to lean blue, that's, yes, price was going up into this level, but that also took away that hopeful Trump momentum, and it started basically making people hedge themselves. So we've got a number of different things we're paying attention to right now. And again, this is going to swing all night, I think, until one candidate concedes or the other.
There we go.
Yeah. I don't think there's an outcome of these elections tonight, no. I think Trump will concede I think both candidates will concede peacefully due to the election outcomes here, because you're looking at an election that's under a microscope on both parties. There's over 150 lawsuits ready to go, no matter what outcome of the elections tonight, that will be thrown on Trump and Kamala Harris, which goes to show that neither side believes in true, utterly fair election results. So
but not tonight, though, I think is what he was getting at.
Yeah, just tonight. So my prediction, I could be wrong, but my prediction is there's going to be a few states tonight, I don't know exactly how many, that are going to come out and say that they can't finish counting their votes because of either A, the turnout, B, discrepancies. And this will push the markets into uncertainty until tomorrow. And you'll more than likely have an election outcome tomorrow night. That's my prediction there.
Tomorrow night, Wednesday night, results.
Yeah, and let us know in the chat here, guys. There's so many people watching right now. We got a Truck Dano in the chat, butt chugging his beer. Oh, no, I read that wrong. Beer chug in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, that was a Freudian slip right there.
Yeah, what was I thinking about there, Truck Dano? Yeah, no, you guys, let us know, kind of, let's take it here. Let's take a poll. I don't know if we have a poll here.
I did have one going, but
What's the poll that's going right now?
I closed it though. I think it was the Bitcoin over 72K.
So we have a lot of new people in the chat right now.
Yeah.
A lot of new subscriptions coming over from TikTok, guys. I'm going to remind everybody, let's hit those like buttons. We're here together. We're exhausted. We've been here all day, but we're doing this together and having an amazing time. So hit those like buttons. Double tap the screen on TikTok, the whole 9, guys. Let us know in the chat. We haven't taken the poll since the beginning. I want to see the outcome now. Who do you believe is taking the win on this election, Trump or Kamala Harris? Let's retake the poll. There's 10,000 plus people watching between all of our social media channels. So just, again, I want to see the new election results here. Didn't Hillary concede on election night? No, she did question the results and did put some she sued just like Al Gore did back in like the year 2000, but it doesn't matter at the point. That was 10 years ago.
When they were just talking, I was half listening because I was also looking something up. I know they're talking about some potential bomb thing in Pennsylvania, but did they discuss this breaking news? Pennsylvania voting site evacuated as disruptors try to storm the building and basically upset the election result.
No, let's pull that up.
So I got this right here.
Breaking news.
Breaking news. A voting site in the key swing state, Pennsylvania, has been evacuated after being stormed by disruptors. Multiple people burst into the Center County election office in Belafonte shortly after 7 p.m. Tuesday. That triggered an evacuation by local police, according to Cine Counter report. Polls do not close in Pennsylvania until 8, so they've closed already.
Wow.
But the identities of disruptors have not been shared. No further details available. So I'm curious. Do you know what? Let's see. Cine County, Centrical. Let's see which direction they were voting. Can you pull up a county by county thing on your electoral map?
I can. Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
What county are we looking for?
CENTRE, Centra County.
Can't see. I doubt it's. I can't see. We're gonna pull that up live right now, guys. Watching these markets, Bitcoin pumped a little bit off that. Maybe getting a bottom here if you want to take those profits. We're about $3,000 in this position right now here. I am expecting a little bit of downside here, maybe towards that 70,500 range, just because that is where the liquidity is opening up here on FOMO.io. If you guys are scalping, enjoy the scalps, enjoy the fun. It is highly, highly volatile tonight. So shout out to you guys all playing here. A little update on Poly markets here. Election outcome dropping now in Trump's favor. He's now down to 68.3%, bouncing back and forth with the live bids coming into the, of course, bidding markets. That's real money being bet on these presidential elections. But we can pull up, here we go. Let's pull up CBS and see what they're talking about right now.
The Secretary of State told me we are probably not going to know the results from Pennsylvania tonight. Delay does not mean anything nefarious is happening. Pack your patience, you said at the top.
And they're already preemptively planning it, guys. This is what I expect. The election's not to be determined tonight. And little Rachel Maddow, Mark Cuban's lesbian doppelganger, is going to be coming out tomorrow and talking about how Kamala Harris has locked this victory in the bag, that there is hope. We're fighting for freedom. And I think that's going to cause uncertainty and ultimately end in a Trump victory. But we will see here in the short term. Here's 60 Minutes talking.
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were they death threats?
Oh, just commercial. Yeah, you're right. Everybody's going to be going commercial break here for the next 6 minutes. So, yeah, I mean, what else did he pull up on that? Did he have anything else new that was...
No.
No?
So just trying to
it was
scroll.
just one thing kind of deal?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a news source that pulled up earlier. I saw it on a breaking thing on
Oh, let's go ahead
Twitter,
and pull
so I'm
up.
just trying to see as it flows.
Altcoin's getting a little bit of a bounce here. Solana. Wow, Solana.
I guess
that is volatile.
Drew posted Elizabeth Warren's reign continues. So like she's probably going to be pulling ahead of there. John Deaton.
Yeah, shot. That's
Can we
not
get
really
some
a shot.
L's in the chat for Elizabeth Warren?
Boo, the banking
boo.
fraud.
Just put boo in the chat, Elizabeth Warren. No one likes you. No one actually votes for you. You're just, and I'm going to refrain from that. I guess we're on YouTube. So
Well, do
be gentle.
we want to touch on any of the immigration stuff that Elon and Rogan were talking about? As far as this, like, theories on if this is truly going to be the last true election and all that sort of stuff? Because I did see somebody in the chat talking about how they were shocked that Georgia went blue last time, which did surprise a lot of people. And I was actually shocked when I saw some of the immigration numbers in, since 2021. And it has been pretty, I think there you go. So these are the swing states right here, obviously. And these are, percentage increase since 2021. Georgia, 45,000 increase, 400% increase. North Carolina, 446% increase. Pennsylvania, 241%. Arizona, 700%. Michigan, almost 800%. Wisconsin, 460%. And this is one, where is this one? Blew my mind. Look at this. Births versus immigration.
Yeah.
So these are people born in the United States. Blue. These are people immigrating to the United States. This is under Obama. This is under Trump. This is under the Biden-Harris. And this is insane. Almost more people immigrated here than were born here in the last 4 years.
We need immigration because just with progressiveness in general, your birth rates are going to drop. Especially if
you can see it. You can see it
know,
dropping.
so, but yeah, the extreme here of the illegal immigrants, they're 100. It's not a political debate. It's just mathematics.
And this part, this is what really gets me. If you transplant all of those people to the places you need the votes, I mean, look, of course they're going to turn blue. That's what happened in California. It's been blue for basically permanently blue.
And they've polled nonstop because, again, they're going to vote for whoever's giving them that fastest and easiest path towards citizenship. So it's like an 80+% of immigrants are going to be voting blue, or illegal immigrants would vote blue essentially if they were granted that citizenship. So it's just a math equation. That's why Joe Rogan asked John Fetterman. That's why,
and he couldn't give a straight answer.
He couldn't. And to be honest, that's what forced Joe Rogan to endorse Donald Trump, because he was refraining from doing so for so long. But his one thing was that was the one thing he wanted answered, and John Fetterman couldn't answer the question and ended up saying it was very logical reasoning from Joe Rogan. So that just was a moment that goes to show, there is truth to seeing a 700%, 800% increase in swing states is going to have an immediate impact on the votes and the outcome of the next cycle of elections in 2024. So I think it's extremely valid.
I agree. And then Benny made a good point. Yes, immigration is good, but legal immigration, not illegal immigration. There is a big difference. And so a lot of times people like to lump them all together. So that's a good point.
Exactly. So I think it's completely valid.
And I think that's why a lot of people think this election is so important, because if that trend continues, then it will stay permanently blue. And if you're not a fan of the direction and things have been going recently, then obviously this feels like an important
exactly event. And we are now 60 seconds away from the next round of votes, so let's go ahead and
Nicole Killian, thank you so much. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, polls close in Arkansas. You're watching CBS News, America Decides.
Wait, are they going commercial break right now?
But you know what I noticed? Let me see if I can find it. I just had it right here. They showed that 2016, I don't know if you have my screen up.
Morning, 25 years of
votes, but it says that John Roberts said Harris needs to have 700,000 votes in Philadelphia in order to pull out the win. So I do think Philadelphia is still in play, although currently, it shows blue, right? But as you can see, that small box, only 8% of the votes are in. So it's going to be interesting to see, because if I'm not mistaken, they have a pretty substantial amount of the Amish population that's there as well, correct?
In Pennsylvania?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, huge.
Mennonite and Amish population. And currently,
Virginia,
and from what I'm told, they basically rallied about 140,000, 150,000 people to be voting, and I think it's going to be predominantly Republican.
Ohio's now red again.
Yeah, and it shows here there's only 146,000 votes so far. So unless every Amish person's already counted, then that's not. Alabama's in, Mississippi, Arkansas, Oklahoma. Yeah, we're getting so.
Go back to that map real quick, Josh.
I'm pulling up this one because they confirm the ones that are here. But so it's right here.
And Bitcoin's getting the bounce on all those red states popping up.
Bitcoin's getting the bounce here on all those red states. Pop it into here. I should have closed that position here. Looking at the electoral votes here, you're seeing Oklahoma now completely flipped here to Trump. Kansas coming in 7% reporting here. Pennsylvania still only 8%. But Kamala Harris, I don't know if it's actually 8% reporting, because you're looking at 71% of the votes going Kamala Harris. It's 386,000 votes. And if that's the case, it looks like she is locking Pennsylvania in the bag here based off that outcome here. But you're looking at every single county. Philadelphia, heavy blue county here. So we still got plenty to roll in here. But, of course, we'll see in the next couple of moments which way that does push here. They've been campaigning there nonstop. It's been one of the biggest battleground states here. And all Donald Trump has to do is secure one of the battleground states to really have a solidified election outcome here. But just like they talked about on the election nights, we don't necessarily know if they're going to be able to, actually get the election results today or have that finalized outcome tonight. They're expecting potentially a rollover into tomorrow for, of course, the outcome of these elections. But here you go.
We want to share with you shortly. And then Pennsylvania, the electoral prize of the
They're talking
night.
about right now in Pennsylvania.
And remember, Pennsylvania takes a little longer to count. But these are the early numbers that are coming in, and CBS News rates this as a toss-up. But we are hearing some interesting things about long lines in Pennsylvania. Some polling places extended, some polling places not extended. We're going to dig into those numbers. Let me also show you these other results just coming in from other states, including one where the polls just closed in Arkansas. CBS News projects Donald Trump will win in that state. Let's take a look at Missouri. CBS News projects Trump will win there as well. And just in from our data desk, in South Carolina, CBS News projects Trump will win
Breaking
also
news
in
from
that
chat here. Scroll up just a little bit more back to that. Breaking news from Pennsylvania. Voters are saying we have got a polling place open until 10 p.m. They had their voting machine stop working last I heard. People were told to go away or drop off their ballots. Questionable things coming out from the chat here. But yeah, we're expecting a lot of that tonight.
Viably red or Republican state. CBS News projects Kamala Harris will win the District of Columbia, where her election night headquarters are. No surprise there. And 3 electoral votes there. And then in the race for the all-important number of 270 electoral votes, Donald Trump is at 105. Kamala Harris has 27 at this hour.
Let's replay
As
the
I
sound here from the
promised,
chat.
the magic wall, more information. Major Garrett, Anthony Salvanto at our CBS News data desk. I'm getting texts from friends who say, dig into the wall. We want more information. So gentlemen, take it away.
We will oblige. We want to start in Florida because, okay, it wasn't a battleground coming into this, but I'm going to tell you why we were able to call it. And that is that you see all these red counties here, in one after another, you've seen shifts even from Donald Trump's previous victory. So that consistency told you that he was going to win. But there's another part of this, maybe the most important part of this. Major, take it away from Miami.
Sometimes, Nora, there's a story in a state that's just a story in that state. And I want to bring everyone's attention to Miami-Dade County.
That's
Look at where
crazy.
things currently stand
That's
in
huge.
Miami-Dade County with 80%. Let's compare that to
Blue
where
County.
things finished in 2020. See how much farther ahead former President Trump is of what he was in 2020. Let's go back one more step, ladies and gentlemen, to 2016.
Oh my God. Yeah, look at that. That is a huge jump.
Look at the transformation of this once solidly Democratic county, a place of highly concentrated Democratic support, one of the anchors to Democrats in Florida when it was a competitive state. The fact that it is competitive no longer flows through Miami-Dade. There's one other thing we want to show you about Florida writ large, and that is the phenomenon of ticket splitting. So in Florida, there is a right to abortion referenda. It's at 57% now. It needs a 60% threshold. Anthony, take it from there.
Well, what we're looking at is some in the Harris campaign thought maybe support for this measure might connect to support for Harris and maybe help bring up her vote numbers. It hasn't. Now, this needs 60% to pass. So we don't have a projection on that yet, but we do have it characterized as lean no, because as you can see, it's tracking below that 60%. Even with that majority, it has to get that 60% threshold. But that's your story, that big, big gap between Harris and the abortion referendum. Of course, she made that such a central part of her campaign, but it's not bearing out in the vote, Nora.
Let's go to North Carolina, Nora, because you asked for more data. We want to give you data. Anthony?
Okay, North Carolina, as you see, 14% in, so not a lot yet. But some of the tracking here already out of places like Raleigh-Durham, like around Charlotte, is going to be critical because what's going to happen is Democrats have to run up large margins in these counties. Major, show the history here.
Sure,
this is what we're going to be. This is what we're going to be looking for. Okay, when you get to these areas, you're going to have to see, and she's getting it now, right? But it's very, very early. You're going to have to see Kamala Harris run up the score, run up the margins, because what's going to happen is that Donald Trump or at least our exit polls tell us and our projections tell us, is going to do very well in and around these rural areas. So that's how you break down North Carolina, but it still evens out to a toss-up.
Want to show the estimate?
Show the, wow, the estimates that's just Mecklenburg. That's just Mecklenburg. But I do want to show you this too. Take a look at the ticket splitting in this, because this is important. So go to the ticket splitting, and here again, we have a story in differences, because here's Harris's current number, right? But you also saw Josh Stein win at 58%. And so at that point, he versus the 49% that we're getting for Harris right now, those differences telling you that some Republicans have gone over.
There's a Trump-Stein vote in North Carolina.
There's a bit of a Trump-Stein vote right there. Yeah, of course, that was a controversial race and one everybody was paying attention to.
Gentlemen, this is excellent information. Can we go back to Georgia and just see? I want to see where the outstanding vote is there. Of course, we have heard there's record voting. We knew in the early vote, but also today. So just want to get a sense as where is the outstanding vote right now?
I'm glad you asked, because here on this map, what you see is the circles represent the amount of outstanding vote, and the color represents what's projected or the past from those areas, blue for Democrats or red for Republicans, right? So if I zoom in here on these key counties we talked about all night where Democrats have to do well, Cobb, Fulton, a lot still outstanding from there. That's why one of the reasons you can't project the race. Right now, there are places, more rural areas, where you see, and also these outer suburbs.
Forsyth and Cherokee are very strong Trump counties.
Yeah, and there's still Republican vote out there, so we'll see exactly how that shapes up. But still more to come. That's why it's so close, but only half in, Nora.
All right, let's keep looking into those numbers in Georgia and North Carolina. So close at this hour. Thank you very much.
Here.
I want to turn.
Yeah, so guys, again, tight race here. Tight race here. Let's go over to the, there we go. I have to refresh it here for us. So 101.52, it has Donald Trump taking, so you got North Dakota now coming in with some reporting here. Virginia now flipping red here. 40% of the reporting, 49.3%. Small margin. We're talking thousands of votes. It's going to come down to the hair here in Virginia. Pennsylvania still counting their votes. Again, going to be later tonight for Pennsylvania to give us that actual, reporting on the finalized issue because of the delays in their election and voting machines. They're having issues at their voting machines. Right now, though, with 11% reporting, Harris 70% chance or 70% of votes here. Donald Trump with 28.8 here. Noticeably, though, West Virginia, heavy Trump county coming out of there. Florida completely in the red at this point. Georgia, again, they were just talking about here, coming down to these key levels. But look how many red counties are taking over Atlanta here. So Atlanta's going to have to win by a massive wide margin here. And there's a lot of black male voters out here that haven't been persuaded. I've talked to a lot of people here, even when we're at the polling booths today. And just walking around in general, a lot of Trump support coming out of Atlanta. And I think that just kind of came with, and this is a known fact, that the Harris campaign's been having an issue relating to younger black men just in these election results. So we still have plenty of time coming out of Georgia here at 52% reporting, still very, very early on. But again, if Trump secures Georgia here and Virginia, this is starting to look pretty good, guys. Still very early, though, so let's not get excited. Of course, you still got a lot of blue states coming out here. Arizona is going to be another big talking point. I've been in a disagreement with a lot of individuals out here. I think Arizona is going to go blue here. Not crazy heavy, but when you look at the campaign volume, the amount of funding that's gone into the advertisement in Arizona, it's been a huge battleground state where they have invested millions. And so when you look at Arizona polling, all of it favors blue. And for that reason, I think if I'm looking out of Nevada, Arizona specifically here on the western side, I think Nevada is definitely going to come out here more Republican. But Arizona, I don't think Republicans are going to pull here. I could be wrong. And if I'm wrong, that's very beneficial to us. But again, we'll start getting that around 10 p.m. Eastern. So still later tonight. Won't know that until Pennsylvania. You have New Mexico here, which is going to come out, I believe, a lot stronger this year as a red state here. That's going to be 9 p.m. Utah is 10 p.m. Colorado, though, California, guys. California, massive electoral votes here. That obviously, it's California, one of the most lived states in New York. New York's at 9 p.m. California, 11 p.m. So it is going to be a late night here, and it's really going to come down to, we'll know early on, because if Trump's up ahead massively without these votes, you can predetermine kind of the outcome of that election. But again, you have Pennsylvania already saying that the reporting is going to take longer than expected. And I do expect that is my prediction of tonight, was that we more than likely won't get that election result, and it will be prolonged until tomorrow morning. I do want to go over the polls here really, really quickly. We're, of course, up pretty massively on the Bitcoin position right now. It's hovering around that $70,900 level.
You have it on your screen?
I'm pulling it up right now. It's my bad. Doge absolutely skyrocket here up to 18 cents, down from 16 cents. Huge move on Dogecoin today. And of course, people are going to be betting on a Doge committee coming out of this election result. 10% move and price action could easily pull back down to about 17.6. And of course, when we're looking at Bitcoin, even though we're above a lot of these moving averages, the stochastic now reversing. MACD out to reverse a little bit. We could easily come back down to $70,300. So if you're in these positions, here's just a little bit of a liquidation update for you. We do have liquidity on the 12-hour time frame starting to open up back up above us. So if you aren't in a position, again, I'd be starting to be cautious here as you're starting to balance between two liquidity ranges. And whether or not we do come to 70,400, that would be an ideal target here. But yeah, guys, I mean, markets are wanting to price in the amount of money pricing in. And never mind, take that back here a little bit more. Zoom it out on the 24-hour time frame. And this is probably my biggest worry, is that if we do see an undecided election tonight, you're going to get a lot of uncertainty, and markets hate that. Lots of liquidity down by 68.6 here. So we don't have to necessarily pull towards it. But again, just something to be aware of if we do head into a night that elections aren't going to be decided. For those people out there that are maybe sitting on positions saying, man, I opened up a 20% leverage long here at 70K. I'm up so massively, I'm going to walk away and pray that I wake up a millionaire. And you might end up waking up tomorrow as, a pool boy. So just, of course, make sure you guys have those stop losses. If you're trading today, it's a news day. It's election day. Markets are going to be all over the place. And any professional trader out there is going to say, walk away and look away and come back another day because, man, it is volatile out there. You're looking at $71,000 price action here on Bitcoin, though. And, of course, last update here, I want to refresh the screen. 101 Trump to 71 Harris right now.
Yeah, we've got meme coins absolutely going wild. Somebody in the chat keeps asking us to pull up Shiba Inu if you could do that when you get a second. But we've got Godius Maximus up 43%. Thorchain, thankfully, the second highest pumper, up 15%, recovering off of that bad news. So I'm almost back to $5, which is nice. But yeah, somebody's asking Shiba Inu. Oh man, please don't spam the chat quite that much. I know you're excited.
Maybe getting a bit of a bull flag?
We might have Aaron coming in from the Mar-a-Lago watch party in about 15 minutes. I'll let you know if we get that coming in or
15
not.
minutes, boots on the ground directly from Mar-a-Lago, guys. Exclusive coverage you cannot get anywhere else. So if you haven't already, hit those like buttons. I'm going to keep reminding everybody out there as we've been live for hours and hours and hours on end. And there's a lot of people watching here tonight. So if you guys are appreciating this content and the live coverage, just give us a favor and just go ahead and hit that like button. Give us a thumbs up if you're on your mobile device on YouTube. If you're on Twitter or X, go ahead and hit that repost button, that like button. And then, of course, on TikTok, fill up your little pink bars in the top left corner by double tapping that screen. But Kelly, looks like you got something for us. Looks like you have some wisdom to share.
I got something.
TJ just died.
I need
man down medic.
No, I almost unplugged
down like the polling booths in Pennsylvania.
Bad. That would have been really bad.
So considering everybody's wondering, we've had this discourse tonight about is the election results going to come in, and I got this tweet that kind of outlines something pretty crazy here.
Back, brother.
This is same day results: 1789, 1792, 1796, 1800. All the same day results. This is back when they were doing basically hemp paper and ink pen on the. This is look at this, all same day results all the way until settled by court finally in 2000 was the flippening. Y2K wasn't a technology issue for computers. That's when we started screwing around our ability to have actual, qualified elections. 2004, same day results again, 2008, 2012, 2016, and then a full week for results in 2020. What will it be this time? I hope we can get back on track. We're catching rockets out of midair. How can we not quantify results when you have a country like India that's got 1.5 billion people? They do it by hand and they settle it same day. What is going on?
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. We were catching rockets out of air. I saw a really good tweet about that earlier today. You know,
Was it from Israel?
Also,
or?
everybody in the we've got a lot of people in the studio audience here, all chatting about how it's crazy that all the swing states all the states that matter all the numbers are coming in really slow on all that stuff, which is just funny. They're showing you all the stuff that's obvious, nothing unexpected yet, but it seems like. Oh, you got something to add there? Wait a minute.
Oh, can we see this? What's the channel called? Someone sent it to me.
MSNBC. Oh boy. Oh, wait a minute. You were muted that whole time. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh,
now.
so what's the
What were you saying, Jeremy?
So we actually had like over here we had on pulled up a live stream of them voting in Pennsylvania, and it was just like awful. They were just like it was like a senior center slowly sifting through the votes. Like it looked like bingo night.
Oh boy.
So it's gonna be a while.
Wave, Owen. Say hello. We got
so
Hudson
you're
here.
saying
We got
that
Banana Man. If you guys, by the way, if you haven't checked out the Savannah Bananas, you got to check out the Savannah Bananas. That's Hudson, something he's been playing with.
the man in the
lately,
middle
so.
has a huge Savannah banana and it dances.
That's what I'm told. We call him Banana
It does
Man,
banana
so
banana.
Don't ask
So
us
do you have
why.
the hammock?
Yeah.
The Savannah banana hammock?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah, we got the crowd here tonight, guys. Election watch party. How many of you, let me know in the chat, how many are at home having a little election watch party? Got a little beer. Let me know what you're drinking tonight because I'm jealous. I'm drinking pure water, right? With fluoride, though. So shout out to cancer. Either way, though, Bitcoin back here, 71K. Let me go ahead and get a re-advise here. What's that? Where do I go? MSNBC is what you said? CNN on YouTube? All right, let's go to CNN. Is it still up? CNN, my favorite people. Any live streams here? That's CBS.
Based on this stream, I'd predict the results are going to come in.
There's no CNN live. That's weird.
By December.
BBC. Big. Never mind.
That one right there, CNN.
Found it.
Don't search BBC live on air.
Back a minute. No, I don't think this is the same one. This is CNN 18. You guys are CNN Chile. This is CNN right here. Oh, there you go. What the heck? That was weird. It want to pop up live.
There you go.
Being suppressed. No, I'm sure. Yeah, this is wow. Look at this, man.
Wait, where is this?
Look at the.
That's Pennsylvania.
This is adorable. Look at these old folks just watching just pulled up their lawn chairs. They got the fireworks ready. They're like, look at Betty work. Look at Betsy work. Maricopa County, though, Arizona. Well, that's just because no one lives in Arizona. I mean, what are you? No, not a good joke. Okay, I'll move on.
That was good.
Who was that?
That was Isaac.
Oh,
He was supporting you. Way to go,
sounded like
Isaac.
low-key Leo laughing.
Oh, we got people in the chat saying hello to Hannah. Oh, because she's in the chat. There you go. She's also in the studio, so I thought you guys saw her on screen.
Yeah, if you guys want to see the little behind the scenes, I actually just took a little
What?
snapshot.
Just took a.
Where's it
I
at?
just took a dump. I just took a.
Just took a snapshot. This
there
is,
we are. Yeah.
This is what we're seeing right now. So Hannah's back here. She's back there LARPing, just swing trading Mog coin.
Yeah.
We got Sammy Banana over here, and then Jeremy, our boy, TJ's hiding here in the corner because nobody puts baby in the corner.
You know, if CNN wanted to poll views, they
Josh's
need to
face.
get off these polls, man. This is boring. Why are they live broadcasting? Like Fox News is out here, like breaking down all the analytics, like with hundreds of thousands of live viewers, and CNN's, you know what voters want to watch tonight? I want to watch Betsy count votes. That's what we want.
And
ironically, this is what Trump voters want, right? They're like, there need to be monitoring of polls, and
No,
it's
we
like, yeah,
don't.
well, here it is. Watch and be amazed.
Yeah, they
That's
are
crazy.
watching. That is fair.
That is anyways, don't know what to do with that information. So back to the election charts here. Let's see an update. 8:50, 10 minutes away from the next polls coming through here. Donald Trump right now. Where is the popular vote is the question, though. Let me pull this up. More results.
I'm talking to one of our researchers in Arizona right now. I'm going to make sure, see what he saw out there.
Oh, yeah. Are they going to call in here?
It's nothing yet. I think they said at 8:41, 15 to 20 minutes. So give me another 5 to 10.
Gotcha.
I'm keeping an eye on it.
Can you pull this up? This is interesting. How voters in Florida moved between elections. This is interesting because it shows
about to break out.
Can you zoom that? Zoom you like control roll the. That'll zoom. Yeah, there you go.
This is interesting. All of them moved either towards the center or further right. Every one of them. This is interesting. Nobody moved towards the left. Is that interesting?
Yeah, it is interesting.
What are you watching for?
He's just talking about nobody moved left, everybody moved right.
Everybody moved either towards the center or all the way to the right. Yeah, it's
What
were you going to pull up there on the charts?
Me, I was getting a real look here, guys, as we approach the next round of results here in 9 minutes. Bit of a bullish pennant, if you had to ask me here now, playing out here on Bitcoin's price. What are your thoughts on this, Kelly?
So what time frame are you on?
I'm on the minute because that is guaranteeing the next move in this price action.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice little bullet. You know what? Here's what I'm looking at is the money flow down here is starting to tick up. It's looking pretty, it's ticking up. RSI is sitting a little bit low, but it is working. It's back above 50, working its way back up. But I think...
Oh my gosh, he's dead. He's dying. He's
got it possessed by a demon. No, just joking. I do think, again,
okay,
Tucker. This is all going to be... do you
Tucker,
call me,
chill.
You call me or
Tucker with a T, with a T.
So this is all going to be contingent, I think, on the next two or three, the next sort of batch of data that comes out. I don't think the pennant's going to matter if the data is bullish in terms of when we talk about bullish for the market right now. And I don't mean to be biased for you or whatever you're voting, but Trump will be bullish for the market and the near term. Kamala will be bearish for the market in terms of what as the results roll out. I'm talking about over the next a day or two. I'm not talking about into the future. So if we do get some stuff coming out for Trump, this will push up, likely break through 71.6, past 71.8, into the 72 area. If these states start rolling in for Kamala, this will likely break down and probably test back down here into the 70,000.
One thing's for sure here tonight, and that is either the Bulls or the Bears. One of them will be, in fact, penetrated. So we will see this breakout here soon. Getting some jump action here towards the top of this band. Again, we want to see a close above it on the minute chart here. But if you guys are trading that insane volatility, Solana now $173. Wow, that Solana just ripping here today. Jupiter, though, I wanted to cover Jupiter here just a little bit because this is one of those projects that if we do get a significant retracement here tonight, Jupiter is definitely one of those plays I'm going to be dollar cost averaging into with a Trump victory. Just because of the DeFi options that it provides for, of course, meme coins on Solana. I think you're going to see an excessive amount of growth in the meme coin sector under a Trump admin there. So Jupiter here back below $1. We called this in the 70-cent range, traded it like magic in the Telegram. And now if I'm looking at it from a dollar cost average entry point, definitely pay attention to Jupiter. Ondo here, though, 66 cents, also ripping here from its lows of 60 cents. Look at that in a giant liquidity grab. Down to 60 cents, almost 59 here just last night. So another one of those plays that I would like to see that pullback here. Huge tokenization play I want to see moving forward. Meme coins here. Pepe up quite a bit as well. Not the biggest mover here. It looks like maybe Shiba Inu. No, Shiba Inu, not even a big mover. It was GOAT. That was definitely that leading meme coin play. So yeah, following the markets here to a T.
Another one too, BitTensor Tau, had a pretty nice little downtrend.
Biggest mover.
Saw here, and this got basically a 20% move off the low up into this essentially downtrend resistance, diagonal downtrend resistance. I will say though, the RSI is getting a little overheated. However, on the 2-hour chart, the money flow did just flip positive. Let's get a little bit more granular because we're degening tonight. Get down to the 24-minute chart. And yeah, see, this is starting to get to the point where the RSI is getting flat. Money flows kind of come back down. So I think got to watch out here for a potential pullback. And if this does come down, I'd be looking at like 460, about $20 down, about 463-ish. But again, these are all going to follow the narrative of what's bullish for crypto over the next few hours.
All right, let's get some insight here from the next round of votes coming in just
They're feeling good here at Trump headquarters.
Tony DeCopel, thank you. And when we come back, polls close in 15 more states.
And I will cry because every time I try to tune on over, they go to commercial break. We don't have any pharmaceutical advertisements, so luckily there is zero monetization efforts here today. But we do have boots on the ground, hopefully calling here just a moment from Mar-a-Lago. And I am waiting for a response back here to see if we can get some information coming from Patrick Bet-David's party there. Going to be interesting seeing how the connections are for the internet there. But either way, 4 minutes now away from the next round of electoral decisions here. And look at that. We are getting a breakout here of looks like of this bullish pennant here. So if you guys are following this on the minute chart and you're looking to do those scalps here, you'll be getting a decent bounce here. What would be that upside target here? 71.5, 71.6? What are you looking at in terms of, potentially that next resistant level?
The next two targets that we mapped out earlier, which I think are going to play out pretty well, is the one that we just butt our head against is basically the 71.5 to 71.7 region. Once we clear that, the next region up is not too far. It's about $900 away. Up here, about 72.5 to 72.6 region. And once we clear that, we'll be up here, and guess what this number is? I didn't even notice it until I looked at it. This number means that we're at breaking past previous all-time highs if we get to this. That's just looking at this low time frame.
That's Friday's number.
Yeah, so if we do Alt H, which is a horizontal line automatically posted on the chart, we can see that target. Look at that. That is above this range high back here in March, this is what we're looking at breaking. And on some of the charts, if you guys are following me on Twitter or over on BitLab Academy, I've shared some on-chain data. I've shared a couple different very key signals in not only TA, but also on-chain analysis that shows once we start to break with authority through $75,000, then that's when we start to open the gates to that bull market parabola to come through. So all eyes are on 75 and what the volume and follow through is there.
Real quick, I've got some breaking news here. Kamala wins Ukraine.
Oh,
it's over.
I'm just kidding.
It's over.
I'm just kidding.
It's over.
That's what
chat.
happens. See, I'm logged into Josh's Twitter over here, so that's what happens. Wrong button. When you're on Josh's Twitter. So.
Oh, you're on my.
Yeah.
It's so
that would be on my Twitter.
I just press home, and it's the first one on my thing too. So
yeah,
it just came out.
Back to the charts here, though. If you guys are scalp trading tonight, I would say that'd be a perfect metric to watch. $71,700. You look to get a swing scalp there would be the play there. But man,
also just in
movement.
I
Holy
keep hitting the wrong
smokes.
button. There it is. Also just in from Bitcoin Magazine, Donald Trump takes the biggest lead in the election so far on Polymarket.
Yep.
Again, these are just betting odds. This is not anything other than money, but
71
most of the time the money Vegas tends to be more accurate than a lot of the polling things. So this is what we're seeing right now. It looks like they've got him with Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Nevada, and Wisconsin. We'll be interested to see how that plays out. Obviously, Polymarket's had some pretty wild swings because the way prediction marks works a little bit differently than other stuff. So just interesting.
Definitely interesting to watch here. Here we go. 2 minutes away, almost 60 seconds here until the next votes come in. Let's take a
Talk to us
listen.
about the importance of this state in the race.
10 electoral
ballots
votes at stake here. And this has been a swing state. It went for Biden in 2020, Trump in 2016. Both of the last two presidential races decided by fewer than 25,000 votes. This state, unlike most of the other swing states, is not that diverse. It is largely white and rural. We saw a big turnout at the polls here today, Lindsay.
What can you tell us about the Senate race there?
It's very close as well. We've got the incumbent Democrat trying to hold on to her seat, Tammy Baldwin, against a challenger who is increasing in the polls. It's been far apart for weeks now. It is very tight. This is a very important race to the Senate as Republicans try to regain control.
All right, CBS's Janet Shamlian in Milwaukee. We really appreciate that update. Thank you. Coming up at the top of the hour, polls close in Wisconsin and 14 other states. A total of 163 electoral votes at stake. Stay with us throughout the evening as the votes are tabulated, and stay tuned to CBS News for more analysis and exclusive polling. You're watching CBS News, America Decides.
That's crazy.
We can go to commercial break too if you want. Cut it to my screen right here. No, like that.
There you go. Commercial break.
Hi. Our eggs expensive. Our houses
Good
only
morning.
getting more
25
expensive.
years of
The crushing
SpongeBob SquarePants
feeling of
plus
debt
Mancini's
from the never-ending
magic.
money printing
And we
weighing
hit the
you down.
heights.
Well, have I
Don't
got
try
something for you?
this at home.
Bitcoin. Bitcoin is something that can cure all the needs of anything that you could do with money in your life. In fact, it can disproportionately propel you.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn
and get ready. Come on, Julia.
I'm going to throw my
I will if you will.
You
go, gal.
Yeah.
Wow.
You can't get into the market. It's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemonade chicken. I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena...
I lied. Nothing's coming back here. We're now 9 p.m., guys. 9 p.m. We should be getting some results here any moment now.
Yeah, as soon as you get them, let me know. I did have this that I was gonna pull.
Go ahead. It's gonna be a couple minutes coming in, but you got some big numbers. Looking to see those results. Of course, New Mexico and Colorado, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, and Wisconsin all coming in here next. We go from right to left, so go for it.
Good. No, that'd be good. This is something I saw earlier, and it actually does resonate pretty well with. I just thought it was an interesting thesis. This was it's kind of a long post, but it was a prediction. He put this out yesterday. I think Trump wins by a lot, and the election will be over by Wednesday morning. And here's his reasoning: Trump is outperforming versus 2016 and 2020 in every single consequential poll. Harris is performing worse than either Biden.
They say they hear nothing. The commercial's still playing.
Oh, Josh. Oh, sorry. If he didn't mute it, yeah, you got to mute your. Sorry.
We good?
Yep, I turned your sound off. So Trump is outperforming, blah blah blah. But this is the interesting part. It's highly unlikely that pollsters. Oh, I got to do this.
Here we go.
Oh, never mind.
Sorry, guys.
Race there as a toss-up. And the same can be said in Arizona. CBS News rates this as a toss-up as well. In Pennsylvania, polls have been closed for an hour in the Keystone State. And you guessed it, CBS News rates this as a, everyone say it, toss-up. And in Georgia, the Peach State, CBS News rates the presidential race as, say it together, toss-up. Yes. And in North Carolina, CBS News rates this as a toss-up as well. So at this hour, the battleground states are all toss-ups. That means the vote is still coming in. It's just too close for us to be able to say what's happening in those states. But we've got lots of data to share with you from the exit polls. First, though, let's take a look at some of the other states that have just closed. CBS News projects Donald Trump will pick up North Dakota. The former president also projected to win in South Dakota. The Mount Rushmore state is reliably Republican in presidential elections. And in Wyoming, CBS News projects Donald Trump will win there as well. Let's take a look.
Check this out.
At the great state of Texas.
This is random here, guys. But Donald Trump in New Mexico, yeah, it is 20%, 20%, one vote. So far between him and Chase Oliver. So a third-party candidate's beating Kamala Harris here.
Mine on New Mexico on AP News.
That's a joke, though. Nothing's going to come out of that.
Laura Ebke and Donald Trump. So you didn't have two different people.
And the big number to remember tonight is 270. That's the number of electoral votes someone needs to win. So far, the race to 270 shows Donald Trump with 154 electoral votes and Kamala Harris with 27. Those big numbers from Donald Trump, in part because of the calling of Florida and Texas. Of course, when states like New York or California or other big electoral prizes come through, if they go for Kamala Harris, that will add to her vote tally as well. Let's check in now with Major Garrett and Anthony Salvanto at the data desk. Gentlemen, we are dying to know what's happening in these states.
Nora, Anthony is still working at the data desk making calls. I'm going to take this one by myself. Let's talk about Georgia. Lots of vote in, 66% in. Now, the question everyone has at home, well, where is the outstanding vote still to come in? Geographically, I'm going to show it to you right here. Highly concentrated around urban Atlanta. That's I don't need to say urban in Atlanta. Obviously, it's a big city, and the suburbs around there. So let's go to what Kamala Harris needs, according to our understanding of the outstanding vote, and what is our CBS News estimate. So you can see very, very close. That means of that outstanding vote, this is how much Vice President Harris would need to make Georgia super competitive, and we are estimating she's going to hit that mark. So what I'm telling you is, based on our data, based on our estimates of that data, matching over with the exit polls, very long night in Georgia, could go down to the wire.
Wow.
And let's take a look, too, at North Carolina, because that's that other battleground that's been closed for a while.
Yes, we've got 39% in. Where's the outstanding vote? Raleigh, Asheville, there's probably a good deal still coming in from Charlotte because we don't have a lot of data yet from Mecklenburg County. We have a needs estimate for Kamala Harris and a CBS News estimate right at that margin of 53 to 52. So, again, that's what's outstanding votes she would need. That's our estimate of what she's able to get based on what is out there and our estimates of the vote and the exit polls. So, again, very close. That's why both North Carolina and Georgia moving toward photo finish for both.
What about Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania's a little bit farther behind, Nora. We have 16% of the vote in. We don't have a lot of the map colored yet because of that 16%. So we're still waiting for more data from the various counties to have a stronger coloration and presentation for you. And we can't, because of that, we can't give you an outstanding vote or a needs analysis quite yet with only 16% in.
And that's why we see people saying as some of the polling places in Pennsylvania have remained open, you see supporters saying stay in line to carry out that vote. Thank you.
And the estimates and the way we put this together are really data dependent. So we need a substantial amount of numbers coming in to match with the exit poll data before we can even begin to do the estimates that I just showed you for North Carolina and Georgia. That's why we're not able to do that in Pennsylvania yet.
Pack your patience. All right. Thank you, Major Garrett. I want to turn to 60 Minutes correspondent Cecilia Vega. I know you have some new reporting.
Yeah, Nora, we are just hearing from the Republican Secretary of State in Pennsylvania, Al Schmidt, whom we interviewed for a story for 60 Minutes a couple of weeks ago. He just held a news conference in Philly. His role is exceptionally important there because he's overseeing the race in this complicated state. And what he says is, here's the headline: we will not have in-person turnout numbers tonight in total. So we will not be expecting to hear a final count from Pennsylvania. He says they're very, the numbers, they're seeing very high turnout numbers in the state for an election year. And here is his plea to voters right now at the American public waiting for these results to come in. He's asking everyone to be patient. Counting millions of votes accurately takes time, and we want to take the time to get it right. They're looking right now, he says, at some 2 million mail-in ballots. That's a headline because they had in 2020 2.5 million mail-in ballots. Schmidt says that, though, should not be interpreted as a reflection in enthusiasm. We were expecting, after our conversation with him last month, to see perhaps a little bit of a quicker turn in counting in Pennsylvania because of how some things have changed there. We expect to see fewer mail-in ballots than we did in 2020, of course, because that was the height of COVID, and that's how people were voting. We've also seen some technology advancements in the state where machines are faster and they're opening up these envelopes there. But counting in Pennsylvania is complicated. They did not, by law, start counting ballots until 7 a.m. today. They're one of the few swing states, battleground states, where they have this no pre-canvassing law in place. So we always have a delay in Pennsylvania. In fact, Al Schmidt even told me he hates the word delay because it's not actually just a delay. It's just how they count Pennsylvania. Buckle up, it takes time. So he's saying that doesn't mean anything is wrong.
That's a really good point. I like the way you make that, yes.
But I also think it's interesting, Mr. Schmidt's very colorful language the other day when he was saying anybody who was thinking about interfering in this election, he was basically saying bring it on because we have jail cells. We have jail cells waiting just for you. He's very sure that they are
about that for 2 seconds, guys. I'm going to be looking to see if we can break out of this pattern here. So I am in a long position here. You can see it down here. Again, we're going to be targeting that 71.7 if we break out the upside of this pennant pattern here. But a lot of bullish momentum. I wanted to see the money chart. Do you see that money flow coming back in here on the TA? Because we're going to be testing that resistance right now. If we break through, I think we can get a strong trajectory higher. But markets, right as soon as that came out here, actually got a bit of an upside ticker here. So what I'll be watching for, of course, North Dakota, Nebraska, South Dakota, Wyoming, all looking to be red states here. Again, still not all the reporting necessarily in here, but it is looking to start to be confirmed. Ohio, definitely on the red side. Georgia, red side. Texas, red side. Virginia, red side. Pennsylvania, 18% reporting here. Kamala Harris has surpassed the 700,000 vote count now. So she does have a shot, but it is still way too early to tell in terms of the volume shots. What are we looking at in terms of the money flow there?
Yeah, money flow. I'm looking here at the 3-minute chart. We actually have the RSI finding support on the way up, which is looking good. It's actually bouncing right at 50% on this trend line. Money flow. See, you have this larger sort of anchor wave back here, much smaller here, and it is flipped back to, I don't want to say bullish. Money flow is coming in. But if you zoom in, this is why it's always good to look at multiple time frames. Zooming in a little bit more granular on the money flow. This did have an impulse up, and it is coming back. We want to make sure that this stays above the zero line. We like to see this round out and come back up. But it does look like the price is starting to try to sort of break out of this trend line. But I do think with the way this electoral map's looking, we're getting sort of mixed signals where it's exciting, and then we'll get another one. So I think if we're looking at it just on a TI basis, this does look like it may try to make a move, but I think we probably take it up here to about 71.5, maybe 71.6.
Well, please pump my bags. I went on a little higher leverage position there. It's a pretty big trade there. But we're just having fun for some of these swing trades, guys, and I am watching this in real time from my phone, so I'm ready to close out, ready to hit those stop losses as needed here.
You're in what's that profit right now? Is that 1,000?
2,000. We're up $2,000 right now. But we have it's $1 million position, so I do think we're gonna get that bullish swing here. I saw that pattern forming. I saw the momentum shifting. I was like, okay, if we get that breakout, I want to catch it here. We're actually gonna watch it probably break out here live now. Now we're up $3,000. We'll look to lock. I want to lock in some decent play here, just to make up for that stop loss that we were in just a little bit earlier. But of course, guys, we got a long night ahead of us here.
Very safe.
With these election numbers coming in through here, and it does look like the markets did like the outcome of that new update here on the markets. 137 to 99 Harris here, Trump leading the Electoral College. Of course, California, guys, we know where that's heading. That's going to be ultimately heavily blue here. Still got plenty of states to roll out, and we're still expecting results very, very soon here from New Mexico. So still haven't received those just yet, as well as Wisconsin. But of course, Minnesota, Tim Walz State starting off red here. That will be funny if it ends up being none other than a red and see a red coming out of there. So we'll see what these markets do decide to do. Well, Trump pushing 200 here soon. I just want to take some things from chat here, but go for it, Kelly, before we do so.
A little quick update. Bill Mitchell posted from New York Times that the prediction is 280 Trump, 258 Kamala. So they're still, I mean, it's interesting that we're getting some of these historically Kamala biased agency or media platforms out there starting to, I feel like they're starting to hedge themselves, but we're going to have to see. This is going to be interesting all the way night through.
Yeah, it really comes down to one or two states. If the Republicans can take the win in just one or two of those battleground states, it's going to be really hard for them to not finish the election results tonight. Again, I still think that likely outcome is slim. But again, as you pay attention to the markets, these futures markets, NASDAQ up here now 0.3%. 1.4%. Dow Jones, that's how it ended here. The futures are up, though, here. Bitcoin now $71,300. A little bit of that upside action. Solana, wow, Solana ripping right now, up 4.3%. Now about to retest that daily high here of 174, getting that upside action. If you want to pull up Dogecoin, let's see Doge with, of course, the committee. I'm going to go ahead and play some videos here, but it does look like we got that confirmed, that yacht. Wow, big butt there. But ultimately, we got that breakout here of that bullish pattern. So if we can get that upside, again, guys, we talked about a little bit earlier, 71,700 is going to be that target. And I'd be cautious to not take profits because, again, on that 12-hour time frame, 71,862 is the top of that liquidity range. You've seen a decent amount start opening up underneath us. So, again, make sure you take profits along the way. We're up now $4,500 here. We'll make sure I lock in at least 2,000 on that take profit margin. So that way we're not only past our fees, but taking really decent plays there. Up 5K now. Getting some, let's see this move. Come on, baby. Get that momentum in here. What's the money chart doing now? For that minute?
Well, I pulled up Doge for you, but...
oh, my bad.
Yeah, so Doge is making the same sort of bull flag. Same bull flag. It's all going to follow that direction of what's going on with BTC. So
I got some more water, guys.
I'll have some more. Can I actually have
I already had mine. Got to cool it.
I've got one right here if you want to finish this.
That's perfect.
This one's super powered.
Super powered.
Yes, please.
177.
For anybody that saw me drinking that water cup, if it looked like I was sipping on tequila, it's because I picked that cup off the floor and I wasn't sure if it was an old water or new water. So that's why I was like,
oh, yeah, he did. He took Texas completely here now. Take it. Well, it's still not over yet. We still got counting tonight, guys. But yeah, he's taking it over here. Again, a lot of these are 57% reporting, 22%, 15%. Still very early on. I mean, Illinois being 36%. Again, light blue. You're not looking. I'm expecting that to be a pretty dark blue state there. But we'll see again. Oh, actually, no, that is dark blue. That is right. What the heck?
Yeah, it's pretty dark
backwards to me.
Thanks for the super chat, Morgan. Saying appreciate you guys doing this live stream. Yeah, it's fun. We're probably going to do more of this stuff in the future. I don't know how many events like this there will be, but yeah, live streaming these events, we enjoy doing it. Also, you guys don't mind, hit that like button. Let's push this out to as many people as possible. We want to share the crypto perspective on what's going on a little bit tonight. We've got a few thousand people in here, almost 1,000 likes. Let's push that number up. It should be easy to get 1,000 likes today. Love you guys. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. And we're here with our friends, we're here with our family, but we're also hanging out with the Disco fam and with no place we'd rather be. So love you all.
Well, we're now up $7,600, baby.
Where's
Getting a big bounce here? $71,600, $9,000, $10,000. Let's get some bouncing here.
Nice. Where do you take profit? Where's the target?
I am trying to open this, but because we have the screen all stuck.
Well, the target from the bull flag would be up here about 73,138.
It wouldn't be the top of that box right there?
Well, I mean,
okay, I got to close it for my phone because the PC's
just from
broken.
the bull flag, the target's up here. However, we do have this zone, which is, go ahead and go a little bit further out. This is basically these highs over here that we're just battling with, these highs and these lows. If we're able to slice through that, that would be really nice to watch it come up here into that mid 72, 74 region. Maybe come back and test this zone.
Look, the wick just touched it and pulled back.
I'm doing it right now. I have to do it at the login for the phone.
I've been doing this for a while. I don't just draw lines on there. It's
hey, what do you mean? Don't just draw lines. I love lines.
It's astrology for myself.
Look at
Follow
that.
it for yourself there.
There's a quick 10K.
All right, so we just put a take profit here at 71,600 here, which would be $8,500 here. Because I do want to play that, see if we get that upside here.
Ooh, oops, come on. Come on.
There you
what
go.
Is that? You're both on the minute chart?
Yeah.
Go.
Wait,
on.
take profit.
there it goes.
It's out of it.
It's trying to break through. The RSI is still looking weak.
This is going to break 72K, I think, right now.
71.8. Dude, if we break 72, it's a
I
party.
think, you know what? That was just right with that correlation a second ago when these election results switched over with another, it was like 20 or whatever points that this went up. And then what do we see? We talked about this earlier. Regardless of what you're seeing on RSI and the price action, that positive news in Trump's favor, which will buoy markets, is starting to see the price action push up.
What's the price
Look
now?
at that. What's
800?
at 12K?
Oh my God! Yeah, we're at 13K now, almost $12,500.
71.9. Is it going to do it?
I love gambling.
Yeah.
Yes.
Give it to me.
35.
Rip your ears.
Woo! All right, we're upping the stop loss here now to 11,000 profit here.
Now, yeah.
Hold up, we're good.
Coming
We're
back
good.
down.
Continue. We'll see if it gets hit right now. Our take profit is at $11,000, so I am happy if that hits here. 11K in a day. You're welcome here. Hedged, made money here. What a day. 28% on that portfolio. Man, that was that was gambling, but that was fun.
Did it close, or are you still open?
No, we have the stop loss here for 11,000
You're
profit.
still open.
Yeah, if it keeps pushing higher,
send it. Come on.
Yeah, send it. Send it. Can we just spam money in the chat? Money in the chat here, guys.
The play is
money in the chat. Spam it. Just $bags, W, whatever. Get excited here. Let's see if we can break this. Yeah, I put a take profit at 11K. Look, I got to take profit and walk away. You got to have that metric out there. But we will see if this can bounce through that zone. If not, we'll look for that scalp now. Hopefully to a downside action. We got some house money to play with here tonight. It's testing it. It wants it 71.9. We're still at 12.5 here. Let's see. Where are we at on the minute chart? Yeah, what were you looking at again? Because it's going to get rejected. There's no way it keeps pushing higher.
Yeah, I think that's what I was going to say. 72, insane. I might even flip into a low leverage short.
Thank you, Astro. There's the money. $, $sign.
Did you get wicked out right there?
Me, no.
Oh, you just went to TradingView.
Yeah, we're just on. Yeah, we're still in. We're up 30. We're up 14, 13.5 now.
Come on,
if it breaks 72. Oh, we're 72K.
I got it.
72K. 72K. Keep going. Screw the election results. Just pump our bags here.
Blow the chart.
I will take care of everybody. I will finance you all your social welfare.
Captain.
Universal basic income
72.
for Discover Crypto. Financed by yours truly here. Let's push through 72K. It wants to do that. Money flow's got to be coming in. Let's check your chart here. Money flow. Let's get the money flow on the chart
I'm
here.
on the 1 hour, 1 minute, not
Just
1 hour.
Scratch my Rolex.
On my chart, the 1 minute, we do see the money flow it's fighting right here to break.
I want to see it. That's what I want to see. Watch it real time. There it goes. It breaks 72,000.
Yeah.
It looks like we're getting that break upside action. 15K now.
I think it's about to come in.
16K. $16,000, baby. Can I get 17,000? Just keep moving up here. Just keep going, baby. All right, let's adjust the stop loss here. The take profit zone. Are we coming back down? No, we're still above 14K here. So we're going to adjust it now to 71,900 here, which is
Yeah,
12,750 there. 12,750 adjusted stop
quick.
loss there.
It's chopping.
I just did it.
Say,
It's
I'd
okay.
have flipped at 72. I'd have flipped
It's
short.
okay. Let's see. 1 second. 1 second. It doesn't want to pay me out. It's like, no, we can't pay out Joshua here. And there we go. We've closed for now roughly $13,000 profit, chat. Woo! Okay, that was, can we get some drinks? I don't know. What's up? Hey! We're spawning babies. We're making so much money. This is insane, guys. All right, back to the news. Let's check out where we're at here. Little $13,000 sandwich we just ate for dinner. Feels good to be alive
you're
here.
looking
Let's
at,
get some
and they're
live
working
looks at
on
these election
the
results.
early votes.
They're
Those
about as excited as my portfolio right now.
Clock
Looking
tonight
at
here, local time, 10 o'clock your
these
time.
ballots
We'll get
being,
the first
of course, approved right now. 72K prediction hit. Yeah, guys, it looks like you were right. It looks like Joshua Jake was wrong in terms of that downside action. Look, let's do a little of an update right now. They're just talking about boring polling numbers here. Of course, we have the 71,800. It's dropping a little bit. It's going to have that resistance there. Got that wick. What I want to look at real time. Go to 12 hours here. Oh, adjusted just a little bit here. Interesting. Again, maybe pull back at 70,900. It's not even able to keep up. The market is so, wow, it is volatile right now. So let's see what this ends up doing. Might enter another position here. Look to do that short like we mentioned. But what I, of course, want to watch out for, guys, is that positive price action. You're seeing a lot more liquidity open up in others, but there is a short squeeze taking place up to 72.5. Let's go ahead and go over to the liquidation map on the daily now, guys. Oh, yeah. I mean, it is. Look, you can get some more upside. 72.8, though. This is what you need to pay attention to. Check out down here.
Oh, hold on. I can't see that.
Oh.
Hold on. Give me a second. I bet.
You can see it. You can see it. It's good.
Oh, I thought you were trying to go below it.
No. It's right here. So you're going to notice the giant red cliff and the small green cliff, right? But what I want to point out is the amount of volume, which you should be able to see at the bottom of the screen right there, picking up, which just goes to show as the price is hitting 72, this is what a short squeeze is. We teach this in the Telegram chat. So even though there's more liquidity to the downside, the problem is people don't want to be wiped out of their positions that are all hedged, and they're all adding to those positions, and that is what's causing that short squeeze here. So you can see that in the short term, way more liquidity within the smaller time frame than that longer range. And that just goes to show that when you're pulling up the money flow charts here, money's coming into this market, and that money doesn't mean necessarily it's even new money. It's just also positions that were already hedged at $70,000. For us, we got stopped out. We had a small, low leverage. It was just a hedge play for, of course, if there was downside action into these elections tonight. We're getting a massive upswing, and it's forcing these traders to add to the shorts. So either A, they're not liquidated, or, of course, just adding new open interest for their shorts, causing that short squeeze. So really cool to watch play out in real time.
Real quick, there's a little chat going on about women's rights. And I wanted to share this thing that I saw earlier, especially because I have a daughter now, and a lot of people, obviously, they're running big on women's rights and that sort of stuff. And somebody say, oh, you're going to sacrifice women's rights for
yes, no, I'm just kidding.
for money. And it's like, no, it's not. This is actually, I'm voting for women's rights. So this is from Insurrection Barbie. It says, I also voted for my daughter's rights. I voted for her right to free speech. I voted for her right to practice her religion. I voted for her right to peacefully assemble and protest tyrannical governments, regardless of their political leanings. I voted for her right to bodily autonomy without interference from experimental drug companies mandated by her government. This is autonomy is huge. People, this is kind of the debate we were having a little bit earlier. Like, people should have the right to make their own choices about their own body. I voted for her to exist as a woman in women's sports, to have women's bathroom, and to have women's only dorm rooms. I voted for her right to bear arms. I voted for her right to secure the border and safe streets. I voted for her financial freedom, so when she grows up, she's not bound to a tyrannical government that overspends. I voted for her innocence. I voted to protect her from gender confusion and chemical castration as a minor. I voted for her to grow up being raised by her parents instead of being co-parented with the government. That's why I voted for Donald Trump. And I feel like some of that stuff is left unsaid a little bit too much. We are voting for rights and for freedom, not for, oh, thank you, Kelly. Thank you. Yeah.
Let's go, Shane.
I get the Dundee for voting for freedom. Thank you. But oh, just an award. All right. Well, there you go. There's my speech
for voting for freedom.
There's my speech of the night. You know, we both party, like the party that's voting for freedom is voting for women's rights. It's for voting for freedom of choice, freedom of religion, and so many other freedoms. And I feel like that gets left out. It should be a state's decision. People should be able to make their own decisions based on their own beliefs. And that is That's my point blank period.
And what did you say earlier, Josh, when we were talking, and you said the percentage likelihood of even possibility of that being something that can be overturned in terms of, because nothing was reduced. All it was is said, hey, this is a state's decision. If you have a problem with it, then everybody needs to realize it's not just the president. You need to be voting for your local state legislators.
Yeah, and you can pull up Bitcoin's chart. It did stop us out just to pump up to $72,200. We'll be looking for another play.
Oh, of course.
Hey, no, it's okay. We made so much money. We have house money. We are going to the craps table, baby. No, no, I'm just having fun here. No, I want to talk about that, though. It's a serious issue. And, you know, I'm 27. We deal with a lot of ageism, thinking you're not wise enough to have a conversation in politics. And it's like at this point, over the last 4 years, not only have I changed my life and been able to employ a lot of individuals and generate a significant amount of capital, but with that has come a lot of learning experiences. And so when I'm talking about these issues on a state-based issue, going back down to abortion rights, it's something that is going to be a nuanced discussion. Like, I'm a constitutionalist at the end of the day. I abide by that Constitution. I believe in the freedom of speech. I believe in the freedom of religion. I'm not even that religious. I grew up hardcore Baptist Christian in the middle of nowhere in the mountains, raising sheep and cattle. Well, not cattle, but sheep, pigs, goats, you name it. And so, you know, I've seen kind of both spectrums of this. Now I'm traveling the world, going to Dubai, experiencing new culture. And I've seen these two completely different polar lifestyles. And so when I was talking about, you guys are like, what, Josh, what the heck are you saying? Why does this matter? And it matters because when it comes down to your amendment rights, which is what it means to be an American, why everybody wants to immigrate here in the first place, I think it's just completely hypocritical and contradictory when you have a system set up to vote for things that are impossible to either reverse or, of course, vote for something that is a direct threat against that amendment right. And so the number one discussion in America, the number one reason why you're going to talk to Kamala voters is they're voting on abortion rights. And I think that is just fundamentally misconstrued. And I think they're just ill-informed voters because, one, they don't understand that, A, you have to get a new Supreme Court. You're going to have to, which even if she gets 2 justices, you're still going to have a majority to the conservatives in that ruling. B, she has to go through some third-party initiative, evading constitutional rights and going through the Department of Health, like Samuel Arms mentioned earlier today on stream, which is possible, 5% chance. So it just goes down to simply this. If you don't like where you live, fucking move. That is my one cuss word of the entire stream. If you believe in a democracy, then you believe that individuals have the right to their own constitutional rights. So that includes religion. That includes speech. That includes their Second Amendment, the Sixth Amendment, the Eighth Amendment, the 10th Amendment. You are given those rights. And so for you to be somebody that thinks you have the audacity to determine whether or not a child in your womb is considered a life or not, I think that's wrong. I think if you think that you believe you get to make that right, then you have to abide that same First Amendment policy where if somebody believes in their religion, which is hundreds of millions of Americans, that they believe a child is born at conception, not after birth, they have that right to believe that, and they get to take that to the polls. So I believe it shouldn't be this federal scaled issue where the government has this entire regulatory oversight on that specific medical procedure, where versus it's a state-based right. And if you believe in your democracy, you're going to leave it up to the people. You're going to leave it up to the vote, and it leaves it at that and allows us to focus on the real issues in this economy, which are, of course, you know, Bitcoin pumping to the absolute freaking moon right now.
Yeah, and
but
I think
it brings us to the conversation of policy. We've moved away from oh my goodness, I'm broken here. We've moved from elections that were determined based off policy now to an outcome based on emotion. And I don't think, just like trading, you should be going into the elections emotionally. It should be logically. It should be just from a common sense, conversational standpoint of, okay, we have a major issue in America. How do we solve it? Not how do we take an issue that can't be changed and vocalize that and fearmonger that to get the most votes.
And one of the things I hate the most too, and I love my mother, but my mother says, like, well, you know what? And I'm voting for Kamala because she pointed out that, you know, Kamala came on air and she said, what law out there regulates a man's body? Well, what about men having to go and die in war?
Mm-hmm. I was just about to say the same thing. I mean, we should be a lot more concerned about the potential of like actual nuclear war going on here. Somebody said their nuclear war. Somebody said that in the chat earlier. More people aren't really considering. I don't think the mismanagement, and you know, some people, you could argue pretty, I think, convincingly that these wars are not They were pre-planned and funded and intentional. But that being said, I am voting for peace. I want a foreign policy that says we should be having less wars, not more wars. So yeah, that's all.
Dude,
I got on
Bitcoin's
that.
going crazy.
Yeah, it is
72.6.
Yeah, and I think we're getting partially because results are coming out.
Yeah, is it because hold on? Let me. Oh yeah, we're like ranting on at this point. 178 here to 99 now. Let's go to the election conversation here on CBS real quick. Get some insight here, and we'll come back to the charts here in just a moment. Hopefully, opening up a trade.
Competition. Everybody loves their "I voted" stickers.
He does.
Yes, you saw them all,
back.
of course, on social media today. Welcome back to CBS News Election Headquarters. It's 9:30 p.m. in the East, 6:30 in the West. And in the race to 270, Donald Trump has 162. Kamala Harris, 62. We're going to check in with the battleground states. Here's a look at the blue wall states. CBS News projects them all as toss-ups at this hour. And then let's go to the Sun Belt.
Her real quick. Opening small position short here, guys. Again, small part of my portfolio here. It is going to be higher leverage here, but I do believe we're hitting the top of that band here. FOMO.io, we're seeing a lot of liquidations open up underneath us.
What's that yellow one right there? Is that six? Is that
That
70?
is all the way down at 74. So I don't know if we come all the way back to that range, but 71.2, lots of liquidity opening up here. This chart is chaotic right now because of the amount of volatility coming in play here. And look at that, boom, just another push up here. So this is a small position here. Again, we just made a lot of money, so we'll risk maybe a $1,500 play here to get stopped out. But what I want to point out is on the chart here, you're now seeing 5-minute, 10-minute, 15-minute, 1 minute. That's stochastic RSI, heavily overextended here. But again, we're getting a short squeeze. So tight stop losses. Don't be crazy on these positions. And what I'll do now is if this position does hit and I become 8% in profit, I'll add to that position, to that short, and then look to hopefully just play with, free margins there right now. We're hovering at about break even. So Danny Bird, though, coming in, are those the real polls? $10 super chat. Got to take it as they come in. Danny Bird, we don't necessarily know if it's going to be actual polls or not that are valid because it's such a close night here.
And look at where the price action actually sliced right up through. I mean, yes, it sliced through here, but it's right at that next band that we outlined about 45 minutes ago.
Look at those boxes.
Literally just sitting here, just bing, 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 right
Kelly
here. And the money flow is going a little flat. The RSI is rolling over a little bit. So not only was it the liquidation showing a little bit of a squeeze, the data points here are showing a little bit of weakness. But I will say, I'm pretty impressed that he has the balls to short right now because I mean, this feels like it could just say bye peanut.
Yeah, everything is pumping right now. Look at this. We've got
7% Solana.
Thor chain up 20%. Thank God. Back $5.10. Mog 18%, 48% for this. Sui 16%. Athena. Still haven't bought it. Dogwoof hat, Dogecoin.
still haven't bought the Athena,
I've been
bro.
busy. Brett, hey,
Why
our
haven't
best
you
friend,
bought
Brett,
the Athena?
Yeah, everything pumping right now. So, yeah, it looks like Bitcoin likes Trump. Looks like the markets are pricing in a Trump victory at this point.
Looks like we'll be stopped out here in just a moment if it does not cap out at that range. Kelly, for people that are trading here live, what is that next breakout past that range? Because that liquidity range played out perfectly. If we break through that, we're obviously in the short squeeze momentum. What should they expect for that upside?
Well, I will get that. I just pulled up this chart. Remember we were talking about Tau earlier being right up against this sort of resistance band? Well, look at this. It rejected on it, came down, and now has sliced through it. So is Tau, BitTensor, about to make some moves to the upside? It's now up quite a bit from that low that it had. Where's that at? About 25% up from this low. Money flows coming in. If we come back over to Bitcoin, well, let's go ahead and zoom out. The target on the bull flag that you pointed out earlier when we outlined it, this is a target. We're basically measuring this flagpole right here, measure that breakout point. Now, these horizontal bands are based on the price action from this previous range high and low. And then this next one right here, if you really pull it all the way across here,
wow,
it's basically this chop zone. This is where we were just kind of hesitating. So when we're looking at where we're going next, the target immediately above us on the bull flag is 73,129. This is kind of correlating, you can see, with all of these tops here. We're able to clear that, then we're coming up here and we're testing the previous all-time high that we had, yes, back in March, not just recently, back in March, which means we may be tapping on, going into a little bit of price discovery, but don't look at that. Don't look at that and say, if we touch this, we're up and away. Because notice, this is right at where this, if we go on this 2-hour chart, this is right at that upper bound of this rising channel. Do know, as bullish as we are, rising channels tend to break bearish. So I'm not saying that we're going to do that, but don't just go leverage long right here because, oh, we're above, March all-time high. This is set up a perfect opportunity for emotional bull traps if there ever was one. And I do expect, even if we go up, I do expect some whipsaw price action.
Also, Kelly, can you pull that whole window to your right? The window itself, not the
Yeah, because you'll see the black space, fill the black space here on the screen for his OCD. TJ was twitching. I saw his eyeball breaking. No, it's good, dude. Yeah, no, this is something I wanted to point out because a lot of people believe we're going to just break through all-time highs, and we haven't even tested previous all-time highs yet. So I do expect rejection at that range for sure. But again, guys, this is what we're talking about. Very bullish. Haven't changed on this. Extremely, insanely, crazy. What's the UK saying? This is starts with an O. This is outrageous, bro. It will be outrageous if Trump wins out there. Because of the positivity that comes with that legislative approach and the executive branch officials he would appoint. So again, can we break through 73, 4, whatever, or 8, whatever the previous all-time high is? Be cautious. If you guys are somebody, people in chat, Josh is trading with pure emotion right now. Hey, maybe I got some pure adrenaline right now. But we entered a short because of course, the data. Will we get stopped out? Perhaps. That's what the stop loss is for. But when you get to this all-time high level again, that's not the time I want to necessarily jump in onto that market approach there. And I have to remind everybody here, guys. I have to remind everybody. Yes, we have the positive price action. You have the stock market factoring a very bullish outcome of these elections, and again, favoring that Trump victory. It is early. It is 9:37. The biggest states, the battleground states, aren't even close to being confirmed here for who is going to take the reins on those electoral votes. It is early into this night, and of course, we'll be here with you guys every single step of the way, all the way through midnight with you guys. So if you haven't already, hit that like button, wake up. Hopefully you make some amazing trades here on top of the crazy one. We would have made like $26,000 if we left that open. Yep. But hey, can't be mad about the 13K profit there. So guys, as we trade throughout the night, as we analyze, as we hopefully have boots on the ground, call in from all of the chaos here. They should be coming in shortly. Just go ahead and do us a favor. Hit that like button. Repost this stuff on your X, just for that love there. If you're on TikTok, repost the live stream, and of course, double tap that screen to fill up your like meters in the top left corner. This is the by far most professional stream you're going to be watching on, of course, crypto and politics out there. So appreciate you guys for being here, and of course, yes, I'm on one. I just made $13,000 in one trade.
By the way,
let's
just FYI, gotta love TikTok.
TikTok suspended us. It's because we were talking about Trump. They were like,
we were talking about it more. We were talking about all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, what did we get banned for? What does it say?
I just closed it. I don't know.
Oh. It's probably election integrity. They're like, how dare they make money off these elections?
Check this out. This is interesting. Bitcoin News posted this 25 minutes ago. Being against Bitcoin is no longer a viable stance in American politics. 156 pro-crypto candidates. Notice, this did not say Republican or Democrat. This is just talking about, this is bipartisan. I can speak bipartisan. 156 pro-crypto, 70 against, right? And 8 pro-crypto candidates here and 3 against in the Senate. So we're starting to see that sort of wave, the orange wave. Everybody's been talking about the red wave in this government administration. We need to be discussing the orange wave, and I think it's begun.
What's the orange wave?
Bitcoin, baby.
Orange wave.
Oh, I thought you meant orange man good.
Yeah.
No, that's the orange wave is what they call Trump's haircut, right?
Yes, it is the flow of his toupee is the way of the orange.
I want that purple
stuff.
To
hell with TikTok. Yeah, TikTok's like literally the worst platform in existence right now, guys. Like, can we get some L's in the chat for TikTok? They ban me every single day for literally no reason. It just, anything you say, they're like, flagged. He wants healthy food, flagged. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Ooh, Foxy Lady. FOMO at 69. Having fun in the FOMO and Fear and Greed Index. Let's actually get an update on that. Let's see people's emotions right now. This is the emotional suppressor, the emotional wrecker. 15-minute time frame here. Let's double click it here. Let's one more time. Oh my God, look at it. It's like calculating so quickly. 44 on the 15-minute. That's probably, did we just have a drop? Oh yeah, that's impossible. No way. Let me do that again. 84 greed is I think what it wants to do. 1 hour is 84 greed. 1 hour is extreme greed 84. Massive greed on the markets here on the hourly time frame. And of course, on the 4-hour time frame, 83 extreme greed, chat. 83 extreme greed on the 4-hour time frame. And on the 24-hour time frame, yeah, we're in that position. We are doing the good old 6-9 out there. And you know, guys, you know what they say about 6-9s, okay? Don't do them. So I don't know.
Is that what they say?
Is that what they say?
I don't think that's what they say.
They do, what is it, 29s?
No,
What's
that's
it,
not what I
29s?
heard. Not what I
What was
heard.
the 29 joke I heard the other day?
I don't
Was
know.
that on Kill Tony? He did like a 29 joke and we were laughing our butts off. To be fair, we were on the ganja. But either way, guys, extreme greed in the markets right now. So again, if you're looking at DCA into these markets, we're getting that pullback now in profit here, up 1% here, 72576. Markets are just heavily volatile right now due to these election outcomes. Let's go ahead and take a listen to CBS here as they pull in the new Sun Belt.
Sun Belt states. And there you see Georgia, a toss-up, still that vote coming in, although officials had told us that we would have a lot posting. And I'm going to get to David Becker in a minute on that. And then in North Carolina, where I am hearing from a source close to the Trump campaign that he is doing well in the rural areas in North Carolina and Virginia. And so that is making them feel optimistic. And a reminder, North Carolina is the only of the 7 battlegrounds that Trump won 4 years ago. David Becker, tell us where we stand now in terms of these battleground states and the vote count.
So first of all, we should just mention it's only 2 hours and 40 minutes since the polls closed in Georgia. So there's a lot of votes to count. And I think we may want to call it up again to show how many votes have been counted so far. But I did the quick math. I think it was about 4 million of a little more than 5 million out there. So they're doing a pretty good job. Remember, those polling places were ordered to stay open late in places like Fulton County and DeKalb County because of bomb threats and other issues. So, yes, it looks like about 4 million have been counted and reported out so far. So I think they're actually doing a pretty good job, and I expect that we're going to see that lion's share from the Atlanta metro area come in shortly. As you noted, in Pennsylvania, it's a little different because we've got those mail ballots, those 2 million mail ballots that they're working diligently to process. I don't think it's going to take till Saturday, but I think it will take a couple of days to get to the point where we know exactly who won Pennsylvania, depending upon the margin.
Good information.
Crazy. You know, these people have been studying their entire careers for the election outcomes. Yeah, they're saying Saturday, potentially Friday. That is insane. That would bring way too many headwinds in the markets here. I think it's going to be quicker than that. But yeah, not knowing the outcome of Pennsylvania's results till Saturday. Kat, what are your thoughts on that? Let me know here. We are watching Bitcoin drop here. Well, no more backing in a bounce here. Bounce down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Let me go back to the election result. I want to refresh this here because it is now 9:43. We're 17 minutes away, chat, from the next numbers rolling in, of course. So we'll continue on here and see what they have to say.
Hours extended at 9 precincts.
It could be make or break for Democrats, even though they have so many other states to defend. Pennsylvania, Montana, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, Ohio is the next one up, the one we are watching meticulously, Nora, as the results continue to pour in.
Really important information. Scott McFarlane, thank you. Ed O'Keefe is also with us and covered Congress for many years.
Yeah, well, we'll continue to see there what exactly or how things pan out in the Senate. And that Texas race that I think a lot of people are interested in, looks like Cruz may be maintaining a lead there. So that would be another lost opportunity for Democrats. I just wanted to turn back to Georgia and North Carolina if we could. Former President Trump currently has a lead. The Harris campaign still holding out hope, however, because they look again. We've heard evidence of long lines of college kids in Pennsylvania and other places. There are long lines, apparently, of several hours still. UNC Charlotte, UNC Wilmington, where they're telling students to stay in line. Long lines at the University of Michigan, so around Ann Arbor tonight. Part of why they think they're doing okay. They report that they see that they're expected to do slightly better than expected with suburban early voters in Georgia. All of those reasons why, to Democrats, it's still a very early night despite those numbers.
All right, Ed O'Keefe, thank you. And ahead, we'll talk with Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. CBS News America Decides Election 2024 returns in just a moment.
Saturday, give me a break. That's too much. That's not
too far
happening.
away.
Yeah. Oh, you're still on mute. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah. You got to remind me when you asked me to put. Oh,
yeah, I was dropping just too much alpha there, and it just didn't work. And then we got confused, and then it was a whole thing.
Too many audio options to keep.
Too many audio options.
I just need to keep everybody unmuted, but whatever.
Yeah, Bitcoin pushing again here. We're gonna close that position here. $1,300 hit there. All good.
Solana's ripping, they say.
We're gonna try to catch a nice little. We're gonna go skiing here tonight. Is what we're gonna try to do. But yeah, we're getting a push now. $73,000. Let's put up a Bitcoin poll here tonight.
Sure.
Let's do. Does Bitcoin break all-time highs? Yes or no? Does Bitcoin break all-time highs? Yes or no? Testing 73K now. Massive price swing out there. So
I vote no on that one. But
no?
We'll see. I mean, it's doing well, but that's a heck of a move.
Yeah, Solana is pushing up, and it's sitting here right on this upper resistance trend line.
Huge resistance out there.
Started all the way back here in March, and it's tapping a roo right now. Money flow's starting to come back up. RSI is looking like it's trying to fight its way past this moving average.
Too good for your
If this
home?
can start getting some move to the upside, the levels we'll be watching are essentially right here about 192, option J, Alt J if you're on PC, that horizontal ray. 192 and was
that literally just stopped me out. It literally just stopped me out.
The two targets above us for Solana. If this does reject, I think we'll likely find some support here, either 167 or 160. But things are looking strong as this momentum continues for Trump. The question is, I think we've been talking about it all night. The question is going to be, as this momentum continues, what's going to be the discourse and what's going to be the sort of representation from the left, which has had about 86 or 87% negative media coverage for Trump and just only positive coverage for Kamala since she came on. Or remember, 200 days ago and every time before that, she was basically ranked the worst VP in history. And all of a sudden, she was God's gift to removing Biden from office, essentially. And now all of a sudden, she's the presumptive winner from that Democratic media machine. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out moving forward.
Yeah, sorry here. Texting the wife. She's like, yo, how's it going? She's like, I've been watching you. Let's see from home here. Up to you.
Yeah,
take it away with the charts here, guys.
Oh, here we got Isaac. Tell us what you just heard. You got the microphone up? You got to flip that mic on, though.
Okay, there we go. From Charlie Kirk 1 minute ago, CNN reports on the mood at Kamala HQ. I could feel the anxiety in the crowd.
Yeah.
So they're feeling very scared.
Apparently, somebody else, what did they say? Fox has Trump at 195 right now. So we'll see where that ends up.
Bitcoin is 1% from all-time high.
1% right now?
Well, it's Quentin Francois, our boy here, said, 1% away from.
1%. Okay, 1%. Okay.
Are you a 1%er? We're about to break 73K. This is happening. This is happening. I'm in New Zealand, and all I see is negative media on Trump. That sounds about right, my man. The world lives off that zesty Trump propaganda. But going back to Electoral College votes here, moving now 12 minutes, of course. What did we say here over on the couch? What did you got for us, Isaac?
From Charlie Kirk saying that the Kamala HQ, their crowd is feeling very anxious right now about the whole Trump situation. They're very scared that Trump's going to steal.
Are they crying? Do we have a live coverage? Oh, hold on. I do have live coverage. I pulled it up here. Here you go. There is no, I don't think there's audio to this. I think
look, you're muted on YouTube. Look.
I'm just muted on YouTube. No, I'm not.
Well, you were.
This is.
No, there's. Oh, you're on Kelly's. Yeah, no, there's no audio on this. It's just cameras. It's a Trump campaign rally, a Harris campaign rally, live at New York, and then the electoral votes in the top right, which they have Trump. It looks like it's behind a little bit on this one, but 101 Trump to 71 Kamala Harris here.
It says 178 to 99.
Where's the office meme when you need it? It's happening.
And
it's happening.
It also shows that Trump has the popular vote currently.
Where pull that up? I wanted to see that because I couldn't find the polling there.
Well, right there underneath.
Right here, popular.
Also, where did it go? Seth Shepard's asking if you can pull up the hourly RSI.
Yeah, we'll pull that up right now. Where do you see underneath?
Right.
I was looking on
here.
It was Fox. No, it was on a Fox broadcast. See here. Back right here. Look at the screen.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So,
Popular votes, 35.9 to 32 million.
Oh, yeah, it's total votes, correct? That's all it is? Whoever gets more votes?
Yeah, because on
So this is the popular. So it's 53. So right now.
On Polymarket, it was showing earlier that Kamala now it's diminished. Before it said Kamala Harris had 88% basically wagered that Kamala was going to get the popular vote. So it's interesting to see that. I hope it's just an absolute red and orange wave.
Red and orange wave, baby. Red and orange wave. What were you pulling up, though, TJ?
Trump, on AP News, Trump just jumped up to 188 to 99.
Yeah, they all have different numbers. CBS is pulling under what we have here on Google.
It's updated this minute.
Let me see. So what are they having him take here? Oh, wow. What is that? Is that Virginia going red? Virginia going red on their map. So
Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia, all light red. Kansas also, New Mexico, and Minnesota.
Minnesota he's taking here. Michigan and Wisconsin still early here. Looks like, light polling coming out of Michigan or Wisconsin. If he pulls one of those states, that would be outrageous.
It's
Again,
super
those
close,
are
though.
super close. Again, the blue thinks that they're going to be taking that by far. Where's Iowa at, by the way? I can't wait for those numbers. Yeah, Iowa here.
21%
21% in. Kamala leading. They've been talking about Iowa flipping here blue. And that's going to come from the Ann Poulter, of course, polls here that we had our other guest on, Jeremy, talking about that he was watching.
We some people in the chat were asking for where DZ was earlier. We do have him, I think, as a call-in. I don't know if he can hear me right now. If he can, just
bring the
wave
Deezonator in here.
Me. So he is. Let's see if I have the right.
I see him. It looks like his portfolio is about as bright as his lights here.
Yeah,
I see the smiles coming in.
Give me 1 second. I gotta find the right.
But while you're doing that, Seth Shepard, you asked about the 1 hour RSI on Bitcoin. It is broken above the 70 mark into the, some people say, overheated, overbought zone. You could also realize that this is a relative strength indicator. So this also says that it's there's a lot of buying pressure underneath, but the money flow is also picking up here. But notice we are chopping right, or pushing up into this area that we had a lot of chop back here on October 29th. So we want to pay attention. Again, not all of this is going to be codified in stone, how TA normally would work on just a random Tuesday afternoon, because all of this can swing in an instant based on some of the different news and pundits and what sort of narratives are being pushed out there into the market.
Yeah, and I will pull him in just 1 second. I got to pull.
Dude, these numbers coming out of here are actually wild to watch, especially out of Florida here with the counties turning red here with the votes. I mean, it's a landslide victory here in Florida, 95% reporting now. Those blue territories completely overran by a lot of red voters this cycle. We're looking at over 6 million votes here, of course, going to Donald Trump here, winning the complete electoral vote there, 56.2%. Still 5% to go, but it's very clear which direction this is heading here.
Can you hear us, DZ? All right, talk. Let me see if we can hear you.
All right, can you hear me? Oh, yeah.
Well,
Bitcoin broke 73. Perfect, thank you. We got him on here. It did not.
Yeah,
You lied
keep
to me.
talking, DZ.
Oh, yeah, it did.
Yeah, I'm looking at some live results as well. Looking at Bitcoin.
Yep, we got you.
Struggling.
Okay,
What
are you talking about?
Try to share my screen here.
Oh, I can't share your
Bitcoin.
screen. Well,
Do we
okay. Hold on,
100x long chat?
I can pull a screen. There you go. You got your screen.
All right, looking at the latest results, looks like we got Trump 2xing Harris's votes, 105-210. And I was looking at those Florida results, but Georgia right now, where we're at, too close to call. We are in a blue county right now. Looking at the current studio location, still a few counties yet to result. Going back to the national map here, though, Iowa, Wisconsin. You can see the blue wall forming for Kamala, the giant red C for Trump here as we race to 270.
Interesting. So what
map is that?
Yeah, what map is that? 210.
210. Decision Desk HQ is a little bit ahead of everybody else, and a lot of places are pulling from this site.
Interesting. Cool. So your home state is North Carolina, is that right? And if you can switch
North Carolina, yes. I'm actually from a blue pocket within this
yes.
mostly red state. You can see Charlotte, obviously a large population center, only has about 14% of the votes in, 83,000 votes counted. population center over 1 million, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm in this blue pocket right here. I was from Wilmington, which is in New Hanover County, but only 5% of the votes are in. So we do expect a lot more Harris votes to roll in. Now, my fiance was in New Hanover County over the previous weekend, said it was a sea of Harris signs. But the second you stepped out of the county where her grandmother lives, it was just a sea of Trump signs. We're seeing that right here with Trump winning 66,000 to Harris's 40K.
Go. All right.
But yeah, other than that, though, Virginia, obviously Trump, looking to secure that one. But what I find interesting, now I'm not trying to get conspiratorial here. Now, we do know Richmond, some other population centers, they do have to report more. Richmond, Henrico County, only about 31% in. But Trump actually leading in a state most people are calling for Harris.
That is interesting. And they also said you sound like you're recorded. So can you give us your Bitcoin price prediction for midnight tonight? Also, right after that, I don't know if somebody wants to pull this up. Somebody's saying, look at Illinois, 45,000 votes for RFK. That's pretty wild.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Illinois.
Robert F. Kennedy, was unable. Actually, no, I believe, I'm not sure if that was one of the ones where the Democrats tried to lawfare him into staying on the ballot or if that was one he elected to stay on himself. But yeah, 45,000 with the 1.3%. Now, as far as Bitcoin, I'm just going to double down.
Do you know who does that help if RFK gets 45,000 votes? Does that help Trump or Kamala?
No, it's the reason why they sued to keep him on there is because it's polling for Trump. There's a lot of ill-informed voters that don't necessarily know. Like if you look at the search for who's running for president, we were talking about that a little bit earlier. It is going to actually pull Trump's a little bit from vote, but I think or votes from him specifically. But I don't believe it's going to be as dramatic. 45,000 is not necessarily, as long as they're not going to be in the key battleground states there. He's going to be it's going to be pretty fine that he's still on those results, but we'll see. Bitcoin right now, though, $73,100. Wants to run for all-time highs here, chat. Man, I'm really regretting closing that massive position win. It's just hurting me every single step, guys.
That'd be like 30, 40, 50.
Yeah, it'd be like 30K.
40 grand by now.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good in the hood.
Yeah, gotta learn to be content, right? I mean, it was.
I'll just cry later. It's cool. I'm gonna cry like most Harris voters right now. So I'll join them. I'll get in a little circle and we'll share our feelings and thoughts. But I went all in on 100x leverage on Doge this morning. Man, JD, add us here, baby. Mike Biddle, I told you 74K, Josh. Quite possible. Quite possible. Come here, Mike.
Somebody asked in the chat, what is the previous all-time high? Did break it March 13th, and on the Binance chart, that target is this line right here, and that is 73,807, 73,808.
Please.
So it's not that far away at all. But do note, just because we break through this, or if and when we break through it, let's say tonight, does not mean we just break through this and it's up and away. We do need to practice a little caution in the zone because I do think some liquidity is going to come in around this, depending on what the sort of, again, the discourse is around what's happening with all the things.
73.2, guys. And again, this is pricing in a Trump victory. So if that does not happen tonight, oh, man, I pray that doesn't happen tonight.
Do you think we're breaking all-time highs tonight? We're sitting at 73.2 right now. I mean, it's basically a few hundred dollars from here to break all-time highs. Do you think we get rejected off all-time highs, or do you think we break it tonight?
I think we could scam wick above it a little bit, but I'm going to double down on my prophecy. I'm going from prediction to prophecy. Prophecy from this morning, where this morning I said we are going to overpump if Trump wins, and then we're going to dump sometime tomorrow morning, probably around the normal time to start dumping. And if Kamala wins, which seems unlikely at this point, we're going to overdump during the evening, and then we'll have a pump during the morning tomorrow. So it looks like we're going to go into the Trump pump, then dump, as foretold by DZ.
There you go. The Trump pump and dump. We've got 81% of the audience right now thinks we break all-time highs tonight. Also, guys, if you want to get in on any of these trades, make sure, we've got the link here in the chat. It's also in the description. You can join the Telegram group and follow along as we do these trades. Also, we've got BitLab Academy, as well as the FOMO tool that you see Josh using a lot, linked into the description. So if you guys haven't had a chance to check those out yet, please do. They're great tools.
On that note, remember, guys, we're getting right there. I'm going to type it in, lab.bitlabacademy.com/deal. Remember, this deal is going away once we break past previous all-time highs. It's a full
that might be tonight.
Yeah, it might be tonight. And it's a half-month free You get 15 days free, essentially 35% off for the life of your account. We've got a full, I'm talking 120 different lessons in there, breaking down everything from on-chain to technical analysis to on-chain data to charts, signal, all of it. Discord community, indicated, all of that. You can do that right there at lab.bitlabacademy.com. I'll put the link in the live chat right there. If you're watching on Twitter, if you're watching on YouTube, you can just type it in, lab.bitlabacademy.com/deal. But we just want to make sure everybody stays on the right side of these moves. I know I lost almost $70,000, $80,000 in one trade a few years ago. I was an idiot. I wasn't practicing healthy risk management. And my whole motive in the whole crypto media space to make sure people don't step into the same type of potholes that almost everybody does, because they just don't practice humility. That humility starts with education. So that's what we're here for, is to help break these things down for you. I know that's what Josh is here for as well. You know, not just, hey, let's sell you something. No, it's how do we make sure that we can build a community that we can rely on each other, because a rising tide raises.
Yeah, and somebody from the chat here is saying he's not for the U.S. He's just questioning. He's asking what, you know, the electoral votes represent. It's going to represent the votes based off specific counties in each of our states. There's a set amount of members, and the president has to obtain 270 electoral college votes to win that presidency. That is going to be the majority. Why the electoral college exists is because based off each state, it's going to give a voice to other counties that aren't as demographically diverse or as large as major cities. So electoral votes are based off consensus and help determine and pretty much bring in a fair and free election. But it depends, because again, there's Florida out there. They look like they missed consensus, as Samuel Arms mentioned earlier in this live stream. There's even if Trump loses tonight, let's say it's by 1 or 2 electoral votes, there's an argument to be made that Florida actually has more electoral votes than they were given for these elections. So all that you need to know about electoral votes is essentially it allows states to represent everybody, and rather than just a few major cities.
But you know what state's getting represented right now? Pennsylvania is starting to flip red here, baby.
73.4.
49.8% to 49.3%.
That's why Bitcoin's pumping. 73.4. 73.5. Oh my God.
Is that all-time high?
No,
that it?
We got to get
what's all-time high?
73,808.
73,808.
So this yellow line right here on the chart.
Hold on. I got my hands full.
We are so close to it, baby. It is so close.
Shut up, left
it's
it
so
open.
far. Oh my God. Come on, baby. Everybody blow on the chart.
Dude, this short squeeze is insane. It's insane. Let me get a live update here from...
Getting excited to look at Georgia, because almost 80% of the vote in. It looks like Trump has a lead, but where are we waiting for votes from?
Well, that's exactly the right question, Nora. Let me take you inside the way we're looking at it here in the desk. You're right that 80% is in, 79%. If I show you where the outstanding vote is, these circles, the larger they are, the more vote there is. And what you see is that they're from key Democratic counties, Fulton, DeKalb, even some from Cobb. Now, what do I do with that? Let me just back it out here for a second and show you. What I'm doing is I'm going to take that and I'm going to put it into our CBS News model, and I'm going to show you how we look at this at the data desk. This is right now the range of Donald Trump's potential percentage at the end, right? Leading. So you see a large range around that in that red bar. This is the range of Kamala Harris when I incorporate all that information into the model. And what you see here is that these have overlap. That is visually why Decision Desk can't make a projection. As long as these ranges overlap, if they don't go apart, then there's a possibility that this race could flip. And that's why how we incorporate that outstanding vote.
Too big to rig, baby.
And want to show Anthony the needs and our current estimate as the race stands right now based on the information we've received to date.
Well, she needs 59% of the outstanding vote. 73.7. Right now, we think she could get 59% of the outstanding vote. So that's sort of another data point to say the race could get even tighter than it already is, and why you can't make a projection just yet. Why I still rate it as a toss-up.
Because you're saying in a big city like Atlanta, there's more votes to come in.
Yep.
Okay. Can we do the same in North Carolina?
It's coming in.
Come on. We just
All right,
hit.
so here's North Carolina. Now, let's do the outstanding vote here because it's somewhat of a similar story, right? In and around Raleigh, you see the large blue circles, Wake County, okay?
I opened up a
so
short.
you even see some here
I just
in
opened up a
Durham.
short.
So
I'm not lying.
those are Democratic
I just
areas,
opened
and
it at
those, if they
all-time
come
highs.
in and they
I'm
come
gonna
in for
catch a swing. I
Harris,
think we're gonna
but
get a
I
little bit of
will add
rejection. New
this,
all-time highs.
it's not just the
Congratulations to
percents,
everybody
though.
in the chat
She's got to
there
get the
tonight.
turnout
Let's
there
see if
in
we
order to
smash.
catch
We
Trump.
might smash
Because what you
through this
also
here.
see is
Buzzkill.
If we
around
don't
Charlotte
I have to
here,
be a
see these
buzzkill.
large
I'm
red
opening a
circles?
short.
That's a
Come
lot
on,
of
baby.
Republican
It was
vote
15
that
seconds.
could
I know
still
my
come in.
charts.
50,000
Come on.
votes
I know
there.
there's
Major, go
resistance
ahead.
here.
Look at
I don't know,
Mecklenburg County.
Ali,
That's what's
Ali was
remaining
just
there.
telling me
That's
she
one of
called
the things that the
75K
Harris
by,
campaign has to
midnight,
look at and
so
say,
that
boy,
was
they
her number,
really
so
need
we'll
to
see if
run
we can
up
hit
Let's go,
75.
baby.
the
I'm
margins in
$2,000
Mecklenburg
now,
County
so
because you
shout
almost
out
have
to that
500,000 votes outstanding. Wake
Fuck you
County,
all. No.
156,000. We can actually put numbers
Oh,
on this.
my bad.
Go
I'm
for
getting too excited.
133,000. So there's areas really need to come in strong for Harris. One of the problems, go back to the regular map, Anthony, that Harris has run into.
Blink twice if you're still there.
Look at these counties right here. And then, Anthony, go through the history on those counties.
Yeah, sure. Now, in these places, you do typically see a Democrat might do okay.
But on almost every single one of those, Harris is running slightly behind Joe Biden. This is an accumulating problem for the Harris campaign outside of Raleigh and Charlotte. These other areas, historically strong for Democrats, stronger for Biden than they have been so far tonight for Harris.
Right, and Biden lost North Carolina. And
correct, by 74,000 votes. Yes.
Underperforming.
Let's go.
Kirsten has some exit polls, but before we do those, can we just take a quick look at Michigan? Because that blue wall, Michigan and Wisconsin, that the Democrats are banking on in order for her to become the next president of the United States.
So 17% in. We're still waiting for a lot more data out of Michigan for sure.
Real quick. We're going to watch Bitcoin's price here. Holy smokes, 74.3. We're in price discovery. This is insane.
Come on, knock on my door.
I can't open another long, dude. I just can't. I can't open another long. There's no way. Going
Can we
to FOMO?
open the news and the charts side by side?
It's too small of a screen we have here.
All right.
Can you pull up his screen with mine at the same time?
Which channel you?
This is insane, dude. Oh my gosh, dude! It's just we're in price discovery, chat. There's no, all the liquidity's below us. There's no, we're in price discovery, baby. Price discovery. That is crazy.
We hit a new all-time high on the night of the election. Hey guys,
we just hit 75.
Here's your liquidation heat map.
Oh my God, we're now we're about to hit that 75 mark.
75K. Why did we close?
Okay.
Suck it.
I'm so glad we're all here together, guys. We could just be laying in bed, like on our phones, like exciting. No, this is.
Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say, Allie. Nobody said 75 other than Allie, so everybody else was picking all-time highs.
Allie, you're making every trade now. When do I enter?
75K.
Long it.
75K.
And this is before if there is a determination that happens tonight, which I think could give us another sort of impulse.
Guys, people are asking how high can we go? Guys, we're in prices. 75.3. Huge buy order just went in. Holy smokes. Are we going to go to 80K? I'm done. I'm retiring.
See you guys later.
70. That. Wow.
Oh
I
my
think
God, dude.
the market.
Look, I was wrong about election night, chat. Donald Trump. It wants Trump.
The market knows something.
It wants Trump.
All right. Well, now.
All right, let's play back the live here. People want to know the election results.
She's doing pretty well. But if you compare that to what Joe Biden did in 2020 in the state of Arizona, he won them by 24 points. Yeah. So Kamala Harris is underperforming what Biden did in 2020. Also, just a sideline, an interesting story of the night. If these exit polls are solid, there seems to be a much larger Latino vote in Arizona. The share is much larger than it was in 2020. That's something in the future to look at. But now let's look.
That's just the future of Arizona in general.
But it's a 7-point difference.
Yeah,
that seems a lot.
Historically have exceptionally low turnout. Yeah.
But the difference between 16 and 20 was only 4 points. So it seems, I mean, I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying it's interesting to look at. Nevada, the share is the same between 20 and 24, 17%. And we see here that Kamala Harris has a 50 to 45 point lead. That's in Nevada, where the polls just closed. That's 5 points. Biden was up by 26 in Nevada.
Remember, we're seeing in the national numbers that Trump is winning Latino men. That's part of what's changing.
We're going to do a small short here.
Yeah. Yes, and not doing as well, and she's not doing as well with Latinas.
And I had spoken to one Democratic pollster
all right, guys, so I'm going low leverage short here, getting a little bit of rejection at those levels here. It's going to be incredibly volatile. Be very cautious if you're doing so. This is why we did a 6x leverage here, but I have to pay attention to FOMO.io. And let me mute this because I'm getting double audio. That was on my end. FOMO, guys, we're just watching the liquidation stack. Now, we are in price discovery. So this could go think and just bounce right back up here. It's why we're doing low leverage. We're not risking high trades at this point here. I'm looking to catch a little bit of swing to grab some of this liquidity as we just broke out of that range high. I want to see if we end up catching a bit of a bull trap right now. But you can see, again, only 6x position here, short here, $260,000 position here. I'll risk about 5%. We're up now $1,600 here, though, and we're just simply looking to grab this. So once we're at 5%, I'm going to show you guys what I like to do. Since we're in profit now, 5%, there we go. Let's add some to this position here. See if we just play this. We're playing with a little bit of free volume now, up 3.5%. And now we have, again, we're at $60,000 in, a full Bitcoin roughly here, 358K. And I wanted to see if we can catch this swing here. Again, we're in price discovery, so this is not something that's smart to necessarily do. What I'm focused, again, look at the short squeeze taking place on all metrics across the board. Bullish volume, just jumping these price actions all to the upside. But 5 minutes, stochastic, RSI, MACD, all of these are extremely overextended. And I feel the emotion. I know you do in chat as well. That was amazing to hit 75K. I don't think that is going to be the top of this market whatsoever. But I have to just remind everyone, it is early to this night still. We still have a lot of election results coming in. And this uncertainty in the market is going to create this volatility. And that's why I'm going to grab these swing and these scalp trades here. Now down to 73.9 here, just getting a bit of a pullback again from that top at 75K. And all I'll look to do here, you guys see it here. I mean, wow, this bullish pennant played out, guys. I mean, we call that to a T. But the momentum is high. We're above the 7-week, the 20-week, the 50-week, the 100-week, the 200-week on all metrics here. And you can see that money flowing in. Let's pull up Kelly's charts here. Look at the money flow. What are you looking at on that minute, that 5 minute? Huge sell-off now taking place here. We're up now actually $4,000 here on a 6x position. Man, could have gone a little bit heavier there. But we're now in play here. So we're taking advantage of that swing here. Hopefully you can get a little bit more downside and then re-enter for a little long scalp. But what are you looking at the money flow?
Yeah, on the money flow, we're on the 2 hour. This did flip positive, but let's get a little more granular because of what we're looking at right now. Coming down to the, let's actually go to the 7 minute. The money flows stay pretty positive here, but there's not a lot of increase here. You see from this high here to this high here, we have a much higher high here. So there's a little bit of a divergence there with lack of liquidity agreeing with this continuing higher in the near term. We also see this on the RSI, basically double top here with the price much higher. Now, these are some zones we talked about, and I mean, you called it perfectly. When stuff goes up, you got to take, you made money earlier and then it pumped. Did you feel like you missed out? No, you wait for the next shot. In this case, we have probably more and more bullish news coming into this market as we get more states that turn red. Now, again, whether you're a Kamala or a Trump supporter, and when you're looking just as an investor, the sentiment around Trump winning indicates that there's a likely bullishness to that. So when you're even if you voted for Kamala, if you're investing in this, you'll want Trump to win for your bags. That's just the bottom line and how this works. Now, if we do start getting some sort of issue on election night, or we could see a pretty big pullback. And I'm not talking about Kamala winning. I'm saying like some sort of bigger issue, that could cause some sort of devastation to sentiment. But as it stands right now, this doesn't worry me with the small pullback, because you never want to see price just go straight up. We want to see this work its way up. I call it building the stairway to heaven, because you don't just take the elevator up.
Zoom out.
Because you just
can you do me a favor and just go to the minute chart and look at the up? Like, what is the percentage gain on Bitcoin? We're talking a $5,000, $6,000 move in the matter of what, 3 hours?
Mm-hmm. Well, let's go to the
insane
hour.
Again, and this is what you guys want to see. Right now, we're starting to retest, try to find support around that previous all-time high. But I have to be look. I know, guys, we want Donald Trump to have a sweeping victory here. We want Bitcoin go to the moon. Let's pull up your channel here, though, that I want to present just as a possible outcome tonight. Let's pull it up on Kelly's chart. If we zoom out a little bit, I want to show you that bearish pattern that we are playing out here, and is why I said, I know everybody was like, Josh put a short, and I know that was some cold water. That was some very chill. That was some ice water.
I was telling Kelly to queue up. It's time to pump it up, and they're like, I'm opening a short.
Yeah, I'm like,
we can't play it now.
Ice bucket challenge, real quick. Look at what we're testing right now, right? We're testing the top of that liquidity range and that range high there, and it's good, right? We could break out of it, and it could blow past our expectations because we get this money flow entering this markets. Maybe we didn't, and this just goes to prove that with that market expectation, that money's flowing in from an institutional perspective into Bitcoin. But if you're going off a TA, right, we have to take the emotions out. If we're going off the TA, the on-chain metrics, before we break into that price discovery, we just tested all-time highs, broke a new all-time high. I would expect either a retest in support of this channel here, whether that's at liquidity range towards that previous all-time high. If not, get a little bit of a pullback. Again, what's the percentage? 60, 70%? Those end up closing bearish?
Just the wick on a 12-minute candle is a 2% wick.
Oh my
God.
God.
Push this up. The bears brought it back down. That does not mean that this has to fail, but just it's the bears, man.
Demons, bro.
The bears are getting me. No, but this is just showing a little. I mean, it's that overhype. This is the emotional buyers, and it flushed out that some liquidations of the shorts that, some of the shorts that were here, and then there wasn't a continuation of that liquidity. We could see that here as, look at this. Pumping up. And what did I tell you guys about an hour ago now? When you see price pumping up and liquidity, basically the capital flow coming down, this is showing that there's a little bit of a trap set up in the near term. And this is exactly what we got on this price section.
Now, with that next position here, and I want to get Deezy's thoughts on this too coming in here, but that Deezy's brat up there having a good time.
Well, no, he's ready to pop in. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Deezy, chime in before we start getting, I mean, we're all, oh my goodness, it's a good moment. It's a good moment.
Yeah.
Good moment.
Can you hear us? Yeah. What do you got, Deezy? What are your thoughts? Oh,
he's like 2,000x long, refinance your house.
No, sorry, you were.
I'm just looking at the other coins that are pumping, and we're missing the Dogecoin story. Dogecoin is now at 26.5%.
Yeah, in 3 days, it was 56% pump.
Holy cow.
Short and tops? Yes, I am a summer guy.
23%, 10% in the last hour for Doge, 20-cent Dogecoin. Department of Government Efficiency looks like it's going to be a reality.
Seems healthy.
How is it that crypto memes made this election? That's pretty wild. The crypto meme coin is shaping the United States of America.
I just want to point out, though, that this chart action just goes to show that the markets want a Trump victory. I have to just, for months and months and months, and slowly pivoted where people were starting to appreciate the political talk. But it just goes to show that the Trump victory very clearly is favoring the crypto markets here today. Aftermarkets on the stock and equities also looking good as well. But every time we get a new announcement of more electoral votes for Donald Trump, taking a lead in another swing state, it is just another uptick in Bitcoin's price, another uptick in Bitcoin's price. And I think what you're seeing here is institutions getting ready to time themselves. And me and DZ have covered this on the morning show a ton. But this is where I believe institutions like Microsoft that have these investor meetings coming up on December 12th, they already have been predetermined. They're ready to buy into crypto. They're ready to add Bitcoin to their balance sheets. They're ready to dive in headfirst to the scene. They just need that clarity. And a sea of red, a Trump victory tonight. We've been talking about this to you guys. Your altcoins is going to be incredibly beneficial to you all, and it's proven in the chart action we're seeing tonight.
Pushing back up, 74.6. I think we got to play the music in the background while this is happening.
Let's pump it up. Got to pump it up.
And on that note, guys, I'm going to go ahead and head out. Go celebrate Bitcoin's all-time high.
You got to pump it up.
Let's
Don't
go.
you know, pump it up.
Don't make me
Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up.
Wait, everybody's got to do their Trump dance.
Yeah, you got to do your Trump dance. I'm going to dance at the urinal real quick.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bitcoin all-time high.
Bet more. Send it. There's Bitcoin. Oh my God. Right before we
It's feeling good, guys.
I love it. I love it.
He broke broke the ceiling we needed to break. Have a pullback, fine. Christmas is going to be insane.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good holiday. Santa's coming this year, boys and girls.
Don't you know, pump it up.
Yeah, pull him down. The bear just hit the floor. There's McAfee. We were talking about him this morning.
Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up.
Oh, Josh is back. Play the short music.
Start off.
I don't even know where you got that bowl from, chat. But it is 10:20 p.m., guys. So let's see and get a little bit of response here. I love the vibes in here, guys. There's thousands of people watching between Twitter and, of course, YouTube here, guys. So if you're
we're
in
actually
here,
10 likes away from 1,000
let's
likes.
hit that 1,000. Let's hit 1,500 likes, guys. Bitcoin just hit all-time highs. If you're not smashing and breaking your phone with that like button, I don't know what you're doing. We've been trading in and out of these markets. If you're enjoying these live streams, though, us analyzing markets and, of course, going over the presidential elections, which we'll be covering again in just a moment with the next update on this electoral college, hit that like button. Repost if you're on X. Push us to that top of that page here. Trump now taking 198 in those electoral votes against Harris here with the 109. And my prediction, I hate this, looks like it's coming to fruition. I think, again, it's not over yet. Not over yet here, but Arizona looking a little bit more blue. It is about 50% into that reporting there. And of course, Kamala Harris up by about 0.8%. And what I wanted to bring up here was the fact that, again, guys, I don't believe there's going to be an overall winner tonight unless Trump takes one of those major states. But check this out. 3% reporting. I want to go to Wisconsin here. 47% reporting right now on this map. Let's refresh it one more time here. A little bit red here, Wisconsin. A little bit red in Minnesota. A little bit red back into Iowa. Another state that Ann Poulter, was predicting to, of course, be taken blue there. Kansas here, 59% reporting. Donald Trump looking to take the win there. Virginia here, still too early to tell, 66%. These are going to come down to the last minute in these races. New York here, about 63% of the votes are in, but Trump definitely gaining a lot of traction. He's not going to be taking it, I don't believe, but you do see the amount of votes coming in. Right now, Trump is leading the popular vote by roughly 5 million votes. Now, of course, I have to just point out California has not been included into this yet, and that's going to easily add on millions to Kamala Harris's popular vote status here. But when you're looking at this, New Mexico just started reporting 30% in here. Kamala Harris taking a lead there. But, of course, most of these border states, you're going to be looking, personally, I think they're going to be flipping more red than not. You still have Hawaii, still have Alaska. And we're expecting Alaska's results not to come in until 1 a.m. Eastern. But of course, guys, these are going to be smaller electoral votes. So if we have a majority to Trump status, you are looking at that victory.
And have you seen that poly market is now up to over 88%? That's why I just want to throw this to one of our channel sponsors.
88%?
I just want to call out one of our channel sponsors. This show is brought to you by the Moon.
There you go.
And,
by the Moon?
Yeah.
Shout out to soon the Kamala voters are going to be the 1% voters. That's interesting. How does that work? Did DZ blow up? No, I don't necessarily know. I think he got flashbanged in Call of Duty, and the effect stayed on his screen there. But no, guys, yeah, this is insane to watch here. But I want to go back to the charts here as we await these next results in 7 minutes. 7 minutes, guys. We're going to have a new update for you guys here. We'll get some more insights in just a moment. But look at this, Kelly. It's almost like we know what we're doing to some extent, where that liquidity range is pulling back. Right now it's trying to retest those all-time highs. If it can't hold, why would that purple area underneath us act as support next? What happens if we can't hold this, right? Are we going to just drop back to 71K? Are we moving back? Is this over? Is that it? Double top on the markets, walk home?
Well, one of the things I want to caution everybody about is, yes, this is bullish. We just played the Pump It Up song. Does that mean it has to go up from here? I think it will. By the end of this year, we will be up and away. However, as this zone right here, I expect, and I've talked about this on the BitLab Academy streams. I can't even tell you how many times in the last month and a half. I expect the price action to what we call whipsaw, which means, okay, this is a very quick move up. Remember this morning, what were we at this morning? What was today's open on today's candle. I put my mouse over that candle up here. You see this? Here's a little trick. OHLC, open, high, low, close of the candle. So the open of this candle, 69,475. And we just pushed up to roughly, what's the high on that? The H there, $75,063. So we tapped $75,000. Does that mean we're up and away? Yes, eventually, but in the near term.
Yes.
In the near term, I do expect, especially if you're down here on like the 5-minute candle or something like that, I expect this move up will be met at some point, whether we continue up and then come down or have a washout down. I'm looking for support in this region right here because as it stands, unless something drastically changes, AKA Kamala wins basically the rest of the states, I do expect that any pullback here will be met with some pretty strong buying pressure. And I would expect it to be above $71,000.
Man,
right.
what?
Yeah, everybody breathe.
Yeah, I think right now, chat, let's get some breath emojis. Everybody take a breath. Let's cool it. We've made a lot of money. We're up again $3,000 right now. It's low leverage position again here, taking advantage of what could be an M formation pattern. I don't like this, by the way. I do want to point that out. We do have a bit of an M pattern playing out here.
Well, on
so
the
if we
1
lose
minute
that
or what?
support, yeah, just on the. I'm talking minutes, Archie. We're scalping here. Let's be real. You guys have been watching me scalp back and forth like a degenerate gambler here tonight. So. But it's been fun. And you guys can see
also,
that
we
it's
have
fun.
Brian Young from CoinStats in the chat here. I don't talking about.
Is that real?
I don't know. I feel like
Is
I've
that
seen
Brian Young or is it a fake Brian Young pushing?
Yeah, but he's verified. That's which is strange.
Because his ex isn't that like one of those things we see in those comments?
Yeah, I thought that was one of those scam comments too. But
I don't know if it's real. Brian Young. Hi.
I was talking to Brian Young in chat the other day.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, this is his verified deal, 223,000 crypto.
Someone just creamed their pants.
No, this is the different Brian Young from CoinStats. This isn't our.
Different Brian Young? Same Brian Young, different YouTube channel? Same
Well,
name?
that XAI 870K is 100%.
No, it is him. I can't.
No, that's a scam. That's what they
That
put in our
coin
comments.
yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. Brian Young, comment if you're real.
No,
I don't think that's real, guys. Be cautious. Don't go buy that token.
Yeah, don't buy the token.
Don't do that.
No, I was gonna buy. I don't buy that kind of.
You just did.
So what's your profit? You're up. What is that? $1,300?
We're up 2,400 right now.
2,400. Nice.
Yeah.
All right,
No,
well,
this is low leverage.
You're allowed
this
to be a buzzkill if you're making money, I guess.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
going back to what you're talking about.
I would like to take profit around 73.3. We'll see if it end up breaking down, but we end up making this could actually look at this. We might be watching another bullish formation pattern here, and when you tend to be in these uptrends, you do break to the upside. It's very retail oriented, so we could end up seeing
rinse repeat
an
bull
uptick
flag
here.
scenario.
But the minute chart, it's hard to pattern out if you're dealing with like a 30 minutes of 1 minute candlesticks. You can start determining more moves because it's presenting itself on the 5 and 15 minute time
my
zone.
caution here,
Or the 5 minute
look
time
here
zone,
on the
3 minute time
chart.
zone.
My caution here with this, it does kind of have that M. It may be a bull flag, bull pennant forming. However, look at this sharp angle of the money coming out of the asset right now. However, I mean, this is ripe for emotionally charged moves in capital as well as for you all to realize as well, there's orders that get just put in the order books to kind of spoof that there's a big sell wall. And sometimes there's orders that are pulled or put below or above. So what we're seeing right now, I think there's going to be a bit of some games being played in this market. But as it stands, I mean, look at this. This is pushing back up. This is starting to angle. If we're able to break out of this, we're going to want to basically break through $75,000. That level that we were talking about. But again, everything that we're looking at right now is going to be very, very choppy. So even if we started pushing up, I am going to be expecting a pullback at some point. The higher we go, the stronger the pullback. Like
Samuel Arms, man, it is good to have him back. Looking good, looking dapper. It's like Bitcoin hit all-time highs. He can finally afford a nice suit. It's definitely an upgraded lifestyle here. The blue though. Looking like Kamala Harris a little bit. I like it. It's cute. You know, it's let me get the Kamala Harris. Good. Either way, though, welcome back, man. How are you feeling? I know you're at Patrick Bet David's election party here. Bitcoin just hit all-time highs. It surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly at all to you, markets are pricing in a Trump victory. So what are you hearing on the ground? What is some of the sources that you, of course, have attachment to telling you about the outcome of these elections?
Yeah, so first of all, the energy here is
we got a bit of a double audio.
You're good. Go ahead. Keep going.
Thank you.
Oh, the energy here is insane. I just walked out from the crowd. They were all chanting USA. Virginia is looking good. They called Virginia for Kamala Harris. Totally unfounded because there's still votes rolling in and Trump has a very slim margin. Georgia went for Trump. North Carolina went for Trump. North Carolina going for Trump is a big deal. North Carolina has more independent voters than any other state in the country, which means independent voters are swinging toward Trump. Kamala thought that she could win North Carolina. She thought she could win Georgia. Both decisively went for Trump. Biden won. Biden won Georgia in 2020, and in 2020, North Carolina was only for Trump by like 2 points. This time, it looks like it's over 5 points. Florida is solidly red. Texas, they were talking about being Democratic, not even close. So now we're waiting on really Virginia and Pennsylvania, which Pennsylvania is now flipped toward Trump. I think it's very probable and possible that Trump could win Virginia, but they're not going to call that because if Trump wins Virginia, the election's over. Kamala has no path to victory. And so the media, being the media, is obviously going to hold off as long as possible, announcing any kind of Virginia win.
So let's talk about that a little bit, because right now, obviously, it's still very early in the night. We have a lot of polls coming in, but there was a huge story that broke out of southern Florida here in counties around Miami with a huge popular vote going to Donald Trump in what would be more traditional blue counties of Florida. Now, there's obviously Florida's not a swing state whatsoever, but when you're seeing these big jumps in numbers, is there a possibility that Trump actually takes for the first time ever the popular vote in this election? Because we're seeing more polling than ever.
It's very possible. So the key is normally California. California normally leads by about 2 to 4 million as far as voter count goes. However, Trump has essentially said, even if you're in a blue state, you need to go out and vote. And that's why normally Democrats win the popular vote, because Republicans don't feel like voting in California, which is the most populous state. But the turnout has been insane. Even just in Virginia, I was looking at a graphic just like 5 minutes ago. Every county in Virginia has swung to the right, which is huge. So if there's just a lot of turnout in the remaining states, even if Trump wins early because of Virginia and PA being called, it's very possible that he could win the popular vote.
Wow. So, yeah, let's talk about, there's a lot of listeners coming in tonight, and we've been trading these markets. We've had a fantastic night trading here live with these election results, but
nice.
A lot
Beautiful.
of people coming in don't necessarily understand the electoral vote. You know, they hear all of these electoral votes coming in from each and every single states. There was a conversation with you earlier saying that the consensus may be wrong in Florida, which would allow them to sue for more electoral votes because they didn't get as many as that they're supposed to have. What does it mean, and why does Virginia matter so much when it comes to these electoral votes?
Yeah, so we don't have a just popular vote-based system. You know, we don't, simply put, we don't have a populist vote-based system. It's not whoever gets the most amount of votes, because in the United States, we're a federated country, right? We are the United States. So it's like if you took a bunch of countries and said, hey, how do we make it so that we have an electoral process where countries themselves are voting? So the Electoral College is apportioning points based on how many people are in your state. But of course, you get a minimum of 3, so the small states still have a say. To that point, to determine those electoral college votes, which also coincide with the amount of congressmen and women you have in representation for your state, we take a census. And it was proven that the census that we had most recently in 2020 was inaccurate, and that, for example, Florida should have had 2 more electoral votes as a proportional amount in around the entire country, right? Because it's proportional by each state. So for Florida to have 2, some other states have to lose 2, right? And so you've seen like Illinois and blue states like New York losing electoral college votes, and southern states like South Carolina and Florida and Texas gaining electoral college votes. So because that census was incorrect, it's very possible that if Republicans were to lose, they could simply sue and say, well, you guys admitted and we have proof that you got the census wrong, so we think there should be a recount.
Now, I wanted to show you a map here because this is coming from Decision Desk HQ here, and it seems like they're jumping ahead a little bit.
See, they jumped the gun on Virginia. I don't know. So they jumped the gun on Virginia, and that's because if they were to claim Virginia was Republican, it's still counting, and Trump was ahead by 2 points for the longest time, the election would be over because it's a game of math, right? So for Kamala Harris to win, she has to have Virginia. So we could win Virginia and lose Pennsylvania, lose Michigan, lose Wisconsin, and Trump still wins, right? Like that's how big of a deal Virginia is.
Now, is it a big deal? 'Cause North Carolina was a big deal by mainstream media here as well. How important is it that he actually won North Carolina, not Virginia?
It's
Was I saying
huge
Virginia?
because
I'm
if he
broken here.
didn't win North Carolina, it would have been very hard for him to win in general. What's interesting is North Carolina did just elect a Democratic governor,
Yeah.
right? So North Carolina will have a Democratic governor, but it went heavily for Trump. And I think I to repeat myself, North Carolina has more independent voters than any other state. So that shows you independents are going heavily for Trump. And Biden narrowly lost North Carolina. So they were hoping that they were going to keep momentum and potentially turn it blue, but Trump just reclaimed it, and it looks like they won by over 5 points.
Can we turn up the audio again from these speakers? So I can get a little bit.
Because I wasn't here, I turned it down because you don't have that way. You don't hear.
You're
yourself
all good.
double.
I appreciate it. What I want to talk about next here, Sam, is going to be okay. So you're saying that they can't announce Virginia as a win, but what's telling you that it does look like Donald Trump's taking the lead here because the votes aren't over yet. So what are the odds? I mean, we're talking literally 0.1% or 1% margins within the state. Why are individuals at PBDs and around you chanting USA and excited for a victory in Virginia? What's telling you that on the ground that does look like a red outcome?
Because the trends are all aligning perfectly. The trends where the Republican turnout is very high in red counties, surpassing what it was in 2016 and 2020, and Democratic turnout in the traditional blue counties is very, very low. So because of those two factors, 1 + 1 = 2, and that equaling 2 is a Trump victory.
So we're going to go back to the video I made earlier with my predictions of, potentially seeing polls not be determined and votes not being counted for days on end. I mean, there's conversations in Pennsylvania taking now till Saturday to get those votes counted, which is just outrageous, first and foremost. If he were to take Virginia tonight, it doesn't matter about Pennsylvania. It doesn't matter about Wisconsin. It doesn't matter about Michigan, correct?
Correct. Absolutely correct.
That's big. That is big. So I think we're also seeing this, and I think you're 100% right when it comes to this as well, because you can see it in the markets. I mean, Bitcoin, the markets are loving the outcomes of this. If you're looking at the future markets, Bitcoin, everything hitting all-time highs while this outcome is taking place. We are starting to see a bit of a sea of red here, but to the people out there which by the way, Iowa and Polster, she just lost all her credibility. Iowa does look to be going to Trump, if I'm not mistaken here, which was, am I wrong about that? Let me double check one more time.
Red.
Yeah, so what is your prediction now that you have these numbers coming in over the next 4 hours? Are we going to have a winner tonight? Is that expected because Virginia has to be counted, or are you going to see them probably delay?
That Rick Scott margin, by the way, is huge. Was that 55 to 43? Oh, John Dean lost. See, that stinks. I knew John Dean wasn't going to make it, but I still had hope. Hogan was interesting because Hogan was a former governor of Maryland, and he was really like, Klobuchar lost? Wait a minute, did Klobuchar lose her seat?
Look like it. Hold on, let me back
what
up
did that
just a
say?
touch.
I pulled it up here. I don't see
Wicker, Mississippi.
Where did you pull that up? Where do you see that?
I'm looking at.
On the stream.
It's just a rolling thing. It looked like it.
Whatever video you were on.
But they had a check mark.
Let's go
there
back.
you go.
Okay. Because if Klobuchar lost, that's a huge deal. If we retake the Senate, it's going to be huge.
Because then we'd have the
and
House,
I
the
think
Senate,
it's
and the
looking.
presidency. Because we have the
There we
House
go.
by far.
Well, race.
How does that mean? How are they calling it? Called for Klobuchar, but how are they calling it already? That's ridiculous.
That's crazy because she's losing.
See, that's the propaganda that drives me nuts. They called New York State when 0% of the vote was counted. So make sense.
It's because
so what was the question? Sorry, I kind
we've
of got
been dealing
into
with
the
this all
weeds.
night. Don't worry. So, no, just the question outcome here is we have the House. If we take the Senate, we already have the House, correct?
Yeah, the hope is that we just expand our lead in the House.
Exactly. So, what would it mean if that senator were to take that victory? Is that looking like a blue state? Is that why you're saying that would be a big deal? Or are you looking at this just from a legislative perspective that Trump would be able to get a lot more done if we take the Senate?
It's a blue state, and yeah, obviously we want to retake the Senate because if we get a sweeping mandate where we have the House, the Senate, and the presidency, it's going to be game over. We're going to have sweeping mandates, and there's going to be a lot of legislation pushed through.
100%.
See, Cruz, they were acting like Cruz was going to lose, and Cruz won handily by over 5 points. So Democrats' math was really off because they were saying, "Oh, we could finally flip Texas." That's obviously not the case at all. Virginia was close with Chow, like even in that Senate race. It's just very tight. It's just very tight. So we'll see. But I'm very bullish. Yeah, like they were not expecting him to get 48%. He came very close.
Yeah, this one's definitely a little bit jumping there. Yeah, and I think it just goes back to your point here earlier that they can't, on their maps from any media perspective, they have to portray these states as blue, leave it for Virginia, talk about the outcomes of Harris here. You see the spiraling taking place. But let's talk about worst case scenario before we talk about best case. Best case scenario is obviously Trump takes the win here. Markets love it. Obviously, the markets are anticipating it. You could just see it in the markets themselves with people betting on these things. And, of course, that can switch very quickly because this night's still got a long ways to go. But what's the worst case outcome of tonight's election results? Is there still a path of victory for her? And what is that percentage chance in your perspective?
Well, she has to win. She has to win Virginia. She has to win Pennsylvania. She has to win all the blue wall states. She has to win all the blue wall states, and she has to win Virginia.
She can't lose Michigan right here, or she can't.
She can't win a single. If she loses a single one, she's out.
Now, what I'm actually interested in, too, is Arizona, because I know this was the one state out of all of them that I thought all of them would be red minus Arizona here. 50% reporting Trump taking the lead by now 300 votes. Are you expecting is there any states you're still watching besides Virginia, or is it seriously Virginia goes to Trump, we win? There's just no other outcome.
Yeah, Virginia goes to Trump, we win.
We have
Pennsylvania goes to Trump, we
Trump
win.
Just got another 4. He's at 2
from where?
I'm looking at Utah.
And Sam, also, I pulled
Utah.
up.
Wait, what the heck?
I pulled up Minnesota, and it does show Klobuchar is at 43%, and Royce White is at almost 53%.
Yeah, what percentage has been counted?
Oh, it's a huge whopping 5%.
Dude, polling market's at 91.9%.
Wow.
This is insane. What are your thoughts on polling market?
92.
Do you think this is about the right percentage chance of a Trump victory?
I mean, polling market's really emotional. So right now things look really good, but like for example, if Virginia goes blue, then they're probably gonna like dump, right? So I don't know, but it shows you the hype and the emotion in the market. And by the way, if Trump wins New Hampshire and Maine, it's also gets really hard for Kamala Harris. I don't know. What are the New Hampshire numbers?
We're at 60% reporting in New Hampshire, 47-51 Kamala Harris. Maine is only 12% reporting, and it's a dead even tie.
Interesting.
It's percentage points differences, so it's going to come down to the final there. But yeah, I don't know which way that's going to turn there. Is it not huge that he would be looking to take a Wisconsin or a Michigan win here?
It's very huge. I mean, it's such a tight margin.
Yeah.
It's such a tight, but like that's how we would know tonight. If they just call one of those states tonight for Trump, then we can pretty much consider that we win.
Yeah, which is I'm cautious about this tonight because like we've been trading out of these markets, having a wonderful time tonight. But to your point, what you're bringing us, it comes all down to Virginia. So what can they do? What will happen in the next hour to 2 hours that could prevent that Virginia from being confirmed that red state? Because it won't, at that point, all these other preemptive media approaches say, oh, it's going to take an extra 3 days, or, oh, it's going to take an extra 24 hours. Oh, we need to extend till 3 a.m. tomorrow night for these voting polls. Does it worry you at all that they've been trying to already extend this election result? That makes you go, can Virginia truly turn red, or does it just not matter?
Yeah, the longer the election takes, the more in Kamala's favor it is, for sure.
Interesting.
That's how I would read that situation.
Funny how that works.
Yeah, because well, for me, I was looking at it as if there's no determinant tonight. If Harris doesn't win by tonight, you're looking at a Trump victory because it's going to bring in so much. I don't know. I think that's going to cause so much chaos, so much uncertainty in these markets. One, it won't be beneficiary to anything whatsoever over the next 72 hours. But if they delay it to tomorrow, What's going to stop them from delaying it till Friday? And how much can happen? I look at it kind of like, when a crime is committed. Like if the police don't find the criminal within 24 hours, it gets exponentially harder to find. I think that's, and by the way, what I'm referring to is people going missing. It's a missing person case. If you don't find them within 24 hours, it exponentially increases the likelihood you're going to find them. It's similar to that within the results. If we see, the elections gets postponed tomorrow, it's just going to make it more and more unlikely that we have that true fair outcome. So I guess my question here is, are you worried that there's going to be malicious activity within these election results?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, already in Pennsylvania, there's been reporting about voting machines not working, people getting shut down, told to return at, 10 p.m. or to get out of line. There's been a lot of, there's a lot of threats at polling stations, by the way. People threatening a lot of things to try to decrease voter turnout, but none of it seems to be working. So I'm very bullish. What's going to happen is, like I said, there has to be corruption in Virginia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. So 4 states, in order for Kamala to pull this off. Right? That's a lot to manage and a lot to handle. If just one of those dominoes falls, it's Trump's game.
This is like the best night right now.
Yeah, right now they're showing basically only a 48,000 vote difference in Michigan. So Trump's barely behind in Michigan.
So yeah, but the perspective here is Michigan. Isn't Michigan historic? It was blue last time, right?
Yeah, it's generally blue.
Yeah,
it was blue last time, but it was red in 2016.
Yeah. So it's a swing state, which you're looking at. Yeah, it would just be huge if you were to take
right there.
that.
Look, they've got it.
They've
got
I'm
2016, 2020, 51% Clinton, 56% Biden. So kind of like the average.
No, I thought Trump won Michigan in 2016. How are they showing that? If you pull up an electoral map of 2016, I'll pull up an electoral map of 2016.
Yeah, just give me one.
They have her at 51%. I was just looking at Trump's electoral map from 2016.
Give me a second.
This guy on the channel is Samuel Arms, guys. He's someone that is a huge political activist and lobbyist. He's responsible for a lot of positive crypto legislation that's gone to a federal level. He's the one that's connected me and worked with me with Ron DeSantis' team, Cynthia Lummis, everybody at the Florida Business Blockchain Association. He knows what he's talking about. This is your boots on the ground individual that has that insight into how these colleges play out.
Oh, that didn't.
Yeah, I knew that was BS.
Yeah.
No, I knew that was BS. Look at that map. How are they saying Clinton won Michigan in 2016?
I don't know, but I did see.
What?
I will say, this one comes up. This is what the Washington Post says, and you can see it's blue there. I don't know.
2016?
This is just Google Images, but.
So were they just lying on live TV to try to gaslight you to think it's always a blue state?
Is what he's saying.
Oh, it was a county, not a state.
The chat's saying they're looking at the county. Maybe they're trying to. Again, you're going to see the media do that. They're going to spiral, dude. Holy smokes! The crime.
As my buddy was telling me on NBC, they were already pointing.
Can you imagine the View tomorrow?
Oh my goodness! Why? And they're all going to wake up 4 years later, just in a better economy. Just everything's fine. Democracy's still here, and they're going to be like, it's going to be insane. It's going to be insane.
Some people were.
I was talking about specific county. I really appreciate this guy coming on the show. Thanks to both. Yes, appreciate it, guys. Can we get Samuel Arms' link to his Twitter in the chat here? I'm not kicking you out, Sam. I'm just shouting you out real quick. But we pulled up the battleground.
No, and I got to go because I got to get back to the.
No worries. Go mingle.
Here,
go find those moms. You know what to do. Did I say that live?
Yeah, you did.
I think Samuel has a bullish.
I'm not denying it.
Ooh. He's got to go find.
I didn't deny it.
All right, bro. That's right. Night. Thank you for joining us here tonight. All right, guys, going back over to the charts here. I did want to point out. I want to pull up the money flow chart here because we're about break even at this position.
I've got it up right here. We've got nice little.
Are we getting
little bull pennant? Money flow chopped down, kind of washing people out here. Capital came out. It's just sitting here flat right now. And what is it? It's 10:48. The next was at 12 minutes to the next results.
Isn't that crazy how it's working? Yeah.
So this is just, it gets excited.
Up or down and next
calms
results.
down. And so we're just waiting on that right now.
Yeah, so I'm going to keep it in this position, guys. I'm just sitting in here. A little nice, friendly 6X position here on the charts. But yeah, it goes to show. I pulled out that pattern trade. You got that breakout to the upside here. Just to goes to show that patterns work in an uptrend here. But can we push higher? What I do like seeing is a consolidation around previous all-time highs. You'll love to see that. But when we, of course, go over to FOMO mode here, the greatest trading tool on the entire market. If you guys don't use this, I don't know what you're doing. But that last 12 hours, look at the amount of liquidity opening up underneath us. There is some above us, all the way towards $75,500 or so. But it's a pretty big jump. So I don't know if we're going to have it here in the next hour. We might get a pullback first before we approach higher. Can we look at what's happening on that that channel you had earlier on TradingView here? Because it is testing this thing like an MFer. It is, deciding whether or not it should break out. When we're looking at the RSI, massively overextended. The money flow is still high. And again, it doesn't necessarily matter because RSI is a momentum-based indicator. So if you are overextended, we could be moving into a period of a short squeeze, and that extension actually equates to 2-3% more upside on Bitcoin's price. But we have to respect the TA, and the TA says that there is heavy resistance at the level we're at right now.
Yeah, I mean, we're coming right up into this, and this is what's important to me. Not when you just have a diagonal resistance. You have a couple different types of levels that or indicators or resistances or supports on a chart that intersect. And you have this rising level of resistance and this flat level of resistance from the previous high back here on March 13th. And what we see, this intersection is exactly where we pushed up into. If you look at this right here, if we zoom back into the smaller time frames, almost as if the smaller time frames had this little inverse head and shoulders telling you, hey, we're going to wash you out, but no, we're intending to go higher. What we do, we broke out. You see this perfect. Broke out, found support, confirmed the breakout, and then launched up to the next level. Let's actually measure this to see how close to any sort of accuracy this target would have been. Oh my God, look at that target.
Ooh,
it is almost to the dollar. It overshoots it just a little bit there. But yeah, we're sitting there right in the zone of where the price action suggested that we should be targeting. I mean, look at this. This is so.
Yeah, it makes you want to pick your nose, dude.
Yeah, sorry.
Pick your friends.
I don't know what you're talking about. I missed it.
People were saying I looked worried, and it was because I wasn't worried about the Bitcoin price. It's because I realized I was on screen picking a winner.
He was having it. Yeah, to cut the weeds down there.
Oh,
yeah, just goes so. Oh my God.
That's
Doge. And when someone goes, it doesn't matter who wins. That's what matters. That is a Doge Department of Government efficiency taking place in real. Holy smokes, man!
Look at this channel right here that we outlined.
Meme coins are terrible. We told you guys. We told you
where
guys.
It chopped and then just launched.
Yeah, Sui looking amazing too.
Let's look at some stuff.
We got Dogecoin at 31%, Dog with Hat 22, Sui 21. Tau pushing 20, a lot of things pushing up towards 20% now.
Let us know right now, what's the biggest crypto in your portfolio moving right now? What's your biggest mover?
Go 15% on Solana, huge market cap. Look how far you have to go to find something that hasn't pumped 10%.
Oh my
Look at
gosh.
this. All of this is up 10. Here we go. So you got to go all the way down to Axie before you get some. So that's, I'm not going to.
What are the big? Is there losers?
50 coins.
Is there losers in the last 24 hours?
If you're a loser in this market. Yeah, Monero.
Jeremy just pointed to me. That hurts.
Tron,
and it's, of course, Goatius Maximus.
He's like, Josh, you're a loser.
51%. That's pretty wild.
Damn, man.
Yeah, it's
a bunch of people in chat saying Doge is their #1 holding, moving their portfolio. AVAX here. Someone said just because you asked Pulse Chain. Hey, look, people invest in the scams. It's cool. They just
Avalanche. 15%.
Avalanche.
A lot of Pulse Chain. What's Pulse Chain at today? Aerodrome moving pretty hard here as well. My biggest mover right now, Solana. Hey, Shane, that just means you probably got those big bags, baby, investing those fundamental plays. Whiff here, APU up 23%. Bobcat and Coins Chick, never heard of, moving in his back here. ALB Bonk Mog, getting Mog here. We got Hannah Hughes out here on the couch, pumping her fists up to the Mog. She'd be doing the mogging herself a lot of the time. Memes flying here. AVAX, my second. H-bar moving? H-bar getting a little bounce here too?
Let's look.
Bro's got that ISO 222 portfolio here.
Low, little double bottom there, and it is up about most of these are up around 18 to 22%.
Okay.
Look, this is showing signs of life here for alt season, which I think is going to be
pull up Bitcoin dominance.
Extremely epic. I mean, Bitcoin dominance is still going to be strong because of how much Bitcoin just moved, but
your point though is valid. It's a good sign that alts are finally moving a little bit. It's like it feels like altcoins have been just dead.
And check some,
just like you want to
check some political coins too. Is MAGA pumping or anything like that?
MAGA's probably going crazy right now.
Right?
Bitcoin dominance is raining high.
Up into 60, almost 61%.
Let's pull up, pull up MAGA. Let's see if it's still up 50%. It was running hard as heck here. Oh, sorry, in Trump. Isn't there a Trump coin?
Do I need to pull it up
Trump
on
US one right there. That's our first one. MEXC.
What?
The MEXC one.
I'm on 3-day. I was like, this doesn't look. Want to do which one do you want to look at?
MAGA. That's fine.
From its low up 60%.
Yikes.
From just not too long. Trump. What was the other one?
I think Trump. I think it's Trump token, right? Or is that just MAGA? Type in MAGA. There it is.
That was MAGA.
Oh, so type in Trump. Trump USDT. That's the same thing. Okay, gotcha.
Also,
I was just making sure.
I'm seeing this. I'm not sure how accurate this is, but this is showing a pretty substantial lead in Pennsylvania, which we know obviously is going to be a really key thing. We do want to keep, well, obviously everybody's really excited here. We're seeing all-time highs. We do want to keep in mind that generally speaking, this isn't uncommon to see a Republican open up an early lead, push up towards, the low 200s early in the night. And then as Josh mentioned, a lot of the West Coast rolls in, California rolls in. And like, even though, where's it at? This number right here looks like a huge lead. But remember, like, you got to count this one. Basically, if you count all this automatically blue, it's a lot closer than it feels and looks now.
For some reason, blue states need longer to count their tickets.
Yeah, the blue
I don't know why that matters.
Tends to come in the middle of the night or days later. Oh, they're giving
somehow Republican states can get those votes counted pretty instantly. But hey, 94% chance here on the presidential on poly markets here. Honestly, if I was on here, dude, I'd be looking to long some Kamala here because I have to agree with you. We're still extremely early. And by the way, guys, this is going to shift quite a bit when we get the votes coming out of California.
Well, real quick, before you go off of Polymarket, because that's a huge point. To Sam's point, Polymarket's very emotional. And wherever, I think, what was it just showing? 9%, 6%? What was that number? 6%. So that's easy money. That is going to go back.
Get this, 1.4 billion almost in volume here for Donald Trump and 800. There's billions of dollars bet on this right now.
I feel like that's going to swing a lot close. Like that might go all the way back. I mean, we'll see what happens when some of these states get called, but I could see that going back up to 20%, so that's
even more once California's in.
35%.
The only way it stays high is, as Sam mentioned here, was if they do secure Virginia. But with 74% here, it is going to come down to the finish line here. And of course, the media is going to do everything they can to not talk about the results of Virginia here, because if Kamala Harris, if Donald Trump wins Virginia, it doesn't matter what happens in Pennsylvania. It doesn't matter what happens in Wisconsin. It doesn't matter what happens in a lot of these other states. That right there will essentially secure, with 13 electoral votes, the victory there for Donald Trump this election. So
North Carolina close, 85% in. Trump with a small margin there in North Carolina. So that's interesting.
Arizona's got a slight lead now too, 49.7 to 49.5.
Yeah. So they're coming in here. Still got another red county that will be voted. But again, we'll see. But this is how, like TJ pointed out, it's always early on Republican and that's simply because the results from blue states don't usually come out until later. And, New York's still being reported, but California hasn't been started till 11. Nevada, we're finally about to see here in 3 minutes. Nevada, another state, a lot of Democrats are there right now. I wouldn't say, they're voting it on, seeing what's going to happen. I expect a positive outcome from the red side there in, of course, Nevada. And then you still got a bunch of other states here for those votes coming. So again, you're going to see that adjust, I think, with polling market, of course, as we see those emotions kind of get a reality check.
All right, we got a comment from the gallery here. What do we got, Jeremy?
The couch wants to know, when we switch over to the Kornacki cam, what is that guy doing?
The Kornacki cam?
The map updates automatically.
Yeah.
What is he up to? He's been sweating all night, and none of us know. It's like we're looking at. Yeah. Pull the guy up. It looks like we're looking at Santa's workshop.
He's just a little elf. He's a little polling elf, dude.
He's in there. He's cooking something up.
It's like every once every 4 years he counts all the votes of the whole world in one night.
This is his moment.
This is weird. That why is the camera at his back the whole time? Like, this is a strange shot.
The Kornacki cam is insane. Everyone at the couch is talking about it, and I mean, it's literally like. Yeah, it's like Santa goes around the world on Christmas and gives a present to every girl and boy. This guy counts all the votes.
Yeah, I feel like this is like he's actually doing an actual news broadcast, but he set up his phone so he can go live on TikTok on the side, and that's what we're watching.
We're watching the
his own phone feed That's for
You
some
want to watch
reason.
on YouTube? It's got to be from.
It's on repeat. It's actually a glitch. It's the same video for the last 30 seconds. Repeat for the last
we
3
got
hours.
polls closing in 3 minutes. Yeah, do we
Let's go ahead and pull it up. I'll get a nice little live look here and coverage from.
Will we get the next leg up?
It's,
By the way, shout out to everybody that's tuned in
I have
on
it ready
Twitter.
to go. It'll
Shout
I'll
out
be
to
a
everybody
minute.
that's here on YouTube. Everybody, show some love. Hit the like button. Subscribe. Follow us for more. We do content 5 days a week live, but we also have content every day throughout the weekend as well. And we just love to see you here. You know, we're trying to build, and we're actually not trying. Got an incredible community. We'd love to have you jump on board here because we're keeping you in the know.
Yeah, if you're new to the Disco fam, this is one of the best communities, or if not the best community in all of crypto. Normally, obviously, talking a lot more crypto than politics, but tonight, they intersect. I just dropped the link in the chat if you want to trade along with Josh. He does plenty of calls in the Telegram, and you can trade along with the rest of the group. And there's great chat and help in there. If you're new to this, there's a lot of people that trade along and will help you out. So there you go.
Heck yes. Here we
Let
go.
me ask a crypto question. But is it a good time to like sell or put in the shorts before the blue wall hits of like California and Washington?
I have a short open for just that reason, and we'll get
I'm
the
just
news.
wondering,
We'll know if it's a good play or not in 3, 2, 1. Kamala Harris ad.
Ad?
Oh no, I think it's an intro.
Vice President Harris.
This has not been about a fight that is against something.
It's
This is about a fight that is for something.
Former President Trump.
We're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we're going to make America great again.
Let's see it right now. We're going to see it.
CBS News, America Decides. Election 2024. Now reporting, Nora
Dude, look at that
O'Donnell.
studio set. So sick.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Night headquarters here in New York. And we're coming on the air with some breaking news in Georgia. CBS News now rates the presidential race there as lean Trump. This is the first of the 7 battleground states that we are rating as lean one way or the other. And at this hour, we rate it as lean Republican. We'll be checking in on the battleground states throughout the night, but we also want to give you results from Western states where polls just closed. In California, Vice President Harris's home state, CBS News projects that she will win there. In Idaho, CBS News projects Trump will win, and over 5 decades, Idaho has supported a Republican for the presidency. And here is where we stand right now in the race to 270.
All right, shows Donald Trump 211, with 211 electoral votes, and Kamala Bitcoin Harris with ripping to the upside here.
145. A number of states still to be called. I want to go now to Major Garrett and Anthony Salvanto at the data desk. And so why is Georgia now lean Republican?
We will explain that to Nora and the team here in a moment.
Nora.
Anthony, walk us through how we got to this lean Trump designation for Georgia. It's 16 electoral votes in a state that former President Trump very much wanted to flip.
So you see there's still some vote outstanding, right? It's 88% in. But what I'm going to do is show you our models here that incorporate what we expect out of that vote. And so when you do that, you see that Donald Trump's current lead holds up in that model. Now, the other way to show you this, though, and why it's a lean but not a projection, is if I show you that in terms of the range of possibilities here. And what you see is that Trump's range around that estimate is in this red bar, and Harris's range around that estimate is in this blue bar. There is still some overlap here, so we can't be certain, but our best estimate right now is that Donald Trump does have that lead, and therefore we made it lean. And Major, maybe you can talk a little bit about where that outstanding vote is.
Right, because many of our viewers will see that there is outstanding vote. But what I want to do is take you inside those bubbles and show you the numbers and the story about a declining amount of vote that's out. 126 in Gwinnett, 38,000 remaining in Cobb, 54,000 remaining in Fulton County, 29,000 remaining in Henry County. So these numbers suggest that there would have to be a tremendous push for the vice president in those places where vote is still outstanding and they are historically Democratic. And also, Anthony, show the needs and our projection on where the vice president is in terms of the need
She needs 62%, we believe, right? And right now, she's on track to get 58%. Now, there's some estimate, or there's a range around these estimates, right? So you say, well, that is trailing what she needs, hence the lean, but it's not trailing by so much that we can project the race just yet. But we do want to give you, like I said, the whole sense of the race, and that is lean Trump, Nora.
All right. Can we do the same thing in Wisconsin? Because all of us here, when I came back from the data desk with Major, everyone was also surprised about what we saw in Wisconsin. That would dramatically change the path to victory. So can we go through that margin in Wisconsin?
Sure can. Far less relative vote in there, right? We're at 60. We're at 60%. So the needs yet doesn't quite come into play as much. But we are going to be looking at places like Milwaukee. And if I look at that and then I show you the history there, you see this tells very much the story. So far, Harris is trailing Joe Biden's numbers there in Milwaukee, and that doesn't necessarily tell a strong story for her. Just a little bit behind Joe Biden's numbers in critical Dane County. This is a place where Democrats traditionally really run up a lot of votes. Now, again, this is not all in, but that tracking number plus just slightly lower turnout, perhaps, that's not enough of a margin.
And let's walk through the needs and our projections currently.
You got it. Okay, so there's your needs, right? Needs 51% of the estimate. That's not that hard to do, okay? So the trouble is, given what I just showed you in those key Democratic counties, right now she's tracking it, getting 44% of the outstanding votes. So again, still a lot of vote to come, still some uncertainty here, but right now not immediately on track.
And because we only have 61% of the vote in statewide, that's why we have not made a designation in this race. It is still a toss-up based on our estimates, but these are the trend lines at this hour.
Leadership and what? All right, thank you so much. I want to go, we're going to dive into the exit poll numbers in Wisconsin. Are you ready?
I'll just
real quick, because we'll know what's going on in Wisconsin.
Tiny little dash into Wisconsin, just two little pieces. One, let's look at the union household vote in Wisconsin. Kamala Harris is up 50 to 49. It's basically 50-50, actually, in what you're about to see on your screen. So it's even, flat among union households in Wisconsin. Biden won that group by 19 in 2020. So
this is the working class vote.
This is the working class vote. This is the connections long-standing to Joe Biden's advocacy for the unions that helped him in 2020. But here in Wisconsin, if Wisconsin is not going well for the vice president, that could be one reason why. Now, one reason it could be going well, just to remind from something we talked about earlier, that she is winning with seniors by 17 points. Biden only won with seniors by 6 points. So as we watch where each coalition is built, Kamala Harris is not doing well with union voters in Wisconsin, but she's doing better with senior voters than Joe Biden did in 2020.
I think this is a good time to go over to the path to victory, and I know that Ed O'Keefe is there with Maurice Dubois. So let's play that scenario out, because if Georgia goes red and Wisconsin goes red, does Kamala Harris have a path to victory, and what does it include?
So,
she does, and it narrows.
Yeah, so Nora, I want to show you something. This is the briefing book that we all got, right? And right in the beginning of it, there are 21 different ways that Democrats can get to 270 plus, okay? 21 different options for our political unit. If you go through now and cross out all the Georgia and Wisconsin options, she's down to very few. So this is where we are right now, right?
Yes, we are. We have.
I just want to point out that.
And if they win Virginia, she has 0.
Hey, at least the guys are asking for directions and using the map, right? So let's use the map.
Which way is up?
All right.
But Donald Trump ahead at the moment, 211 to 145. So let's go to our hypothetical map and see these paths to victory, right?
So let's make.
If Georgia does go red.
And make Wisconsin red.
Wisconsin goes red as well.
So now here's how she could get to 270. She would get Pennsylvania.
Got to hold on to Pennsylvania.
She'd have to get North Carolina.
Got to flip that.
And give her Arizona.
Got to take Arizona as well.
That's one way she can do it.
They're like, please.
The other way,
sorry, Jeremy,
if I'm looking at this correctly, North Carolina.
No, you just called me a loser.
We're going to make that red. North Carolina.
Can you get that
that narrows
Michigan,
and
Arizona, and Nevada.
Right.
There aren't many options at this point.
Right.
Okay. The other one would be Pennsylvania.
They're scrambling.
Michigan, Arizona. We did Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Arizona.
Those
would
two.
Be the other
Right. That's 270. Right.
Okay. This could go red. And that gets us, it gets her to
287.
It gets the map, it gets the entire country to 287, 251. So there's ways it could happen if Wisconsin and Georgia aren't happening.
Thank you. You made it very clear. Let me bring in Robert Costa, who has some new reporting real quick. Thank you.
Real quick, it's really interesting to imagine all the different scenarios, but I've been talking with my top Democratic sources close to the Harris campaign. They say Jen O'Malley Dillon, who's running the Harris campaign, now believes the blue wall is the path to victory. She sent out a memo stating that, and that's going around the top Democrats in Congress. Some of the top Democrats in Congress privately within recent minutes have told CBS News that they believe the blue wall is the way she gets to the White House. She must win, they believe, those 3 states. I just spoke to a source close to Speaker Pelosi. When I sat down with President Biden in August, he only name-checked one Democrat, Speaker Pelosi, the former speaker, for nudging him out of the race. A source close to her says she's watching everything. She's, quote, still optimistic. Still optimistic. Perhaps one of the most powerful Democrats. That's her phrase, based on a source close to her watching the returns.
But Bob, it's interesting. They say she must win, but do they think she can win? There's such a big difference there. They expect people to be optimistic at this point, but it's
come down to the turnout, Gail, in cities and labor. Cities, labor, and they got to eat into the Republican vote in the suburbs. They're still optimistic, from Pelosi to others, that she can do it, but they see a narrowing path, but a still viable path. But there's a lot of Democrats, to be clear, on edge right now.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that we can see with the data and our reporting, but it's strategists with close contacts that know about the ground game, like CBS News political contributor Joel Payne and political contributor Leslie Sanchez, want to bring you into that conversation. Joel, what are you hearing within Democratic Party ranks at this hour?
I'm hearing similar to the reporting that was just shared. Look, that path to 270 is narrow. I thought it was narrow coming in to the evening. I've said that Harris was a low ceiling, high floor candidate coming into this race. I think that holds true. I think Jen O'Malley Dillon's memo is correct, that it seems like the blue wall is the path. And I will say this. I think Democrats are kind of coming to grips with a stubborn reality that some of the bets that were made in this cycle may just not pay off. That doesn't mean Kamala Harris will lose, but it does mean that some of the bets maybe around abortion and some of the bets around Donald Trump maybe receding in public regard just did not come to fruition. There is still a path despite all that. And I remember in 2020, many Democrats around this time of night felt maybe similar to looking at the map right now, the same way that they felt 4 years ago, the same way they feel now. And that race was able to be pulled through. But I think Ed's point is right. I think there are narrow paths to victory, and I think Democrats are bearing down for what could be an extended process here when you get past those blue wall states, looking at Nevada, seeing what happens with those votes. The ballot curing, I think, will be a really key issue. And you even look at that Reid machine in Nevada that many Democrats rely upon to deliver key votes in that culinary workers union. Those will be the places where Democrats will look if they plan on delivering an electoral college victory here.
Yeah, so there you have it, guys. That was the update here. We're now another 18 minutes away till the next round of updates for these votes coming in tonight. Interesting to see this chart here still, 198 with Trump. So the obvious, new update here. Let's go ahead and get a good refresh. 214 Trump, 179 Harris. They have now updated this with Washington, of course, 11% of votes going to Kamala Harris here, making it a full blue state. But what you have to point out, 11% of reporting in, and it's weird that Google is automatically making it full blue as it's literally tied essentially 50-50 there. Kamala Harris, or is it actually lighter states? Did that just change?
No.
That makes no sense. This should be darker. That makes no sense. I don't know why. Google might be just delayed a little bit, so we're not going to base off of it. But either way, if she, of course, was to take this, you're looking at California, even at 54 massive electoral votes, 0% reporting in. They're just giving her more numbers here before the report actually comes out. California won't be, of course, resulted here until probably later this night, if not earlier tomorrow morning. It is now 11:13 here. But we're still coming down to the final minutes here for Virginia, which is the biggest battleground state we need to be watching here. North Carolina, 88% in. Donald Trump taking a bit more of a lead here now.
Real quick, we're going to go to the Bitcoin Magazine stream. This is actually live look at Mar-a-Lago, where we've got our videographer Aaron's there. This is Dave. I believe they've got David Bailey on right now. So let's take that audio.
There you go.
Throughout the night,
But you know, I really just wanted to share this message with you of thanking the entire Bitcoin community for turning out. Says thank you for the support from the Bitcoin community, and let's fucking go. Beginning of a new chapter. Thank you.
You're speaking.
Back it up. Back it up.
You just heard from B2C Inc. CEO David.
This is Aaron. He's been down there the whole time shooting this whole
And
thing. So.
you know, I share a little.
Aaron shooting this?
Yeah, this is Aaron's camera right here. This
Credit
is our
that
feed.
has been up as very
after you
Clear and okay, but I wanted to share a little taste with y'all of history in the making. We're here in Palm Beach in what I'm going to call a landslide victory. The vibes are high. The excitement is high here. And, you know, I don't really know another way of putting it other than that Bitcoin is going to the White House. So congratulations, Bitcoin Nation. This is a historic moment for us. I also want to say congratulations to the Ulbricht family and to Ross Ulbricht.
Too early to do this.
Welcome home. Welcome home. So while we're sitting here, we're waiting for the President of the United States to come join us, or the President-elect, I guess I should say. And we're sitting here and watching the implosion of the political establishment who, you know, as I look around at the media cameras surrounding us, I see solemn faces and tears. I wish I could pan the camera and show you what these people look like. It's very sad and hilarious. But here, reporting live that the vibes are good. The vibes are good. So I don't have much more to share. You know, we've been talking to people all night about Bitcoin. A lot of people don't know what it is, so we got a lot of work to do. But I feel like today marks the beginning of a new chapter in the Bitcoin journey, where we're going to be able to take the vision that we've had for Bitcoin and implement it into the real world. And so I couldn't be more excited for the Orange presidency to begin and the birth of the Orange Party. So thank you, everyone, for your support. We're going to have people reporting live here throughout the night. But, you know, I really just wanted to share this message with you of thanking the entire Bitcoin community for turning out. Says thank you for the support from the Bitcoin community. And
really cool to see coming from David Bailey there. Definitely extremely bullish on the outcome of these elections. I wanted to go over to, of course, the decision electoral map here with Donald Trump having already 246 in consideration to them. This is a bit hopium for you here, guys. Maybe what they're listening to as well, but looking to take North Carolina, looking to take Georgia, of course. We have Arizona looking to be favoring Trump right now by a very small margin here. And, of course, we're still waiting on Nevada to come in here. But these battleground states, more important than ever, still waiting on the outcome of Virginia. Remember, if Donald Trump does take that victory here in Virginia, it's an automatic win for his presidency. And, of course, in the markets right now, bouncing back and forth, pulling out another bullish pattern here. It could be potentially breaking out once again to another range higher here. Stochastic now overextended. Wanted to pull up the money flow chart here to see what it looks like as we wait for this next round of electoral votes. You can see it's definitely heavily to the upside here. I don't know if you're on the minute chart.
That's a 24-minute.
24 minutes.
This is a 10-minute. So we're seeing a substantial, nice kind of consistent positive money flow. 5-minute, we did get a little bit of a decline here as we've been we broke into new highs. We're waiting on some new data for additional poll results. If we get down to the 1 minute, still they're hanging on, but I'd be more concerned, somewhere here in the 5 and 7 minutes.
So telling us maybe this next round could be getting a little bit of a pullback here in the near term, but still lots of money flow coming into these markets here. And again, a lot of people anticipating that Bitcoin win, as you can see from David Bailey. I'd say it's a little early to say, hey, this is the guaranteed outcome. But as you can see on CBS, they're starting to panic and realize that she is not polling like the media wanted to portray her to be in terms of a lot of these other counties that they said she was going to be winning by landslide ratings. So, they're kind of just pointing back and forth, doing all these comparisons right now. But when you're looking at this map here, this is interesting to watch. Because again, I want to be we got to pay very close attention here to Pennsylvania and Virginia. But again, locking in Virginia here, we're talking very slim margins coming down to, I want to say here, last update, 95% reporting here. So it's coming down to the finish line. Coming down to the finish line here out in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump with 1.7 million votes. Kamala Harris leading by 1.78, or by roughly 70,000 votes here. So we'll keep an eye on that rating here. I don't know if they'll announce that soon, but again, media is not even talking about the victory there in Virginia. Pennsylvania here, 75% reporting now in. Donald Trump now leading by roughly 4% margins. Let's take a look at Polymarket.
They called Florida. I don't know. They're showing everything they've called on Fox here.
Here you go. I got you.
That same Jen O'Malley Dillon memo, by the way, says that we're not going to get final vote until about 3 to 5 a.m. local time in Wisconsin.
Iowa's called for Trump. Idaho.
Here you go.
Yeah.
This one?
Oh, I don't know. I've got it up right here.
Oh, you're pulling it up. Sorry. I've got the TV behind me.
Shocker. Big breaking news. Alabama went Trump. Shocker.
So, hey, Josh, answer this. My dad's in the chat. He said, why listen to the drivel on CBS? Because, obviously we're leaning one direction here. So do you have a reason why you're listening to a certain variety of different people that are presenting thoughts?
Oh, yeah. Whatever I believe, you listen to the opposite. It's just, I want to make sure we try to splash as much cold water on that emotional approach to these markets. And it just goes to show 2016, 2020, if you're watching, mainstream media outlets portraying a Trump victory, it never necessarily happened. So personally, I just we're in a room full of primarily people leaning right here that are voting for Trump. I like to just have that cold water on these markets to say, okay, if we're projecting this win, what is the other side of this saying? How are they looking at this? What are those path to victories? Because as you saw earlier in the stream, Sam Arms came and was like, if we win Virginia, it's over. And all these mainstream media, they're not talking about Virginia. They're talking about Georgia. They're talking about Arizona. They're talking about Nevada. And so it kind of can give us, hopefully, a better understanding of, while we're managing these markets, are we running out of that liquidity? Are we going to continue to see that momentum? And just most importantly, what's the real outcome of this? Because I can tell you right now, it's not what David Bailey was necessarily saying there, where it's going to be the sea of red, landslide win victory for Trump. It's much closer than that. And we can see that in most of the live results here from that Electoral College. So it's simply me just making sure we manage those expectations, manage those emotions. I am somebody that is predicting a Trump win. I'm just expecting, like we said, if you could pull up Obama's tweet here, previous presidents are now coming out and saying that, yeah, they're not expecting a result from the elections tonight. So when you see previous presidents like Barack Obama saying, hey, results aren't going to be out tonight, either he's in for a rude reality check, and this is a desperate attempt at, of course, I don't even know what at this point. It's just like they're baking in the results of tonight's election. So I just like to hear from both sides. We'll pull up some Fox News here in just a moment
I'm
as well.
pulling different ones just based on,
Please.
I just like the graphics. This one, the fact that it moves around so much is kind of nice.
Also, yeah, CBS, it seems like they're doing pretty good. I chose CBS because they're not going to be the more biased one. I mean, if I'm not pulling up ABC, hell no. I'm not pulling up MSNBC, definitely not. And then CNN and Fox News, what you do with that, as well as, people coming in, they immediately hate Fox News or CNN. So it's try to give them, content that's digestible. And again, we're just looking for information from both sides, both parties. And of course, I had Fox News on a little bit earlier today. So it's on again right now. It looks like, is this the one you were watching from Fox? They're just pulling up?
No, that one just stays on that screen. The one
so
I've got,
this one
the
right
one
here.
that rotates here is Fox News. Just rolls through all these different things. I don't think they have.
They have a bunch?
Apparently, Elon Musk, the probability of Donald Trump.
Yeah. Also, real quick, just as far as it being a long night, somebody mentioned that before, and not to count your chickens before they hatch. This is just a chart here that was shared that Jeremy sent me, a chart that describes why I'm catching up on F1 and Survivor for the next few hours. Like here's midnight, and it can change a lot between midnight and 6 a.m.
Yeah.
There you go. That was Georgia, I guess, last election. Yeah.
Yeah, here. In fact, let's pull up ABC here. Just
running
to see
up
what they're
the
saying
score
about
in
these
Madison, the liberal college town, and said they've got as much as they can, and maybe they reached a limit tonight.
I think it's really interesting. Thanks, Rick. We're going to stay on this. We're going to be laser focused on Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, which we sound like a broken record. We say this every 4 years or so. And I think it's interesting that both Reince and Donna believe that this is going to be very close, particularly in a state like Wisconsin. And, Reince is from there, so he knows Wisconsin better than any of us. So the numbers continue to come in. We'll be right back. Your local news. We're going to check in with your local.
All right, so they're all taking their last commercial break here till the next round. We'll get their, interest here, their perspective as well. Again, if you guys didn't watch David Moores or whatever his last name is, debate against Trump, it was a great debate to watch. But Yeah, 230 Trump here still on Google. I'm refreshing one last time. It's starting to be closer and closer and closer here. Arizona, though, 49.7 favoring Trump here by, again, thousands. It's coming down to thousands of votes here.
Elon Musk tweeted an hour ago, great song, Amish Paradise.
That's fun.
Wow. That's amazing. How
It's
many
coming
views?
down to crypto.
Let's pull up Twitter,
the crypto
actually. That's
vote,
a good point.
The crypto vote
Ooh.
and the Amish voting. This is amazing.
Let's pull up Twitter. Let's see if there's any breaking. What else you got on breaking news here?
Here we go. Chris Cuomo and News Nation just dropped devastating news for the Harris campaign. Margin of error is pretty much zilch. Can really only make one more mistake in terms of losing a state, still winning the election. Polymarket currently has Trump's chances at 94%. This is getting ugly quick, or it's getting beautiful if you voted for that red and orange bill there. And it looks like Kamala Harris is out of the race.
Yeah, I'm looking at, this is Josh's feed right here. Libs seem to be in disbelief. Actually, WTF do we do if he wins? I've seen enough. Congratulations to President Donald Trump. What went wrong?
I like my feed. I wish I could log into it.
Yeah, well, this is it right here. So
Joy Reid. They're an all-right fascist state.
X is the signal. As it turns out, X is not a bubble. It's the signal. Tonight we party. Tomorrow we go back to scrutinizing our government. This needs to be said more. I really like this from Ian Carroll, because let's not forget, and this is the point I was trying to make at the beginning of the stream, do not put your hope in the government. Do not rely on the government to solve your problems. This is, as many people like to say, the lesser of two evils. Federal government still has grown under either left or right, and that is the biggest problem I have. The size of that's why I'm most excited about Ron Paul and Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency. If we can actually shrink the government over these next 4 years, that would be monumental. It hasn't happened in probably 100 years. And that is what's most exciting to me about what's being talked about this election, the potential of shrinking the size of the government, deregulating things, putting more power back in the hands of the people, taking power away from the government. In Georgia, there was actually 3 extra things that we had to vote on. A couple of them were about tax and homestead exemptions. I know I voted yes, no, yes. And the thing I voted no on was a thing that was actually giving judges and politicians more power to make decisions here in Georgia. And I voted no, just basically simply on the fact that they don't need more power to make decisions. Let people vote. Let the people have the decision. So let's see if you have any.
We got a clip here from CNN. According to, let's just play it.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. I got to get your audio on. Okay, go ahead.
According to CNN, the Kamala Harris team has gone radio silence.
Yeah, Jake, let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia, that is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope for, more votes to come in. They have always said the blue wall was the most straightforward path. Now it may be the best, not only at all, because Georgia is also something that is developing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I still hear from Harris aides that they feel good about Georgia, but it is very, very close. The blue wall still remains the best option for her in this.
She's the worst. She's like, I love when she debates with Scott on CNN and just gets floored every single time. Oh yeah, how's Mark Cuban doing tonight? Can we get a live look at Mark Cuban? Oh, there he is.
Pending.
All right, and they might be
guys. It's not over yet, though. Let's not, man. It's not over yet.
Keep an eye on that Bitcoin stream, Bitcoin Magazine stream, Kelly. They might be going live here in just a second with Brian Morgenstern, who works directly with Trump, head of public policy. And he's going to be there with David Bailey. So they'll probably be pushing back to that shortly. So just keep an eye. They haven't done it yet. Just get it up to live. It'll probably be in the next. No, California's not. They'll call it pretty quick, but
they already called it.
Oh,
technically.
Yeah, all they need is 5 votes. I mean, it's not. There's no way it goes red. It goes blue.
Again, remember last election? This thing could go in 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, she'll go up over 200 real quick, but it's that 270 that's a lot harder.
I'm pretty
look,
surprised.
wait, go back to that.
Washington
Back
is
up
actually
towards
pretty
75.
close too.
Which one?
Washington.
Yeah.
Which chart?
Oh.
No, I was just looking at the Bitcoin price and getting excited. We're getting back
Oh
up
yeah,
towards
yeah. We're at 74.7. It's been it wants to break out. It looks like we might get 75K here again.
And also, we did get a super chat from Morgan Powell asking, do you think there'll be better gains from here on SWE versus Ondo? Or Ondo?
Oh,
over
yes,
SWE?
yes. Good question. I'd say Ondo's a lot. Like, I missed out on SWE, to be honest with you. SWE, like, let's pull up. If you have SWE's chart here, let's have Kelly do this, pull this up. But yeah, SWE's up so massively. It just.
On the 3-day.
Yeah, dude, it's at like all-time highs, no?
Yeah, I mean, it's right there. It's within
So personally, it's like, you're just entering the top, like quite literally. So I'm just not, I don't know what that price discovery is. You're in complete price discovery. So I would say if you're looking over the two, Ondo's got better entry points. But in terms of what has more upside, it's impossible to tell when SWE has a price discovery momentum play right now. 68 cents. Yeah, I still I'm looking at a multi-dollar Ondo this cycle. And when you're looking at support, what's a better entry, I guess, would it be the point? What's not better gains? Because that's too hard to predict.
It just bounced on a beautiful support there. Back here to March. Sitting right here, and we're this is actually a beautiful setup because we found that support. We got resistance right there. We got a little bit of, what do you see? A bullish pattern, a falling wedge into support. We're pushing up into this. Money flow, flip back positive. This is on the daily too, mind you. RSI is pushing back above that. It's basically right now about to potentially break through that 50 line. I really like, especially on the daily, seeing RSI. If I'm trying to be bullish, I'd like this to be back above the 50. Preferably even sometimes coming up, finding support, then going. But this is looking pretty bullish. If we get down on more granular 24-minute chart, RSI is looking like it's getting a little cooked here. But again, every time we get this bullish news that buoys the market in terms of bullishness with Trump getting closer to that 270 plus win, I think we'll see the stuff that's been moving, I think is going to continue to move.
And let's talk about that exhaustion there. Someone in chat just said, Cryptutu, are you guys expecting a pullback tomorrow for Bitcoin? What I would say is this. If we do not get the election results tonight, I think you're going to see some of that exhaustion roll back into these markets here. Doesn't mean we just end up crashing. But again, I never, as personally as someone dollar cost average, you don't want to be entering when everybody's at extreme greed. You don't want to be entering when it's exhaustive price actions for the RSI, the stochastic, the money flow, etc. You want to be entering when it cools off a bit. And so, can we just break through and rip to $80,000? It's possible. It's possible. But when we look statistically, and you want to be an actual committed trader to crypto, you want to be someone that actually has emotions removed and go off the data. The data would suggest that this isn't the time to hop in a huge position to look for those swings. Of course, I've been scalp trading all stream here, doing scalps in and out of the markets. But if you're DCAing, the moments when that momentum is at the bottom of that range, when the price isn't exhausted. So you just have to know, if you're entering right now, there's a high likelihood that we do see a bit of a pullback and consolidate here if we don't have an outcome of these election results tonight. Now, of course, if Donald Trump comes out victor tonight, you could see what's happening with David Bailey, the CEO of Bitcoin Magazine. I think that's going to send a shockwave into the markets here and cause FOMO. And that's why we develop FOMO. That's why we move our emotions from the game, guys. That's why we hedged ourselves with the bet moving into the stream. We made roughly, I've been stopped out twice, but we're up probably $8-9 grand here in this stream tonight, just off trades alone. We have another position open right now. We'll see if it ends up playing out. But, again, you're just looking at opportunity zones to accumulate. I'm not doing at the top of an exhaustion phase because I want to point back to the upwards channel that we're in right now. Again, we're moving towards that exhaustion level here, but if we pull up Bitcoin's chart, guys, we're testing that exhaustion level. So if it cannot hold that, and again, we're talking news events, guys. This is not when you're trading. You don't trade on a news day unless you're degenerate like us. But if you're talking about, is this a good entry point? We could end up getting there's so much emotion in these markets today. They could be over projecting that Trump win, which could be cascaded by, of course, liquidations if that result doesn't end up actually taking place.
Right.
So,
and this is feeling good. But again, we've seen pretty big swings where every time this pushes higher, we're seeing Bitcoin make new headway to the
they just
upside.
declared North Carolina for Trump. That should do it.
Yep.
Well, and here's a few fun things here.
W's in the chat. W's in the chat.
No, they called North Carolina.
They called North Carolina. They called North Carolina for Trump. We're now at an 89% report. It's not over, but it is called here.
Well, speaking of W's, Dogecoin just flipped XRP in market cap.
Dogecoin flipped XRP.
Which, ironically, kind of makes sense. It's
well,
funny.
I saw somebody in there earlier. I think they said, I forget who the comment. They said they're up on, they're waiting for SWE to get to a certain price, and then they're going to put it all into XRP. I mean, that's kind of a questionable, move.
Yeah,
in
I
my
wouldn't do
opinion.
that. Can I give my thoughts real quick on SWE versus Ondo? It has nothing to do.
Ondo or XRP?
Ondo. Well, you guys, that original question from the super chat. I was going to say. I mean, it's very simple. I don't. I think that was really good analysis there. I think SWE will actually outpump Ondo simply for brand name recognition and hype. I do think it's gonna. Obviously, it's a much higher market cap at this point. I do think Ondo has much better long-term utility, and it's much more logical play and pick. However, a lot of times that's not what is the fastest pumper in alt season and things like that. So I see SWE outpacing Ondo in the short term, Ondo outpacing SWE in the long term. I see a much bigger pullback coming for SWE than for Ondo because of just the way they're designed. But those are my two.
Well, here on Forbes, election 2024 live update, Trump wins North Carolina and leads. They're declaring that he leads in 5 other swing states. And remember, based on the conversation we had earlier with Samuel Arms, also all this, I mean, I can't believe how much you know about politics, Josh. But looking here, he was saying that she basically needs to win all those states, and looking like he's leading in them.
Yeah. I do want to point out liquidations here coming up on the 12-hour. Bit of resistance at that 75K level. Lots of liquidity now at 72.8. But you don't have to pull down to those ranges. So, yeah, just keep that in mind as we approach the rest of these election outcomes.
And that was DZ. Like he mentioned when he came back on here and he talked about it on the stream this morning, his prediction was for a pump, a Trump pump, then dump, which it looks like we're setting up for pretty well. I don't know. I guess that clock isn't loading right now, but 10% on the day for Bitcoin, huge pump. It would be very healthy, like they just mentioned, to come back and retest support and balance back out. So yeah, I could see us coming back down to, just under previous all-time high, setting some support at what's the top of those? What time frame are you on?
Me?
Yeah, you.
This is just the 1 minute. We're looking at the all-time. We tagged 75K.
Let me look at it.
We touched 75 and we're like, nope, denied.
Let me see a 4-hour real quick.
We want to. Oh yeah, that's not going to be. Yeah.
Pull it back down. Now, what's the top of that other wick?
Top of the other wick is 73,626. So again, like you're saying, come back and retest that potentially.
Yeah. Or what's scroll back in a little bit more. Yeah. What? You can't really. Oh, you can see my cursor. What's this? Look, turn around. Look at the. What's this?
Where are you at? I don't
see me.
Cursor.
See this cursor? See that? No, you can't, I guess. But down. I'll just say down, 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 down. Stop.
72.7.
Yeah, and that's probably where the liquidations chart was too.
Yeah. So that's exactly where the are. They are at 72.8. Yeah, so right around that range. But again, you can see that there is liquidity, like opening up, like we're getting a short squeeze. So it's not impossible to smash through that. It just, again, are we more likely to come back and find a little bit of support before moving to that upper range? That's definitely more likely. It's just the more likely outcome. Doesn't have to happen.
So here's another, my dad actually sent this to me. He says Perplexity AI. They've got a really cool map here, what's going on, what's called, what's not, but also the margins. So you can see here, Arizona is Trump is the leader, but only under a 1% margin. Trump is the leader of Georgia, plus 3%. Michigan, he's plus 5%. Nevada doesn't show, plus 3%. North, they already called. They called North Carolina. Pennsylvania, Trump plus 3%. Wisconsin plus 3%. This right here, just I think one of these would seal that deal here. Of course, there's all these other stuff here, but this is what matters right now. What's going on? But currently, I think we're on the right path, and if it continues, we're going to see. We're going to have. Let's just say it this: we're going to have a great Thanksgiving and no awkward conversations with our families saying, "How's crypto doing?" Like, you know what? Ask me. I'll tell you.
Ask me. I will. Yeah. You know what? I'm glad you asked. Let me just break this out here at 11:38 p.m.
Yeah, it did crash, and then it pumped over 100% in the last year.
Yeah. And yeah, what a good time to be alive here, guys. Yeah, so, on the minute chart, look, again, I think we're looking at, I want to pull up that money flow chart again. Can we get a money flow check here into that chat on the minute? Like we were talking about, we're starting to see that take place where the flow into the market was slowing down just a little bit. Is it still cooling off is the question. My question is, it's still cooling off.
It's on the
Go down to
minute.
we're looking at the 5 minute. We're looking for a scalp trade here, shorting from 75K.
Starting to push up a little bit, but there's a little bit of a divergence from here where it kind of pushed up here.
Bearish or bullish divergence? And can you explain to the audience, what is a divergence?
So first off, very simple. When you see price going up, you don't want to just say, I think it's going to keep going, I'm going long. Watch it go up, sure, but look at the other data points. You have the strength index here, the relative strength index. This is a high here. As you can see from this point to the next point, this is descending highs. So this means it's getting weaker as the price is continuing up. That doesn't mean it has to break down. It's just one of those things you want to say, maybe there's a little cool off period here. We're also seeing, let's look at another metric. Money flow index is also looking like it is moving to the downside here as price pushing to the upside. Now, again, on a traditional random Wednesday or a Saturday afternoon, this would have, I think, a bit more weight in your impact of how you're analyzing what's going on. But when you come back over to these, every time something's declared and this moves up, because Trump is tied so heavily with investors and the outlook of positive effects on the economy, especially what's going on with Bitcoin, we're going to look at this, and you could have the biggest bearish divergence ever. And I think with those numbers, this would still continue moving to the upside. I will say, pay attention to how far we move tonight, based on who concedes, who doesn't, what the discourse is on the news narrative, and then also what the volume is going into tomorrow, because it's not a bad thing if we get a bit of a pull off into the end of pull back into the end of the week. If we do just explode into $80,000 a night, I would expect a pull.
And just real quick, I did add to the position more here, guys. So we're at $1.47 million position here, but that pullback's playing out. So just added to it up 8% here. What I would look for is probably a take profit zone around this previous breakout pattern. So if we can't hold the support here, 74.4, again, you're looking at 74.3. But I want to point out those liquidations again. You're going to get some extreme volatility here. It is now 11:41. We're about 19 minutes away from that next click here for the electoral votes. Again, you're seeing media. Look at that, 192 ticket up for Harris, trying to add in here. New Mexico now completely blue for Harris. It looks like here. 76 reporting coming in, 51 in favor of her as well. Man, but look at all of those red states just looking really, really good out here. 38% reporting from Michigan, Wisconsin 69% juicy, and Pennsylvania at the 80% reporting. Now with Donald Trump still over nearly a 4% lead. Pennsylvania, again, you're looking, if she can't take another loss here, if she loses Arizona or she loses Pennsylvania or she loses Nevada, her chances now drop to like 1%. Like, she can't make any more states. She cannot lose essentially another state here, or Kamala Harris loses this election and the results will be in the favor of Trump. So the question here, everybody is asking, will we know who the president of the United States is tonight? And I'm very, it's odd to me Obama would come out and tweet that. Very odd.
Here's one thing that we do see, though, is we did pick up two seats in the Senate. So 49-41 in the Senate, 10 uncalled still. It looks like they're going to probably end up.
Dude, if we take the Senate, you guys got to realize what this means. For anybody listening in.
And then here's the House.
We are going to get the House. The House 100% will be Republican. If we get the Senate, RFK, Elon Musk, their entire board, their entire cabinet will be able to pass whatever legislation they not want, but they will be able to push through a lot of the things they want to clean up. So whether
you can actually have an effective Department of Government Efficiency,
and it will be like that for 2 years. So they'll be able to come in, clean up a lot of these auditing programs. If they want to add on, or deregulate, they'll be able to embed that.
Okay.
Sam is back. Oh, perfect. Samuel Arms coming in here. I'm guessing he's got some big news. It's that, or he's been having a really good time, and he's like, I'm gonna come in here.
It looks like we are so on it. We are ahead in Wisconsin. The numbers are 70%. Pennsylvania, Scott Pressler, who's been doing all the work in Pennsylvania, is like, all the numbers are perfect.
Oh my goodness, we need this alpha.
You're chopping up, buddy.
Internet is gone.
But it's a good face.
No.
Right when the alpha came in here, guys, spam the chat so he knows his internet's broken.
I'll give him there he is.
There he is.
There he goes.
All right.
He had
Can
to
you
do that
see me
blue
now?
steel look. There you go. You look good.
You're just choppy there.
Man, it cut out. So Pennsylvania's
alpha.
looking good because Scott Pressler, who's doing all the work, was like all the polling and all the work that he's done in the counties. He's hitting all his metrics and all his numbers for Republican turnout. Like in the Harris campaign isn't taking media anymore. The Harris campaign is preparing like presidents to start
Hold
cry
up,
on
Sam.
Did I
You're
speak
cutting out again. Just come off the Wi-Fi if you can,
Hold on.
or try to recalculate it.
I'll be back.
Okay, perfect.
I'll be back.
I think he just said they're not taking any more media.
Well, it's just like the CNN thing we just saw that they were radio silent. So that's two sources. They're going into a little.
If they're
shock
going
mode.
radio silence, there's a little bit of shock. There's some shock waves hitting the markets here. Again, a little bit of support. So as Sam comes in, guys, we want this alpha here. Someone saying she got Virginia, but again, we don't need Virginia. Virginia would just lock in the win guaranteed tonight.
Well, he's talking about potentially.
Kamala has to win every state.
Pennsylvania.
Every blue wall state. If she loses one, it's over.
Yeah, if Pennsylvania drops, that's game right there.
Ooh, markets are loving it.
Well, here it is. After what happened in the last 4 years with the absolute Trump derangement syndrome, this is his badge of honor right here. He is the comeback kid because, man, did he swing it back into how many people that were essentially never Trumpers to people that were just, completely one-sided about this. There's been so many people that have crossed the aisle in this. We got him back. Samuel Arms is back. He paid his phone bill.
Take the lead.
Hold on. I'm worrying about the air condition. Hold on. Go ahead.
All right. Go ahead.
He's
muted.
Yeah, there's too many buttons. There you go. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
You're good to go.
Okay, sorry about blue balling you guys. I thought I could do it quick and easy, but I just had to come back into the room.
Bro, what did he just do?
What a tease.
What a tease.
All right, I'm getting comfy.
Can we just get, what should we put in the chat? What should we spam for him? I don't even know. That is insane. This just got real. Damn, I'm from Virginia and I was hoping for Trump. Is it guaranteed? I don't know if it's locked in yet, guys. I don't know.
Actually, this is
82%. Kamala, yeah, she's got quite the lead. So I don't know if he's gonna. He's
I'm in the same spot as last time.
All right, maybe it's because everybody's on. I see you back.
Yeah, it's probably just.
Let's hopefully you stay connected this time. Leave the phone not moving. Just set it down.
Yeah.
So that way it doesn't have to adjust to Wi-Fi signal.
It's
also less visual input.
There you go. Is it done moving? I see it moving.
Am I good?
There you go. Don't move the phone. If you move the phone, the visual input breaks your internet.
Okay, but you can see and hear me now.
Yeah, we hear you.
You blue ball chat.
The Kamala Harris campaign has stopped taking media.
Okay, what does that mean? Does it mean because she's celebrating her victory?
It means they don't want to talk to anybody.
She's drinking.
It means they're all starting to cry.
Okay, crying's a good thing?
Yes,
right?
because it's not a victory cry. It's a depressing cry.
So let's break this
Scott
down.
Pressler,
Why? Because to me, I'm looking at the votes right now. It looks like Virginia, they're trying to give to Kamala here. Why?
Look at Pennsylvania and look at Wisconsin.
Pennsylvania. Yeah, look at that.
200,000 vote difference.
Pennsylvania red. That's game. If Pennsylvania's red, that's game over.
Look at Wisconsin.
Because, and correct me if I'm wrong, she has to win literally every single blue state at this point.
Correct.
If she loses one of these, she loses.
Correct.
So if she loses Michigan,
Correct.
she loses. If she loses Wisconsin, she loses. If she loses Nevada, she loses.
There is a county in Texas that is 97% Hispanic that went plus 15 percentage points for Trump.
Woo!
Osceola
Wow.
County in Florida, which is all Puerto Rican, flipped for Trump.
So where do I go to get the montage of everybody crying is the question here. Wow, look at Pauly Markets
Reddit.
polls. 3% chance now Kamala can actually win this thing. That's insane. That's insane.
This is, listen, I'm very scared to say this because I hate calling it early, but it's looking like we did it. It's looking like we might know tonight. The margins are so big.
It was
Everything's so
too big to rig.
conclusive.
Is that what you're saying?
Too big to rig. Like,
so
let's
break this down because I don't want to. I mean, I want to celebrate and jump off the. I want to scream from the rooftop here is that we win and that this is.
I'm about to jump off. I'm
I'm going to
holding it all back.
Except let's just not follow one direction. Let's land on a soft floor there. If anybody got that, that might have been That might have been dark.
Yeah,
That might have been
soft
a little dark.
landing.
So Sam,
Yes,
I know we're getting late, guys, and my head's spinning here. I want you to break down for us, though. This is huge news for Trump in terms of this lead. What is the path to victory now for Kamala Harris? Is it even possible?
It's not possible. If he wins Pennsylvania, we win. If he wins Wisconsin, we win.
Wow. What we got?
And
Kelly
it's looking
dropping his
like
mouth here. What's happening?
Congress is looking good.
I just don't know if this is real. It's a clip from Insurrection Barbie. Kamala voters leaving the D.C. event.
Oh,
Correct.
dude, they're depressed.
We are.
They're depressed.
Can they hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I'm just.
Bernie Moreno won his Senate seat, so we unseated an anti-crypto Democrat in Ohio.
That's huge.
It's looking like we're going to retake the Senate. The House is looking good as well. We might have a Republican sweep. We might control all three chambers.
Oh my gosh, dude! And let's pull up my Twitter.
I'm hearing cheering. Is that Pennsylvania? Did they call Pennsylvania?
Let me see. I got your.
So it says Vigilant Fox posted this 14 minutes ago. Donald Trump is currently winning the popular vote by 5 million votes. Meanwhile, it appears Trump will win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Polymarket currently has Trump's odds of winning the election
It's
at
not
a
called yet.
jaw-dropping 94%.
You can go run in the room, Sam, and then run back in if you need to.
Yeah, my internet might go out, but I'm going to go see what's happening.
Try to show us. Try to see if it has. Yeah, show us a little bit of visualization of what's going on there.
Yeah, it seems to
If
be
my
working
internet
better
doesn't
now.
go out.
Like
No, it's
hiding
all
out
right.
there. No, you're still good. You're still working. Yeah. Well, so why are people
find
talking
out.
about we need days to?
Why are they chanting? Did we win Pennsylvania?
Oh, no.
One podcast in the world.
Oh, that's why. Can you guys still see me?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, let me show you the crowd.
Guys are getting the inside look here at Hit Network Discover Crypto.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, dude, we can hear him clear, too.
Your internet's actually perfect.
I don't want to go because I'm in a different part, but I'll show you through a window. I'll show you through an air-conditioned window.
Just won the Senate.
We just
Cole
won the
Lambert
Senate,
said.
is what chat's saying here. This guy's at Patrick
show you.
Bet-David's watch party here for election night.
Yeah.
Give us the insight.
So this is
Can we full screen him?
David's production.
I'll take the shitty audio. I want to see behind the scenes. Oh, wow.
That's their media setup.
That's their media center, yeah. And there he goes. We lose him.
It was a good run.
Too much alpha. Too much alpha, guys. Well, I have to ask chat here. We're coming down to the final moments of this. What a race. I mean, what an emotional roller coaster we've all been on here.
It was just too good.
It was too good to be true. It was too good to be true. It looks like we're going to bounce and pump to the moon. That's what's going to happen. Let's see. We do have this short position played out here. I'm going to put it for a break-even play if it actually ends up holding here. We're up, I think, I want to say $2,000, $4,000 right now.
Nice.
So got a $4,000 position in here, guys. We'll see if it ends up playing out. Again, I'm expecting a little bit of a pullback here, but man, he's making me second guess my short here with this Trump victory coming right around the corner. So will we get this? This is going to be insane. I seriously did not expect a Trump victory tonight, but if he takes Pennsylvania, it's over.
I didn't expect Pennsylvania and an all-time high before it happened.
Before it happened, yeah, like markets wanted this. So to the mainstream media, to everybody out there that said no, there's no shot. Harris has this in the bag. You know, Trump in the right, they're crazy, they're fascists, they're Nazis. Well, you know, I don't know. Maybe you can apply for a pool position or something here coming out in the next year, because this does look like we've secured this in. I don't want to get too excited though. It's just I'm trying to hold the emotions in me. Like they're just like, let's scream about this victory. Let's take this win here. And of course, hopefully we do need to have Sam reconnect. I hope he's not in the room just talking to himself.
No, I think he just said sorry, but I don't.
Oh, he just hopped off. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, you know, I wasn't expecting Kamala to win at all. I was expecting to see her put up more of a fight. That is the takeaway here tonight, is we aren't even seeing. Let's go ahead and go over to ABC. I want to see what they're saying, because this is as biased as you can possibly get. These are her friends. Let's see what we have.
Scenarios, Harris can win. But then Trump just needs to pick up any of these other battleground states in order to derail Harris on the path to 270. So right now, as you can see from our projections here, the scenarios that we are running, it looks quite good for Donald Trump at this point in the night. And my colleague Elliot, I think, can talk a little bit more about the outstanding vote in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, David, this might be thought of as a best-case scenario for Kamala Harris at this point. One thing that this model you see here doesn't know about is the outstanding votes in Philadelphia. And what we've been seeing there and what Rick's been telling you on his great big board, looking at our benchmarks, is that Democrats just aren't hitting the turnout they need in Philadelphia. The collar counties around that city, they are going for Democrats about what Kamala Harris would need to win, but the turnout just isn't there in Philadelphia. Look, ABC News has not made any projections in these races, but from our perspective, it's just a matter of the counting.
Got it. All right, Elliot, Galen, thank you. It's an uphill climb at this point.
I have to do it. I'm sorry, Chat.
It would seem mathematically for Kamala.
I want to see what they're saying right now.
They're just rolling this.
Are they just rolling that as well? Here we go. Oh, this one's probably the real one.
Cronky can. That's what I had.
So that's what they're rolling?
Yeah. They're probably.
So it's literally this guy just charting. That's what you guys are talking. He's still just charting it.
Yep.
Not doing anything else. He's just.
Yep. He probably turns around and faces the TV. They probably just have TV contracts. They can't put it on YouTube.
Oh, gotcha. Look, man, sometimes you guys are just smarter than me.
Well, we got about 7,000 on Twitter and 1,500 on YouTube. Shout out to everybody that's been up with us here. Like, what are we doing? 5-6 hours now?
We're pushing. We're 7 hours and 17 minutes in.
And you know what? It feels like we just started because we're hitting all-time highs. The markets are feeling good. What looks like is going to be a bullish setup for an incredible holiday season is here. And for any of you, throw one in chat, whether you're watching on Twitter or here on YouTube. If you've been waiting and just patiently stacking and patiently learning and being just ready for this to get in that next stage of price discovery, because I know I have for a long time, and we're here, we're doing it together. Looking like we're going to get that absolute just Christmas dream.
Christmas dream. Dude, Christmas coming early. This could be the case. Let's go back to the charts here. And I'm curious to see, we got to take a poll here. Guys, it is getting late here. So I want to know from you guys, like, I can keep going. I love to keep going. I love the energy. The markets are here. I'm making money. We're trading. We're having a good time. Type 1 in chat. Okay, again, I want you to break chat, though, with the ones.
No, we got to
hit the likes.
Well, yeah, hit the likes. Let's see if we
what are we at?
Let's see if we can get to 1,500 likes real quick. We're gonna stop at around midnight. That's 4 minutes from now. If you guys want us to keep going, everybody, take your phone. If you're watching on mobile, turn it sideways. Sometimes that's what you have to do. If you're on TV, watching on a smart TV, sometimes you have to hit more actions, more options. Smash that like button. If we can, I mean, I don't know. Most of you have probably already liked this because we have.
How many likes are we at?
We're at 1228. So 15.
12. So we got to hit 1,500 likes here on Twitter. Go ahead and everybody smash that repost. But spam ones in the chat. I want you guys to break it. If you guys want us to keep going, you need to let us go or let us know, because it's been 7.5 hours. And I mean, dude, these markets are so fun. I can sit here and trade all night. So I can literally just manage it by myself. I absolutely need to here. But man, it looks like people are.
It looks like they want us to keep going.
Hanging out here. It doesn't look like I don't see that. I don't think they want us to keep going. I don't think they want us to keep going.
Yeah.
You know?
Straight degenerates. I love it.
You guys are young. Stay up. Dude, I'm 27. I'm ready to bite the dust. You know what I'm saying? No. Yeah, 74,535 here, guys. Get a bit of downside action. We are at $5,500 in this position right now. So, I mean, can we get a breakdown? I would love to see it. I don't think we're going to see too much crazy downside action if Trump does secure this victory. But you guys lock this in. I mean, we're seeing the numbers go up, guys. Get us to 1,500 likes. Make sure you're reposting this, sharing this with a friend. Get excited. I mean, everybody seems to be excited here. But, yeah, if you want us to keep going, you got to give us that energy. You got to give us that motivation to keep going here. We've been live longer than any other anchor out there, any other YouTube channel out there. And because of that, guys, we thank you for being here for us, supporting us tonight. And, of course, we just, appreciate just the entire state of these markets right now. This has been a roller coaster.
Yeah, and remember, there might be quite a few of you out there that you're finding us for the first time. We do go live every day, 10:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., breaking down everything going on in all digital assets. We also put out content on a regular basis. Got a lot of different channels here. Make sure you tune in, hit that like button, subscribe button. Let's get back to what the heck is going on, because this is
what they hadn't prepared their supporters. Get some insight from the news here. Yeah, guys, it looks like they're trying to give more polls here to, again, Kamala Harris now here. If we're looking at the electoral map, 205 to Harris, 230 to Trump. Still waiting to see those results here from Virginia. They're trying to say Kamala Harris has locked that in, but Pennsylvania, once again, get a
and if they do it on the hour, it's
here.
1 minute to midnight. We should probably get some news updates coming in here.
Yeah, I think they're going to go to commercial break right now, or it should be starting right now in a minute. We have 1 minute left till the next update.
Do we want to see? We can tune into the
One more hour.
Bitcoin magazine channel. They're talking about Elizabeth Warren and.
Let's do it. Pull it up. Thank you. I am going to use the restroom real quick. Is that okay?
Back it up. Just
see you, Jeremy. Thanks for
audio?
hanging out, buddy.
Got the audio?
Yeah.
On that.
Backing it up to.
Strategy.
Right, we have the Massachusetts Senate race, which has been called for Elizabeth Warren. Ben is a big fan of Warren, as you can see. So John Deaton getting 40% of the vote versus.
For those of you that don't know, this is important because John Deaton was essentially one of a crypto candidate. He was the counsel for XRP, and he was looking to displace Elizabeth Warren, who has been enemy number one for crypto. So this is why we're interested in
just to be clear, I don't know if he was actually counsel for them, but I do think he covered their case a lot. I don't know if he actually was one of their attorneys, but also Elizabeth Warren traditionally represents the banks.
The vote, as you can see, though, Elizabeth Warren has a big F next to her Bitcoin stance there.
Can we do worse than F?
Can we do worse than F? This is a question. I would have to talk with the Stand With Crypto team about that. I think F is as low as we go at this stage of the game, yes. John Deaton did have he put up a good fight. I want to kick it over here. You said you had a spicy take for us, though.
I mean, look, you want to talk about Stand With Crypto. Look, I feel bad for the guy. I am, I'm not happy that Elizabeth Warren has another term. But when you look at what this guy sort of stood for, the way he aligned himself with Ripple, I mean, I think it's time to rip the mask off and be honest with ourselves that company, a zombie chain, ostensibly a scam, has backers and founders that have poured millions of dollars into maligning Bitcoin, pushing central bank digital currencies, getting themselves filthy rich, and then pretending like, they're our friends and our allies. And so my silver lining in this race is that it's an L for Ripple. And
guys, we're up 13 grand again. My God, we're staying up, baby. We're up another $13,000, $14,000.
Yeah, and I would love to be able to say that, but it's definitely hyperbolic.
Fair enough.
I mean, but really, what it is these. A lot of Elizabeth Warren. She's a corporate bootlicker. I mean,
$15,300. I think. Okay, look. If this passes 20K, I'm gonna drop $1,000 to some lucky winner here in the chat. 16K. There we go. Getting that reversal here, 74K. Maybe get that bounce. Man, I hate making money. Joke, it's silence, and everybody woke up. They're like, "What?" Yeah, dude, I'm pissing in the urinal. I'm like, "Yo, Isaac, what's it say on the phone?" He's like, "It's up 16%." I was like, "How much?" I was like, "All right, 30% here, 17.5 now, 17.5." Looks like we're breaking down out of this pattern. So if you get a lower low here, we're probably looking at an excessive downtrend here. 18,000. Let's go for 19K. We got 19K on the line here. 19K on the line. 20K on the line. We're past $20,000 right now. Getting a bit of a bounce back up here. 19.3. Somebody's getting $1,000, and I'll tell you how to enter that in just a moment here. But we're at the 20K.
Oh my God! Huge wick down.
20K, 21K, 22K, 23K.
That just wicked down on my chart on Binance. Down like $700.
How are we? Close. Closing here. Closing. We're getting curves here. Closing here. We're getting curves. I have no idea what it closed on. I closed before it pumped, so we'll see. It might keep dropping, but we're looking at rounding positions. That was our scalp there. Let me go.
Keep muting myself. All right.
I'll tell you right now, we closed for 18.9.
Nice. 18.9. Okay, so if you guys want to be eligible for this giveaway, you need to join the Telegram group. That is probably the easiest way for us to verify your address. I've got the link pinned here in the chat. If you guys, it just says Trade with Josh. you guys aren't in that, it will take you through a verification prompt that makes sure that you're real and you're a real human, and we can find you. So yes, join that link if you haven't already, and it does I believe it will help you create a CoinW account as well, so we will be able to send it to you.
No, we can't get greedy. That was huge.
And yeah, there you go.
We'll wait for the next play. I can't get greedy on that. That was a.
Hey, do we need to drop some?
Here,
yeah, there you go. Play
okay,
that.
Okay. Pump it up. Play the Pump It Up song. Here we go. We're gonna go for a long.
We're playing Scared Money Don't Make Money. Got it.
We're gonna risk a little bit of this here.
Oh, you're gonna give it? Don't give it right back.
I'm doing a small position. It's okay. Small position here. Small position here. Let's look for a little bounce here. This is
Scared money don't make no money. A scared man.
You think I'm scared?
Crypto Face, Crown Chakra for this jam.
You think I'm scared?
Don't make no money.
We ain't scared.
A scared man don't
What do we
make
make?
no
Like
money.
30K tonight?
Something like that. No, with fees and then my two stocks, price 22, 23.
You ain't got shit to lose. Scared money don't
We're up
make
another
no money.
$600
Go
right
and
now.
put that trade in. A scared man don't make no money.
Yeah, you're gonna get that giveaway money real quick.
I know. Gotta get that giveaway money.
You lose some,
Yeah.
but you live to trade another.
All right, so how do we do the? How do you want to do the giveaway?
Drop it in Telegram, and we can just can people, they can comment or like or something in Telegram, right? They can react.
I think the best way would be to do a repost or something. It'd be that would be the easiest way. Would be to retweet the live stream on Twitter. Let's do that. That's the easiest way. I don't want to make this super complicated.
Okay.
So let's do. Can someone share in the chat my live stream on Twitter, or our live stream on Twitter to the chat, guys? I'm be choosing one winner to win $1,000 right now. One winner to win $1,000 right now for somebody that reposts our Twitter live stream.
I got it.
All right, guys, we're up over 5%. You know what that means? Double down. Double down. Oh, Allah.
That was fun.
We're at about $1,000 again, yeah, profit. Let's see though. I don't know if this will play. We're just playing around a little bit. See if we get a bounce here. Whew. I can't tell you guys how my chest feels right now. It's just like I don't know if it's the Celsius or the money. It's one or the other.
It's both.
All right, so yeah, we're testing the 74K again here. Let's get an update on the money flow charts in these markets. As I pull up FOMO.io here, I want to get a refresh on the liquidation maps. Yeah, liquidity opening up above us here.
We called that perfectly. When I leaned over, I said the money flows rounding out here, as you can see right here, rounding out. I hate this rounding out right here, and the RSI was getting so aggressive to the downside on this zone right here. This is where I told you to get out, and this is it. Look at this exact sort of bottom on these candle bodies starting to move up. It doesn't mean it can't continue down, but you don't when you're trading like large amounts like he just was. You don't need to just. I'm waiting for it to get here. No, you just made $20,000 by just taking some profits. Now you have more capital that you can one put some in the long-term hold. Some also your trading portfolio is bigger, and now you have more money you can make in the next.
100%. And of course, yeah, I wonder if we'll get that outcome here tonight. So I see all the reposts coming in, guys. I'll give it a couple minutes here because everybody's probably like, how do I get on Twitter? Let's go ahead. Did we pin it? Can we pin it to the description here?
I thought it did.
Or pin it to chat. I'm looking at a Telegram,
I'm sorry, you're right.
Yeah, let's do the Twitter post there of our live stream. And then we'll do a repost winner there. I'll choose it in 8 minutes here. You got 8 minutes, guys, to enter and get back into the YouTube channel.
Retweet that on your Twitter. That's how you tweet, though.
Retweet, repost.
I think it's called X now.
X now, so it's a
you can
repost. Re-X it. Re-X it, hashtag it, like it, thumbs it, give it a thumbs up.
Put us in your top 8 on MySpace.
Bueno.
Top 8 on.
Follow
the
me
anxiety.
on
You can't. Yeah. I mean, you switch up that top 8. You drop somebody out of there. You know they notice. You know, kids these days don't know that feeling.
Man, holding that 74K, it wants to hold above it here. I don't know if it's gonna hold this. What was our all-time high again?
That we just made 75.
No. The old one.
74, 356.
73,
808.
808. Probably depends on which exchange. Apparently, by the way, the Senate officially went Republican.
Yeah, I actually have that.
Right here. Counting their votes.
There you go. We got the majority. Man, I'm tired. I was tired this morning.
So we got the Senate, we got the House. Now we just need the presidency.
What time do you guys get up normally? I want to know in chat. What time do you guys usually wake up?
What time do you get up?
I got up at 6:15.
Oh, yeah, that's got to be.
Breaking, Nancy Pelosi has won her 20th term in the U.S. House of Representatives.
Wow.
Take a look, take a
20th
gander
term.
at that face right there. That's a spring chicken if I ever saw one.
Ew, stinky.
I guess that's why they said she's the most powerful Democrat. 20 terms. That's crazy.
I'm trying to see. Is there another
You just hit
entry?
the retweet button now. The one that looks like a circle, Alden. Pretty easy. 4 a.m. Dang, Kevin, why do you get up at 4 a.m.? 4:20.
Yeah, what's at 4 a.m.? You've been up for 24
4:30.
hours?
Golly, you guys have some serious. You guys must got some commutes, or you got to be in early. What? Why do you have to? Unless you have a lot to do, but I don't know. I guess my brother gets up around 4. So
I feel like some people like working out that early, and it's like.
That was why
I've never been up that early. I go
that's
to bed.
why I started
I don't go
doing
to bed. I
it,
go to bed at like
and that's
12.
the idea that I work out from 7 to 8. You know, it gives me some time to do some stuff, but I haven't been doing that. But a lot of 4 a.m. people, and you guys are still up. Are you guys on the East Coast? Is it midnight where you are?
Yeah, where are you guys located? That's what I'm curious. Where are you guys watching from right now? I saw a lot of people out of state here, or out of country, sorry. Curious to see where you guys are sitting. And of course, guys, if you haven't hit that like button, hit it as, just for the love here. Looking at the updates here, though. So yeah, 12-10 here. Nothing really new coming into 247 now, Trump. Was he already at 247? 247 electoral votes. Taking North Carolina, Utah, now Arizona. Looking to, man, we're still coming into the final points of these polls here. What am I missing that popped up on the chat here? It looks like he's taking both Wisconsin and Michigan and Maine. Oh my gosh.
Oh man, dude, look at your phone, Josh. Sam's blowing us up.
Sam's blowing us up?
Yeah. They took Michigan. We won the Senate, House seats. Trump 45% in Michigan, in Dearborn, Michigan.
Where are you reading this?
Our text, the group text me, you, and Sam.
Oh. Yeah, he's spamming me.
Oh, this
here.
is great. Can you turn on the audio on
I think Trump just secured the bag.
Yeah, I got you, Kelly.
Yeah. This is Tucker Carlson talking to Elon Musk about if he had lost. And this is the funny thing about all the discourse that they're talking about what Trump was going to do. Just listen.
Yeah. Well, X is, I think, the one place where you can find out the truth.
Yes.
And
the only place.
Oh, this is live?
So how much pressure,
Watch
to the extent you can say, has there been on you
That's a clip from
to shut it down or to censor it?
Well, I mean, apart from the multiple Democrats saying that they want to put me in jail, take away all government contracts from my companies, nationalize my companies, deport me as an illegal, and have me arrested because I'm apparently Putin's best friend.
That's crazy. They wanna
Nothing
take his
besides those
company.
things.
So you saw
That was the funny thing there. They said, what's the pressure you felt? Oh, nothing but all the things they said that Trump was going to do. They're basically threatening me with taking your company, nationalizing stuff, deporting you, and then also, you're Putin's best friend. Oh, yeah.
I'm so glad, dude. F you, Kamala Harris. Can we get some FUs in the chat? I'm sorry. I'm not sorry at all, actually. It was so gross to watch the propaganda spewed on every Republican. I mean, people were afraid to come out and even say who they're going to vote for because they were worried about the distaste that would come with it. And now they just all look like complete, utter imbeciles. So huge victories here. I just can't wait to see what the next 6 months has for us. Especially if this, dude, I want to see this. I want to see it confirmed. I'm not going to say anything until anything's confirmed because we were all there 2020. We saw what happened in the last moments. So again, it does look like though, I mean, when Samuel Arms is telling me, yo, bro, celebrate, it is a time for celebration here. But again, we don't have the finalized results here. We'll be sitting here with you guys in the chat until that happens. But this would be and will be the first crypto president and pro-Bitcoin president of the United States. Ross Ulbricht looking to go free. Bitcoin strategic reserves, yes.
We didn't even talk about that.
Ross Ulbricht going free. I had the opportunity to sit down for brunch with his mom at the Senator Blackburn brunch with Vivek Ramaswamy. And I mean, I can only imagine what she's going through right now in terms of happiness to see her son be able to walk free after, I think, it's been 10 years. It's been an excessive time zone.
I signed that petition back in like 2018. Ironically, Lynn Ross was one of the first, I think the very first crypto conference I went to. I met her and heard the whole, I'd already heard the story. I think it's from Digital Gold. But yeah, meeting the mother really puts it in perspective. Not saying he hasn't ever made any mistakes, but the way he was treated, absolutely unfair. The investigation, absolutely corrupt. I'll be interested to see what happens next. Like, what will be his next chapter? I wonder if he might take it. I wonder if he takes a job with Bitcoin Magazine doing some reporting or something.
Bill Ackman posted a few minutes ago. He said, if the election outcome is as I expected, it should cause the large minority of the country who supported Kamala Harris and predicted her victory to begin to question their sources of truth. Half the country has believed that X is filled with mis and disinformation, and that they could only therefore rely on the New York Times, MSNBC, CNN, ABC, all those other mainstream media for their news, and they did. If, however, you have been active on X for the last year, you have known the truth days, weeks, and often months before the facts appear in mainstream media. And typically, let's all be honest, all those facts end up get twisted into a concocted propaganda story once it gets there. So this is excellent to see that we are so close. We're so close. So let's keep our head up about us, because golly, let's just take a look at the weekly chart on Bitcoin and remember, we're consolidating at an all-time high. Just broke through it. We broke through it back here March 13th. We just did it again. And even if we get a pullback here, we are destined for greatness in this market, because remember, every asset underlying Bitcoin, meaning every fiat currency, gold, silver, everything out there inflates against Bitcoin. Therefore, meaning so long as there's not, a world outage of every electronic device on Earth, Bitcoin is programmed to go up, and we are here for it. And all of you have been here before 99% of institutions in the world population has. So congratulations to each and every one of you. Hit the like button for that. Hit a like button for yourself. Let's orange pill some people, because we about to rip, baby.
Yeah. So are we ready to officially call it as Discover Crypto Trump victory? Should I update the title?
No.
No, don't update.
No, I would love to, but guys, yeah. We've been there, done that. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is a victory, though, is this new swing position here.
Oh, hopefully. Rob Reiner said he was going to set himself on fire if Trump won.
Hey, I'm long it now. Let's pump this market, baby.
Beyonce said she's leaving the country. I guess there's no more Diddy party, so what would she say?
Yeah, they're all going to go hang out with Epstein, I guess.
Yeah, man, I thought Beyonce was going to pull votes. Yeah, no, dude, honestly, all the celebrities, I'd like them all to be exposed for how much money they took from the Democratic Party to campaign. Yeah, coming up, though, getting into some chart action here, guys.
I just wanted to update the title for the engagement purposes.
Jeez, go for it. Just do it. Just say Trump secures the bag.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Trump victory.
It will
Don't jinx us, TJ.
Well, more people would click on it. I promise you.
Do it. Trump wins 2024 election, $280,000 Bitcoin by December. No.
I'm going to do it. Shocking 2024 election results.
Shocking election. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Very much so indeed here. Yeah, Bitcoin gets some volatility here. It could come down to this, support range around 23,567. I want you to pull up your money flow charts. Let's see what we're getting at in real time here. But again, I am expecting quite a bit of a pullback here. Holy smokes, we to the upside. Holy smoke. If Trump wins, I just have a feeling this thing could rip to 75K.
Well, here's the deal.
All right, so just real quick, I'm getting the updates from the Mar-a-Lago. Rumors are Trump is on his way to deliver the acceptance.
Wow.
Rumors, unconfirmed. But we will have that live feed coming directly from where Trump is when that happens.
Yeah, so if I was looking at this purely on price action without the absolute volcano of bullishness that's about to break through the crust of the earth and shoot like Mount St. Helen into the sky and cover all of America in orange ash, beautiful orange ash. When I see price action doing this, where you have this momentum up, you have a higher low, and you have higher highs throughout this. One of the things I see when I see the momentum getting a little bit weaker coming into this, when you see this followed by all of a sudden a lower low of this is a very small time frame range. I'm watching on this move. If this does not break past this high, if we get this starts to roll over right here, this is signaling it'll likely come down. And in this case, based on the levels we outlined about, I don't even remember now. This time it could have been 6 hours ago. I did it hours ago. This area, I'm looking for a potential move from here down to here. Now, considering the news that's on the platter in the kitchen with that it's about to push out, I am not suggesting that this is going to come down here. Price action suggests this could happen, but the news narrative is so strong right now with the sentiment tied with politics to Bitcoin. And so many of you that do watch us for the Crypto Content Daily, some of you ask, why are you talking about politics? Let's get back to crypto. Well, this is unequivocally the most...
what? It's election day, homie.
Yeah.
For a Bitcoin president.
Yeah.
You want me to... What else is there to talk about? You want me to talk about how whales are accumulating on-chain metrics?
I know. I said the same thing too. Like Bitcoin just hit an all-time high. How is this not crypto?
Man.
We just had $1 million Bitcoin trade open.
You think Bitcoin just hit all-time high for no reason? No, dude. It is the election days for a Bitcoin president.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm liking this. I'm screaming tonight, dude.
By the way, if you guys haven't learned yet, anytime Josh does this, if you're using headphones, pull them off for a second because you're gonna hurt.
Just checking if you're listening. You know, just checking.
Sorry, what were you saying, Kelly? We were right in the middle of a rant.
Yeah, my bad.
We're up until the end of the year is what I'm saying.
So chat saying bring Jeremy back. How's he doing right now? Yeah, he did leave about 45 minutes ago.
Not because he's depressed.
No.
Yeah. He stayed way longer than we expected him to.
We really appreciated him coming and joining and hanging out. Obviously, Jeremy, one of our friends in the office here, does a lot of good stuff. He's our resident TikTok shop guy. So it was fun having him here. I do think he probably didn't want to come back on. I mean, I can't speak for him, but his timing was impeccable. I'll say that. Well done, Jeremy.
Well,
and I will say the way I describe him a lot too when it came to this is he is I would say he's an intellectually honest person that can have fair discussions on these topics. So I really do appreciate that.
Yeah, it is definitely.
Yeah,
this is kind of what I was talking about. It is a bit of a bear flag. So we have the lower low. You got the chart up there?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Now, it did break out of a bear flag earlier to the upside because of the market momentum, but I did want to point that out here.
Yeah, so we got this bear flag.
We need momentum to come in.
This is a bear flag right here, essentially. You can measure this. You can do it all the way down. I'm going to measure it a little bit conservatively. This target. Let's see if this lines up at all with the other target that we have below. And this is a little bit short of it. If you measure this from that point all the way to where that wick went, it's not necessarily correct. I have a feeling this. Gonna go look at that.
Look at that, dude.
Right to
is
that
it
target.
like?
So
is it just magic? How that works?
72.7 to 73,000.
How do you do magic like that?
And if that happens, I would expect, especially with the bullish momentum that's carrying through with all this positive political news that's in support of Bitcoin, that if we do get a move like this and then the news comes out, we'll probably get a pretty quick move up. But I mean, I could say, barring some massive black swan, like a true black swan, like a nuclear missile is fired, I don't think we're seeing 40,000. I don't think we're seeing 55,000. No.
Well, if you saw DZ's election video, we will never see. This sets the floor. We will never, see those numbers you were just mentioning again. It looks like this is Trump, Elon, and Dana White. That the future is going to be so fire. Yeah, Elon saying America is a nation of builders. Soon you will be free to build. Let's see what else he's saying. He's saying a lot tonight, I'm sure. Yeah, this is the same thing you played. Oh, we just read that. Yeah. All right, never mind. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, we're just scrolling. I mean,
everybody's just scrolling Twitter. Yeah, we're all in disbelief.
What is it? What's on
assets out of profit.
Watch some audio.
Yeah,
but like
which one? My computer or his computer?
What are we watching?
Do you have ABC on or something? What are you pulling up here? Is that Bitcoin Magazine?
That's just Bitcoin.
Yeah, let's pull up Bitcoin Magazine. Let's see what they're saying here.
The tax dollars.
Get some crypto
fundamentals. National Strategic Bitcoin Reserve. There were thousands of people in Nashville when this was announced, screaming, "This is great policy. We support it." Do you support it? If so, why? And what do you think about Bitcoin and the dollar?
I think it's going to be more
strategic reserve. I have no problem with it.
I would love to see CNN or MSNBC meltdown right now.
Well.
Try to see if you can find any footage. I know Joy Reid's freaking out right now. freaking out hard.
She on CNN or
Dude, she's definitely punching her monitor. Like, She pulled off her wig. You know.
Ballots is skewed heavily Democratic in 2020. I think what we're seeing is that has been compressed quite a bit. We're not seeing quite the red mirage, blue wave effect. I think we're seeing a little more geographic difference in when things are being reported. We're waiting on Philadelphia. We're waiting on Milwaukee. Whether that's enough to make up the deficit, Anthony and Major have demonstrated that really well. I think we're not going to see quite the same red mirage, blue wave effect that we saw in 2020.
All right, David, thank you. CBS News, America decides election 2024. We'll be right back. We will go back to our data desk and dive into the numbers to find out.
Associated Press or CNN?
Call him up here. I'm on the phone real quick.
Major projection.
Trade average entry point.
CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. This is the first of 7.
CNN projected that, but that was that's old.
Baby,
that's
I
old.
want live.
Yeah, that was still taking Pennsylvania by far now. He's starting to lead more and more and more and more.
Want to watch the ballot?
We have 6 more minutes. We'll see if we get another update. We're still waiting on Nevada here. Nevada, by the way, is let me go out of here quick. Let's go to Nevada being a total of how many of the 6 electoral votes? Not a ton there. Not a ton. Yeah, so again, it comes down to Pennsylvania, but we're looking at that victory in Wisconsin, Michigan. By the way, now 80% reporting in Michigan or Wisconsin. Again, all we need to really do is secure one of these states here. And of course, Donald Trump looking to secure that in Wisconsin. So the only question here is what happens to Bitcoin's price now? Getting some rejections here on the 100 moving average here. I'm just on the minute chart, but this is what we wanted to point out here is we have a lot of news coming out right now, and the market has been breaking out of what would be traditionally bearish patterns to the upside over the last, what would be 8 hours at this point. So, what I'd be watching for is stochastic now overextend again, but RSI momentum moving there. It could be another bounce here to the upside if the 7 were to cross over. If not, you're looking at that drawback, as Kelly pointed back down, to what was that, 73.5, 73.1? What were you looking for in terms of that extension to the downside?
The extension is about 72.7, but I expect that will be a bit short. Like also, you can kind of look at it from this kind of chop zone right, about 73 to 72.7, somewhere in this region.
And I'm watching, dude, liquidations open up above us, 75K. So again, you have a lot of liquidity now at 72.8, but these people do not want their shorts liquidated. So we're getting the short squeeze here. So still some movement potentially to the upside here in the 24-hour. Oh, it's popping up on the 24 hours. So could get one more move higher before we come back and consolidate. But you guys just need to keep that in mind as we, await these election results. It's going to be really based on the outcome of these results. If Donald Trump wins, I'm expecting some immediate emotion in these markets. As you can see from, of course, the Bitcoin Magazine CEO, emotionally excited. And that's not a bad thing whatsoever. We're all very extremely bullish in here. You just have to realize that bullishness, that emotional state rolls over into these markets. Huge swing right now on Bitcoin here to the upside here. So that long does look like it's going to play out here. We're up $7,000 again, up about 11%. So the degeneracy is looking to work into our favor here today, just playing these bull patterns out on the markets, getting resistance here at 74.3. But again, we're talking about the short squeeze. We're talking about the energy and the momentum coming out of these markets here, looking to take advantage of those short squeeze positions that bears have been so heavily allocating themselves to. You guys will notice that for me, we had a hedge position. We didn't keep allocating to that hedge position. We got stopped out. We looked for one more. We were like, all right, the markets are pricing in a Trump victory. We've been here with you guys for almost 8 hours now, analyzing every step of these market conditions and that volatility, showing how it rolls over into, of course, the outcome of who the elections favor. So, seeing this uptick here is just giving me even more confirmation bias on that Trump victory. It's very clear the markets want not only Trump to win, but that he could very potentially now even take that popular vote. And just as we mentioned, we're on a minute chart, so you got to take it with a grain of salt when we're drawing out a pattern there. But traditional bearish patterns and playouts, are becoming, a thing of the past when we're in that bullish momentum. And I want to go over to CoinMarketCap here real quick. So I wanted to show you guys, this is extremely bullish, right? The fact that on a 24-hour time frame, this is the first time. This is making me so excited. This is the first time we are getting movement in the damn altcoins. All right, Bitcoin's been moving by 5%. your altcoins move by 10%. Like, it's been huge moves, little altcoin action. But now that we're seeing Uniswap 25%, Dogecoin 25%, this isn't by chance.
Yo.
This isn't because, what do we got?
No, I'm just Uniswap 25% is crazy.
It's huge.
Yeah.
But what makes me think, the reason why this is, and I believe, wow, there we go, almost 10,000.
Stage lights are on in Mar-a-Lago.
$10,000 again here.
Keep an eye on that Bitcoin.
Another Bitcoin long. We'll see what happens at Mar-a-Lago. But the point is, altcoins are pricing in positive regulation. And we have been fighting this topic. I've been on Twitter Spaces in and out saying we need a Trump victory. People tell me, no, Kamala Harris is going to win. I'm fighting with degenerates on Twitter saying that crypto is going to somehow prosper under a Harris administration. Oh, under Biden, we got a spawn ETF and new all-time highs. Yeah, I don't care about Bitcoin.
By the way, that wasn't Biden. That was Larry Fink.
I would agree. But for I would say, well, I agree with you. I don't know how these people come to their consensus or their conclusion on their perspective on how Kamala would benefit this. Because like when you just look at the SEC, everybody's suing Uniswap, suing the crypto sectors, suing DeFi. Like that wasn't bullish at all. And if we were to see Trump win, Gary Gensler's gone. A lot of these lawsuits thrown out the window. Positive legislation being embedded and deregulation taking effect. Very positive for your altcoin portfolio. So I'm just excited. I'm very excited.
I do want to point out, too, you're talking about altcoins. This is the total 3, which is everything minus Bitcoin, Ethereum. I'm going to have the chart up. There we go. And this is a bullish pattern. This is a rising level of support, flat level of resistance. These are bullish patterns. And what you do here is you just take a dance party, because this means that there's a very strong likelihood we're going to get a move at some point where this isn't going to give you a price, but this is showing you as a whole, the altcoins are looking to make that next leg up. Now, if we don't get it immediately, we are coming into that apex where it is very likely soon. Does that mean things are going to completely outpace Bitcoin? No. It means that all those altcoins that you're holding are going to start moving, and some of them will outpace somewhat. But when we start getting that altcoin season,
I want you to keep going. I'm just going to say something real quick so we can get this as you keep going. As Kelly finishes thought out, TJ, can we figure out where Trump's going live? Do we know where?
Yeah, he's supposed to be going live where Aaron's at.
I have it.
Kelly's keeping.
Oh, you already have it. Okay, sorry. I wanted to make sure we had that. My apologies.
The stage lights are on. He hasn't come out yet, but we'll keep an eye on it. And I do want to see Alex Taylor here in the chat says as soon as it's officially called. As soon as it's officially called for Trump, we're going to see another pump before we go to bed. Watch and see. And somebody said, "Yeah, I think you're right, God Candle." What do you think about that? If we see it called, do you think we get a pump off this?
Well, let's just say this, TJ. I'm in a $2 million position right now. So, and that is long. We shorted, got that scalp perfectly. What a fucking team here between me and Kelly tonight. Shout out to you, man. Beautiful
you guys
fucking
are crushing.
trader,
Kelly,
bro.
Good job. Great stamina for both of you guys.
We're now up 12%. So I just allocated more to this position. I have heavy confirmation bias. Look, if I break even, I break even. We've made so much money here tonight, but yes, I do believe you're going to get an emotional push into that price action for Bitcoin if Trump is declared that victor here.
Look at this textbook right here on this. The break. Let me move this down so you can see it. The pattern here breaks out, comes down, retests this. If we start to break above this, this is going to signal that next leg is coming. We have the money flow rolling back up right here. We have the RSI. The strength is coming in. And guys, I mean, we have everything is just hinging on the next couple votes that they put here. And if we get that walkout of Donald Trump doing his little dance, making a little love, getting down tonight, we are going to have an incredible holiday season.
Yeah, we have been waiting for this for 4 years. So this has been a very exciting thing. As somebody in the chat says, I never stopped believing. And Daddy says, great name in the chat, by the way. If Bitcoin hits 75K, I want to see one of you do a dance. We did dance when it hit 75K earlier. But
guys, I'm going to dance. If Trump wins tonight, we get that explosive price action. We're up over $10,000 again in another freaking trade. Wow. This is just living proof that TA works. Markets react to both news cycles, that you can monitor and tell with money flows. And it just goes to show that, if you guys aren't in the BitLab Academy, go do so. Kelly's an amazing teacher and trader. He, of course, has his own groups as well, giving out amazing spot signals. So if we can get a shout out to here, BitLab Academy, I want you to pull it up because I just give so much respect to Kelly here. He's taught me so much as a trader myself. And you can see the double team action here. I mean, this has been a phenomenal night here, being able to just take both liquidations, money flows, and all these statistical perspectives and be able to, it's just ping pong, ping pong. We're just in, out, near perfectly. And we just demonstrated live to tens of thousands of people that if you put in the effort, if you put in the time, you can learn how to trade, you can actually make very successful money in these markets here. And by the way, guys, I want to point out that I started this trading account with $3,000. It is now worth roughly probably 120 to 130K at this point.
And that was like
3 months ago.
Yeah, not even.
And I was gone for an entire month for my wedding. So it is roughly 2 months of trading and price action with that trading price.
And I do want to say this has been an epic night. That deal technically expired when we broke past $73,808, but we're going to pin that up there in the top. You can still take advantage of that for 24 hours. You know what? Screw that. You can take advantage of that through the end of the week. You sign up 15 days free. And then it's about 35%, I think, off for the life of the account. We've got a huge number. I mean, I think we have 20,000 people in the Discord. We've got, 120 lessons, everything from on-chain, technical analysis, candles, candle patterns, psychology of trading, tokenomics. I mean, it's everything you could want in there. Take advantage of that while you can. And Josh is in there doing live streams and member streams with us regularly. And, BitLab, we also have our YouTube. We go live every day right after Discover Crypto. So for those of you that don't know, when you're watching Discover, you don't even have to do anything. You can just let it end. It'll automatically forward you into BitLab Academy. We break down the markets, charts, letting you know. We want to keep you on the right side of the trend because the more all of us succeed, the better it is for our friends and family. And we all become a mission statement to them to see what's possible. So I want you all to succeed. And golly, thank you all I'm just curious, everybody watching right now, type in, how long have you been tuned in? Have you just tuned in? Have you been here for 30-ish minutes, an hour plus, 3 hours plus? Because we've been going, since 4:30?
Yeah, we're coming up on 8 hours right now.
8 hours. I mean, we did a full day's work, baby. And you kind of turned that hourly wage into something respectable.
Just a little bit.
We did a full day's work after a full day's work.
We're up there a little bit. But yeah, I did want to share this video here. The momentum's completely shifted, guys. This is a mass walkout of course, the Kamala Harris watch party. This is Washington, D.C. This is the election party. This is where Kamala Harris would be announcing her acceptance speech, etc. Check out this 20-second clip.
Would be.
What?
Would be.
Oh, yeah, she would be. This is an energy that she will be. So just keep that in mind, of course, here.
Real quick.
I got something for you.
All right. What do you got?
All right, 20 seconds ago, Kamala has just canceled all public appearances and speeches tonight and won't be addressing supporters.
Ooh. Yeah, so I got the opportunity to retweet that or tweet that out earlier today. Yeah, that we have boots on the ground. That was even coming from Sammy Arms. Did he pull that up, or where did he pull this from?
Microphone.
So the rumors are true now, is essentially. Yeah, so it is, if the radio silence is deafening. And does look like Donald J. Trump is securing the victory.
Wait a minute here, though. Do you see this? You're seeing it too. The moving trucks with ballots arriving in Philadelphia tabulation centers. This is, it's that late night. Same thing's happening in.
Oh, what the heck?
Yeah. What are they saying? Anything? Let's see if there's.
They're like, hold up. We're gonna flip the script.
Looks like actually maybe there's some ballots.
We can't call it yet, guys.
And right now we see a police car escort with two different vans. But I do want to show you, Rachel, just come take a look through the window here because this is the one angle you can see election workers here in Philadelphia that is not there. Looks like actually.
They better not pull something.
Look,
I'm looking for this right here. This is what we're looking for.
I wanted to see that too. I almost put that out the other day. Let that sink in. That's so good.
It's not over. I'm telling people it's not over. We're not declaring early victory or nothing. Pauly Markets here still predicting that there's this 96% outcome here. Here we go. Let's get some conversation here from CBS.
To lean Trump.
So can you do that because let's say, as you said, Wisconsin is now lean Republican.
Mm-hmm.
So if she loses Wisconsin,
10 electoral votes.
Right. She might need the 11 electoral votes that is in Arizona.
Oh, she would desperately need the 11 electoral votes.
Right, that's the only path to victory.
That's it.
So where does the vote look like now in Arizona?
Arizona, when you were at the board with me a little bit ago, we were at 51%, Nora. We're at 52% now. It has not really moved that much. The needs for Harris, 50. Our projection's 51%. That same designation we had a little bit ago because they just haven't counted that much vote
Hope is real.
in Arizona.
Stand by. We have a CBS News projection for the battleground state of Georgia and its 16 electoral votes. We can project that Georgia is that Donald Trump is the projected winner in the state of Georgia.
It took him that long to call Georgia. Jeez.
Our first projected winner of the night, Georgia, for Donald Trump.
The first flip.
The first flip. As we know,
That's 16 more.
Joe Biden
16
won
more electoral votes
Georgia
going to
4
the
years ago.
Republican candidate. They do
That's
not want to
significant.
update this on Google. They're
And
like,
I can give you a
"Please, we
little
can't."
taste of why that is if you look at the exit polls for Georgia. And we look at three groups here.
Yeah, Kinetic says you can hear the desperation in their voice.
The first is independence.
He
He
just got
won
locked in
54 to
Pennsylvania, that's it.
43.
He's actually just got
That's
locked
an
in any of these
11-point victory with independence. In 2020, Biden was the one who won independence. Voters of age 65 and older. We told the story about how in the Midwest, the older voters are going for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump. Well, not in Georgia. 59 to 40. That's a 19-point victory with voters over age 65 in Georgia. And then finally, white, non-college degree. Remember, that was always going to be a good group for Donald Trump. But Kamala Harris...
huge margin.
Gargantuan. 81 to 18.
Yeah.
If Harris was going to have to do well anywhere, it was because she was going to have to live in the mid-30s in that number. That's a deep Trump stronghold, but you've got to at least be competitive with your opponent's stronghold, or at least eat into it. She was not.
Now, one thing about Georgia, though, it does not have the size of an electorate of white non-college degree that Michigan and Wisconsin do. Almost 50% of the electorate in those two states is white non-college degree.
But the reason she's having problems there is because it's a larger share of the electorate, and she's not doing well enough in that larger share. It was always a share that Donald Trump was going to get. That was never a question. But she has to do well enough in that group and then do well in her groups, and she's just not doing well enough with white non-college, whether it's in Georgia or in the Midwest.
And perhaps our CBS data going back to September should have forewarned us on this. If you look at the way economic concerns resonated, 8 in 10 voters at that time told CBS their income wasn't keeping up with.
I think the only reason I don't think this race was ever really that close. The only reason people thought it was really close was because the media. They just pushed it over and over and over and over.
And they show you how. Doesn't that show you how strong the media is?
Yeah.
You know, it's like people calling in from New Zealand. Guys, let us know in chat here if you're outside the United States. Do you see Donald Trump portrayed as, evil or fascist, or do you see him as somebody that could be a really good president in the United States? Because the propaganda is far and wide.
Kelly's fading; they can see it.
Yeah, far and wide out there. And if you guys need to, skate out, I'm gonna try to remain another 30, 45 minutes here. I would love to see. We're coming down to the final minutes here. We just need one of these states, and so we'll know within about 45 minutes or not whether or not the results will be determined tonight. But I'm not missing Donald Trump being declared the next president of the United States live. I am not missing that.
I've got to see him do the speech.
I got to see the acceptance speech. We fought for this. I mean, seriously, we have fought for this for years when it comes to Bitcoin and crypto, people not taking us legitimate, especially from a political perspective now on top of it. Is I've had these conversations nonstop. Josh, you're crazy. He's far right. You're MAGA. They use MAGA as a slur nowadays. And it's like, no, I'm looking at this from an economic policy perspective. I see the benefits to crypto and blockchain, how that can boost the value of the US dollar and help you as a citizen. It's not even just for me. It's for us. It's for altcoins. And that sounds selfish, but look, I am going to be selfish. I want these markets to succeed. I want inflation to come down. I want cost of living to drop for the everyday American. I want mortgage rates to be affordable so I can buy a home without needing to buy cash. But we got TJ coming here with breaking news.
They're setting up the teleprompter. Trump is definitely going to come out. They're going to try to get up close to this. They're going to try to get pictures and stuff. But okay, so yeah, they're getting ready for him to come out and make his acceptance speech.
And just so you know, you said something very key and pivotal there that I think resonates beyond what people really understand. You said we fought for this. This is what Donald Trump was talking about when he said fight. People misconstrue it and say back on January 6th or all this other stuff that he was alluding to people fighting. Well, if you take that same stance, you have to take the same approach to every riot and every I don't even know what the word is. My brain's not working at this point. What do you call it? Gathering of protest. that happened, on the Democratic side. That's not the case. This is fighting for what I believe is actually helping maintain and preserve democracy in our Constitution, freedom of speech, freedom of health care. RFK is on the ticket, and people call him a crackpot because of his ideas don't line up with who? They don't line up with the dollars that are being made to make sure you stay sick so they can continue to prescribe you stuff. That's why let's put out a smear campaign.
Yeah, the sick care system. I like it when people call it that. That makes a lot of sense.
Yep. No, I completely agree. And it's the moment of relief. And it gives me hope because, there's been conversation around this office. I mean, guys, we're seriously talking about, okay, if they're going to raise taxes, if they're going to make it harder for entrepreneurs, they want to get rid of TikTok from the Democratic side. We're talking millions, we're talking our livelihoods. We're talking, and not even just ours, we're talking about millions of Americans' livelihoods. So it's good to see that the American people are choosing the right choice to freedom. The left is not the choice of freedom. Kamala Harris is not the choice of freedom. She's in fact the opposite of freedom. She is more far left, socialistic, communistic. There's a lot of we can go a long range there, but wanting to censor free speech, wanting to reduce your want to take away your Second Amendment rights, wanting to Kamala speaking.
Did you send a link or
wait? What did you say?
Somebody in the chat said Kamala.
Still not over yet, but man, holy dude! Imagine this just flips. It could. Imagine it just flip. We get that same chart we saw in 2020, just bing. Kamala's the winner, and then
wait.
Oh, I have it on. I have it on.
May God keep you and go.
Hold up.
To fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken.
Are they election denying?
So you won't hear from the vice president tonight. But you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
She's drunk.
So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you.
Hold up. Let's go back to that picture here.
Housing, and the main
overnight to fight to make sure.
Look at the audience.
That every vote is counted.
Wait for it.
That every voice has spoken, so you won't hear.
All right, hold on. Watch the Bitcoin Magazine one. They're playing the intro music.
Okay, well, put it up. I just wanted to point out there's nobody at Washington D.C. right now.
And I want to point out that
they all left.
Anybody with dignity, like she could come out and say the same thing. She could come out and make a very inspiring, very heartfelt thing, saying, "I'm not gonna, call it tonight. I'm going to wait till all this happens, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to make another speech tomorrow." It did not have to be that guy.
Yeah, no, it didn't. That's terrible that she didn't do that, actually, because Trump's going to address it right now. Watch this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's not. Oh, you're putting it along?
I can't log in on.
Yeah, it's weird that she doesn't come out and talk to her voters. Yeah, it's like, why wouldn't you just come out and say, "Hey guys, we believe in this. We have the victory and lock."
It's spineless.
Our elections are working. Our system is fair. But no, they sent out a campaign manager to be like, "We got to count all the votes, make sure that everything's right." It's like, we got my chart up here.
Yeah, they haven't pushed it yet. They're getting ready. And I'm reading.
Oh, got you. Who's on that panelist?
Oh, that's Joe Calasari. I've been on quite a few panels with him.
The New Democrats,
he's busy drinking
the Bill
with
Clintons, the Al Gores of the world,
he's a lawyer.
came to power in the party, the DLC Democrats as they were known back then, and they actually were able to move it more open to a more open internet. This became a pillar of their platform. This is where the famous Al Gore saying he invented the internet came from, right?
Good old Al.
And I heard a commentator earlier, and I pushed back against it because I really don't believe it. They said, the Democratic House is not going to move forward with this. I totally disagree with that. I think you will see it will be so fast the move from some of the Democrats, your head will spin, because I absolutely think because I've talked to some of these congressmen, and they're coming at it from a place where they're really just following marching orders from a few minority voices in the party.
Right.
But you're seeing already the beginnings of a transition. I mean, there was a vote breaking party lines from Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer to repeal SAB 121. Okay, so I think there's the beginning of that's coming, and I think after this result, where it was such a big role, where it was one of the the biggest sources of donations for Republican candidates, I think it's going to be a big movement on the Democratic side. Not all of them, but maybe by 2028 you get a huge portion of them. Maybe in 2026 you get twice as many as we have right now. It's incremental, but it's coming.
Yeah, appreciate that. Just one other thing, going back to the excitement point that we were initially touching on. You deal with you look at markets very broadly, not just Bitcoin, but financial markets in general. Do you notice that maybe people who are coming to this from a TradFi angle, and even to speak a little bit to Faryard, coming from Goldman Sachs and understanding traditional markets, it's very easy to look at Bitcoin as just another asset. It's a lot of fun to go down the rabbit hole to understand how it can change the human race. Do you feel that tends to be the case, or is it more often than not when people come from the traditional world, they're like, oh, this is has higher beta than most other assets. They look at it through that lens. What do you see when you see people coming from that traditional world?
I mean, I have had this conversation with so many investors. They've called Bitcoin originally like the digital.
Again, everybody, our guy on the ground there, Aaron, from our office is there at Mar-a-Lago. He said that they're starting some music up. He should be walking out soon. They're getting everything set. So on this, what we're watching should switch over when that happens.
Never sent a Bitcoin transaction. And I always say, like, the magic moment for me, because I invested, since I was very young, all sorts of different markets. But the magical moment for me was when I actually sent a Bitcoin transaction. And it is beautiful.
It's amazing.
It's an incredible experience. And if you're listening to this and you've only had Bitcoin on Coinbase or a major exchange, or if you've only bought the ETF, just buy a small amount of Bitcoin and play with the actual transaction mechanism of Bitcoin.
Right,
It is fantastic. It will change your entire, and the ability to take self-custody and the ability to have ownership over a key. These things are incredible, and I think that everybody that's in the TradFi world, they're still at the point like, oh, it's just like buying shares. It's just like allocating this. And the ETF in some respects has made that worse, right?
Totally.
They've never they've never taken control of it. But all of this is a good thing. This is incremental. It gets people comfortable with it, and then eventually they'll move to the place where a lot of us are, where we take self-custody, we use Bitcoin as it was intended, and it just takes time. That's all it is.
I think that's fair. A question about, it is exciting to not only have this new kind of money, it is exciting when the number goes up. And I know some people, it's like we like to sort of play that down. I like when the number goes up. I like having more purchasing power. I like having, more basically
Shout out to Astronaut tuned in from Guam.
Talking about a topic like money on the left, I know I was a registered Democrat for most of my life. It's a bit of a taboo thing. Have you become greedy?
I do want to give a quick shout out to Bitcoin Magazine and all the great work that they did, orange pilling the Trump campaign administration. I do feel strongly that this, the work they did was patriotic, historic, 100% cypherpunk, and will no doubt impact and shape the world for years to come. They really, David Bailey did an incredible job. Bitcoin Magazine, if you guys don't know, they're the ones who put on the Bitcoin conference, getting Trump out there, helping him understand Bitcoin, how it could help the U.S., how it could help the dollar instead of be a threat to the dollar. Having him be an advocate for self-custody, I think, is huge. I think a lot of people underestimate that. So huge shout out to Bitcoin Magazine. Proud to be working with you as a partner today. Proud to be able to help some of this coverage on your main channel. So huge shout out. Thank you for all the many people who have been doing work there. This is a pretty amazing moment, really.
I mean, they converted, I would say, super conservatively, at least 5 million.
Isaac.
Yeah, absolutely. Bitcoin, the Bitcoin crowd absolutely impacted this election, and there's no denying it. People will. This is history right here that you guys just witnessed.
Truck Dano says Trump is edging us at this point.
He is. So is Bitcoin.
Yeah, and again, guys, tonight's not over.
It's not over, but
that's why we're up $16,000 in this long position now.
Hold
on. Yeah, this just keeps going. Another 16K here. 21% on that position here. Calling that exact bottom. Shout out to Kelly for helping me on that position here. Running out of energy to even talk about how much money we're up tonight. It's just exhausting at this point that Republicans just have to step up the plate to save democracy, to make money. It's crazy out there. No, jokes aside, guys. Yeah, it's getting up there.
Trump will make the tissue factories great again, and it's starting tonight, baby.
Selling a lot of Kleenex.
Honestly, yeah. Who do we long for that?
Kleenex.
Yeah. Is it Kleenex
Kleenex is a brand? Yeah, It's like Band-Aid. Band-Aid. It's so fun talking about those things that are brands that end up owning the category by definition, like Band-Aid, Kleenex.
I barely ate today. I need more food. Holy
Jet
shit.
ski.
I had 4 pieces of pizza today. That was my food. Well, no, I had breakfast.
I was wondering why I was hungry again.
I can't stop eating.
That's what I'm supposed to do. I keep getting reminded here. I'm just so tired, guys. My bad. Let's go ahead and do this Twitter giveaway. Let me get it ready.
Do that.
I'm sorry about that, guys. I was literally
there. Yeah, there's pizza.
Let me get this going here. If you could just pull up ABC while I put this together. Oh, I got it actually already. So for you guys that didn't know, now we're up $17,000, $18,000 or so. That is just going. So, hey, it looks like we made back that $1,000 we're about to give away here. But going to the Joshua J channel, guys, if you didn't enter, let me do one last chance for everybody to enter here. I totally forgot. That's on me, guys. I dropped the ball here. It's late. Give me a little bit of a break. If you guys want, go to my Twitter. And if you want to enter a $1,000 win, I'm choosing one giveaway picker. And let me put it out this way. Only 129 entries because I said you have to retweet. You have to repost this, guys. So if you haven't already, I'm going to share this with the chat here. If you guys repost our Twitter live stream, I will go ahead and enter you into this raffle here. You have less than 5 minutes, 1 p.m. or 1 a.m., guys. 1 a.m. we are choosing the $1,000 giveaway winner here live in chat with you guys. So,
how many people watching on X, by the way? I think it was like 7K or something like that.
We have over 13,000.
Oh, 10K.
10K,
Yeah, nice.
10,000 views right now. Yeah, 10,000 live viewers. So if you guys are on Twitter, if you guys are on YouTube, repost the live link here, guys. Repost it and like it. If you're not liking it, you're weird, okay? Repost it for us. Be beautiful out there. I'm going to go ahead and repost it like I just did from the Blockchain Basement Twitter out here. But we're doing a $1,000 giveaway here to some lucky winner in the chat. Bitcoin's ripping to the top. We're now up $18,100 in this new position here. Massive gains in our portfolio today.
It's been a good day.
It's been a pretty decent. It's been all right. Look, it could have gone the other way.
It sure could have.
It could have gone the other way, and this would be a lot less lively of a stream out there. But while we have 4 minutes left, Kelly, I hate to do this to you. Can you please pull up the money flow chart one last time, just so I know what to do with this entry point? We're about to retest these all-time highs. All-time high was 75K. We got a little bit of resistance at 74,980. I mean, we're within.
What did I say earlier? Golly, everybody, what did I say? I was like, price will likely do a lot of whipsawing. What do we see? Price move up, whipsaw up, flush the shorts, flush the longs, flush the shorts, flush the. This is just straight up shake and bake right here, and I helped. And what we're seeing here is
he's been hanging out in the South.
Yeah, there you go. It's shake and bake, and we can see the money flow is starting to tick up. But again, once we get Trump walking out on stage, if he has a smile on his face, if he doesn't have a representative come out and speak for him, you can bet your bottom dollar. I'm going to start just talking country here. We're going to be breaking out to the stuff. It's getting fun right now, guys.
With some Southern hospitality. Yeah. Guys, we are now at 236 entry points. So I see a lot of you guys are waking up because you realize there's $1,000 on the line, guys. Again, hit that like, repost this. Over 10K view here is now on X. You guys got less than 4 minutes to enter this. 1 a.m. I am going ahead and enter it into the retweet picker. You will no longer be able to be qualified. So if you haven't done so, make sure you guys repost that. And of course, come back to the view here. 10.1K now. As we monitor that, though, again, great point here. We're about to head into the $20,000 category again, up about $19,000 in this new position here. And you know what I'll probably end up doing here, guys, is adjusting my stop loss to about 10K profits here, because I do want to see the.
Don't put it too close like we did last time.
Yeah, I'm not putting it. That's why I'm putting it halfway, not within. Yeah, good point. Good point there. Let me refresh these metrics here. So yeah, more liquidity still open up above us. I think we actually have a chance to run past 75K here. And when you look at the 12-hour time frame, I mean, the liquidity, yeah, it's below us. There is a lot open up. If we break through 75K, you're going up to 75.6. I mean, that is your next liquidation resistance area. So we're in a great position here today. We are excited for these markets. I couldn't be happier than the plays we've been swinging with.
You know what'll be interesting?
And let me draw this out, though. Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, go ahead. Draw that out. But while you're doing that, I'm thinking about it. We probably opened a mother of a CME gap today. Because we did all this while the markets were closed.
No, Bitcoin futures are open. They'll be open. There should be. Let me see.
Because and if we did, I bet it's a huge one. Now there's a chance.
No, yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, okay.
That's 75,300 on here. It has to be. It'd be Friday.
Oh, only over the weekend.
It would have been over the weekend. Yeah, gotcha. But what is there is Nasdaq, right? So the Nasdaq futures tomorrow. You're gonna probably see the Nasdaq open on a white. So it might dwarf See this gap here we created? This was that uncertainty of elections. It might not even fill this. It might
That's
just
kind of what I'm saying. That's where I was going.
This.
You know, we always talk about how they fill like 87% of the time. Well, this would be one of those 13% where potentially just rips so hard that we just rip right past it.
Can I get rid of this? Can I? How do I?
Yeah, X over there.
See an X?
I think I don't, but I thought there's usually one just off to the right. Or try the escape button.
What are you trying to do?
Okay, I just reloaded on. I don't know what happened. All right, we got a big selling candlestick. Oh my God, we're bleeding. We're going to zero. We're going to zero, guys. It is breaking down here live. So yeah, now 60 seconds away here, guys. Make sure you guys are entering that position here for that $1,000 giveaway winner. Let me go ahead and refresh this one last time. Yeah, again, you got, well,
let's go. Cut
the Trump. Okay, I'm pulling this up here, guys. I'll have it ready for you guys as soon as he's done speaking.
Joe, for someone like you coming from traditional markets,
of course that would happen.
You're a lawyer. Did you ever expect to be doing a Bitcoin magazine live stream on election night? With,
oh, they're just prepping. Okay, copy link. I said one. Do I do it right now?
Find the person. Yeah, we don't have to send it.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. Yeah, I'm picking it now. You guys got to be in by now. You got to do this. Retweet. All right, guys, here we go. Drum. Okay, I'm not going to click this. I'm giving away $1,000. So until I click this, I need to see W's in the chat. We're just going to do W's. Wake up, guys. I want to see if you're excited to win this $1,000. Who's going to win this right now? Once I see the chat broken, I will click pick a winner. So double that W's in the chat. Wake up. Hit that like button. W's in the chat nonstop. I'll be choosing this in less than 60 seconds, guys. So here we go. Who is going to win the $1,000 giveaway here tonight? As Bitcoin, of course, bounces towards new all-time highs here. $74,824. The W's are raining in. They want that money. They want that $1,000 giveaway pick. And tell you what, guys, if we get a breakout to the upside, I have to hit a $25K trade. We got to hit a $25K trade. We'll do back-to-back $1,000 giveaways. But first, we have to get through these first points, and we'll make a new, I guess, polling effort. I don't know. I'm broken here. I'm out of words, Kelly. I'm out of words today.
Just run the pick again.
Just running the pick again. Here we go. Picking the winner. They broke the chats. And the winner of the $1,000 giveaway here cannot read properties of undefined reading.
Is that a name?
What just happened? Refresh? You got to refresh it. It just blue balled you.
Retweet. Yeah, put it on retweet.
Retweet and pick a winner.
There it goes.
10%. Cannot defend a winner. Identify. Okay, so let's go to another giveaway pick. Go to this one.
Twitter picker. Is that what you were? Oh, yeah, there you go.
Can't use this website anymore.
Comment picker. That's one you have to log in, though.
No, I got to do the.
Hey, while you're figuring that out, we'll listen to what these guys.
Being harmonious, like they can exist together. Bitcoin and the dollar along side by side. I believe that is true. I think for at least the near future, 10, 20 years, I think they can, in fact, come together and promote it while Bitcoin rises as a technology. But eventually, right, like I think we all hope in the room that Bitcoin will sort of gain market share against even the dollar.
Sure.
And that's sort of the long arc of where Bitcoin is going. But as it stands right now, from our perspective, we have to acknowledge the bias and recognize that there are billions of people across the planet that don't have the blessings of the U.S. financial system, our courts, all of our property rights that were described earlier. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
And that's something I've missed, I think, in our conversations about Bitcoin.
Yeah. On that note, Margot, I think you were at both the Oslo Freedom Forum this year as well as the HRF Global Bitcoin Summit. I know I was brought to tears at a few moments at both of these events. Could you maybe give a bit of a recap for Bitcoin being used in this human rights context and maybe a little bit of what you learned from both of those events?
Yeah, actually, it amazes me what human rights activists are doing with Bitcoin, and I mean the amount of struggle that people face in the world is beyond anything we can imagine.
I never do that.
Here
I
in
just
the
do
US.
it straight from Xpicker.
I mean, they brought in people who have been imprisoned and tortured and can kind of laugh about it,
at this point, right?
At this point. And when you see them and you see how human they are and what they've experienced, I mean, it's very humbling. And the fact that they're here and they come to these events and they're excited and they've actually used it to.
All right, so let's mute that real quick. Shout out to Gabe RW here. It ended up picking. I just had to reload the page and log in here. Total tweet engagements with my. Honestly, shout out to this guy. He's engaged over 788 times to our channel here over at Discover. So, Gabe, shout out to you. Infernal_111. Don't worry, stick around here, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and of course share this on X. Oh, I got to do that from. Should I just post it from Blockchain Basement?
Sure.
Because.
Or shoot me that. Shoot me that link? Just send it to me on Slack. Send it to Drew on Slack.
Okay.
Because I'm logged
hide my
in
screen
as
real
you
quick.
over here.
Hide my screen real quick. I just don't want to go into.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah.
Congratulations, Gabe.
Congratulations, $1,000.
Can we get W's in the chat for Gabe? Thank you, guys. W's in the chat for Gabe. So we got to get that IV injection or something.
We're tired. We're fading
where's
fast.
the
now I'm signed out of Slack. What the F?
I've been up since about 5:30 a.m.
There you go.
Yeah,
all right, I just sent it to you on as intern here on X. There we go.
Oh, you sent it on X?
Wow, we're almost at 75K right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're at $21,000 on the. We're up 20K, 21K. Yeah, I sent it to you on Slack.
Oh, on Slack. Okay.
Yeah, I sent it to you on Slack.
Up 12. I'm up 19%. Just popped.
Hey.
Let's freaking go, baby. We're popping up here, guys. Popping up here. 21K. Can we see 30K? Can we see 30K? Let me ask. If we break, what if we break out of this, right? We break out of is and let's make sure and monitor that they're not live, that Trump's not speaking right now.
Wait, where did you got to send it to Drew?
I sent it to to Drew. Sorry,
that's where I'm
TJ. My bad. There you go. It's now sent to you. What is the price breakout here past 75K? What would be the next resistance? 75.5, 75.8?
Well, it's going to be a little bit of hype, but is it going to be a carry through like volume and flow and all that kind of stuff? But as it stands right now, let's look at this. I don't even want to pull a fib extension on a larger time frame. It would just do it from here. Alt F.
There it is, 75K, guys. We just hit 75K. We just hit. We're going to break through 75K right now. This is insane. $75,000 Bitcoin.
Basically 76.9. 77 is the next immediate target, and then the one after that is
7. Let's go,
guys. If I could cry,
83.
This would be the time. 75.1. We're hitting new all-time highs right now. Again, $75,000, $100, guys. New all-time high for Bitcoin in the chat. $75,000, 75,118. The price action is going to the upside here. We're now up $23,000 here. We did get a huge wick there. Don't like seeing that. Let's see if that was a liquidity grab or a rejection.
We did call Georgia.
Yep, that might be, hold up, that might have been a massive rejection piece there. Holy smokes, the downside. Let's see if it gets bought up here. Does not want to break through 75K here. Volatility coming in. You see that liquidity swing here live here on that minute candlestick. But again, back up to 74.8. This could show that it wants to break past that, but man, we did just had a new all-time high at $75,100. So what we're going to have to see here, can we get the money flow chart coming in? Are we getting a reversal here? Is that what's taking place here? Is the sell-off coming in? That was a huge sell wall was at that level there. So I don't know if we're going to get that upside action here or a complete drawback here because institutions were ready to sell on that market. Let's see if we get stopped out for the $10,000. I think we have a really wide safety net here, though. So we're back up to, man, that holy smokes. What's happening on the money flow? What's happening right now? Dude, check that out. That is crazy liquidity.
It's just chop. I think it's just the last little throws of liquidity grabbing before about to walk out. They declared Georgia.
Oh my gosh.
Georgia on. We got more electoral votes there.
Let me see. I just refreshed it here. 247 Trump, 210 Harris. Wow, Nevada coming out in favor of Trump here by far. Arizona coming out in favor if Trump. Yeah, Donald Trump's got a multi-percentage point lead in Nevada with 75% reporting, 90% in Pennsylvania now. It looks like she lost Pennsylvania. Michigan, 60% reporting Trump. Huge win. Wow, this is embarrassing for Harris. Not only is she going to lose one blue wall state, she might lose 6. That is the most embarrassing presidential run in modern day history, if that's a take. That is insane, dude.
That's what I'm saying.
Not only did she, the tight race, she just needs one.
Right.
None. Zero.
zitch.
Not a tight race. Not
44% New York heavy. That is an insane margin for Trump. Popular vote is the Donald Trump here, I think.
Look at that. Yeah, 62 million to 57 million.
That is insane.
Look at how much California is red. Look at
that. By the way, so if you did comment to Gabe here for winning on the chat here, if we can message him from your account.
Yeah.
Just so we can. And Gabe, hey, I would love to send it to you tonight. I'm going to tell you right now, we're probably also tired. As soon as we get home, we're going to. So work with us here, guys. The $1,000 will be in here. We'll make sure that we talk to you guys on the stream tomorrow and everything. It will be in your guys' pockets here. We'll get your USDT in a Twitter DM. But again, we'll just make sure we get that here within the next 12 hours for you guys. Just message us on Twitter. That sound fair? I think that sounds fair.
Yeah, I'll send him a message. Did you see this though? Look at this. Popular vote. Hold on, let me go see if I can go back.
Are we getting a
popular
reversal
vote? 62 million to 57 million. Half of California is going. Oh wait, you pulling something up?
Oh yeah. Sorry. Let's do. My bad. Let's do one last minute check here. Stochastic looks like a double bottom here. I think we just leave this position open until he comes on stage. I don't know what this was though. I don't like this. This is crazy liquidity movement. This is insane. That was this stick here.
Yeah, that's gonna be hard to break. What is that number right there? That yellow line.
This is 74,953 is that like heavy resistance. But we shot through it. It filled orders, wiped out to the downside there. So to me, it actually says that it wants to take this. But
what's max pain? Everybody's expecting a pump when Trump wins, or all this kind of stuff. There is cautious approach. That's like maybe we got a little.
Chat, do we close for 14K or do we just leave it open? A hard question. What did you say, TJ, though? I think it wants to keep pushing, dude. It gives me... I think this money flow wants to break this. We just watched a windshield wiper. That was his windshield wipers. Click, click. And there was a bunch of orders at 75.1 because it literally tapped it. Huge sell wall. Your order came in. That's what this candlestick here is. Huge selling pressure. So we need to see volume come back into this. But I think 75.5 might be in the cards here, guys. I'm going to leave it open here. Especially, I'm definitely waiting for Trump to come out here. Someone goes, close it.
I think
Can we take a poll?
Let's take a poll. Surprise on the Senate
close
side.
It, yes or no?
That's a lot less fun, but sure.
Oh, I mean, hey, it's interactive.
If I lose,
they get to decide whether or not I make $10,000 or I make potentially $30,000. So the world is in their hands. My portfolio is in their hands. Sorry. Close half, Josh. That's actually a good idea. Sometimes chat be out here.
The alt portfolio that I've shared.
What is your alt portfolio?
I have a position alt portfolio. I don't really trade. It's altcoins we've been stacking into. Balanced sort of portfolio. We've been sharing on the BitLab since February. We've been building this. And when things are down, I'm just showing you can have a position. If you have conviction in something, then you can lower your average entry by taking advantage of those dips. And some of the things were really in the red, and some of the things have basically only ever been in the green. However, on today's, I'm up $12,000 in that portfolio today.
Hell yeah!
And this is all this is BitTensor, Link, Aerodrome, Ondo, Avalanche, Near, Render, Injective, ASI, Dot, Matic, Stacks. What's it? Moonwell. I can't even, my brain's not even working anymore. AGI, SMT, and all different allocations, but the market, every single one of them is green today.
So it was a complete liquidation grab, by the way. We ate through that liquidity above us on the 12-hour here. So now if we break past back 75K, we're going to be approaching 75.5. That looks like the next resistance. Opening up more, though, 74. So now some support around that range. Just right below us.
Well, 80% of the chat says leave it open.
Did they see leave it open? You guys are degenerates. I love it.
They're always gonna say
I love it.
They don't care. It's not their money. It's much more entertaining if it's open.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I would.
But there is liquidity to the downside pretty heavily here, so we need to monitor this.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Think about their incentive. It's much more interesting to watch you make money or get liquidated.
Who wants to watch Josh get liquidated? Dude, there's liquidity though all the way up to 77K now, which is just. You wouldn't even 3 weeks ago fathom that this was possible. Daily, guys, very much needed to cool off here. You're looking at $1.4 billion in liquidations to downside versus only 400 million. So the offset here is pretty large. But again, we're watching the short squeeze. So if we break past 75K, yeah, I think you might be able to touch that 75,600 zone. And Bitcoin definitely wants to test this here. The 5 minute though, the 1 minute, MACD looking to reverse. It's got strength. It's got strength, Kelly, coming in. I'm interested in seeing your money flow chart one last time here. Just to see if we got that.
Also, I got to give Allie another shout out one more time. She called 75K. She's the only one who called 75K.
That's crazy.
And I was like, that seems so much. And
that's TJ's wife, by the way.
Yeah, it's my wife, Allie. Yeah. So
I was like, no, there's not. I'm shorting.
Yeah.
Boom. 75K, man. What a time to be alive in these markets.
We got the money flow had come up on the 1 minute. It is a little bit flat right now. The RSI did break down along with it, and it's looking like it wants to reverse. However, as you look at this, right, let me make this much bigger so we can see it. The RSI is trying to reverse up, but you see it's kind of curling right at this moving average. This gets rejected here and starts pushing down, then this will likely make some move down, maybe down to 73.9 or somewhere in this region. But again, we're sitting here on pins and needles with Trump edging every single one of us. Come out. I'm sure the only reason he hasn't come out is because they're waiting on maybe one more swing state to have a little bit more firmed up grip on what's going on. You got to get that little.
Man, I love this late night talk. It's just me and Kelly with firmed up grips and some Bitcoin charts. You know what I'm saying? It gets volatile. It's a wild ride out there. When 80K. Maybe, dude, imagine you just get a God candle if Trump is declared victor. I mean,
let's take a look at them.
Do we know historically what the greatest minute candlestick is?
Minute?
Dude, I'm 15 minute. Let's say 15-minute time frame. Yeah, is there like a 50-minute candlestick out there that is like $5,000?
Man, I don't even.
Like when Elon Musk announced he was, bringing Bitcoin to Tesla or buying Bitcoin.
Here's the deal. You want to talk percentage basis? Because there's probably pretty massive ones in like 2013,
biggest
2016, but it'd be like $9.
No, biggest
but
dollar
it's like the 300% gain.
Yeah, I'm saying like it has to be a dollar amount, like $5,000 candlestick. Chat, let's see if chat knows here. Rebattling that 75K level again here, back up above $20,000 in this position. Might be our best trade yet, chat. Might be.
Definitely probably our best trading day.
Hey.
Or night.
Yeah, it's been a great night. Great nights. And a Trump victory. Dude, I will forever look back at this night as our best trading day.
This has been a fun stream. Go ahead, sorry.
First Bitcoin president. This is history tonight.
This is
history tonight. We were here. We did this. I get to show my kids this.
And huge shout out to the Disco fam, everybody hanging out with us, talking in the chat. This has been super fun to do this with all of you guys. Wouldn't want to be hanging out with anybody else. It's been really fun having everybody here in studio, as well as all of you guys. Like Josh was just saying, this was history that we just witnessed. Forget about first female. This is the first Bitcoin president, and that is going to go down to change the world for the rest of time. Let's go. Department of Government Efficiency. Might be a little optimistic, but let's end the Fed.
And you know what? I'd love next round. I'd love
just throws that in there.
Why not?
You know what? Like, we got everything else, but why not throw
if Ron
end the
Paul's
Fed in
on
there?
The team, that's in the discussion, and it's never like there's never been only other presidents who talked about that got assassinated. Now this guy got 2 assassination attempts. There's no coincidence there. 2 other presidents wanted to end the Fed, both dead.
Man, that was way too much Dr.
DD
Seuss
says $6,000 15-minute candle, February 21.
Everybody that wants to end the Fed ends up dead, and they take the lead.
Better vote red.
Better vote red. That's what's said. But anyways, it is. Let's get it back. Do we have anything happening on those markets here? Let me get a retake here. We got to do a little bit of an update. Refresh here.
Yeah, Google,
251.
They called Georgia.
We called Georgia.
Finally.
251 finalized here. Trump now 251.
That's crazy.
Dude, he is dominating.
Poly markets 99% to 1%.
Wow.
Dude, look at their faces. Oh.
I told you. I wish I finished reading that other thread about it not even being anywhere close at the beginning. We got distracted, but that's not anarchy. It's actually just Sorry, ending the Fed is not it's actually happening.
He has a lot of support for that.
And he went through a primary where he was challenged by other Republicans, Nikki Haley, former governor, someone who worked under him as the UN ambassador out there just recently saying he wasn't going to win supporters when it comes to women because he's alien with his remarks. But she lost that primary, and perhaps her bet here isn't it's not clear cut. I mean, it's just interesting again and again to come back to the two things that Trump voters told us. It's the economy and it's the border. Yeah. Largely, the Democratic ticket avoided discussing the border and immigration as much as they possibly could. There's going to be a lot of analysis of should they have leaned in and talked about it in a way other than there was a bill that should have would have passed.
Well, wait, is there an echo?
No, I fixed it. There was a first. You both had your.
All right, type 1 in chat, you dirty little slabs. Are we good?
No, yeah.
It's 100% good? Okay.
That had really locked down the border. That
My poor
Donald
brain.
Trump successfully was able to run against him.
Let's
talk about the border when we come back, because Cecilia Vega did some incredible reporting for 60 Minutes about the promises that Donald Trump has made, not only to secure the border, but also a mass deportation. Thank you. It is past 1:30 in the morning, almost 1:30 in the morning. So she's the expert. We'll touch base with Cecilia in just a moment. CBS News, America Decides, election 2024. We'll be right back.
Watch that trade.
Yeah, I got to watch that trade here. Yeah, they're all extremely exhausted as well here. We just need Trump to take one of these states, and it's guaranteed here. I am very curious to see what his acceptance speech is going to. It just comes to show his stamina, dude. Trump's stamina is unbeatable.
I still can't get over this. Look at that. Look at California. Oh, hold on. Look how red California is.
Oh wow, yeah. San Diego is a lot more Republican now than it was 4 years ago.
Well, that's probably right.
Yeah, it's the south side.
Look at that. Look at New York.
Elon Musk just posted 2 minutes ago. He said, "You are the media now." That is so true.
That's a powerful tweet.
True.
Citizen journalism is what brought this back to us.
They should call PA soon. Yeah, we're waiting on it. They're trying to postpone it, but if it's 98% Trump leads, they don't have to wait for the rest of the polling.
Look, and wrong button. Big swings, red all across the board. 7 new Republican governors, 1 uncalled, pretty big. 7 of the 10.
90% reporting here. Yeah, so all we have to get is to 96 reporting. The Democratic Party use it as an excuse that we won't have this victory. It is a very high chance now that Donald Trump is declared the victor here within minutes, guys, of these polling numbers coming in. I mean, 51.2 to the 47.8 in Harris for Pennsylvania. Not looking good at all for her. And again, just remember, guys, that's Pennsylvania. Virginia here, 94% reporting. Looks like, yeah, they've definitely given that here to Kamala Harris here. But
Nevada, too, 51.2 to 47.
51.2? So I got different pollings on here. Yeah, these are all over the place a little bit. Wisconsin, though, heavy Trump. Yeah, again, she can't lose any of these states. She literally can't lose any of if we win Pennsylvania, which is, wow, this is insane. He's walking out right now. No, they lied to us. Oh, we're at $75,100. We're at 25K, guys. 25K in the chat. W's.
You can tell we're tired.
It's like, yo, I'm up $25,000. $25,000, guys.
Can we get a woo? Can we get a 27K?
Yippee.
We're at $27,000. We're at $28,000. We're at $29,000. No, we're back down.
I was going to say, what? Okay, I'm getting excited again.
And it's gone.
We're at 28K right now. 27.6, 28K. It touched 29 for a second. I saw it. We're at $29,000 again. And we're now in a $30,000 trade here on Discover
if you don't
Crypto.
close it,
$30,000
close that
dollar position here. You know, screw everybody out there that wanted me to close this trade.
Isaac's literally telling you to
close it. No, you're up 30K. This is your biggest trade.
I'm letting this bad boy run, dude.
Yeah.
Just run for us, run.
Money. We don't need to play that song again.
Run for us, run here. No, we don't need to pump it up. Oh my goodness, guys, just casually up.
Pump it up. Yeah.
By the way, we already closed at $13,000 against $16,000 win here.
Oh, wait.
I think we have Trump coming out any second.
Fox.
So I could live DJ.
Yeah, it looks like
Fox
Fox will likely be coming out soon, but I want to get it on this one.
Old. Hold the line.
This is
hold the line.
Yeah, that's where Aaron is right there. He's somewhere.
Aaron's
in that
somewhere in there. That is so cool.
Guys, everybody, do a little
so
boogie.
jealous, bro.
Do a little boogie in the britches for Bitcoin.
Give me a time to pump it up. I'll play
a
it
boogie
low.
in the bitches in Bitcoin.
Can you do that, Kelly? Can you play time to pump it up?
Time to bump it up.
Or any of the, any of the fun stuff.
83K incoming? Nah, I can't, dude. Imagine if it just went to 83K tonight. That'd be like $400,000 in our pocket. Not gonna happen. Could happen. Not gonna happen. Could happen. Not going to happen, but could happen.
Saying there's a chance.
You're saying there's? I was just. Wow! Holy smokes! Bitcoin's ripping. We're now at $33,000. I think we should. What should we celebrate? How do we celebrate with all this money? What do we do? What are we doing for a company outing?
Got a company outing idea, TJ?
Company outing. Let's see. We're coming up on the weekend. I don't know. Chat, what do you think we should do around here? Should we go shoot some guns or something? That's a very...
We go up to your land up.
We can't talk about that, though. It's YouTube.
I say, let me know. Are we talking?
No, play the music. I'm just going to keep it low.
Yeah, we're just doing a little bit of both.
Hold on.
That's not the Pump It Up song.
Gotta change it up.
We got whales, bro.
I guess, yeah, I wasn't going to play it. I was just going to put it in the background.
But you gotta hedge yourself. Risk management.
You gotta have this
finna go down. Alter ego, Satoshi Nakamoto. Alter ego, Satoshi Nakamoto. The market going up, the market going down. Keep on playing with my emotions. All I want is some more tokens. Hard for me to meditate, cause I'm always in motion. So grateful for this knowledge and didn't have to go to college. I hope that you acknowledge I'll be all about the money flow. Looking for some crypto I can buy for the low. Market dumped all on me, I consider that a low blow. Forgot to set a stop loss, man, you slipping, that's a no. Working with this leverage got me all up in the bank. Put in all this work, you can't be mad, it ain't my fault. I've been smashing Rory, doing donuts on the asphalt.
75,000.
Hope E says, I hear fireworks outside. Is it official? I don't know.
300K in bells and whistles, this is not a facade. Got the groupies going crazy, wanna slob on my knob. I can't teach you everything, no sir, that ain't my job. The market going up.
We're up a lot of money, Leo. Good morning, though.
That means it's finna go down.
I want to hear the Ivan let it pump. Ivan let it pump song.
Satoshi Nakamoto going up.
Ivan on tech.
That means it's finna go down. Alter ego, Satoshi Nakamoto.
Mark Cuban said congratulations to Donald Trump.
I'm gonna tweet out, "Fuck you, Mark Cuban."
I've been doing that all night.
If you are watching on YouTube, be sure to do the algorithm.
Also, with tagging
like,
subscribe,
bell button,
all night.
all. Like, subscribe, bell button, all. Like, subscribe, bell button. Important algorithm, and this all. Like, subscribe.
That's a terrible.
I can't do that. Shout out to old school Ivan, though.
I played music professionally my entire life and toured the world as a DJ. I can't listen to cancer music. Is it Let It Pimp? Is it different?
The pump always, guys, respect the pump. I respect the pump in all assets. Why? Because it's kind of like karma. The power of the pump always comes back to you if you respect the pump of other people. It's crazy, but I have this belief that whatever pumps you have to pay respect. Because otherwise, if you're like, oh my god, this scam coin is pumping again. Actually, you are kind of rejecting. You're rejecting. Maybe it's a bit.
You gotta stop the other one. Yeah.
Don't write off the American people. Let us not be critical of people for voting for President Trump. He did something we didn't do in this campaign. We're going to reevaluate, reassess.
Bitcoin is going to go to the freaking
moon. Give us an opportunity as a party
this is insane.
Revamp, and perhaps we
I'm at 40%.
This was fucking. I ain't got to. This was history.
This was history.
Charlie Hurt.
InfoWars is calling a Trump victory. Apparently, just called. Fox is called Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Pennsylvania's called. It's game over.
It's called. Pennsylvania's called. Trump wins. 270. He just hit 270 electoral votes. Trump wins as 47th president of the United States of America. We stayed up. We made it to this. It doesn't matter about Virginia. We don't have to wait for the rest of these polls here coming out, guys. I do want to watch markets, though, because we're getting to dump here. It's dumping hard. It's dumping hard. We close for, let's see. It's going to close out here. Let me do, what is the price action here? 75,100. So we're going to do 75,000. Do 74,000.
You know, this is the end of the old Republican Party.
That's gonna be our stop loss.
Which of course Donald Trump took on.
Which is
$22,000.
$22,000.
The very first thing that he did in 2015 was take on the old Republican Party. He has completely reshaped the Republican Party. The Republican Party is no longer.
I think it's that projector was playing something.
Doesn't stand for a lot of things that it stood
Donald
for
Trump
before.
just won
He's made it
the
a far more
20,
working class, a far more practical party.
Look up.
A far, I think, probably a far more durable party.
Are they still not considering that?
And he's figured
That's
out
win.
how to-
That's victory. You can't lose any states. That's victory.
With that, and you can't help but think that with this victory, in 4 years from now, he's going to have the mantle that he can hand to the next Republican. So I don't know how Republicans ever go back to the old party that they were. But it is truly extraordinary, and it is.
I can't believe we have a U.S. president that's a Bitcoiner that cares about protecting self-custody. I don't know if he really cares, but at least he said it. He said he's going to protect self-custody in the United States. That's a really big deal because that wasn't a guarantee.
Kept on fighting.
Charlie, it would have been one thing for him to come back from a single defeat to be elected again. But when you think about it, he came back from a series of them.
He didn't just win; he won the majority vote too.
Lost in the midterm.
He won the majority. I knew it was going to be called. I knew it wasn't going to take too long. I knew it was going to.
Pull it up on ABC. Are they talking about him winning? Have they announced it yet? That's so funny. Too big to read, dude. We didn't care about having to wait for a. That is amazing, dude.
Yeah, I changed it an hour to 2 hours ago. Whenever I was talking about it.
And think about how toxic he was after, say, January 6th. And then
does he say Bitcoin? Here's what we go. We got to think about this when he talks. Does he say Bitcoin? Does he mention Gary Gensler? Does he mention Ross Ulbricht? Or is it just a discussion about the events tonight?
Yeah.
That's the thoughts.
There are parallels to 1980.
Gary GG's for Gary Gensler, huh? He had a good run, buddy.
He's like, wife, pack your bags.
Very high inflation and a malaise in many ways in the country that I think
we're getting quite the dump on Bitcoin's chart here.
Have had enough
I'm gonna get stopped out.
What is your impression of what this means tonight?
What are you seeing in money flow?
I think this means a lot to
negative
a lot
for
of
sure.
people. I think the working class
Massive negative downside action.
A renewal of American jobs. I think people are looking for a border.
Probably going back to that. Was it? Wait,
now we're already below
74, 176. Probably was that line?
Middle East are looking for Iran to pull back.
Yeah, it's about 74 too.
Whom they fear, and you know, look. I think it's going to be incumbent on the Democratic Party to understand that the people.
It's got to suck to set up a victory stage and then have to go home and have somebody else go out and say, "Sorry, guys."
System that they have built up here, which is going to raise a whole series of questions.
You can afford it. They 3-timed outspend the Democrats.
But they cannot say that they are better than Donald Trump and recreate a system that does not recognize that he won and the people have spoken.
Or Doug.
He is
not her husband's name, Doug.
We haven't talked about foreign policy a lot, but imagine this out.
What is she going to do now?
Making a normalization deal with Israel.
As Doug said, she's going to put her head down.
Imagine going there tomorrow night. Imagine a Ukraine.
Got some work to do.
Donald Trump talks about Kevin O'Leary.
Is that the top of the market, you think? Is that Bitcoin's top?
Hey, $100 super chat from.
What's happened here is the system self-corrects.
Depot Deep. The people have spoken. It's time for Trump to deliver on the promises. Let's go. Let's get that team to work.
Not conceding tonight.
Thank you so much, brother. I wish we had. I want to jump up and down. I appreciate you. Love you for the support coming here. $100 super chat. It's absolutely wild. Thank you for so much for supporting the channel, brother.
Do a raffle for members.
Let's get some W's here for.
How do you do that?
Cacabardi. Do we raffle for members?
He saved.
We just do giveaways
model of
for the subs. I think.
Because
is that how we do it?
Taxing 20% higher was a really bad idea, and it's self.
Now he's edging the hell out of us.
Yeah.
This is why I'm getting.
What's happening now?
Trump is edging us.
Well, because it's. I think he's still waiting for the guarantee, right?
I'm sure. Yeah.
Because every other channel's like, let's go to CBS. Pull up CBS coverage here on your. Any of you pull it up on yours, but do CBS coverage. Let's see what they're doing right now. Are they saying it's over? Because the walls. That's he broke the wall. That's what just happened there.
Good evening for the former president.
Yeah, good evening, Nora. I said at the beginning of the night that everyone here knew one thing for certain is that it would end in tears one way or the other. Tears with a loss or tears with what they say would be the greatest comeback in political history. It appears by the feeling in this room that it is the latter. While we were in commercial break, we're saying lean Republican for Pennsylvania. Meanwhile, Fox News, which is playing on the monitors here behind me, they have called that race for Donald Trump. And when that moment happened, it got loud in here. There was a roar. There was reverberations. The phones came out, and the expectation is that the phones are going to stay out because our understanding from the pool report is the former president and possibly now next president is on his way to this location. He is expected to speak. We've seen some evidence of that planning going on behind me. They've got the Make America Great Again sign, Trump Vance on the front of the podium. They've come out to raise the teleprompters up a little bit higher. And now the question becomes, if Donald Trump does appear on that stage to make remarks, which Donald Trump do we get? Do we get the Donald Trump election night 2016 version or 2020? In 2016, just to refresh people's memories,
they're all
was
leaving.
incredibly
New York's
magnanimous
just, like,
and
this
gracious.
is New York here in the bottom left corner,
He said we owe
guys.
a debt to Hillary Clinton for her service to the country.
Full. Now everybody's just leaving. They're all leaving. They've admitted defeat. Not even their own. They're all leaving.
Yeah, I would too.
I would too, dude.
Go
Hell,
home.
yes,
You guys
man.
lost.
We're back above 75K.
Hey, you believed fake news. You know, you listened to a bunch of disinformation. You were easily swayed because you don't think critically. Sorry, there was plenty of data out there that said otherwise.
Let me ask: How many of you in chat voted for Donald Trump? Just put a one in there. How many of you voted for Donald Trump? I want to see.
Oh, by the way, yeah, never closed that.
How many of you were on the right side of history, baby? That's what I want to see. Open, close, 537 votes. We have it open, guys. I'm letting you guys. We're running with you guys here. Now I might want to take profits here. We're back above. We're struggling with that 75K level. Who do you vote for, Trump or Harris? I have to put it in there. Lots of ones coming in. Love to see. And man, the right side of history there. It's beautiful to see it here, guys. Beautiful to see it. Beautiful to see it. Wow, only ones in the chat. They're breaking YouTube with the ones being spammed out there.
Yeah, I just tweeted on my page, said if you're upset with this Trump victory, this is a lesson hard learned from following propaganda that misinformed you. Hashtag Trump win, baby.
Sea of red. Voted for freedom today. Let's go, baby. Trump Vance 2024. Notice how Kamala Harris isn't even on the shirt there.
There you
go. Biden dropped out.
Oh, we're paying off the Tesla chat.
Hospital bed with a hero on posters. And of course, best part.
Oh, let's go.
I love that.
American flag with the bullet hole through it with Trump saying, "I got you, sucker."
Yeah, epic. Epic.
I think this is going to be the greatest administration we've ever seen. That's what I'm excited for. You guys really like Tulsi Gabbard, Vivek Ramaswamy, RFK Jr. This JD Vance.
That's what I'm saying. This team is
Elon
insane.
Musk.
That's what I'm excited about. Like, I mean, Trump is Trump, and he was the one who got us here, and I really appreciate what he's the path he's fought, because I don't think anybody else would have been able to do it. I don't think any politician would have had the stamina to be able to battle this out the way he did.
Well, think about the DOJ battles he had to do for the last year and a half leading up to this.
I trust me, as having a slight experience with the legal system and how much of a headache it is, I can't imagine doing what he's done and running this entire campaign while dealing with all that stuff. No other politician would have been able to do it. So I really appreciate him, clearing the field so that way people like Ron Paul, people like Vivek, people like Elon can do. I mean, what's going to happen? They're going to come in and fire like 60% of the government potentially. That's insane to think about. That has not been proposed like ever.
Yeah.
And it takes people outside of the government to like real patriots that really know how to run things, that are like, wait a minute, I could do this so much better, and I'm willing to do it at a personal sacrifice, personal loss. Think about how much I mean, not only Trump, think about how much crap Elon had to go through. Think about how much
they were
money
threatening
they
him.
lost on Twitter. You know, like they just care about humanity, and it's amazing to see that actually work.
You could say Elon Musk buying Twitter is what really made this president possible.
That's 100%. That's I agree. Yeah, that's without him buying Twitter.
It's the best acquisition in the history of a person.
Yeah, he bought it way overpriced by tens of billions of dollars. He knew there was going to be a net loss. As soon as he announced that he was going to allow free speech and he was going to, pull back and release those Twitter files, it resulted in the loss of all of the advertisement. And this is where you have to give mad respect to Elon Musk. People go, all the Elon Musk fanboys out there. Elon Musk has changed the course of history by just simply allowing everyone to have the right to speak their freedom. It wasn't that he came out and ended up endorsing Trump, but he was a Democrat. He wasn't for Trump for years and years and years and years and years. And it slowly just pushed him over to that side here as he realized that, yes, in fact, if Donald Trump did not win and Harris took the reins of this, and again, it's still not over here, anything can happen.
And to be clear, I voted Biden last time.
Yeah.
And I felt good about it. I had a teardrop fall from my eye, took a screenshot, sent it to my mom. I was like, I was so happy. And then, I basically got completely disenfranchised by what I started realizing was just lies that I was being told about other things. And it started this path of me not just being plugged into what was happening on the mainstream news media that was just narrative. And I started reading different publications and basically going in. I'd see a clip of something. I'm like, I can't believe Trump would say that, or I can't believe. And then I would go and be like, oh, let me watch the clip. And it was not 1%, 5%, 80%. It was 100% of the time a clip that was put out that made him look like a complete jackass. You watch the clip. It was just like the thing with Liz Cheney, when he said, we'll put her in front of, 9 barrels pointed at her. He wasn't saying he wants that for her. He was saying, as we all know, they've admitted to it now for the most part. Even Bill Maher called it out. He was saying, if you're going to vote for war, then go over there and stand on the battlefield and say you still want it. That's what he was saying. And it's just, that is one example of probably 200,000 over the last 8 years. So I'm very happy that we can get back to doing things constitutionally and doing things in an efficient manner. And as you said, helping start to get the ball rolling towards at least staving off inflation, if not entirely. We're never going to entirely stop it. So is he walking out?
I don't know. I'm just double checking chat saying it.
No, it keeps kind of.
They just keep. I'm just.
Yeah, but real quick, I do want to shout out to the chat.
My bad.
We got 94% of the Disco fam voting for Trump. So right side of history there for sure. So many people saying really good things. I do. We've got Bitcoin to 200K. It's about to explode. Crypto Mac saying XRP about to rip. XRP about to explode. I will say a lot of altcoins.
What's XRP at right now?
XRP moved 5%.
Wow. Cool.
And
hold on, guys.
It got flipped by Doge. So I just, guys, XRP.
Let's say this: XRP has maintained its downtrend. This is a 3-day chart. Since September, it's been in a downtrend, and it's still. Maybe it will fight its way out of this tiny little resistance level it's out.
It's going to break out.
It's going to.
This is the time. This time it's the time. This is the time that it's the time.
Yeah. Seth Shepard said, thanks, guys. Good show. Thanks, guys. We appreciate it. We really do appreciate all you guys hanging out with us. None of this would be possible without you. So we do love our jobs. We love that we get to do this. And we wouldn't be able to do it without you. So thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Nayib Bukele congratulated Trump on X 5 minutes ago. Thank you, Ben Fox.
Bukele.
Google still doesn't want to push it. They refuse to. But you have the Decision Desk HQ here. Trump with 270 majority here. Still waiting for more results from Nevada. And just for you guys that are looking for updates in here, 77% reporting in Nevada. Donald Trump's going to secure another 6 electoral votes. 51% in Arizona. Trump with a 1% lead here. Wisconsin, 88% reporting. Donald Trump with a major lead. That's another 10 electoral college votes. Michigan here, 66%, another 15. I mean, these two states alone, he has secured his 93% reporting in Pennsylvania with Trump at 51%, which just means if he pushes towards 52 or 53% with that voting coming in at 95, 96%, even though Fox News has already guaranteed that outcome here,
We still have to wait to see that confirmation. But ultimately, you are looking at a positive victory there for Donald Trump. And again, Kamala Harris is crying right now. She's probably in shambles.
Can we have every anchor out there that is on the side of truth and on the side of unbiased reporting, every single interaction with press that they talk with Doug Emhoff, Kamala Harris, anybody from her team, Tim Walz, that they ask, how come you're contesting this election? How come you're not letting peaceful transition? How come you're not accepting that you lost? That's what we need, because that's what's happened for the last.
The Harris campaign rally in Washington, I just got a live feed. They're just everybody's leaving now. I don't know what just got decided, but they all just started swarming away. They're just, that is crazy here.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Let's hear from CBS here just a little bit though, as we wait for Trump
on this.
to come out.
Joel, how do you see this potential realignment?
Go ahead.
Well, look, I think the conversation you're having matches the sober conversation that's happening all over the country with Democrats and state parties and at the highest levels of the party. Look, I think there are some who still see a narrow path for the vice president, and I think it's important to say that there is a narrow path, but it is narrowing by the hour, as Major said earlier. But I think Democrats are starting to take stock of what's next, and what's next includes adjusting to clearly a changing electorate and a changing country, and maybe reassessing some of the things that we think are important.
Real quick, chat is freaking out about Mark Cuban congratulating Trump. That's actually a classy thing to do. And it was pretty classless to Kelly's point that that Kamala didn't come out and say anything, because she should have come out and
she has no class though. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's completely classless. To run and hide is ridiculous.
And Bill Ackman so poignantly put out, at least Peanut did not die in vain.
Thank you, Peanut.
Cooperative with Democrats.
That's so true. Thank you, Peanut. Yes.
And then I think Gaza kind of delivered a destabilizing blow. And when you add those things together, I think this outcome that appears that we're headed to tonight is maybe less surprising, but not less disappointing. And I can tell you there are a lot of vulnerable communities, particularly in the Democratic coalition, that feel very, very insecure at the moment. And want to also say that as well.
I appreciate that, Joel Payne, and also want to bring in now Leslie Sanchez on that issue. And Leslie, how do you see this realignment?
I think the realignment, you can't discount how frustrated these voters have been for a very long time, and many of them felt unheard. Whether it was looking at kind of alternative media, or they're trying to find somebody else that sympathized with the way they were feeling about their pocketbook and their financial situation, I think Donald Trump tapped into that. When there's a lot of conversation, you're talking about Elon Musk. Elon Musk spent a tremendous amount of time talking about freedom of speech, freedom from censorship. And in many ways, this is a populist, working class, middle class America that wants Gail's word, guardrails removed, so that they can have less government interference and continue to thrive in a strong America. That's where they feel left out. And I think that's what it's tapping into on both sides. And I think Democrats and Republicans kind of...
I can't handle these people. They're shocked that people don't want the government interfering with every part of their lives. They're shocked that people want less government interference. They're shocked they don't want the government to break into their home and kill their pets. Come on.
Trump continues to redefine the Republican Party.
Leslie Sanchez, thank you. And when we come back, we're expecting Donald Trump to take the stage in Florida. CBS News, America Decides.
We also need to remember, everybody, this was the election night. It still has to be fully accepted, conceded, whatever it is, all the way through to a confirmation, certification, January 6th, and then actually the transition in power, January 20th. So there's still a lot of room for shenanigans that happen in terms of various sort of retribution style actions from Gary Gensler or other sort of bizarre executive orders, or, you have no idea what sort of wrenches is going to be thrown in the gears between now and January 20th. So I do expect that this will probably start to ignite some capital flow in the markets going into the end of the year. Also, considering we have FTX, which has $16 billion in USDT, stablecoin going back to crypto-focused investors that's been sidelined for two years. November, it's right now, 2 years, right? So 16 billion is coming back in December. We have the fair value accounting around that same week going live. We also have Microsoft shareholders that are voting on whether or not Bitcoin can be held on their balance sheet. And because fair value accounting will be live, that means they can hold it on their balance sheet as it is or as a Bitcoin spot ETF. But all that being said, we still have to consider, as exciting as that is, I think most of the capital flow is going to really start pouring in. I would guess post January 20th that we don't get any sort of bizarre other things that try to curtail the industry.
Yeah, we got a lot coming. We have HR Huff and Stuff here, $20 super chat. Thanks, guys. You rock. Appreciate you guys for all the support tonight. Appreciate you, HR. Yeah, in terms of chart action, we're getting a bit of a pullback here on Bitcoin now to 74,500. I want to do an update on the FOMO index here, showing that we're about to eat through that last range of liquidity. The 12 hours has now completely adjusted. Huge liquidity, 76,000.
Wow.
$76,000 starting to open up here. So this move may not necessarily be completely over yet. But of course, guys, I'm not entering any more trades tonight. We still have this one open with you guys. But we'll be looking to take profits. But again, that is crazy. Seeing that adjust here, $76,000 Bitcoin. I just can't believe we're seeing these prices again. I mean,
speaking of adjusting, we're gonna have to.
Yeah, we never seen 76,000.
Yeah, 4 weeks ago, bears were telling us we're gonna go to 47. Pack your bags. We had bears in the chat yesterday. You notice none of them are in the chat tonight, but we're going down. That's it. The top is in. You know, and they're just like scream, 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 scream. And it's why you can't emotionally position yourself in that market. You have to tell yourself, okay, look, if you have a plan, for example, we had a plan to hedge. The hedge was wrong. It prevented our portfolios from, of course, dumping tonight. We allocated and moved over to other short scalps. Longs took advantage of the swing market. Now we're up in massive profits here with what was the most unlikely outcome, in my opinion, which was, of course, a Trump victory tonight. Now, we still won't know if it is confirmed here tonight, but Donald Trump speaking right now, it looks like they're clapping and cheering him on. So here you go. See what's happening here.
McFarland covers Congress.
Or are they just showing that?
And Scott, what's the state of the race in the House?
A fascinating dynamic.
Oh, never mind. You can mute that.
We do have the
they got us. They just showed a clip of everybody cheering. Everybody's cheering and happy and excited at the Mar-a-Lago event there in West Palm Beach. You know, just again, taking in the emotional stress that's come with this. You're going to be seeing tears from both sides, both joyful and, of course, depression. It'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow with these markets, or not with our markets, but it'll just be interesting to see tomorrow if there's actual riots or, you know, protests that take place. But I think what's most shocking to me is simply just looking at the popular vote here is Donald Trump's going to not only break 70 million votes, he's leading Kamala Harris by a landslide of 5 million easily. And so he's going to have more votes than ever, more popularity than ever, take the House, the Senate, and the presidency, which goes to prove that Americans weren't just tired of, you know, who necessarily the president was. They're tired of the entire system. Seeing a complete, you know, blowout when it comes to having the House, the Senate, and, of course, the Republican administration goes to show that Americans want change. They want it effective, and they want it now, and they don't want any roadblocks. And that is what we are potentially getting here tonight.
So I got a question for you. Are you going to have to update your Bitcoin price predictions now? Does this change any of your outlook?
Well, again, I want to confirm it. Let's not jinx it here. But yeah, I think you're breaking $100,000 now in 2025 with, but no, my projections are still a lot more limited. I'm not looking at 150K in 2025. I think, and the reason for that, here's my reasoning. Trump's going to come in. Yes, very positive for crypto, but I think markets are going to have to learn how to readjust to all of the different branches of governments they might, you know, be looking to take on and shut down. You know, whether it's the pharmaceutical sector, whether it's the Department of Government Efficiency with Elon Musk. You saw an immediate negative impact from markets with, I guess, Javier Milei in Argentina. Now it's, of course, it's been over, you know, it's been a year or whatever now, and the markets are back up. But I'm expecting some uncertainty to come with that. So I'm very bullish. What this tells me is, and I'll be honest with you, is I think altcoins, again, if Donald Trump wins, we haven't claimed the victory just yet, but your altcoins are going to perform. You're going to have that alt season. And that was my biggest worry, was that if a Kamala Harris administration were to take place, none of you guys out there holding your altcoins, holding your XRP, your Cardano, your Polkadot,
your allocated portfolio that is in these longer term old school projects that are down still 50 to 60, if not 80% from their all time highs. Those were the people that were going to be affected the most. And I think hopefully with the positivity coming out of these markets, you are projecting to see a little bit more gains taken from that. So I'd say I would reallocate or readjust maybe some price predictions from like Cardano, maybe being able to break now $2 instead of just $1 again. If you do secure that victory and that win in these markets. But we still have a lot of uncertain headwinds ahead of us. What does it mean to disrupt a machine as effective as the United States government? I don't think markets necessarily can know how to price that in just yet.
You want to hear something crazy?
Yeah.
So I got Maximus in the chat, says, good morning, DC fam. You guys went live about 30 minutes after I went to sleep and are still live. Must be a very late night for you guys. Yeah, we're coming up on 9 hours. Well, we're over 9 hours and 15 minutes in. So yeah, it's been a long time.
How are we on likes?
About 1,600.
Hey guys, if you appreciate us, haven't hit that like button again.
Yeah,
make sure
you hit that like button. Yeah, we appreciate it.
We'll
Almost 41,000.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Anything coming out from CBS here?
I'm looking here on CBS actually right now, and it actually showed you just selected the urban areas or the city centers, which tend to be more democratic, and there's they were definitely ahead, of course, on the Democratic voting. However, you could see all the red areas surrounding all the rural areas. Everybody came out in droves because the state right now is leaning like it's going to go for the Republicans, which means they disproportionately came out to offset those huge city masses of people.
That looks like Dana.
Dana White?
No, somebody else.
Oh, a Dana girl. Sorry, I thought you meant like. What do we got in chat here? I forgot to drink water. Dang it. Yeah, make sure you guys drink that water. Gensler's gone. Hopefully here. Market goes up 10%. We would love to have the confirmation, guys. I mean, it's only 2 a.m. now. Holy smokes.
He's got it. I wish he would just come out on stage.
The Bitcoin magazine stream shows him at 277 to 6.
The Truth Social just reposted a live stream. So
43 seconds ago?
40. Hey, look, it did go right to that yellow line.
Yeah, it's playing this channel perfect. But we've been crushing these here. So yeah, you just watched the liquidity, by the way. If we probably refresh this here, and we want to watch Donald Trump's speech before we get out of here. But yeah, we just ate that liquidity. Now it's above us.
Nice.
Just so you guys know, Donald Trump doesn't usually talk for 5 or 8 minutes. So if he gets going, we're going to be locked in. So let's do it.
Yeah, I need to go get some.
Go get a drink, guys. We can't miss the first presidential speech. It's just that's not. Yeah. Imagine he says Bitcoin in it. Ross Ulbricht, you're free. Gary Gensler, you're fired. He's gonna say. I don't know if he'll say any of that, but he's Kamala, you're fired.
Altcoins, I shall set you free.
You know what's it was somebody said earlier that Elon called the most ironic outcome will probably be it when I was talking about how crazy it is that Doge is coming, but how interesting is it that somebody who he's been famous for a long time, but really his fame really elevated with the phrase "you fired" is going to come in and fire half of the government.
Oh my God.
Fired.
You're fired. Like,
you're fired.
He's just going to come in and it's like, no, that what you're doing is not working. It's trash. You're done. Speaking of trash, you got that guy. Best on.
Oh, what the heck? Trash management services out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're coming up to the last. What are they talking about right now on there? We're just election days. Let's play. I want to listen to this for a little bit. See what we got.
Congratulating real Donald Trump and Elon Musk, saying their campaign was incredibly well executed. Excelsior. Giacomo Zucco, noted Bitcoin personality. I can't stop thinking now there's a non-zero probability I'll shake hands with Ross Ulbricht at the Bitcoin conference. Amazing stuff to see unfold.
Didn't think of that.
just going off the raw emotion that is pouring out across the Bitcoin.
Yeah, Sheila Stack says if Trump is still awake, we can stay up too, which is true. I can't imagine how tired he's got to be.
Yeah, true.
Can you imagine going?
Yeah, never mind. Sorry, let me get back up.
He did a rally at 2 a.m. last night.
I know. He's been going 24 hours a day, basically.
Got that Adderall, dude.
Point.
Not bad for, what, 78?
The winner doesn't
Yeah.
have to wait.
Kamala Harris was like, I'm too tired to address the
loser
voters.
to concede
Because she was
in order
depressed.
to give a victory speech. And I think there
Maybe.
comes a point where the gracious thing for the winner to do is to give that loser the time to say, okay, we'll wait for that call. We'll put the feelers out with our intermediaries. But at a certain point, if the call doesn't come, sometimes then the winner just goes and says, I'm just going to go.
Oh, interesting. So they're saying he's trying to give her a chance to come out and concede and say, like, hey, it was a good race. Congratulations to my opponent. And she's not doing it. So eventually he's going to have to step out and just take his victory.
Oh.
About his
So they need more confirmation? Like what?
No, they're saying it's the classic
cordial.
thing to
He's being
allow
cordial
your
to
opponent.
Kamala.
Yeah, allow Kamala.
Oh yeah,
to come
but
out.
I mean, that's come from Bitcoin Mag. But the CBS, they're not saying that she even has. They're still saying that she has a chance.
Well, it's also on Google at 248 to 214. They might be just waiting until they just say, I mean, when you look at this, look at this. You got PA, which is in favor of Trump. Now, there's 6% voting left, but he's up by 3%. And you have Michigan, where it's 52.3 to 46. That's a pretty wide margin. Only 68% reporting, but that's still a pretty wide margin. Then you have Wisconsin, 51.3 to 47, 88% of the vote in. Arizona up, but pretty narrow, only 50% in. But Nevada, 78% in, and Trump's up by 4.4% there. You're not going to have a margin error on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 states. And this is not even including Alaska, which is also very in favor currently of Donald Trump. So I think at some point it's just like, hey, man,
come on,
the math be mathing.
You're going to be like, congratulations, Hitler. Like, what's she going to come out and say? No.
Oh, man.
I look forward to that speech,
night,
though.
Man.
At some point she's going to talk.
Somebody said her teleprompter probably broke.
Just broke my neck. What did you say?
Somebody said her teleprompter probably broke.
Oh,
thank you for getting us water, Isaac.
Yeah, thanks, Isaac.
Thank you, Isaac. Goated, man.
Man.
As I'm proud to be an American, or at least I know I'm free.
Can we pull up the Bitcoin Magazine talk again? I want to hear them.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I'd like to listen in on them.
Issues with him, but there's a certain groundswell of people who supported his policies, and I think the tone he's probably going to strike is what I hope would be one of unity, but one of saying to the people who have supported him, like this is their time, and it really is an incredible comeback story that we've seen, and I think at this point, for him to. I'd like to hear him lay out the course of how he wants to improve the country going forward at this point. What kind of changes does he want to see? Let's start getting into the basics of policy, what his first 100 days are going to be like. Again, like you heard Anthony Scaramucci, who's been very openly critical of him, concede, that's a big deal. And then, of course, having Elon Musk and others, there's lots of names that could be thrown about as far as who might be in different positions. We heard maybe Caitlin Long at some point might be chosen to do something. Maybe John Deaton gets an opportunity, even though he lost the Senate race. Heck, over in Studio B is American Hodl. Maybe he becomes like the general of Bitcoin Twitter. There's lots of opportunities.
What?
And I say that in sincerity that we're a small community, right? There isn't just hundreds of people who are in this space. So there might be opportunities for anybody, for people on this panel to be, part of the next administration.
I don't think there's a win, guys. Too many people are conceding right now. I think they're just waiting for her to come out because they don't want Google to announce it or anything. They want her to come out and say, congratulations, Donald Trump. Well, I don't know if it will actually happen or not. So any minute now, they should come. It's 2:00 now. I can't believe we got a victory tonight. That was,
yeah,
just not on my bingo card after the propaganda this year. And Obama coming out and saying, we're not going to know the results tonight. Fuck you, Obama. Sorry, I'm cussing too much tonight, but it's seriously, like, what the heck, man? What the heck?
Let's play the audio.
There's political reporting that he was one of the leading candidates. He actually made comment to this. He said he was honored to be included in the names.
Okay.
And it's amazing, right? Because Robinhood has actually recently received a Wells notice from the SEC, which is the first step before threatening litigation. Which he's spoken out about that. He says, I respect Gary Gensler, but he's totally wrong on this. I would have done things completely different. And if the reporting is to be trusted, I think he's right at the top of the list. I mean, he makes a lot of sense. He comes from a background of former commissioner at the SEC. Definitely someone who's going to bring an entirely different perspective on day one.
Okay, and that's Politico that reported that.
Politico, yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Interesting
switch
stuff.
it to the Fox because they're
does
actually
it really
giving
make?
good
Do you think it makes a
commentary.
difference
Yeah.
who gets chosen? As
While you're doing that, Josh, you really follow a lot of liberals, huh? Look at oops, I always hit the wrong button. Look
I
at
comment on a lot
your
of them.
feed right now.
Oh yeah, just click on Harry's though.
America was destroyed tonight. Russia again attacked the U.S. America, you failed us all.
Yeah, because I was always debating these. I'd always be like replying to them. Oh no, I didn't comment on that one. I didn't know you posted again. American decency was destroyed. They're such crybaby little.
They are. They are.
Huh. Yeah, they're just Harry Sissons, Dean Parker. All those people are they're losers, man. They're embarrassing losers. We called it. We tried warning them, but they try to prop up propaganda, and it was just they're just mad because they're not going to be able to afford anything anymore. The DNC is no longer going to fund them. They just lost their jobs, so
yeah.
They have to go get real jobs now. The election conversations are going to die down heavily, so their debates aren't going to be huge anymore. They're going to dwindle down from the 12,000 they're averaging to now maybe a few thousand if they're lucky. And yeah, I mean their income drops dramatically, so of course they're going to be screaming from the rooftops here tonight. Just embarrassing to be, it was just embarrassing to be them. So it is what it is. They had to wake up at one point. You got to get a reality check. They had the opportunity to listen to people that would come on and try to help educate them on the industry, but they would fall to whatever propaganda was spieled by the Harris campaign. They were projecting Project 2025, which was BS. They were projecting, all of these felony counts, which were completely, illegitimate on every single scale, and everybody knows this. And now Trump's even winning in a lot of the appeals here. They were calling him the R word, even though that there is no court record or filing or jury that ever found him to have done so. And so they just followed suit with this propaganda piece, and they fell into this ego. And this is everybody from the left that was pushing this. You had like Franklin on Twitter, right? I'm going to say names. I'm not afraid to say names at all here. That's why my Twitter's full of the left, is because I comment on every single one of their posts. It's, it was just a reality check needing to happen. Mainstream media, Joy Reid, the reason why they're going to be panicking here today is because it's the downfall of their careers. They're not going to have a career in 5 years because no one wants to listen to these individuals. Not only did they lie, they were wrong, and they lost. And what that does to your credibility is just completely not only diminish it, but forces the hand of whatever the other industry is. In this case, that's Twitter. And Twitter is now the number one, or X is the number one platform on the planet, essentially, when it goes to news. And Elon Musk is and has done the impossible again for like the 90th time. You're going to see X, I believe, become one of the most profitable applications. It's going to take some time to get there. But because of this election win, because of the freedom of speech, because of this, commitment to not abiding by governmental regulations and censorship, freedom won. Freedom won. That's what happened tonight.
You've been seeing it with X in the last 3 or 4 months. There's been something like, I can't remember the total, but it's something like 18 to 25, somewhere in their countries that in their geolocale, X is the number one news application download. It's just the shift is
Trump
there.
280 electoral votes
yeah.
on your decision desk HQ here.
We got Fox News calling breaking Donald Trump the 47th president of the United States.
248 still on Google. Let's pull up Fox News. Let's listen to this for a second.
I have it up right.
Can we pull that up for a second?
Well, I was just showing it on Twitter.
Only two have done it, and that is Mark Van Buren in 1836 and George H.W. Bush in 1988.
Crazy that Sam's
the question is,
wait, is that where Sam is?
What the Republican Party looks like now.
This is Mar-a-Lago? Yeah.
Kaylee, it's a multiracial party, to your point. It's working class, and maybe it's the future. I mean, it's Elon Musk. It is Joe Rogan and podcasts. It is, there's an opportunity here on both parties to realign and change.
there are going to be a lot of conversations that go on to that end. Who is the next standard bearer?
That's
Is it
so
J.D.
badass.
Vance? Is he the one who picks up the torch after a 4-year legacy-defining term with the success that Kellyanne's describing? Is it J.D. Vance that picks it up? There's going to be a conversation about ground game. I mean, Kamala Harris over the weekend, they were saying they were knocking 1,000 doors a minute, and I have no reason to doubt that. It was an extraordinary ground game, but do ground games matter as much as podcasts? As much as real, authentic, viral moments like President Trump on the garbage truck, or President Trump at McDonald's. These viral moments that really captured the attention of the nation. And what does the Republican Party look like going forward? It's a broad coalition. It's an exciting coalition, and I think if President Trump manifests that working man agenda, no tax on tips, no limit on credit card interest rate, that's a working man's economic agenda. And if he makes that happen in 4 years, this party may look like this for quite some time.
I'm struck when you're talking about the authenticity part of this, because when I think about him with the French fries at McDonald's and standing up with blood on his face, fight.
Election has
You
been
can't
nothing but short of
fabricate.
spectacularly entertaining.
Consulting can create those moments.
The garbage
Trey,
truck was
those
the
are
funniest thing.
organic and
dying.
they are authentic. And I think that is something that Kamala Harris fell really far short on in terms of the authenticity measure.
Yeah, if you had told me that a billionaire from New York would be able to connect with middle America, I would have questioned that. To my friend, the gentleman from Tennessee, autopsies are painful, especially when the patient's still alive. I wonder what the Democrat Party is going to go through in the next weeks and months, because this was a loss that I don't think anyone saw coming, not to this magnitude. So what does the autopsy look like if you're a Democrat? It's painful, but you have to have one.
The people still sitting there in Washington,
How
like,
did you lose
still has a
this sound? The easiest way to
still
do it
has
for
a
them
chance.
would be to simply say, if Joe Biden hadn't clung and clung to the job, clung to the
They went off
nomination, and hidden his
the
condition
rally's
with
empty.
a lot of help.
They're lost.
They
The
could have
rally
had
is empty.
open
That is
nominating
insane.
process and
Guess
gotten
that's
a
one
more
way to
attractive
concede.
nominee.
All right, everybody go home.
Pull up
to walk away from,
I think Kelly's
from
right?
Biden policies and would have had a better shot. I mean, I think that's the easiest, simplest solution. But I'm not sure that's where they'll go. But that makes
I
sense.
don't think you can pass over an African American female, which is a very loyal constituency for the Democrat Party. I don't see how they could have passed over.
But if he'd left the office and she'd run, she would have been put through a different process and would have had competition, and the whole thing would have been different.
But I mean, Harold, you have a Democratic Party that's pretty old. I mean, you have Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden.
You got Andy Bashir, you got Josh Shapiro, you got Gretchen Whitmer.
That's a different kind of Democrat, and that is not the progressive Democrat that wins in a primary. So is it going to be a change in your party?
Well, we nominated Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, who were not from
the old days
party. So I think we'll do that. Look, tonight, what happened this evening and what's happened over the last year has been described. There were those on this panel who didn't believe that this resurrection could have occurred. So if this can happen, things are possible in politics if you're willing to change and willing to have courage and determination.
What the crowd's saying.
Whatever Democrats or anybody want to say about this guy who's been elected our president, he personifies that courage and determination and persistence. So I think, Trey, you were asking a serious question, and Britt gave a very serious answer. I think that's going to be part of the answer. And we've got to look long and hard about whether or not the way we campaign sometimes with identity politics at the end, is that the right way to do it? But before you get there, you got to get a purpose and a message. And we'll get there. And we've got a long history of figuring these things out as a nation, as a party, and we'll figure it out this time.
So the carnage speech got a lot of attention at the inauguration. Do we think that this speech,
I was going way back.
we're actually told that the teleprompters have been removed from the stage, so we could be in for a long haul here. We don't know. But what do you think? He's coming, but there may not be teleprompters.
I'm saying he goes off the teleprompter anyway, but he,
Throwing roots in his chair.
Smith dinner, he was upset that there were teleprompters, because he doesn't want to use them. So.
Right. So Dana, what does this speech look like?
This one
They're
right
looking at their
now?
phones, guys.
Yeah.
We're just waiting for him to speak.
I think you, look, I don't know. He's one of the most
Beach,
unpredictable people,
beach,
too. So
beach.
I think that's why we're all
The
here.
other
And
second
I'm wide
we were
awake,
like,
and I've been
all
awake
right.
for almost 24
Too
hours
late.
now. And I am curious
We turn the
to see-
computer
I
off,
think
that's when he walks
I
out.
wasn't just thinking about this speech. I'm thinking about the inauguration speech,
Looks like some
which
prep's
would be
going
8
on.
years since Carnage speech. He has a wide range of the types of speeches that he can give. If you think even within a speech, there's range. If you think about the RNC convention, it started
Forever.
off with like, oh wow, yeah, and then after a while, like, wow, he's still talking. It was like so long.
Well, remember,
and
we
then
just-
I
we just
thought,
had a
oh, we kinda
time
lost
change, so it
opportunity.
feels like 3
But he
a.m.
didn't. I think you look at these people who would
And
take off work, drive somewhere in the middle of the
there.
night to go and get in line to wait for hours, to then stay at a rally for hours. And part of the things he has done as well is created this camaraderie amongst people so that you could go to a place where you're not afraid to wear your red MAGA hat and you could say, I'm not the crazy one. I'm not the only one who thinks the way that I do. I can actually have friends, and that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be outreach to the other side. I believe in love thy neighbor. I love all of that. But he has created
It looks
something
like a bunch of
special
activities
here, so
going on stage.
I kind
so
of want him to take a
must
victory
be
lap
coming.
tonight. I don't think this is necessarily the moment for unity, especially when she won't even concede and give him the night to celebrate.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Kellyanne, you were looking at the popular vote. He's still up, and could finish up.
And part of it is because he did run up the totals in places I was looking at, even the rural counties in Pennsylvania. He was going to win them by significant double digits,
pull up
but he
your
won
screen.
them
Pull up
that
loud.
much more.
Yeah.
I think running up the totals in
Lou
Florida,
fucked
which
up.
was a swing state not that long ago, over
It's
1.1
not-
million
it's
votes
frozen.
or so. Haley, right, your
That's
home
their feed,
state. And this
Oh.
is, look, I think that when the
Oh,
Democrats
gotcha. You can go back to
take
the
a
polls
look at
there.
this
I thought they were pulling
candidacy,
up the charts.
it's not
Sorry
going
about
to be
that.
that she had too much time, not enough time. She's just a flawed candidate. She doesn't
What's
speak
the
well.
elect-
She
go back
doesn't
to the
work
electoral
hard. I'm
votes?
not being mean or partisan. I don't know why the country would have rewarded this candidate with the big job when she couldn't make the case what she does as vice president that affects our lives.
Trump's
in a
going to end over
positive way.
300 or something crazy.
She was given that opportunity. I personally like to thank the women of The View tonight.
The big Rama motherfucking Swami.
Oprah, we see you, and so on and so forth. People who thought they were doing her a favor because they made her something she's not.
look at that,
It's the
actually.
opposite for Trump. They make him something he's not.
He's
Take that
going to
one
break
word, take
300.
that
It's going to be an
one
embarrassing
line, take
for the
that
Democratic Party.
cherry pick this, that, and the other. You never get the essence.
It's not even a close result.
That's what I'm saying.
It's
going to be a landslide.
It was a landslide.
And that's, I think people are going to be shocked at how out of touch so many people were. And the only reason they believed as much as they did is because of the dang media. It's crazy.
I don't know who said it earlier. I'm a little worried about the reaction of the Democrats and the common people here. I'm very worried. I think that there are a lot of unhinged people across the political spectrum.
And see, and they're still doing it. Like, you shouldn't be worried. There's not going to be any crazy things that happen. People will be able to see how much of a landslide this is. Like, they're not going to go do anything insane. There's not enough people to do it. It's just.
It's like we all thought it was much bigger.
But I mean, even Fox is like, they're doing it right now, saying like, "Oh, I'm very worried. I'm scared. These people are unhinged." And it's like, no,
like there's not even that many people.
It's
We
not.
won.
It's
the
not going to
issue
happen.
would be is if you tried to unwind a landslide victory, say it came down to a couple mail-in ballots, you'd be like, how? He already had 300 points.
Right. It's just, yeah.
One who would vote for him.
Michelle Obama.
And Joe Scarborough saying, we weren't raised like this. Who raised these people? So I can only imagine what tomorrow is going to look like.
I will say when we talk about The View, what comes to mind is we mentioned the carnage speech that President Trump gave at his inauguration. And my mind automatically went to the
Is it bright
unity
outside
speech
yet?
that Biden gave, and he mentioned
Oh, here we go. Is
unity a half dozen times.
No.
But
More
when you
prep.
think about
Jeez,
what we
man.
got over 4 years, there was the garbage comment that didn't come in
God?
isolation. There were all kinds of comments. Neanderthal was one of the first words he used to describe those who opposed his COVID edicts. The Mark Cuban comment, he was an official surrogate of the Kamala
He is
campaign.
over-
and for,
he's not only
as mean as some of
explode-
President
yeah, he's
Donald
got the
Trump's
popular
tweets have
vote.
been, and people
Yeah,
have problems
this
with
is
it.
the
One thing
first
I've
time,
challenged Democrats to find is one
that
example of him
the Republican
disparaging
candidates won the popular
the
vote
country,
since,
half of the country, and that's something he has not
When was the
done.
last time a Republican won a popular vote?
Oh, good.
Bush? Bush, first term?
Untethered maybe from some of the things that were holding him back. What comes to mind is an Oval Office meeting that we had where Dr. Fauci was urging him not to open the country.
You think Joe's still up? No. Joe's He went to bed at 8 o'clock as soon as he saw
George W. in 2004.
George. I called it.
W.
All right, 20 years. First popular vote Republican in 20 years.
All right, everybody, been here with us. Do some stretches. You gotta do these things in school
Synchronized
that you never
swim.
thought mattered. Trying to do a little, twist your back. Now I want you to really flex your glutes and your quads. Yeah,
That was a good one.
If there
Nice
is
and
any
comfy.
silver lining tonight, it is that lawfare actually
Tonight
helps
will
the
be the
person that
night
you are
I
trying to
fall
go
for
after.
you.
We need a justice
Over
system.
and
The lady needs
again.
to wear a blindfold for a
Start-
reason. We got to
start up
stop
karaoke
this
to stay awake.
prosecution of our political enemies.
Just remember, guys, if you're tired,
Will be the Attorney
That
General.
secondhand serenade?
We need
Trump's
a really
tired.
solid Attorney General.
John Radcliffe.
That was what you were singing it. Was that what you were just singing?
Sorry, John.
that's what we were singing. Yeah.
I apologize. Sorry.
There will be a lot of talk
Yeah,
about
nice.
Fall
cabinet
for
members,
you.
Treasury
yeah,
Secretary,
I
Secretary
won.
of State, Secretary of Defense.
I don't know, dude. Just came into my mind.
Mike Pompeo. You have
Yeah, the email was big.
Dashboard.
Yeah, dashboard
finance
confessional. That was a
serenade.
huge. Yeah.
Is your ass numb from sitting there? Yes.
Yes, it is. I was just about to say
There
that.
are some.
I'm sleeping in
When you
tomorrow.
take
But I am
governors
fully
out of
puckered.
states, then you leave a hole, and then you have to build up that bench back up. But the
I think we do a
Republican
4
bench
p.m.
is
stream
pretty strong right now.
There you see Doug Burgum and Vivek Ramaswamy, Steve Wynn, his lovely wife Andrea. So people are there waiting for the former president. Britt would like to know where he is.
He's watching us.
I love these video. Look
Can
at
we
it.
say tonight, though, Harold, that the melting pot still works?
His glitch
That
photo.
Hispanics, Black Americans, working class Americans, standing up, asking what their government is going to do, asking their government to see them.
My eyes are
and their
bleeding right now.
concerns, That it works.
And mine
That
are-
this is
yeah.
American democracy.
Glad my
in our
car kind
republic.
of self-drive works.
The process works. I think
Huh?
since we-
He doesn't have a Tesla.
Yeah, you don't have a Tesla. What do you mean self-drives? You're like, oh, I fall asleep and it magically ends up
No,
at my house.
it, like it won't drive me to the house. I'm driving like it.
President Bush, I think, got 40+%.
But it's beyond that. Like I can
It's,
throw
no,
it
it's
on.
actual like driver
I can
assist.
throw on cruise control, and it will it'll stop, start. I mean, if I need to turn off the street, I must be. If I need to turn off the street.
Yeah. Luckily, I
Someone
remember
goes,
right.
"How did Nancy get elected or reelected?" Dude, Nancy's won for like 20 years in a row. That was set in stone. She's corrupted. She owns that media approach. What do we got here? Are they just looking at the stage? Is that all that's happening up there?
That they're not realized. I hope that
Spitballing
my
topics,
party and my
spitballing
friends, and for that
conversation.
matter, Republicans elected. We're all
We're
able.
now
Can I say
Past the moment here, the 24 hours of
280 still.
I
excitement
must
and
be a
joy,
little biased because I am
and
American, but
celebration,
just
to
coming
understand
from
that
like
we're really
a
celebrating.
just a standpoint of structure, colors. The American flag is so beautiful. It's like you look at it, you're like, man. Of course, I was in the military too, so maybe I have some reverence, all that stuff. But you just look at all those flags. Oh,
It is cool.
You know,
yeah,
there's gonna be
yeah.
American flags burnt tomorrow. They're like, "Ah, democracy's over."
It's what's cool is that we're gonna be allowed to be proud to be Americans again. We're gonna be allowed to have patriotism again.
and you can be allowed to be public Trump anywhere basically now, really, because it's like, dude, you're the minority by.
Anyone else tired?
Very tired.
Tired?
To us from the waist down, and I think Donald Trump is talking to us from the waist up as well. That's where my eyes, my ears, my heart, my brain, and my big mouth are. So
What did I just miss?
you got to
I
talk to
think
the
we're all
woman in
waiting.
full.
My
It's
heart,
as
my
if she
eyes,
doesn't
my big,
know
my
anything
nut,
about the
ba-da-ba-da.
economy, or she
I think
doesn't
we're all
care about
waiting
what's going on in
because
Ukraine or
we don't
Israel or
believe
with
it,
Iran or can't you
100% what this is. I mean, dude, she's not just concede, you twat. Talking to you, Kamala Harris. Jeez, man. Just concede. Like Mark Cuban conceded. You know how hard that was for him tonight? He was banking on it.
Not gonna. Yes.
Cover Crypto, wash your face. You can be getting fresh. Spray some water on your face. Free.
What? That the chat said that?
Yeah. Naka. And some splash up, get some water, get some spray bottles, just splash it on us.
Oh, bad idea.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty decent.
I had to do that. Ironically, I had to do that right before this started. I was tired before the stream started 9 hours ago.
Energy here is kind of aggressive. That's what happens at 2:30 a.m. in the morning. Yes. Yeah, no, gets a little aggressive, Daniel. But no, it's valid. It's 100% valid. This is someone that called Trump Hitler for like weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. It's like the least he could do is just concede. Just concede. Just concede. Yeah, you know, like she's doing this out of spite for sure. Time to celebrate with a pre-roll tomorrow. Dude, enjoy it. Waterboarding for all. He hasn't have the class. Somebody sponsor them Red Bulls. Celsius. Celsius. Please. Give us that little boost. I'm going to walk in and my wife's going to be waking up. She's like, you just getting home? No.
His social, it says soon. That's it. It's a picture of Trump reading a piece of paper.
7 minutes ago?
No, 9 seconds ago.
Oh, 9 seconds ago.
9 seconds ago.
So he's about to come out.
It's coming. He
It's
said
going to be
soon.
great.
All right. All right. Good.
It's coming, Jen. 9 seconds soon. He's reading. That's so wild, dude. Donald Trump's the 47th president of the United States of America.
Unreal.
It feels fake. Fake news. Fake news. Fake news. It just, the media, the polarization from the left, the violent rhetoric pushed, the extremism that came out from MSNBC, blanketly, being biased and, propagandizing all of their platforms.
It was really, really scary for a
It
while.
was, yeah. I mean, dude, it affected me. And we're people that are here every single day, but, watching it take place.
By the way, I just
not easy,
mentioned
man.
it, but Truth Social just posted like 20 seconds ago a picture of Trump reading a script or whatever, saying it said soon. So he's getting ready to face everybody.
Thank you for the recommendation for the face washing, because I feel like I'm back at it
All right,
for another
I gotta
6
go do that now,
minutes.
too. Yeah, 6 minutes. Yeah.
Back at it.
Well,
Hit
actually,
us with the
I can't walk
charts
away now.
here.
If he's about to come out, I'm gonna. Oh, somebody's got to sit here and push the button.
You got time. Go
All
use the
right,
restroom, TJ.
Well, I don't. Okay.
Gosh, I can be tired after winning so much after money
what's
tonight.
streaming on your TV?
Dude, I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling good, man. It's just like, it's like, it's like, it's not over yet. Not over yet.
Crazy.
We waited 2 years. We can wait another few minutes.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's 2:24 in the morning. I'm ready to listen to Trump and go.
We're ready to declare victory. You know what I'm saying? Dancing.
Oh, I think he's coming out.
Is he? Isaac, do you know how to switch that?
Yeah, I just.
Okay.
Yes.
Turn on the audio.
We need the audio.
You're good. Just leave it. Is the audio going through the stream? Yeah. TJ? Okay. He knew. TJ? Tajaj? There we go, guys. All right.
Which computer?
Wake up, everybody.
Here we go.
His whole family, dude. Barron Trump, 6'9".
He's so cute. Future president.
Barron Trump will be the tallest president ever.
I'm looking forward to JD Vance and Tulsi Gabbard.
This is like the dream team.
This is the moment, guys.
Wow.
Across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea.
This is going to be one of the greatest speeches ever, dude. This is going to be one of the greatest speeches I think ever. This had to have been Brett. It's not like he's doing this. He's got everybody up on stage. You know it's about to go hard.
How many
They just called Pennsylvania. Did they finally do it? Google called it 267, Pennsylvania. He takes the victory. Yes. Trump is 100% declared.
the 47th president of the United States.
Everybody hit the like button. We did like 9 hours now.
Almost 10.
Let's do this.
It's like Star Wars when the Ewoks are like all dancing, bro.
Bitcoin's starting to get a little.
W's in the chat. W's in the chat. Hit that. Like, guys, W's break this, man. Wow, we did it.
Wow,
years. I did not think this would happen tonight. I didn't think the world was as good to us. Shows that people still care.
Thank you, Jesus.
This is amazing.
Yes, Lord.
Bitcoin's going to 200K. That's awesome.
Oh my God.
Wake up, guys. Got everybody up there.
I wonder what it feels like for Aaron being in that room.
Dude, I'm so jealous of Aaron right now. Aaron's witnessing history 10 feet away.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, just pull it up on another screen, brother. Yeah. Oh, wait, do you have another one? Oh, my bad. Throw it over here. No. Oh, gotcha.
Oh, come on.
No. No. No.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this.
It's not us, guys. It's YouTube.
Yeah,
Don't stress. Just give us 2 seconds, guys. They got to re-register. They're being overloaded with views right now. This is gonna be the most watched podcast probably in history.
Incredible movement.
Pull it up on that True Social if you can.
Oh, what?
Well, pull it on your computer.
Oh. Wait, what am I doing?
Try to pull it up.
This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And
it's working here.
Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond.
It's on Kelly's, yeah.
And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great.
So crazy. So crazy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much.
And he didn't have to knock on 100,000 doors.
And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them, and sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
He did a really good job.
And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks and A lot of people don't like to. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
He's like, what?
This was unexpected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and
of course, Hitler would share the stage like this.
The best. Thank you.
It is about the team. I think.
I don't think. Yeah, is that?
Thank you, and
man,
thank
Democrats
you.
must be screaming right now.
Look at this. I've never
He's
seen
so
her be
selfish.
shot
Look how
before.
entitled Trump is.
Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon.
They're screaming for Elon in the crowd.
Now he is.
I love it.
Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was.
I opened up a short.
I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon. And I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh. He was shot. Oh. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him.
I'm drunk, dude.
He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
It's gonna be an interesting 4 years.
This is insane.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does.
Another liquidation down to.
This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from the, can you imagine?
Holy smoke. That's got to feel good for him, though, to say.
900.
I'm never doing another rally again. That's probably something he's holding on to.
A lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bedtime.
Well, there you see former President Donald Trump with his family and friends on stage addressing supporters.
In the chat tonight, of course, they're going to dance their ways off the stage here, guys. We weren't expecting too much. It is now 3 a.m. in the morning. Everybody is ready for, of course, that bed here tonight. I'm going to be honest. I will not be showing up to the morning show this morning.
Yeah.
In about 6 hours. I don't know if TJ will be. If we want to postpone to 4, we can. If not, we can push it.
I'll be here. DZ will be here. We'll see you guys all back in what, 8 hours, 7 hours, something like that.
How long was the stream?
The stream, we are at 10 hours and 16 minutes.
10 hours. I think we might have just got Lee. Everybody, we love you all. If you're on Twitter, make sure you follow. Make sure you come over to YouTube, because we're live every day.
We love all you guys.
10:30, 11:30 a.m.
This was an epic night. Is that short
epic
still
night,
open?
man. We just
Is that
everybody's
short
room
still
is
open,
witness
Josh?
history, dude. Yeah, we're still in a short, still doing really well. Yeah, we pivoted. We got stopped out of the other position. So I was like, oh, we're in a bearish pattern now, up 20% in this, up roughly 14, 15 grand right now. 15, 16 grand, 17, 16 grand now. Let me put it up on the screen here so you guys can see. And so I couldn't obviously analyze this live. We were watching Trump's speech, but I did flip it there to watch that pattern. We're now in an M formation here, expecting some more downside. What I want to point out, though, is, again, we got some huge liquidation grabs taking place underneath us, not necessarily on CoinW. Lowest here on CoinW is 73143, but if you go to Binance, it actually shot down to 72,000.
Yeah, and you know where that is? That's right in the box that we outlined at the beginning of the stream.
No, it's not.
Look at this. I didn't change this. Let me zoom in on this.
Wow.
Look at that, right to the mark.
Oh my goodness.
It literally just ate that liquidity. So what that tells me, again, prices, I would expect probably a little bit more of a pullback here leading into the morning. Markets priced in the Trump victory. Now that exhaustion, that hype's going to fade away. People are sleeping here. But guys, I can continue to talk for hours and hours and hours. I have the short open. Create a tight stop loss if you need it for take profit margins. I want to thank Kelly, TJ, everybody on the couches, Leo, Hannah, Isaac. Oh, there's a lot of people behind the scenes here, guys, that joined us here. And Kelly, of course, co-hosting this with, of course, myself and TJ. This was an incredible stream. If you guys appreciate this type of content, hit that like button, repost. This is the future of Discover Crypto. This is what we're covering here. We cover all your news, political and crypto, and of course, help guide you guys no matter what the volatility looks like in these spaces as we make money both ways. Kelly, you got anything to wrap up here?
Yeah, the quote of the night here on my Twitter here, I retweeted at Plan C, the real Plan C. He said, I feel very unburdened by what could have been. And that is the truth. We got an incredible next couple months into next year for this liquidity coming into the market. We just got the biggest stamp of approval. The gates are about to be open. All of you, if you haven't stacked in, get your strategy right, because that's it. That's all we got, because Trump 2024, let's go. Why? Because he almost had a bullet put through him. But you know what? He is there. We are here. We love you guys.
Good night, y'all. See you tomorrow.